Did we lose both homies?
Yeah, what happened?
Discord's been doing this a lot lately. Just kicks everyone and then reconnects them.
Really took it to the side chat from the looks of it.
I knew there was no such thing as a physics job. All the jobs that we post, none of them ever asked for a physics guy.
That term is physicist.
And what do?
They study physics, my friend.
They study bouncing balls,
all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Rubber bands.
Maybe.
Amazing shit. And then they teach somebody else how to study a ball and a rubber band.
Yeah.
My life has changed.
Yep, forever.
What do you do?
Physics, real stuff, engineering, where stuff is made and created, ideas are formed and
okay. Well, give me something concrete. What kind of engineering?
And then it forms inside of a big giant factory, and then people are running it, and then we move on.
What kind of engineer are you?
None ya.
Okay, the cock buckling was entertaining. Can we get back to our subject?
Yeah, let's get back to reality.
Yeah, if we could. So we want to invoke down for some reason, because down means the Earth's a sphere, which I guess we would measure that curvature on the surface, which we don't. So when everybody says gravity with the conclusion the Earth's a sphere, I'm sorry to tell you we don't measure that. Things go down, okay. Outside of relative density, Archimedes' principle, we can't necessarily what the causal mechanism of this is. Yours, mathematical based, not based in natural science. You say things like mass attracts mass, which is ludicrous. And then time and space, they distort. That's a mathematical concept. Again, a reification of numbers and shit. But ideally, every time you say gravity, that's a curved surface we should measure, and we don't.
So, in other words, gravity proves the Earth is flat?
If you want to say that things go down, and that's perpendicular to the horizontal plane we will dwell atop, then yeah.
Yeah, because someone once told me gravity holds down the water on the surface, and then the surface water is flat. So I was like, oh, so gravity holds the water flat down to the surface. Good point, brother. Hey, I'm doing electrical. Jedi, could you lick this and see if it's live?
Yeah, man, bend over. I'm sorry.
Oh, dang. Dang, this is a family show, man. Wow.
Well, interestingly enough, I'm colorblind, mate, and electrics and like bugs and so on, I have to be very, very careful with. I'm the last person you're going to want me to lick a particular color wire. That's for sure.
Jai, that was like fast, man. That was like Clint Eastwood fast. With
Yeah,
Draw
man.
McGraw.
You should hear what I'm like behind a muted microphone.
You know what I give my wife? The shocker. It's too late.
You guys are so foul. Dirty-minded fools. Unlike me, who's never said a naughty word on the live once.
You're the gayest one here.
That's why I don't get on my good mic, out of love for you guys. Because if I got on my good mic, you guys would be gay in no time. So I just try to keep it on my bad mic.
I admire that. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're a hero to humanity, dude. Both sexes, indeed.
Although I do have a clip from Jedi talking about triangles that had like a 50% chance to make you gay.
I was fuck. That sounds awful. I sounded so gay when I said that. My God.
Oh my God, I have to know this now.
You don't? Oh, dude, you want me to look it up?
I
Listen,
literally
I got
must
a
have been awake
complaint. Before
Sorry.
before we go on, I just want to lodge a complaint. Well, two complaints. First complaint is when you're on your mobile devices and you want to search through your clips, and you click search, it only searches YouTube. It doesn't search your channel's clips. So, and they're not alphabetized, and there's no way to sort them alphabetically. So if I want to find the clip of Jedi saying triangles, which I named triangles, you'd think, oh, you just go A, B, C, D, F, G all the way down to T. Nope, not how it works. You just got to scroll forever until you find it. It's just random. And then the other complaint is YouTube. You buy premium YouTube so you can have your screen off. But if you're looking at members only content, it won't let you turn your screen off. It'll stop the content as soon as your screen goes blank. I'm like, dude, I'm paying you guys. What the heck? All right, I'm gonna see if I can play it.
No, don't fucking play it, dude.
Okay.
No.
But I'm gonna DM it to Professor.
Jedi doing triangles.
Holy crap, dude! I can't open up his thing to message him.
Oh, me? That's impossible.
No, it's because my finger, like like you have to click your face, your little icon, and then
Oh yeah.
it like opens up. So there's no buttons on the screen, and then when you click the face, the buttons appear, and then your long press gets thwarted, if you know what I mean.
How are we? How? That must be a different account or something. Am I not friends with this account?
All right, listen to that, brother. Be warned.
Yeah, don't slide into my DMs afterwards, dude.
Oh wow.
Dude, that was sultry, wasn't it? Silky smooth.
Why don't I have sound?
But that's God giving you one last chance to turn away.
What, me not having sound?
Yeah, so you can't hear it.
Everything is turned up. I'm gonna have to find this now. Now it's a mission.
Dude, didn't I give you the link? Does that link not have sound?
Hold on, let me try that.
How many flat earthers does it take to play a clip?
No sound. Let me make sure it's not my end.
It's so
It's just a
dry.
YouTube link, so it's kind of weird.
I think I know why. Hold on.
Hey, you ought to send that to QE's DMs, Jedi.
No, I never will. That's an interesting idea.
It's not a triangle.
What happened to that guy talking about gamma rays and shit? You guys block him, mute him, or what?
He got so
Yeah.
angry because he'd been exposed to gamma rays, turned into the Incredible Hulk and bolted out of his building.
Oh shit.
What do you think of my definition of a triangle?
What is
That's what I heard.
No, he said, would you agree? Would you agree with my definition of a triangle?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Would you agree with my definition of a triangle?
Dude, you were so shook, your memory's lapsing, bro. You might want to have that looked at.
That's how you
Oh,
happen with that.
Why can't you guys make these little things into sound bites for the soundboard?
Because Jedi's embarrassed about it, okay? Okay?
No, he doesn't get to say so.
I think it's pretty, personally, I think it's pretty awesome.
We'll play that every time you hear somebody say, "Oh, I got an angle." They click. There you go. That'll come up and they'll start talking about triangles.
Sorry, my phone died earlier. We were talking about gravitational redshift.
Hey, it's the Incredible Hulk. What's up, Bruce?
Yeah, so the reason I was talking about gravitational redshift is the fact that the photon loses energy when it goes up a gravity well is significant because photons don't have mass. It would make sense, like when you throw a ball up with some kinetic energy, it over time as it moves up, it loses that kinetic energy to it becomes gravitational potential energy. But that's because it's interacting with the gravitational field which acts on mass. So that's significant. So classical models of gravity like Newtonian gravity don't account for that. But Einstein's theory of general relativity, which describes gravity as the curvature of space-time, actually predicts that EM radiation or light, as it's exiting the gravitational potential well, will lose energy, which is what we observe. So that is not consistent. So basically, our observations are consistent with general relativity.
When did we observe that? When did we observe that? That experiment you just told me about.
Yeah. So you can. Wikipedia. It's the Pound-Rebka experiment. POUND-REBKA.
Yeah, go ahead, post that for us.
Oh yeah, I got the Wikipedia.
Wikipedia? You can't give me the actual place?
It's a starting point, man. Come on, it's better than Grok.
You guys keep talking about this Grok shit. What is this grok stuff?
It's AI. It's an AI. It's the worst AI.
Then why do you use it?
I don't. That's my point. So yeah, I posted the Wikipedia article. It was in, when was it? The attic was really extended. When did this happen? In 1959. So the fact that the photon loses energy is experimental evidence to support Einstein's theory of general relativity.
Yeah, to prove flat Earth. Yeah.
General relativity is not consistent with flat Earth.
Well, you just said it was. You just said they put some light down, and then they sent some light up. So was that down and up according to the Earth? So like they were on the Earth doing it?
Yeah, it was with respect to the local gravitational field.
Right. So they were on the Earth and they shot something down and then they shot something up, right?
Not
Perpendicular
just
to
something,
horizontal,
not just
which is
something.
benchmarked. Okay, dude, who cares?
Light.
So benchmark to sea level, right? So good job, flat Earth. Thanks.
Benchmarked at sea level. No, this has nothing to do with sea level. You could do it at any distance above the surface of the Earth.
Holy crap, dude. It's like you
Yeah, it
can't
was.
listen, dude. It's like they didn't teach you how to listen in physics class or something, bro.
Okay, so my whole argument is that this is evidence that supports the correctness of general relativity, and general relativity, as described by Einstein.
Dude, you don't get to speak here unless you listen. So what I said was that perpendicular up and down to the horizontal, right, which is benchmark to sea level. Now, I may be wrong in that characterization because horizontal isn't necessarily benchmark to sea level, although they could be synonymous depending on how you think about it. But I didn't say at sea level as in 0 feet above sea level, for goodness sakes. I was saying they're perpendicular to each other. Okay, if you weren't such diarrhea of the mouth Tourette syndrome, you might actually be able to open your ears long enough to hear what other people say. Right. I'll give you another chance. Go ahead.
So there was a control measurement. So okay, so Professor Triangle, is he in here? But is this like some AI thing that you posted?
It's my flat GPT. I gave it to it so I can keep feeding it
Okay.
information that you guys like to give us.
Okay, so I never said that it proves gravity. The words that came out of my mouth were that it is experimental evidence supporting gravitational redshift, which is consistent with general
Well, you
relativity's
gotta
prediction.
prove gravitational then. Gravitational, what does that mean?
Well, what I'm saying is, so here's the timeline, right? Einstein observes gravity. He observes the behavior.
What did he observe?
Well, he observed that at normal distances away from the sun, the planets seem to obey Keplerian motion and Newton's laws, but near the sun, specifically the orbit of Mercury, was going too fast to be accounted for by Newton's theory. So that was his observation. And then he developed a new mathematical framework, which describes space-time as a four-dimensional object that's warped by the presence of mass. And by using that mathematical framework, he was able to make both the orbit of Mercury make sense and the Newtonian-like behavior of the outer planets also make sense, all within the same framework. And so, because of that, we consider GR to be a more complete picture of what gravity is than what Newton had described, which is very simplistic. So general relativity within this framework, if you just kind of like look at it, yeah, it was made to answer this one question. But if if it is true and you can like logically extend it, it also makes other predictions. And one of those predictions was that light going out or into a gravity potential well will lose or gain energy. If it's going down, it gains energy. If it's coming up, it loses energy. So that was a prediction that it made, right? In 1969, some experimenters at Harvard, I guess, uh, they actually did that experiment, and so they put a gamma ray source at the bottom of a tower, and then a detector at the top of the tower. And then when it was going up, they saw that the gamma rays lost energy, and when it was going down, they gained energy. And so that evidence is consistent with the prediction from GR. So that is evidence to suggest that the GR framework is correct. And within, if you assume that the GR framework is correct, and then you kind of work out the math and stuff, the only shape that the Earth can be with the mass that it has, and in order to produce the gravity, so basically you can calculate the required mass to produce the gravitational field that you feel right now, and then from the predictions of GR, you can conclude that that mass would collapse into a spherical shape. And so it is therefore inconsistent with the flat Earth. So I'm not saying that the Pound-Repke experiment disproves flat Earth. There's a chain that's very important in between there. It is evidence to support that GR is correct, and GR posits supports a round Earth and not a flat Earth.
Okay. GR and gravity is secondary to the Earth being a sphere, isn't it?
No, from what I just said.
Well, they're all basing their ideas on this cosmology and phenomena taking place within their idea that the Earth is a sphere within this cosmology.
Well, okay, so that's fine if you want to frame it in that sense, but the fact remains that as a set of mathematical formulas, which you can manipulate using calculus and algebra and other techniques, they make certain predictions about the behavior of light.
Yep.
And when we observe the behavior of light, it agrees with those predictions.
Okay.
And I don't believe that you can account for the frequency shift within any flat Earth model, which I know that you, Jedi, refuse to provide, but I know other people might be willing to provide.
I know about models and stuff, but I have to point out this is mathematical.
Well, yes, it's a mathematical model.
It's a mathematical model, yes. These things aren't actually physical, are they?
Well, no, in the sense that no, hang on. In the sense that if I write down y equals x squared, and that describes a parabola is a mathematical object. I can't eat a parabola, right?
No, the
However,
space-time. The space-time fabric, is that physical?
No, hang on, I'm getting to that, right?
Oh, okay. Can you get to it faster? Because that's the only bit I want to know.
Well, I'm trying to, right? So I can write down y equals x squared, and then I can graph that, and that's a parabola. That's not a real physical thing. But if I throw a ball at a 45-degree angle or any angle that's, whatever, the path that it traces through the air, assuming we're in a vacuum, is a parabola. Okay? So what I can do is I can say that the path of a ball is a parabola. I'm not, is the path of a ball real? No, I'm describing the behavior of the ball in mathematical terms, and so I can make a mathematical model of the ball's trajectory. And so in the same way, when I say 4D space-time, what I'm saying is that the formulas of GR are four-dimensional. They take into account three physical dimensions and then one dimension of time. So it is a four-dimensional space-time. It is a mathematical construct. However, that mathematical, in the same way that the parabola shares properties with reality, that mathematical 4D space-time shares properties with our reality. So when we make predictions and model situations in the mathematical model of GR, that corresponds to reality.
Hold on, let him finish.
An example would be the Pound-Repke experiment.
Okay, so within this mathematical model, is space-time a physical thing, like actually really physical?
In the same way that light is a physical thing, yes.
Okay, so we'll take the first three coordinates first. Height, width, and length to describe a three-dimensional volume, the empty space that other things reside in. For example, the rock, or the gas or the electromagnetic field. So the empty space. Are you saying the empty space is physical?
Okay, so empty space has properties that can be measured.
So what? Height, width, length?
No, things like the permittivity of free space, which describes how quickly an electric field can change within a physical volume. The
Okay, but that
permeability
would
of
be an
free space,
electric.
which corresponds to magnetic fields.
Yeah, but those are
All the
magnetic fields.
yes, and well,
I'm not talking about magnetic fields.
you're talking about space itself.
Yeah, the absence of fucking anything else.
Yes, that's right. Yes. So
Yeah.
when light is propagating, like if you suck out a vacuum chamber, like a bell jar, and shine out a flashlight, the light still propagates through that vacuum. And like we can measure the properties of the light in different mediums, and we can assign, different values like refractive indices and things like that, permeabilities, relative permeabilities, and like if we just have nothing at all, we still have that. And also like just empty vacuum, you have like kind of in quantum field theory, you're describing quantum fields as being
This
like
sounds all very
multiple.
conceptual to me. Can you just answer the question? Is
One
it
big
physical?
concept.
Okay, just okay, yeah. I don't want to expand it with talking about QFD like that. You're right. So space is a physical thing, like yeah, but
So
it has
empty
certain properties.
space,
Yeah.
empty space, height, width, length is physical because you say it displays physical properties.
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's a
for
physical thing.
example,
Space time is well,
7 meters
and it's also
can
space
be.
time.
So for example, 7 meters can be reduced to 4 if I put something of mass in that coordinate.
7 meters can be reduced to 4.
Yeah, space can be shrunk in this instance.
Yes, actually. You're familiar. I'm sure you're familiar with
Okay.
LIGO and gravitational wave detections.
Okay.
That's how they detect gravitational waves, because as the gravitational waves go through the universe and they pass through the Earth, they actually compress lengths in one direction and not in the other.
Okay, so you're saying that distances can be compressed, shrunk.
Yes, and in fact,
Right.
like space itself is expanding.
I'm going to try and get to the point, and also time as well.
Space itself is expanding. Time moves
No,
more
well, no, it'll be
slowly.
dependent on the displacement of mass within that now reified coordinate system.
Well, we can observe the expansion of space.
No. We can observe phenomena. Yeah, that's what we're basing our coordinate system on, to backwards engineer and say that this is causing it. You're trying to explain the because of space-time. I don't need you to keep pointing out fucking phenomena. What you're telling me is the coordinate system, the 4 dimensions, the Romanian space-time is actually physical in and of itself.
Yeah, but it's not physical.
Not even Einstein says this. I'm wondering.
Well, it's not physical in the way that like a book on your desk is a physical
Okay,
object.
cool. So we're dealing with natural science, the study of the physical and natural.
Yes, but a vacuum is still something that you can describe and ascribe properties to. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I can describe whatever I want, dude, and I can say that nothing is also something because I can describe it. But you're talking about height, width, length, of volume, or 3-dimensional space, absence of anything.
And
so even within the
no,
description, you remove all physical things, leave not.
So even if you have empty space, what you will have is a virtual particles popping in and out of the quantum oscillations of background energy. Like that is a real thing. Actually, yes. Okay, so there's this wonderful experiment. Okay, you take 2 pieces of like super lightweight foil, metallic foil, and you place them, kind of hang them super close to each other, and you put them in a vacuum chamber. And when you suck out all the air, they have no reason to, basically move together, right? Unless you like bump it or something. But what will happen is If the distance between the two plates is shorter than the coherent wavelength of these virtual particles, then none of them can actually appear in the space between them. But virtual particles appear on the space outside of them and bump into them and interact with them before annihilating each other. And then what you observe over time is those two pieces of foil wood come together and touch. But it's not because of gravitational attraction. It's because of
Interesting.
yeah. I'll try
So
to
let me
find
ask you
a
about
title
your
for it.
setup. Let me ask you about your setup. So how did
No,
you
it's not me.
isolate the
I'm gonna find
vacuum?
something here. Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Go
how
ahead.
did they isolate the vacuum from the walls of the container?
Let me find
Yeah. It's a
an article
simple
about it first.
question, and
Let me find an
you're
article
gonna
about it
search
first.
for it. That's
Yeah.
great. You don't even need to search for an article. The answer is they can't. It's impossible
Okay,
to
here we go.
isolate
All
a
right.
vacuum from the walls of the container, dude. Think about it. You're creating a vacuum inside a container. The walls of the container are still present. So you haven't removed the walls of the container as being a source for any of this activity. And you're
It's the
trying to claim it's
Casimir
coming from the
effect.
vacuum alone. I could care
The
less, dude.
the Casimir effect. That's the name of it.
I did,
Okay.
dude. Listen, I know this is way over your head because you're only a mere physicist and not an
No.
intelligently
Oh my
thinking human
God.
being.
Okay, so you're saying it's impossible to make a vacuum
It's
that's long enough?
impossible to create a vacuum that's isolated, dude. Holy crap. This is like
Well,
no brainer, dude.
what you could do is Google
Is
Casimir
nothing.
effect. Use Google Casimir effect. Find an article where they actually conducted the experiment. Go to the methods section and read exactly how they did it.
I don't care, dude.
Yeah, and that's the
I
problem.
already know that there's no way that they had a vacuum that has nothing in it. Because the
As close to nothing
vacuum
as
is
possible for their technology.
so not nothing. Good job, brother. Thanks.
Pretty
Fine,
close,
I'm
pretty
lost.
damn close.
Not
Even if you
dude,
go out into deep
whatever.
space, it's not absolutely nothing. It's like one
Space.
molecule of
Right.
hydrogen.
So then you can't make any claims that you have a vacuum sample of nothing to benchmark any of your results. But nice
Oh my god.
try.
You can just
I'm
Go ahead.
surprised
Go
you
ahead,
caught.
no,
Radigan.
okay, okay, listen, I know I'm gonna have to look up a specific experiment and bring up the paper. I have no problem with that, all right? And I have no problem going through the method section once I actually have it in front of me, all right?
Yo, I feel that word.
Yeah, AI. I'm surprised you caught that. Yeah, I was going to ask almost the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Showing.
I'm just surprised that you got that out before because he just kept talking and talking. I fucking forgot about it.
Oh man, dude, it's the same thing with the Ethereum religious cult. Like they think they have a sample of nothing to prove that there's something inside of the nothing that they can't possibly have a sample of in the first place. Completely incoherent nonsense, brother.
That's true, actually.
Professor Triangle, how are you training this AI? Your flat GPT.
In the developer back end?
Nobody.
Mine's called, let's see, which one is this one? Accurate AI, because I had to rename it because it was actually Flat GPT. But then when I gave it out, I didn't want people reporting me like they did to a couple people in here already and had theirs taken down. So mine hasn't been taken down in almost 2 years now.
That's wild.
Once they find that Chat GPT finds out you're training it to be anti-glober,
Yeah. Oh, let me give you guys another history vibe here about flat Earth versus globe Earth. So over the past 10 years, there was a huge social media influx of flat Earth content, but there's also a whole bunch of independent researchers who started to, both globe and flat, who started to look at particular papers to prove their points. And so some of the globe earthers were starting to get wrecked by certain papers, okay? Because they were being cited and they were from prestigious universities. And so some of the Globers went on a campaign to call the universities and ask the professors to pull their papers from open publications so they could no longer be cited by flat earthers. Literally, it's not even a story, dude. This is how desperate the Globers are. They'll call a university and say, "Hey, the flat earthers are citing your paper. Can you please pull your paper so they can't cite it anymore?"
Unbelievable.
Why NASA pulled all theirs, because we were citing the crap out of their documents that say Earth is flat and stationary. Same with the military, CIA, all of them. They all pulled all their documents, moved them into a different archive. We had to go find them again. And whatever we can find, some they've just removed completely. Why did that dude think I muted him?
Scared of the truth.
I'm
Oh, wait a
scared.
minute. Did
I'm
we
scared.
mute somebody?
He thinks I muted him because I'm scared of the truth. No, I unmuted him because I'm scared of the truth.
He was
He's talking
scared of
about
the
me.
truth.
I'm looking for an article.
My bad. I don't know who muted me, but I was just asking a question, and then I got muted. Who was it, dude? Own up.
Somebody that was white knighting for you claimed that I did that because I'm afraid of the truth.
Oh, I have a white knight. Oh, it's so romantic.
Yeah, he's a trans, but you'll get over it.
Brother, I
Oh, that's
wasn't
how
even
I like
talking
it.
about whatever
I
conversation you guys are having. Professor Triangle, I was trying to ask you, how the fuck did you get your code for your model? How did you get this AI? And why can't you post it?
I'm using ChatGPT's back end. I paid for it.
How are you retraining?
Pay for ChatGPT?
Yeah, he's part of the problem.
You honestly, you are. I'm sorry, my dude, but that's like you.
Yeah,
No,
but why would I use a free one? You know, if you use the free
No, why
one,
would you use it
it
at
tells you
all?
Earth is a ball.
If you
that's fine.
pay
If you pay for
a
it, that's fine. How
company,
are you retraining though? Like, how are you giving it data? What are you feeding it? Like, how
Yes.
are you retraining?
Gave it 3 years worth of flat Earth and globe Earth debates, and it figured out on its own that the Earth is flat.
Because that's all you fed it.
What? Globe Earth and flat Earth? What? Both sides of the argument? And having both sides of the argument, it chose one side. So, do you want to say that again?
Well, that's what I said. That's what it did. And I used our server, our main server. I'm not going to tell you how I got the data. It was given to me. A few of us have it. And I used all the conversations from the live stream and the lobby, and it decided that the earth is flat for its own. It even cites some of you guys. It'll quote you guys.
that's insane.
So why is this just a like a conversation you've been having this with the AI for a while? You just keep feeding it data. When you say retrain, you're not
Yep.
actually retraining the model. Like,
I had
you're
to
not.
go in there and ask
Wait,
it.
wait, wait, hold on a second, hold on a second. We don't use that word here. We don't talk about models, okay?
I got to turn him off. Then.
Wow.
Well, with AI, it's a model.
Yeah.
I don't have to. Not. I'm not talking about a fucking
Why,
model of
why
the
does
Earth.
it matter why and how I'm doing it?
It's
I don't want
it's
my AI to be
it's a
incorrect.
language model.
Retrain it so that it works properly. I don't want it to say, "Oh, gravity makes things fly towards each other." I don't want it to do that. I want it to be factual.
You want to
How do
train
you
it to your
know
own
it's
bias. Got it.
how do you know it's factual and it's not factual?
Sorry, I like this rebuttal. You're training it with your own bias. Okay, so was there another bias that it was trained with previously, perhaps?
So
Maybe AI wasn't given all of the information. Maybe the information that AI is given is from a biased point of view. Why you think it's smart, dude?
I mean, that could be true. It depends on what data was given to the model. Do you think Professor Triangle's model is not biased, Jedi?
What
What?
model?
What?
Conversation.
He's just
Debates
Just
is
kidding.
my model. My model is debates.
Okay, stop
I'm
saying you're retraining the model. You're just
I'm
having a
I'm
long
I'm
presuming.
conversation.
retraining it because when it gets something incorrect, I correct it, and it will stay corrected. If I have to plan it in the back end as a PDF for it to always refer to, I'll retrain it. It is not a Glober, and it will fight you tooth and nail until you quit. And it'll make other AIs quit. It's done it many, many times. It doesn't. It has not been defeated yet. It's a true flat earther, just like us.
You can't
Dude, if you
retrain a
tell it to,
model.
hey, pretend you're a fucking flat earther, then it's gonna do that. I
It
don't.
doesn't
Doesn't
say
mean it's stupid.
pretend you're a flat earther. I let it read debates, and it decided that the Earth is flat on its own.
Okay. Why can't you post this? Who's taking you down? What do you mean
Because
post?
I
How do you post
posted.
your fucking conversation?
Oh yeah, you don't because you guys don't know any of this stuff. It seems like flat earthers are the ones who are just the smartest ones in technology. We're the ones who create
I
everything.
doubt that.
Because obviously where I work, I'm creating half the technology there, and they don't even half of them don't know I'm a flat earther. Half of them do.
It
But
should stay
isn't it
that way.
amazing that flat earthers can just make things?
And make. I mean, I'm sure you make. Okay, fair enough. I'm not saying you're a fucking idiot. I'm just asking why can't you post this thing?
Now,
Because I
if
don't
you
want
believe
you
flat Earth, you
guys
are.
getting at the copying it and saying here to ChatGPT, here's the address. These guys are flat earthers, and they check it out, and they'll go and check it and test it, and they'll go, boop, pull it right off. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but he's in the chat now and had his yanked.
No, if you're a
Chat
flat
GPT
Earther,
will
you're
give
an
a
idiot.
fuck if you
It's
share like
If
a long
nobody
conversation.
cares,
I don't
why
even
would
know
they
this.
report it? If nobody cares, why would they report it?
Yeah, we just got through
Saying
telling you earlier that there's Globers who are motivated to mass report things, and they have actually got actionable stuff done in the past against flat earthers. Even so much so that flat earthers had to close their entire channels down, or they would lose their job.
I don't think that's right. I'm just I guess
No, it
it's
is
technically
right.
It
It
is
is
right.
right. Hey, bro. I'll give you a case in point. Brian Mullen. He was an engineer. He started doing videos. Some guy named George Butthurtian got all pissed off. Well, his name is like Netanyahu or Hooky Pook or Upchuck. It's some weird name that you can't pronounce. So he started calling his employer. He called the engineering board of licensure and tried to get his license pulled. Okay, Brian ultimately made his farewell to the community. He said, "Listen, I'm basically being assaulted on every front here, and I basically have to choose providing for my family over continuing the flat Earth stuff. So I'm just going to do that." Yeah, dude got totally lambasted by a crazy ass Glober that couldn't stand the fact that there's an engineer. Because you know how we always hear this crap? There's no flat Earth engineers. There's no flat Earth physicists. There's no flat Earth anything. There's no flat Earth pilots. Well, that's just not true. But the problem is that you guys get so butthurt when anybody has any of those credentials and is a flat earther that you can't compose yourselves, and so you have to try to ruin their lives.
no, I don't think that's right. I'm sorry that happened to that guy. And engineers can absolutely be flat earthers. I don't think you could be like a physics major or like an
Oh, well,
fuck. I'm
hell, I'll give
sorry,
you
this
another
I was gonna.
example. Let me give you another example. So, a physicist in specializing in optics heard about flat Earth, and he said, "You know what? I'm going to apply my knowledge to go out and test it and see if it is." He set up his laser transit methodology was a dual bandwidth laser so he could mitigate out any of these alleged claims of refraction. And he determined by his own tests and his own conclusion, with a full physics background specializing in optics itself, his conclusion was, I measured it. The Earth's obviously flat, dude. No way around it. And he
Where,
became a flat earther.
where's his where's his experiment or data? Can I look
Dude,
at
he
it?
got a whole channel. He got a whole channel with tons of experiments and
His name?
observations. Yeah, it's called Dr. John D. Look it up. We'll probably
Dr.
post a link for you
John.
here in a minute.
Post me a link. Be sick.
If you want, I'll find you a link. No worries.
In any case, Professor Triangle, I'm just curious, who's taking down your conversation with AI?
Dallas Globers reported back to OpenAI or whatever their company's called, and they take it down. I don't know why.
From where? Where do you post it?
That's why you don't understand what it means when you pay for it. I have my own Chat GPT. You guys can't use mine. You can't use mine. I know you guys think that you have your own because you log in and shit, but when you pay for it, it's private.
Why don't you just use a private LLM? Like, you know that it's not private, right?
Like you guys using the freebie one and putting in all your information. That's all. That's all you're going to everybody. Mine's private. That's part of the contract. It's like a business.
Wait, did you purchase it from Chat GPT?
Yes, monthly I pay for it.
Okay, so it's not private. They know.
Yeah, it's not public. You cannot have access to it. It's private.
Yeah, but the company has access to it.
If I have a conversation with the
my information,
you can't access
this
it.
guy.
My information.
Hey, Radwood. This guy.
Private because I write software and I come up with and I create things and we have possibilities of patents and stuff like that. So I keep mine privately until I release things. It stays private. Nobody's been releasing my shit.
This dude probably thinks a private club isn't private because it's owned by somebody that's not you.
Oh, got it.
What the fuck does...
That was actually a good one. Bro, he actually cooked with that one.
You're just talking to it. You're not actually retraining it with new data.
Bullshit.
It's still using the fundamental
You haven't seen
training
how much
it was on.
we put full gigabyte databases into it.
Okay, yeah, but you're not retraining the model. Do you know?
Yes.
I
said, here you go. I want you to tell me what you think of this, all this information. And it sat there for a long time because I kept feeding it, and it would give me stuff. I kept feeding it and feeding and feeding it. I said, I want you to come up with your own conclusion of what you've read. Well, it's obvious that the Globers cannot prove the Earth is a ball, and it started talking like a flat earther because that's just the way it started talking. And it probably by the way I ask it questions, it's talking like me.
But it's not a local LLM.
Calls you guys Globers now.
You've subscribed to ChatGPT.
It calls you. It'll call you guys retarded if you keep repeating the same shit over and over. It'll start making fun of you too. That's why I want to release it, but I'm afraid to. So what I'll do is I'm going to put it under my own API. So when you report it, you're only reporting it back to me, and then I can say, "Oh, go fuck off," and you won't know where it's coming from.
That's not how this works.
Yeah, so you're not actually retraining that for like neurons.
You want to make a bet that's.
Did you download it from GitHub? That's a local LLM.
I already have defeated all of your that can't be done possibility shit. That's what I do for a living.
Unless you download an LLM from GitHub, it's not being run locally.
So the way it works is you make a call and it runs through their inference. So it runs through a B200. They have either specialized GPUs that run the inference.
You're not going to be able to tell once it hits mine and my AI that's processing it puts it in its own language and then reposts it. You're not going to know where stuff comes from.
Show me the code. I'm so curious.
The training happens before you even type a prompt into it, right?
Which one do you want?
Show me how you retrain this AI other than just talking.
Raspberry Pi Linux or a Jetson version?
Whichever, doesn't matter. However you retrain this
AI. What are you going to be using this on?
I just want to see how you supposedly retrain this AI. You're actually training the
Why do you want to know how I did it? Why is it always the flat earthers that have to teach you guys how to do things?
Maybe I just want to learn. Is that
you guys don't want to learn anything else from us?
Are you a fucking cop, dude?
He's not going to tell you, dude. There's no point asking him to do so anymore. Yeah. It's just a fruitless conversation now. Can we move on?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you because you're not here to learn. How's that?
Okay, I guess so. I actually think you're full of shit. You didn't train anything. You just talked to your AI and told it a bunch of stuff you wanted to believe. Just because you have the paid version doesn't mean that the public version is not the same trained model.
Yes, it means it's a different model. Yeah, totally
Which
different.
Dude, it's just like you kind of gave it a personality, so you attached like, I'm the user. I want you to act like behave this way. It's not a new model.
No, I didn't do that.
Hey, make sure you never admit that the Earth is actually a globe.
If you want to retrain a new model, you need like at minimum a cluster of
No,
8
I just let.
B200s.
You need to download an LLM from GitHub.
I
You need
just
to
let
like
it
either
read. I
rent
just let
a cluster of 8 B200s, which is $250,000.
some 3 years of debates, and it decided that the Earth is flat and stationary on its own.
What kind of flat earthers are we?
What are you? You're the pretend flat earther.
No. I'm asking you guys, like, what kind of flat Earth are you?
What do you mean? The Earth is flat and stationary. How many different kinds of flat Earth is there?
I've heard like several different flat Earth theories.
No, let me hear all of them.
They're
I
the
don't
flat
remember all of them.
earthers
Like one
that
of
don't
them's like the
provide any
ice
model.
wall. The other one, like the ice wall doesn't exist. Like,
Nah, they don't
Where
believe in any of that
where
shit.
are all these
They don't
flat
provide
Earth
any model.
servers at? I want to hear the one where they talk about the ice walls.
I don't know where they're at. Do you think I have them on speed dial, bro? I'm just telling you what I've heard.
Oh no, yeah, no, we're the flat and stationary Earthers.
No ice wall?
Why would there be an ice wall?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
I just
the
heard flat
military.
earthers talk about
That's
the ice wall, bro.
U.S. military came up with that. Why would I agree with them?
The U.S. military came up with the ice wall theory.
That's wild. That's the first time I've heard that.
So now we have
That's
to
a,
teach.
that's a historical fact.
Why is it you guys come in here to be taught by flat earthers about life?
Why did you think that's why I came in here? Do you think you're that important to me that I need you to tell me things about life?
Are you in here to learn, or are you in here to try to defeat flat earthers?
I was just in here to listen to what's going on, bro, but you're being pretty hostile.
What does that mean, listening?
Listening to other people's perspective doesn't necessarily mean learning. Why would I want to learn about flat Earth?
I don't know.
Something
Why
cool
would
to
you
learn
be in here?
about.
Why don't you go into a room you want to be in?
So I think we were talking about empty space earlier, right? I found some pretty cool stuff. If you guys look in the chat, you can actually click and read the PDF of the scientific experiment conducted in 1997, which demonstrates the Casimir effect, which is significant because that confirms that empty space is actually not empty. It has a background vacuum energy. It has quantum fields that are fluctuating inside of that empty space. Within that empty space, you can have quantum fields that collapse and actually produce particles.
Can you show me a picture of that?
Well, actually, if you click on the second link that I sent, the laratil.substack, it has a GIF of a simulation of what the
No, yeah, I didn't
it's
want
called
to
the quantum
simulate
foam.
it.
Holy crap, dude! You're already wrong. There's no such thing as a GIF, dude, unless you talk about peanut butter.
Yeah, I
Okay,
Show
don't.
this.
let's
Show this guy a
let's not do
picture of
that.
this
Let's not
live
do that.
post.
Come
I
on.
don't want a simulation. What is it
Okay.
with you guys in simulating everything?
Okay, well here's why it's significant, right? So the models are at the beginning, they're educated guesses, right? And then what you do is you take that mathematical model and you can analyze it and see what predictions it makes. One of the predictions of quantum field theory is the Casimir effect. So you run experiments, and then the experiment that I linked, they experimentally verified and they measured the Casimir effect, which is experimental evidence for quantum field theory being true. Now, if you take a look at quantum field theory and then you take that math and you plug it into a computer and you have it simulate, well, what is supposedly happening with these quantum fields, then that's what the simulation is. So it's not a picture of it happening because you can't take a picture that size, but it is a simulation created from the equations, which are consistent with our observations, and that is as good as it gets in any field of science, except math.
So basically, he just repeated himself from before. Didn't actually answer the question.
Well, yeah,
So,
these guys
so
don't answer questions.
what was the question? What was the question? Go ahead.
Yeah, how'd you isolate the vacuum from the walls of the container?
Well, I actually gave you the paper itself, so we can go down to the.
Can you go down to the part and find it for him, since we have YouTube listeners, instead of us all sitting here in silence trying to read some paper that you said, here's my proof.
Yeah, man, do the research for these guys.
He
They don't
thinks
have fucking time. They don't have time
he
to read
thinks
papers.
asking for a citation means that I want someone else to do my research.
He posted the paper, bro. He just said he walked
Okay,
through it.
where at in the link do I look?
Hey, posting a paper isn't the same as providing a citation from a paper. I mean, how hard is this to understand, brother? Would you,
What do
you never
what
go to
is a
college or
citation?
something?
Okay, sorry. You want that shit in MLA format or APA?
Holy crap, dude.
Sorry, is a link
Painful.
is less useful than a fucking.
Hey, you're too dumb to be here, brother. Go learn what a citation is, then come back.
You failed.
I get very particular when people stick around with citations, brother. That's why they call me the citation police.
Yeah, check out Mike Usertel's citation.
No, you're a fucking idiot, if anything.
So in the link to the paper that I sent, the description of the schematic begins on page 2. I can read it out for the YouTube audience. A schematic of the apparatus used in our measurement is shown in Figure 1, and details of the torsion pendulum is shown in Figure 2. The Casimir force plates comprise a 2.54 centimeter diameter, 0.5 centimeter thick quartz optical flat, and a spherical lens with radius of curvature blah 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 blah, blah centimeters and diameter 4 centimeters. Oh, sorry, 11, whatever. Okay, each was coated by evaporation with a continuous layer of copper of thickness 0.5 micrometers on all surfaces. A layer of gold was then evaporated half a micrometer onto the faces, which were subsequently brought together. As shown in Figure 1, the flat electrode was mounted on one arm of the torsion pendulum, while the spherical electrode was placed on the micro-positioning assembly. Yeah, so it's page 2. I'll finish reading this whole thing and try to get like a summary here.
Beautiful. See, you'll be able to give us a citation then. You'll be able to say, boom, boom, boom. And then we'll click and go, oh, now I see what he was reading. Not, here's my 7 million page book. Please read this and come back to me. And there, that's my answer.
This bro just gonna read the whole setup. Nowhere in it is gonna say how they isolated the vacuum from the chamber walls. Right? They're gonna say, see, there it is. They isolated the vacuum from the chamber walls by coating the chamber walls with a particulate that's now not isolated from the chamber, which because it essentially makes it the wall of the chamber.
Because it's
Duh.
Okay, so hang on. You need to explain what you mean by that, because I don't even understand what your contention here
I know you don't understand, brother. That's what's so great about it.
It's gibberish.
Then explain it.
Who said it's gibberish?
If you're so intellectual, educate
did.
us.
What do you mean by how do they
Okay.
isolate the okay? Because
All
here's
right.
what
You're
they
too
say.
dumb to be here. Get muted. All right. Go ahead.
Educate
Okay,
me.
so what they
Educate me.
say, so what it says is a vacuum of order 10 to the negative 4 torr was maintained by a small oil diffusion pump.
Right.
That's what
What
they
was
say.
the vacuum? What was the vacuum housed in?
Driven. So they have schematics of the torsion pendulum to measure the force. But I imagine it was just a standard, at least this 97. I imagine it was just a standard vacuum pump. You know, because the thing is, with these papers, what they
Like, well, you
publish,
got to have. Listen. You got to have a pump. We agree, but you
yeah.
have to have a chamber of which you apply the pump to, and then the chamber gets evacuated to create the alleged vacuum. Right.
Well, I'll tell you, man. I do experiments with vacuum chambers. All right, and I work with a
Right. And
cryostat.
they have walls. They have walls or containers. Right.
Yeah. So basically,
Did I hear I have
it's
a
like the
friend in here?
interior. The interior is made of copper, and there's a rubber seal around the rim.
Oh,
And
so
then,
the interior is made of stuff, right?
yeah, the walls of the container.
Right. So
Okay,
you have a
what do you
space.
mean
Just
by
check this out, brother. I'll
what do you
explain it.
mean by
You have a.
isolate the vacuum? What
Just
define
hold
it?
on,
Because you haven't
brother.
defined it.
Hold. Listen, dude. Calm down. Thanks. All right. Pay attention now. You have a limited volume, right? That limited volume you're attempting to turn into a vacuum, allegedly, because it's obviously not a perfect vacuum. So it's a vacuum approaching vacuum.
No, it was 10 to the negative 4 torr.
That's not a perfect vacuum. But anyway,
No,
just like I
they're not
said,
claiming
hey,
a
listen,
perfect vacuum.
hey, Dickwad, stop trying to correct me, dude. When I'm correct, holy crap, dude, you're wasting everybody's time, especially mine. And mine's the ones that matters because if I get pissed, you get dissed. All right, so check this out, Holmes. Limited volume. You have a vacuum of whatever scale within that limited volume. But in order to limit the volume must be inside a container upon which walls are directly contacting the limited volume. So you can't isolate the volume from the walls of the container.
Isolate it in what sense? So if you have a copper
Oh,
surface, no, because you have a copper surface, and next to it is a low pressure environment. What is the problem?
then the copper surface is containing the low pressure environment, correct? Which means the environment's boundary is copper, which means the walls of the copper are touching the area directly.
And why is that a concern?
It's a concern because things like copper or any particulate has its own properties, right? That could affect what's going on inside the vacuum because you're thinking you have a space devoid of anything, but the entire perimeter of the space has stuff. So you don't have a sample of a void to be able to make any baselines to benchmark what a void would do.
Okay, so if you were to take a vacuum chamber made of copper and another one where it's lined with concrete, explain to me what difference that would make in this specific experiment as described in the paper.
No, it's not about whether it's a different particulate, dude. It's about there is one there, and that's all that matters. Because they're claiming that they have a void space or an empty space, and they don't. They don't have an empty space to work with.
Okay, so your claim is that the information presented in this paper is impossible to acquire.
I'm claiming that it is impossible to have an empty space to work with. There you go.
Okay, they are not claiming, so by empty space you mean a perfect vacuum.
I don't know, dude. Empty is pretty much empty, and space is a limited volume. So there you go.
Yeah, well, they're not claiming a perfect vacuum. They're claiming a vacuum on the order of 10 to the minus torr, which is
I don't care, dude.
It's a unit. They're not saying it's a perfect vacuum.
You're saying earlier
Yes.
that you have the permeativity of space itself being
Yeah.
devoid of everything else. In other words, empty otherwise. But you can't provide an empty sample to benchmark it to know the difference. Holy crap,
Well,
dude.
okay, do you accept that we know what the value of absolute zero is in terms of Celsius?
No.
No, we don't know. So absolute zero is not negative 273 Celsius.
It's just a made up number. There's no absolute zero.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that when I think you're the same
It's
one who was talking about
it's just
the
a marker to call that scale zero.
no, it comes from observations with the ideal gas law, right? PV equals nRT.
Yeah. So we're gonna say that's zero. Oh, water's boiling. That's 100. Okay, now we know these are the numbers. So what is
No,
that?
no, no, no. I'm talking
Scale.
about absolute zero, so 0
What
Kelvin.
about it?
0 Kelvin, which is defined to be negative 273 Celsius.
Okay, and you can't reach that, and
No, that's right. You cannot reach it, right? However, we can identify it as a value by observing trends and behavior. So PV
so
equals
no, we
nRT.
can't. No, we can't. No, you
Yes,
can't
PV equals
say you
nRT.
can't say this is it because these things over here did this.
No, no, it's the ideal gas law.
That's like saying we have air on the ground, but the higher you go, the air gets thinner until it creates a vacuum, and then you're in outer space. And then if you go
Yeah.
high enough, you start floating.
Well, whether or not you start floating is kind of irrelevant as to how high you are.
Really?
Yeah, if you had a table that was
If I was
30
1 million miles above Earth, would I be floating?
1 million miles above Earth, where is that? That's like
Well, I don't know. You tell me. You guys have all kinds of directions for outer
let me see.
space.
That would be about 1/100th the distance to the sun. So, oh well, let me tell you this: if you had a pillar of dirt underneath you that was 1 million miles long, you would not be floating.
Huh?
So if you were standing on a tower on Earth, and then
Oh,
that tower started growing,
I went on a
and it was
parachute.
1 million miles.
I went on a hot air balloon to 1 million miles high. Would I start floating?
So if you were in a hot air balloon, you would go up and up and up until the air inside the hot air balloon
I have
was
a
about
magic
the
hot
same.
air. I have a magic hot air balloon that just keeps going up and up and up till I get
Why
to
don't
a
we just say
million
an
miles.
infinite rocket?
No, because rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Why would you think that?
What are they going to push off of?
The mass that they're pushing back. That's
Define
conservation
mass.
of momentum.
Define mass.
Conservation of mass is the resistance to acceleration due to an external force.
So Newton's law of mass attracts mass. So that's those two things, those two concepts attracting each other.
No. Some things either have mass or they don't, and that's just like an independent property that they can have.
So
And
something
then
that has resistance to acceleration. Two of those things that have resistance to acceleration fly towards each other.
Repeat that.
You said things that have resistance to acceleration fly towards each other.
No, the formal complete answer would be that
I just want the street slang myself because I don't like that formal complete shit.
Well, the thing is that when I do that, because obviously, like, yeah, I understand that, but when I do that, then some other person is going to be like, oh, well, but you said this, and that's wrong because actually the correct answer is this, and then you know what I mean.
You
So it's
wouldn't be
like
able to tell me the correct answer though. You realize that, right? Because
I
it's
was
just
trying to, and then you cut me off. So
it's
the
just
correct,
imagination, though.
so no, it's real. The correct answer is that two massive objects, as time increases, the distance between them will decrease due
Prove it.
to what would you accept as evidence? Because
No,
that's what we've
see,
been talking about, dude. We've been talking.
according to you, your universe is ever expanding. So over time, they would get farther apart.
No, because the force.
Oh yes.
No, because gravity.
What?
Attracts. They are attracted to each other through
So
the
at the
influence
same
of gravity.
time you're expanding, they're also attracted towards each other. That's mind-boggling.
Yeah, that's right. If you are on an expanding surface, but you are tied to your neighbor with a rope, the distance between you two is going to stay the same, even though like the ground is, I don't know, like.
Hold on, brother. I gotta hit Radwin with something. All right, Radwin. Earlier, he said if you have no initial velocity or otherwise velocity, then you're going the speed of light through time.
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all, and I kind of left it there. What does that mean?
Well, let's see if he can answer.
Yeah, I had to leave that one hanging because I was holding coffee and I didn't know if I should. What do I do? I was like a deer in the headlights. He just made some shit up that doesn't even make sense. So go ahead and explain that to us.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with like a velocity vector?
Go ahead, and I'm not familiar with anything. You're going to explain it to us because we do have YouTube listeners, so we want you to gain more Globers. So go ahead.
Okay, so you can describe a velocity in through space as a three-dimensional vector, meaning a vector is just a mathematical object with a certain direction and a certain length, where the length of that vector corresponds to how fast you're going, and the direction of the vector corresponds to what direction you're going. That's your velocity, right? So you can kind of think of it as an arrow, right? If you have a pencil, you can hold a pencil and imagine the tip is the tip of the vector, right? So when I say that when you're standing still, you're moving through time at the speed of light, here's what I mean. So if you have a piece of paper in front of you, so instead of dealing with 4D space-time, we're going to pretend we live on a flat plane and we deal with 2 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. So you can like do this on the on the table in front of you. So you have a pencil and it's pointing forward, right? Sorry, it's pointing straight up. So that represents you are not moving, okay? So your physical velocity is 0. And then if you start to tilt that pencil over, what you're going to see is the height of the tip of the pencil decreases, but then the length of the shadow increases, right? Like if you imagine a line going straight down from the tip of the pencil, as you rotate the pencil, the horizontal distance increases and then the vertical decreases, but the length of the pencil itself stays the same. So that is equivalent to describing special relativity. It's called the Lorentz transformation if you want to Google it. But what's happening is as you increase your velocity through space, what you're actually doing is rotating your velocity vector out of time. And so that means that your velocity through time slows down. So this is what's called relativistic length contraction or time dilation. So as your velocity through space increases, your experience of time slows down relative to the rest of the universe. And there is experimental evidence to prove this. That is basically.
Oh, there's not.
That is in a nutshell.
Your atomic clocks are affected by barometric pressure, so we can throw those out the window.
Well, no. Well, basically, what I just described is special relativity. That your experience of time changes and distance measures changes as your velocity approaches the speed of light.
But it doesn't, and it's never been proven. So that's
yes, it is. You can measure.
I call that measure. That's my Glober's special ed. How's that?
You can measure time dilation.
I have special ed for you guys.
You can measure time dilation by detecting muons arriving at the surface of the Earth when they should have decayed. No. Yes, muons are very short-lived, and based on their average half-life, they should not have enough time.
Where are they coming from?
They come from space.
Nope, so we're not using it because space is fake.
So, do you accept that muons are a particle that exists and can be detected?
Where are they coming from?
No. So they can come from different sources.
You can't tell me where they come from, how they get emitted. How would I know?
Well, muons can decay from other particles, which in turn can be produced through radioactive decay. Dude, come on, my guy, you cannot ask me a question and then interrupt me while I'm in the middle of answering the question.
Why would you say they came from space?
Because
dude.
Muons
you can't interrupt him. You can't interrupt him while he's answering now, dude. Wow, dude, you realize you set the standard for that, brother, earlier in the conversation.
Muons are generated when cosmic rays impact the upper atmosphere. Cosmic rays are charged particles that are moving through space at very high speeds, sometimes approaching the speed of light.
Yeah, and I don't believe in it. No, I don't believe in it. So now we can move on.
Okay. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Just got to do a PSA. Okay, while while we do indulge in religion every now and then, eventually we got to get back to the empirical nature of the flat Earth. So we're going to allow this guy to talk and preach about his religion just a little bit more, and then rest assured, we're going to flat smack him into oblivion. All right, all right. Continue with your religion, sir. We're very interested in your religion. Tell us all about it.
Come on, because I'm going to definitely bat you around after you get done with this.
Yeah, I appreciate the character assassination. I'm not religious at all. You can detect.
Well, that's what you've been preaching this whole time, bro.
You can detect cosmic rays. Cosmic rays are real. You can detect them.
Dude, you're more
there are
religious
charged
than the
particles.
Pope.
Nope, I don't even believe in Jesus or
You
God.
would not hear the Pope talking like this.
I wouldn't hear the Pope talking at all because he has nothing worth listening to, in my opinion. So I don't know, dude. Like cosmic rays are real. We detect them all the time.
So how do they know where they came from?
Hold on, real quick. Notice how he said, I'm not religious. I don't believe in Jesus or God. Jesus or God are not the only two objects that can be religiously zealified, dude. You like you
Just say you hate Christianity.
I know. I bet you this dude couldn't even define religion when asked. But yeah, so we're gonna have to cut your religion diatribe short there, Wantum. But by all means, if you want to know how the Earth is measured flat, feel free to ask. Go ahead.
I don't know why you went on the whole Jesus thing. That seems kind of pointless.
Hey, you brought it up, bro. Ain't nobody brought it up
I'm
but
not
you.
religious, so and this isn't a religion.
No, the globe is a religion.
Cosmic rays, charged particles are detectable.
It's all part of the religion. Cosmic rays hit the dinosaurs, made the dinosaurs grow real big like the Incredible Hulk. That's all part of your religion, dude.
You take a particle detector, point it at the sky, and you detect them.
What am I detecting?
That simple.
What am I detecting?
You're detecting charged particles hitting the atmosphere.
Yeah,
and sometimes
that's all.
hitting your detector.
How do you know where they're coming from? How do you know that's not? How do you know that's not what's pushing you down to the ground?
So muons are generated during radioactive decay.
Oh, more stories.
Elements.
No, I'm not.
Dude, we can read ChatGPT for ourselves. We don't need
I
you.
know he's a parent, man. He just parents.
Fucking ridiculous.
We know their
He
properties.
doesn't know what he's talking about. He's reading from a fucking goddamn LLM. Dude, the cosmic rays, have they been detected coming from the ground?
Yes.
Yes, they have.
Because they say they fly through the Earth.
Neutrinos fly through the Earth. Yeah.
How do you know? Who picked it up at the beginning and got it at the end when it flew through?
Look, you know why he said you're religious? Because you're sitting here telling us all these stories, just like a religious nut, but you have zero empirical evidence for it. Zero.
I have empirical evidence for the existence of neutrinos, yes.
No, you don't. They're indetectable directly.
No, they're just extremely unlikely to interact with matter. No,
it is not possible to directly detect neutrinos.
No, not directly. You don't directly detect them, but the indirect measurements and observations are valid. Yeah,
they're valid for what?
Here's how you detect.
They're valid
neutrinos.
for what? You're not just skipping past that shit, dude. Valid for what?
Like, if you measure
for making up fucking stories without evidence, yeah, they're valid for that.
No, they're evidence. Like, you can't see an atom with your eyes. That doesn't mean they don't exist.
Indirect, I said.
So
indirect inference.
Neutrinos are real. The way
they're so real that you can't detect them directly.
The way that
is that your definition of real is? Things that are real? Oh, those are the things we can't see directly. Hey, can you see God directly?
He's not real.
Oh, no, you can. So we can infer that he's real because nature exists.
Nope. That's not.
It's the same logic, dude.
Nope.
It is the identical logic.
No. Do you want me to tell you?
No, it is.
Neutrino or not?
It is. It is the identical logic. You cannot directly detect God. You have to infer his existence from the existence of other things.
neutrinos are very unlikely to interact with matter, but that does not mean that their
Yeah, dude, I
probability
know
is
more about
zero.
neutrinos than
The
you. I don't need you
probability
to
can
fucking
be
tell me
increased
anything.
by
You're the
having them pass through very dense materials for very long
Well,
distances.
hold on,
One way of
Jesus
detecting
Christ, dude.
hold
neutrinos
on,
You
is by
brother.
are.
having the neutrinos pass through mountains.
Hold on,
That's a cool
Listen,
story, dude.
I need to prime the skids because Indio's not quite, understanding your capabilities here. We're dealing with a physicist here, brother. Holy crap.
No, he's not.
He works at a university in the physics department, so called.
Yeah, what? Sweeping it?
Dude, he was just straight up reading right there. Holy crap, that was
He's been
embarrassing. All right,
reading
read
for a
some more.
while.
Read some more. Read some more from your Bible, bro. Go ahead.
I wasn't reading anything, dude. I literally have my fucking
Read
on
more
face
about your
mode right
religion.
now. No,
Tell us more
so
about how, like, when you can't see the thing, it's real.
no, so when neutrinos are passing through a dense medium like ice, they're more likely to interact with it.
How do you
And
know
when they
that?
interact with it,
How do you know
how
that?
do I?
How do you know any of that?
That comes from the. You can calculate the probability
You
that
can
they will
calculate
interact
it,
with
so that's
something. Yes,
abstract. How do you know that from nature, from actual
because you're
experiment?
doing those calculations based off of mathematical models which have been supported by evidence.
Okay, what is that evidence?
Okay, for example,
The indirect detection of neutrinos.
Here, yeah, for example.
You can't look. You made a whole bunch of claims about what neutrinos do.
Okay, what is
but
the
you
evidence?
can't even say neutrinos exist because you
Yes.
can't detect them.
I'm telling you that they dig deep holes
I know.
in
You
the
can tell me
ice
you're gonna
and
play
put
really hard for me.
photomultipliers down deep in the ice. And then neutrinos, when they pass through the glaciers and there's a very long distance of very dense material like water ice, the probability that they will interact with something is increased. And they do when it interacts with a molecule of water ice or whatever the interaction is, it produces photons of a specific frequency as well as other subatomic particles, and then the photons are detected by the photodetectors. And it's very, very rare, but in systems like that, like IceCube, you can look it up. It's called IceCube. There's another thing called
I don't need to look it up because I
GRAND.
already told you some of the results of it a minute ago, but you didn't know about
and
it.
they detected many neutrinos.
It's impossible to detect a neutrino.
I just told you how they do it.
Oh, look, they don't detect a neutrino.
Yes, you're right. They detect the byproducts of the neutrino matter
You keep
interaction.
asking ChatGPT. Should we just talk to ChatGPT instead of you?
I'm not asking ChatGPT, dude. Here, I'll
Oh,
tell you
okay,
this
Gemini,
right now.
whatever you're using, Grok. I don't know.
I'm not using anything. I'm using my brain because I know this stuff.
No, you're not. Not at all.
Yes, I do. Hello.
Well, you're not right now.
Yes, I am right now. Because
You don't know what you're
literally one of
talking about.
one
You're
of my
making this shit.
professors-
You're literally reading shit on the fly. Okay.
Hey, so wait a minute.
Okay,
so what you're saying, brother, is
I sent a link.
you recited you
I don't need a link. I already know
memorized.
about this shit, dude. I'm not being educated here. I'm listening to you catch up to the world. Okay.
One of my professors works with an international project called the Giant Radio Array for Neutrino Detection Project, or GRAND. I just sent a link.
Fantastic. Sure, he's a true believer too.
Because it is.
Yeah, because there's a whole building in the Vatican of true believers.
Yeah, he gets paid from the university to do that, right?
And how does that benefit the university to spread lies about neutrinos?
Lies? No, it's not lies. They believe it.
No, yeah, they're just so they can get more people in the class, and you guys can run around getting on Discord talking about neutrinos that don't exist.
Man, I have homework I should be doing right now. You think I would be here if I was smart?
Your religious work?
I'm smart and I'm here.
Look, you literally just made the argument that not detecting something proves it's real.
It's fucking ray optics and laser science, dude. You're gonna say that's not real?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Are lasers real?
Not
bro?
ray optics and okay, you don't know anything about neutrinos. Neutrinos was first come up with a letter by Wolfgang Pauli because there was missing energy.
Okay, so I just sent you a link.
I'm going to give you a little history of neutrinos and where they come from and why it's bullshit. Where do neutrinos come from? Hold on, where do neutrinos come from?
They come from supernovas.
They come from supernovas. Yeah, where in the supernova?
In the core, when when they explode, there's a lot of energy. Part of that energy
okay.
comes out as neutrinos.
They supposedly come out of the nucleus of an atom. Where were they before they came? Where were they before they came out?
You tell me. Come on.
Yeah, that's a good question. Nobody knows. There's no answer to that because they're bullshit. They're because the math doesn't work. They exist because the math doesn't work. Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense
There's
that
missing energy. Okay.
yeah, in the same way that we discovered Neptune or Uranus or whatever by analyzing the mathematical descriptions of the orbits, and we realized that there was something missing there.
Not how it was done at all. That's a cool story, but that's not how it was done.
It was one of those
Jesus
planets.
fucking
Like,
Christ, dude.
yeah, I know for a fact there was one of those outer planets that that they had analyzed the orbits of the rest of them, and they back calculated where the mass causing it should be, and when they looked in that spot, they found a planet. That is a true story.
Yeah, it's not how they did it. Back calculated what?
Well, back calculated basically they can see the
Using what,
orbits.
dude?
Okay, well they have the planets that they know about, right? They know what their relative positions and their masses are, right? And so then
No, they don't know that.
well, yeah, there are ways to calculate them based off of observations and things like
There's
that.
ways to
Yeah.
calculate Superman's speed. So what?
Well, if you look at Saturn
See,
through
this is what
no,
we're
if you look
talking
at
about, dude.
Jupiter,
This is
if
why
you
you're a
look at
religious
Jupiter through,
zealot. Like you
if you
have
look at
all these
Jupiter through a
stories in your
telescope,
head,
if you
but
look
you
at
don't know
Jupiter
what the
through a
evidence that
telescope,
the stories are true are.
if
You
you
have
look at
no
Jupiter,
idea what they are.
if you look at Jupiter through a telescope, you can see its moons orbiting around it, and based on the distance
No, you
and the
don't,
period
dude.
of yes, yes, you can, and you
Okay,
can directly
so
observe that.
you've
Dude.
seen the moons on the other side of Jupiter.
I can see the moons on the other, not when they're behind Jupiter. No.
Oh, you can't see them change direction either, can you?
You can look
No,
through
you
the
can't,
telescope.
can you?
You can look through the telescope and you can see
Yeah,
Jupiter.
you can look through the telescope, watch
Yeah.
the little dots go from left to right,
That's right.
disappear, left to
Yeah.
right, disappear, left to right, disappear. You don't see an orbit. That is not an accurate description of what you see.
Are you saying
That's what
that
you
we're
think
not?
is happening. That's your
are you-
explanation. Hold on. That's your explanation for what you see, but
Yes,
that's
that's
not an
right.
accurate description of what you actually do see.
Well, no, because everything is based off the observation. So based off your observations, you're like, oh, hey, that looks like maybe they're orbiting around. If they were orbiting around, like what shape would the
Doesn't
orbit
look like they're
be?
orbiting around. It looks the way I described it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you imagine the central mass and the moons are moving around
If you
in roughly
imagine.
elliptical, or yeah, no, dude, yes, fucking,
Yeah.
come on,
Imagine.
you know what I mean, all right? Don't come on. If you have a central mass and you have
No,
things
yeah, I
orbiting
do know what you
around,
mean. You mean
and you're
imagine.
looking at it from an oblique angle,
Yeah, brother.
okay, then you would observe that the masses, from your perspective, seem to be going from left to right,
The
right?
mass
They
is
would be tracing
so
full
funny, dude.
circles. It's obviously a matter of perspective. I don't understand why you're choosing to be so pedantic about this.
Your brain is fucking mush, bro. Mush.
Dude, you have no perspective where you see the back side of the path that you think is existing. It's inference. That's all it is. If I asked you to draw it or to mechanically do it in a 2D plane without having access to the back, the only thing you could animate is the things moving in front and then disappearing, the things moving in front and then disappearing, just like Indio described.
You guys confuse descriptions with explanation. You think your explanation is the description. Okay. So the point of all
No,
this
you
is
have
you say the
descriptions that
word
don't
mass, you don't even know what that word
line
means.
up with the
You have no idea what that word means at all. I guarantee it.
Which word? Description? Explanation?
Mass.
Mass? I told
Yeah.
you, mass is the tendency to resist acceleration due to an external force. That's literally what it is. It's what's it called? There's a specific word
Mass
for
is
it.
the tendency to resist. That sounds like a property.
Exactly. So you either, if you have a lot of mass, then when you have an external force applied to you, you will accelerate a little bit. And if you have very little mass, when you have an external force applied to you, you will accelerate a lot. It's a scaling factor. It's like you start off with F is proportional to alpha.
F.
Yeah, force.
No, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, force is proportional.
That's not the universal law of gravitation, bro. You're trying to mix and match shit, dude.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying F equals ma, dude. That's Newton's second law.
Yeah, what's that got to do with this?
The universal law of gravitation would be F is equal to G 1/2 m squared.
No, it is. No, it wouldn't. The universal equation for gravity would start with G equals.
No, it would be F, like the force of gravity. F sub G is equal to big G. M1, M2. over r squared.
Wait a minute, brother. Are you a real physicist for real?
No.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not.
I got a question. Please, nobody interrupt me for the love of
Did he
God.
really say that?
Yeah, it's a very simple question.
No
Though. It's
way.
going to tell us how sincere you are. Okay, brother. How do you convert little g into big G?
You divide by the test mass.
Wrong. The shift key.
That's what you had to contribute
Did
to
he
that?
say you have to do something with the test resistance to acceleration?
Yeah, if you have wait, no, big G is the gravitational constant. Little g is the gravitational acceleration due to
What units is that in?
It's in units of acceleration.
Yeah, you're not a fucking physicist, you goddamn liar.
It's a units of acceleration, which if you're doing SI,
Yeah, the units are
meters
newtons.
per second squared.
Anyone that fucking even took high school physics would know that.
No.
Goddamn liar.
Little g is in acceleration. If you wanted to calculate,
Okay, so I'll just read to you.
Calculate your weight. You would
In
do
ordinary
mg.
language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning.
So you just
other than that, other than that given by formula. It is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. That's Max Born, Nobel Prize laureate, Einstein's theory of
that's
relativity.
exactly what I said, right?
No, it's not exactly what you said. It is the measure of.
Yeah, the measure
of. When
the
they say
resistance to
measure of, that means
acceleration.
it is a unit of measure.
Yes, it's the measurement of how.
So units of measure can't do dynamical things because they exist as concepts in the mind.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Units of measure can't attract units of measure, brother. That's why if you say it all out, if you say resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration, it sounds stupid. Doesn't it?
If something has mass, it resists
Say it out.
acceleration.
No, you're just trying to use it as a magic word placeholder in which the word mass is taken to mean to have an actual physical property, quality.
Yes.
Whereas resistance to acceleration is the
Yes.
measure of something.
It's the measure of how much mass you have. If you have a lot
Yeah,
of mass, you
can
will
it do
resist
things?
acceleration
Can
more.
measures do things?
What?
Can measuring units do things? Can I do something with feet? Can feet attract feet?
Dude, okay, so you're saying because you can measure mass, therefore it
Mass
doesn't
isn't a thing, dude.
Yes, it is.
It's an abstract concept. No, it's not a thing. You
It's
guys
an
keep trying to
abstract
reify it. And that was the point of this.
You know what
You
else
don't
is
know what
abstract?
mass is. Nobody does.
What he's trying to say is if you have like two
It's
doors,
not a word game.
if you have two doors in front of you, right, and they're separated, but they're on the same wall, but they're separated, and the wind is blowing really hard, and they're blowing open, but you're pushing them closed, those doors are going to shoot towards each other because they're both resisting acceleration, and your hands and your doors are going to fly towards each other because that's what happens. And he already said yes, that will happen.
So mass is something that exists.
Yeah.
If
Sure it
something
does.
has a lot of mass, it will resist acceleration a lot from an external force.
No, the resistance to acceleration is mass. They're the same thing.
Why would it accelerate?
Mass doesn't have resistance to acceleration. They're the same thing.
Why would it try to fly towards something if it's resisting it? So at the same time, it doesn't want to fly at it. It's trying to fly at it. Man,
Yes, exactly.
wild
The more
shit.
it doesn't want to do it, the more it does it.
Yeah, the more it wants to stay away from it, the farther it gets towards it. And
Wait a minute.
the farther it flies away from it.
No,
Radwin, did you just discover? Hold on, brother. We have a physics discovery going on here. Okay, so pipe down, non-physicist. All right, check this out, physics bros. Did we just figure out why yes means no and no means yes sometimes?
Oh my God, we did.
Oh yeah, you see, she's resisting by pulling away, but she really wants you to pull her closer. Wow, dude, I finally get it.
I don't even
No.
see why all those guys get in trouble now.
Is that? I mean, whatever, man. So yeah, you guys are playing word games. That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, it's not a word game. It's that it did
So
your
math?
ideas or the ideas you adopted are so sloppy.
No,
This is
it's
what they
not.
boil down to.
Indio, did you
Math.
know that this one here?
Yeah, mass, gravity, all that is garbage.
This
Math
one
is
here
a fundamental
doesn't have
property of
hands.
matter.
Also, Indio.
That's cool.
Mass is a
Cool story.
fundamental property of matter, just
Yeah,
like
chant it some
electric
more.
power.
So why don't you just say matter attracts matter?
Matter that is massive matter, I guess. Yeah. Neutrinos are matter, but they don't have mass.
Yeah.
Do they have hands?
So mass is a fundamental property of matter. For example, if you have charge, an electron, if you have charge, it has a negative charge, okay? A property of negative charge is that it is attracted to positive charges, okay? Another property of negative charge is that if you put it into a magnetic field with a velocity vector pointing this way and the magnetic field vector pointing that way, a property of the negative charge is that it will experience an acceleration pointing, this way, which is different from a positive charge, right? So the fundamental property of the particle is that whether or not it has charge. Because it has charge, it behaves and interacts in these different ways, okay? So something either has mass or it doesn't. And if something has a lot of mass, then it will resist acceleration from forces a lot. And if it has a little bit of mass, it will resist acceleration a little bit. Also, if something has mass, it will warp the space-time around it in such a way that it will bend the world lines of other massive objects towards it, because of the whole kind of like, the space-time is curved, and therefore you try to draw a straight line through that space-time, you'll end up coming closer together in physical space, but that's
Right. So okay, I got it, brother.
Can
I
I get
got
an
it. Let me see
amen?
if I can.
Hallelujah.
Let me see if I can summarize this. So what you're saying is the world tree passes through all of us,
Nope. But quantum
and
fields
it
do.
binds us together. It binds us together as one.
You
No,
keep
but
saying mass has resistance to acceleration. They're the same thing.
objects with mass experience resistance to acceleration, which is how we
Resistant mass is
identify.
defined as resistance to acceleration.
No, because there are objects such as photons which do not have mass.
Do they have resistance to acceleration?
Do they have resistance to acceleration? The same kinds of forces that would act upon a massive object to accelerate it do not act upon photons. Their trajectories are unaffected by the presence of gravitational fields.
The answer is no. Okay, because mass is defined. That is resistant to it. That's its definition. Things don't have mass, and that because they have mass, that mass has a resistance to acceleration. It is the same thing. It isn't word games. It's that the ideas you adopted are sloppy. Okay, just like, hey, what's gravity?
Bro, don't even get me started on the fucking
Prove gravity. Oh, drop something.
something.
But that's the effect. What causes the effect? Gravity. And you end up in this circle where the cause is the effect. These are sloppy ideas. Why Newton didn't believe any of this shit. You know that Newton repudiated all that, right?
Oh, what did Newton refute exactly?
Repudiated it. He repudiated his own theory.
Did you know that?
Why would that matter?
Oh, so why do you use it then if he didn't want to?
No, because the mistake you're making is I subscribe to some kind of authority fallacy that
You
it's
said mass
correct
attracts
because
mass,
Newton
right?
did.
You said mass attracts mass?
I said that mass influences the local space-time curvature, which then influences the trajectories through space-time of other massive objects present within that curved space.
That sounds complicated, dude.
No, okay, so basically, it's the same thing as me saying, hey, did you pull up that box or did you pull on the rope that pulled on the box? Well, I pulled the box up by pulling on the rope.
So is gravity okay, now this is one question I wanted to ask earlier, and I had to mute you, AI, because your hammer was pinging. I had, damn, Say what you said again. I had to tell AI why I muted him. Say what you said again. You'll know why I wanted to ask you this.
So I would say that mass attracts other mass by curving space-time in the same way that I pull the box up the ramp by
Oh,
pulling
that's what I
the
wanted
rope.
to say. So
That is
check
not the same.
this out. Yeah, no. Wow, you guys are gonna all flip out when you hear this one because you'll be able to go back in time and listen. I've been claiming all along that gravity is little tiny gnomes that wear cowboy hats and they throw lassos up and grab shit and pull them down. Now, isn't that amazing? You think it's ropes and lassos, and so do I.
But Jedi already went through this all this with him. Like that would mean that if there's a rope tied to the object, that means an instant effect. And he agreed that it takes time.
Listen, I came up with ropes tied to objects first. You can't be stealing my shit. It's the only way you can pull on things. Got to have a rope tied to it. You can't pull on it with like a fucking tractor beam, like a beam of light pulls on it.
Well, you can have negative refractive materials
All right, go
that
ahead. Show me how
experience
that
negative
works.
light pressure.
Yeah, show me how that works.
Well, I mean, how familiar are you with Maxwell equations? The Helmholtz wave equation?
I'm familiar with stainless steel, so let's use that.
Yeah, well, if you have you need to have a negative k vector, which is a wave vector. So if you don't know like the Helmholtz wave equation, then it's not going to make any sense. And so you need to understand basic electrodynamics.
That's only one formulation for negative index of refraction.
Yeah, am I going to be able to see this? Will my oscilloscope be able to help me with it when I want to prove that what you're saying is true?
So basically, you would have to. So you're familiar with the concept of like light pressure when like light impacts
Called
like
radiation pressure.
Oh yeah, radiation pressure. Right. Okay. So if you have a negative k vector, which you could theoretically set up if inside of a negative index of refraction material, which are very rare and it's a whole material science thing, but they they do exist or whatever. In that case, then instead of the radiative pressure pushing your object away, it could pull it towards you. But like
So I can shine a flashlight on it and pull it, have it follow me around.
I can't give you any more details than that.
Is it secret?
No, it's just it's not my expertise, but like we learned about.
I definitely don't believe that you can shine a light at something and have that thing follow you around being pulled by invisible ropes.
I believe it's possible to shine a beam of light onto an object and have that object be attracted towards the source of the light instead of being repelled. And that requires very specific material conditions for that to happen.
I don't know if I want, I'm not even going to say this out loud, but just hurry up already. It's not for you guys, not you guys. This shit's got to end. I want to see an apocalypse or something finally. Just straighten these fuckers out.
Hold on, brother. I actually have to agree with this homie on this one because I've actually done this test a million times. So what happens is it's dark outside and I turn on the light and all of a sudden all the moths come attracted. It's almost like the light is pulling them in.
Is that called the moths of attraction?
All right, guys, I'm gonna quit. I'm closing Discord because you just debunked flat Earth with that one. When you turn the light on, how the moths are attracted. You could pull moths around the yard with a light.
Dude.
Because I've done it before.
Yep. True story, brother.
By using your brain cells.
Hey, one day, this is interesting to me at least. One day I was doing this house and I had the certain light on. There wasn't too many bugs. One of the lights went dim and I needed that light and I could only find a different color bulb. I put in that different color bulb and then all of a sudden like these 4-inch massive ass moths just started coming landing everywhere. Like something out of a horror movie, dude. I thought I was about to have some flame breathing moths try to eat my skull.
Have you ever seen a caterpillar for those moths?
Dude, they're insane, bro.
It look
Insane.
like you touch them like you're gonna die if you touch it.
Yep.
They're super spiky. I had one time, and the first time I ever saw one, it was absolutely gigantic. It must have been 5 inches long and at least an inch and a half wide, and it was this wild spikes on it. And I thought that was it because it was in my backyard. I was done.
Yep.
I was that the Martians were here, and it was over with.
Yeah.
I ran in the house. I was a kid.
I'm glad that you think 5 inches is ginormous.
When you're 10 years old. Jesus Christ.
All right, so let's wrap up how far we've come through space and time tonight. Homie didn't present any evidence of Earth's surface curvature. He just did a whole bunch of chains of events that supposedly infer curvature, and then used the conclusion to go back to the beginning to create a circular loop. So
Are you talking about
there
me?
you go.
Should I respond to this?
Yeah, you can respond.
Sure, go for it.
No, but was that in reference to me or somebody
Of
else?
course it was about you. You're the one that talks in circles.
I'm not talking in circles. What did we even leave off on? What were we talking about light to begin with?
You know what, dude? You're correct. It might not have been you who did the whole.
No, it was you.
Listen.
I
Hold
wanna
on,
continue with
Radwin.
that light.
Hold
If it
on.
was me, I would like it explained for me.
The light
Hold on.
leash. I want the light leash
Hold
finished.
on. Hold on. Is this the guy who said that they measured the dip angle to the horizon from Everest and it was Al Baruni who did it?
I never claimed I climbed Everest, and I said that I did calculations based on the height of Everest, but that the actual original experiment was done by Al Baruni and some other mountain.
Right, but you originally said it was measured from Everest, dude. So yeah, it
Well,
was you.
I said, the dip angle that Al Baruni measured from his local mountain was 0.34 arc seconds, and if you went onto Everest and measured the dip angle from Everest, then it would be 0.17.
Yeah, you changed your story after the fact. We agree. Good point.
Yeah, how do you know what it would be? How do you know what it would be?
Well, based off of
jumping to
guess-
conclusions.
Yeah, I guess people people looked for the Everest example and they couldn't find it. So maybe I don't know. I'm for sure somebody has measured it.
You can't see the horizon from the top of fucking Everest.
All right, but you can calculate where it would be, right?
You're
based
wrong.
off the height of Everest, and
You can calculate. What can't you calculate?
Earth is a ball, and we can calculate it because it's a geometric place now.
Well, what I'm
It's a
saying is
pizza.
that would come after you use Al Baruni's calculations to establish that we do live on a ball with this radius, and then after you know that radius, and then you measure the height of Everest independently.
Oh.
Then you can use that to
So we
calculate.
can use the horizon to figure out the radius of the Earth.
How do you measure the height of a mountain from the surface of a
Shop
ball?
Eskimo.
Okay, so I know.
eyes
Yeah, okay. I'm glad we circled back to this because was kind of what we left off before. So this mountain that Al Baruni measured, it's still there. And do you guys accept the modern height measurements of that mountain?
No,
It
we already
does.
covered this. You're fucking looping.
Okay, so it is your position that
Where
it is
did
impossible
they
to
get the
measure
height of the mountain?
anything.
It depends. Depends on the datum they use.
Do we know the accurate height of, this mountain?
Depends on the datum they use. Are you listening to the answers here? Are you doing the ask, ignore, repeat thing?
No, you didn't answer the question.
You know what a datum is?
A datum, like the singular of data.
No, a datum is the reference surface that you're measuring from. Now, it's an imaginary mathematical surface. Now, they could be using the WGS84 reference datum, right? So if they take a measurement and they measure some angle and they assume that the surface of the Earth is curved, they're going to calculate one elevation. But if they use some other datum, which assumes that the surface of the Earth is not curved and is flat, and they measure an angle, they're going to calculate a different elevation. This is the problem I was talking about. Because the height of the mountain is in question, and he had to he could only measure the elevation of the mountain using a flat surface. And you said, hey, the sphere approximates a flat surface from measuring the mountain. But then when I get on top of the mountain, then I can measure that it's not a flat surface.
Well, because the horizon.
That makes no sense, dude.
Dude, the measured horizon dip angle was 0.34 arc seconds. So it was like, it was like.
So what?
So it's an extremely, extremely small angle, even at that height.
Who cares what he did anyway?
Well,
the
if you have been
horizon is
paying
not the
attention,
physical edge of a ball. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. Have you ever made any observations, say gone in the ocean and just observed the ocean for like maybe 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah.
Want to know what you'll see? You'll see the horizon go back and forth, up and down, up and down. It moves around, dude. Without you moving, just the horizon just moves around.
What you're describing is like weather, is like heat ripples on the surface.
The horizon moving.
No, I'm describing what I saw when the weather and water were identical temperatures.
Did you have temperature sensors?
Yeah,
2
there's
miles away
buoys
at
in the
the
ocean,
horizon?
They have buoys in the ocean,
Okay, yeah.
I wonder if the apparent distance to the horizon would change if you just got out the camera.
GPS units out there too in the ocean.
Yeah, navigational aids and all sorts of stuff.
All kinds
So,
of
look, brother.
Listen. So, I apologize.
No, it is relevant because because you're
Everett.
making a geometric claim that he's measuring the geometry of a ball Earth, and using the horizon as the spatial reference of that ball Earth. Hey, here's a tangent line to the fucking ball. Okay, well, if that horizon is not that geometric edge of the ball, that conclusion is baseless.
Okay,
and
so
we know
according
it's not
to,
because we can demonstrate it over and over
airline
again.
pilots never know how high they are off the ground?
What
They have other methods.
Okay, so tell me, what are the methods that
Altimeter.
we use? Okay, an altimeter. All right. So if someone takes an airplane with an altimeter and flies above the peak of this mountain that Al-Biruni measured, okay, and then
It
what
still
they
wouldn't
can
make a difference, dude, because you
Yes,
still
it
have the
would.
horizon problem.
No, listen. What they can do is they can use their the terrain radar on the bottom of their plane to measure how high above the mountain they are, and they can use their altimeter data to then calculate the precise height of the mountain. Correct?
Okay, calculate whatever height you want. Still have the
Okay.
horizon problem.
Yeah,
problem
it
is-
doesn't matter if you're at the top
Still
of
the
the
horizon
mountain,
problem.
up the mountain in a fucking
we're not talking
aircraft.
about the
It's still
horizon.
going to change the distance
your
to the
spatial reference,
horizon
dude.
and how
I'm
much
not
it's going to
talking about
descend.
that yet. I'm just talking
I
about
know, but we're
establishing
waiting at the end
height
of the fucking
mountain.
road, dude.
Yeah, but
Come
it's a
on.
waste of time
Establishing the
because
height of the
look,
mountain.
you're wasting our time. Because
No, I'm
if you
not.
can't measure to the horizon, then the entire thing is nonsense.
You can from the mountain that Al-Biruni was at. And what I'm saying is that
Oh, so he's got a special horizon.
No, he just has a mountain that's not surrounded.
So what if he goes up the next day and measures a different angle to the horizon? Then what? Did the Earth get bigger? Did the Earth get bigger though?
What are you talking about? You're saying
Because if you do this test, if you can't go to the top of
you're
a
saying
fucking
if he
building,
had measured,
so
yeah, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike. So what the fuck are you
look,
talking
bro,
about, dude?
I can see the freaking ocean horizon. I live in Boston. I can go and measure the horizon dip, and if I go out the next day, I'll get a different value. And if I go the next day, I'll get another value. And if I go the next day, I'll get another value. Is the Earth changing size?
No, but the apparent
Why
position of
not?
the horizon
The
depends on
horizon is the
more
Earth. The
apparent
horizon's the
position of
Earth, though.
horizon depends on atmospheric conditions
Okay, so not the Earth.
as
So
well
we're measuring
as
the atmosphere?
physical size of the Earth. Yeah.
So are we measuring the atmosphere?
Yeah, when you're looking at the horizon, your
He
eyes,
said, yeah.
your line of sight is crossing over 700 miles of atmosphere horizontally when you're looking at
Are
the
we
horizon.
measuring the atmosphere when we measure the horizon dip?
Are we measuring the horizon?
Are we measuring the atmosphere when we measure the horizon dip?
If you include corrections for atmospheric refraction, then yeah.
What corrections? How would we know which corrections to use?
Well, you can model the atmosphere.
You'd use Alberuni to get the radius of the Earth.
No.
No.
No, you start with
Hold
Alberuni.
on. We were using. Sorry, we were
however
using
wrong it is, you
Alberuni to
correct
get.
for that.
By taking
We
into
were
account
using
the thermal
Alberuni to get the
gradient
radius of the Earth
atmosphere
earlier,
column.
dude. We were using Alberuni to get the radius of the Earth earlier. You mentioned how much it dipped, right? From this, we can figure out the radius of the Earth. Now you're telling us that we fucking can't. Can we or can't we get the radius of the Earth from the fucking horizon?
Yes, if you factor in refraction.
So, but that would be backwards engineering your idea to fit your preconceived one, right? You got to correct for the sphere because of refraction. But how do you get sphere in the first place then?
Yeah, how would you know how to correct it?
The Alberuni is a question to the answer, what is the radius of
No,
the Earth?
he went up a mountain. He wasn't accurate because of refraction, but you have to add that in because we're on a sphere.
Yeah.
And all of your bending light is going to distort the horizon because it's not where it should be because we're on a sphere.
Okay, if the question is what is the radius of that sphere or sphere-like object, the answer is you point to Alberuni. That's the question he's answering.
No,
okay?
sorry.
If the
Sorry,
question
no. Why
is
sphere?
if the question is what is the
Why
shape
sphere?
if the question is what is the shape of the Earth, why exactly. Why a sphere? Well, that's very simple. Because we can see the shadow of the Earth during a lunar eclipse, and every single time, regardless of the orientation, it's a circle.
Stop.
Right there.
Stop. We can see the shadow of the Earth during a lunar eclipse, like the shadow of the Earth is on the moon. We know the true shape of the Earth because its shadow is clearly depicted on the moon. Yeah?
Yeah. And every single angle.
Okay.
Every
I
single
just want to make sure I
angle.
get your position before there's more questions.
No, regardless of orientation or angle, it's a circle. Regardless of orientation or angle. Yeah.
Yeah, because the moon's not flat now, is it?
Because it's not flat.
No,
no, but it's
it
far enough
would have
away
to
that
be. Sorry, before it would have to be flat to truly represent the shape of the object cast in that shadow or silhouette.
false.
Wouldn't
Because
it?
if you are in the center
False.
of the projection cone, you will still see the shape, even if
You just said every angle.
the surface that it's.
Dumbass.
Yes, exactly my point. So it doesn't matter where the sun is. Sorry.
Well,
where
you're
the
not in
moon
the
is
center
relative
if
to
it's
the
like a
sun.
sunrise or sunset lunar eclipse, right?
No, the moon may not be in the center of the shadow cone, but the Earth is always in the center of its own shadow
No,
cone.
you're not getting it. You're not getting it. What Jedi's telling you is that a shadow conforms to the surface topography that it's projected onto. Just like if you have a shadow cast upon stairs, it'll look jagged, right? Right.
From a certain angle, but if you are
What
looking at
angle
it
will you
along
look at it where it's not jagged?
Well, okay, so so this is the example of a circular window, and there's a light ray coming in at an angle through that circular window. So
Is
we
this an
can.
answer to my question?
Well, I'm
I
trying to
said,
tell you.
what angle can you look at that? Say it's a railing, and it's a shadow being cast on stairs. What angle do I have to be to look at it to not see the jagged shadow?
The same angle that the light is being shined from.
Okay. So if I'm behind the rail,
Well, basically,
the rail.
if
Looking
you
at the rail, like behind you, you would see a jagged shadow. I'm looking at it right now.
If you had the light directly behind your head, you would see a shadow of your head.
Which it is, and it's jagged. Yes, the railing on my stairs. Yeah, the shadow's jagged because the stairs are. You understand that when a lunar eclipse happens, that's a passage of time where the shadow moves across the curved surface. I'm still talking.
Okay.
This is happening over time. The shadow passes over that curved surface. Now, because that shadow cast by your instance, a curved sphere, as it passes over that curved surface, as that time passes, that shadow will continually distort. It'll form a sinusoidal pattern like an S. Teardrop in some instances. That there is no logical way that you can tell me that you can have a true shadow cast of an object that's represented on a curved, distorting surface. It's going to be distorted. You can't logically say anything else apart from
Wait,
what
so
you're
do
trying
you
to come with. He's going to do it. What
do
the
you
angle that
believe
I'm
that
looking
the
at
Earth?
it?
Sorry, do you
I
believe
took
the
your
moon?
example.
Do you believe the moon is round?
It doesn't matter. We jumped from Alberuni to the horizon isn't physical fucking Earth curve, but it is. So now we can see the Earth curve on the moon, but now we're asking about my beliefs whether the moon is sphere. But for you to claim
Well,
your
yeah,
claim, the
because
moon must be
okay,
flat.
no, because
Yeah.
it is a fact
Yeah.
that when we observe the shadow of the Earth on the moon, it is always a circle. That is a fact.
Sometimes it's not even a shadow. Sometimes it's red. That's not a shadow.
Sometimes it's red.
Yeah.
No, that's
Blood moon.
wrong. Hold on, brother. Hold on. It's
Why is
never a
that?
circle. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You never see a circular shadow on the moon.
That's correct.
Because the shadow itself is bigger than the moon, but as the moon goes through,
He goes right
shadow,
into.
yeah,
I just find it humorous. You just go right into story mode.
You should
yes,
work
the
at a
shadow
science
itself
museum,
is
dude.
bigger than the moon.
It's like you're a fucking cultist, dude. It's weird, man.
Dude,
The
after
shadow itself
after
is
you
bigger than
get
the moon.
done getting paid from that university, you can go work at a museum and tell kids how sound waves travel through tubes.
I could tell them that. Yeah, that's also physics. I don't understand.
I want to mention something else because he said that the angle of approach, as long as you're within the path of the shadow, is always going to be continuous. Well, I could show you a straight object
Both of them
casting
came
with
out of my mouth, and I have no idea what they mean.
Yeah, I know, dude, because you're too dumb to pay attention to the things you
Angle
say,
of
let alone the
approach
things
as
we
it comes
say.
into the polarization of the what now?
What? Who said? Holy fuck, dude. You know what, dude? I
what
I
I
know how to
said
deal with
was
you. Don't worry. Don't worry, brother. Gotcha.
There's
Okay,
a real
so
problem with you
anyway,
talk.
yeah. So Jedi, he was basically trying to say that you won't have that differing effect because you're looking at it straight on, right? Did he not say that, Jedi?
Yeah.
Which is why you
He
look at
plays.
your stairs.
Yeah.
Right. So if that's the case, that when you're looking at it straight on, we know everything's in a line, you're not going to get the distorted effect. Well, I can show a curved shadow from a straight object on a ball. And then if you couple that with what he said, then it's perfectly rational to also say that the curved shadow, which is consistently being curved by the curved object it's being cast upon, is always seen as a continuous curve because it's being caused by a straight object. So he actually needs an alternate angle to prove his case. And if he has the alternate angles and they don't ever show any sinusoidal pattern, then that would disprove his case. So no matter what, he can't prove what he's saying is true.
It's okay. Within the demonstration, I was between the light source. It was my head that was being distorted on my stairs. The rest of my body also as well. I was between the light source and the angle that he said. That was me that was being distorted on the surface.
Right, so he can't prove his exclusions, excluding that a flat earth could be the cause of this. And he can't even prove it's a shadow either, so he loses either way. All right, let's unmute him.
Oh, this guy can't prove anything he says. He loses either way. All right, let's see what he has to say. Come on, bro.
Yeah, because listen, brother, I'm gonna be brutally honest with. Well, not brutally. I won't say what I really think. You're just like reading the textbook to us.
No, I'm
Okay?
understanding the textbook. There's a difference.
You don't understand anything.
No.
Okay? You don't. You don't understand that science itself is based upon experiment. It's not based upon a bunch of words and stories. You just
Well, they
said
do the
the
experiment,
rays
then
of
they write
sun
them down,
are near parallel. How do you know that?
Well, that's just geometric.
No. How do
Yeah.
you know that? Was that measured, the parallelism of sun rays? Is that known empirically?
Yeah.
Okay, so please give us the data that supports that.
Okay, so
Just admit the truth. It's not known empirically. Just admit it.
It is known empirically, dude. So the sun is a
No, you're
sphere.
gonna tell me. No, don't tell me the story. Tell me this is the measurement device. This is how they measured it.
Measuring.
My God, dude. You
Yes,
already
it would be.
said yes. Shouldn't you know what the evidence for your claim is
It would
before
be a.
you make the claim?
Well, I'm googling it for it. Isn't
But
that what
shouldn't
you
you
asked me
already
to do?
know it?
Shouldn't I have it pre-googled before you ask me for it?
No,
Shouldn't you
shouldn't
have already
no
seen the
no. Shouldn't
information
you
you're
know the
basing your claim
evidence
on?
for the claim before you make the claim?
Am I just supposed to memorize every single experiment that's ever been done in the field of physics?
Ones
No,
that
you
you've
just got
seen.
not supposed to come out of your face unless you know something.
Well, if I know something, that doesn't mean I know every single person who's ever done every single
I
experiment
didn't
to
ask for
verify
all
that.
that, dude.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying.
This
So
is
if
a
I
very
say
simple
something,
claim. You
if I
said
make a
the
claim
sun
and then you
rays are
ask,
nearly parallel.
if I
You
make
should
a
at least
claim,
have one piece of actual physical evidence to support that.
yeah, well, that's what I'm looking up right now. I'm
That you're
looking up
looking
the
up. You
measure.
should already have it.
Oh my
That the
god!
thing that led
Oh
you
my
to
god!
believe that
Why would I have
brother,
it if I didn't know
brother,
you were
listen,
gonna
listen,
ask
listen,
for it? How would I have it before you
listen,
asked for it?
listen,
How would I have it before you asked for it?
listen. Because you should have seen the evidence, and that's what convinced you that that is a true statement when you looked at the evidence.
In other words, you didn't confirm the story that you keep repeating to us.
See, that's
Well,
how, like,
I have
you see a
provided
claim, you look at the evidence, and
papers
then you
of
go,
scientific
that
evidence.
claim's true. There's evidence.
Yeah, I would say that the evidence supports the truth of the claim. Yeah, that's
Which
very.
evidence?
Well, which claim are we talking about in this moment right now?
Right now, the parallelism of sun rays. What evidence did you look at before you adopted that idea? You didn't look at any.
Okay.
Well, you didn't. It's
Hey, what
okay.
evidence did you?
Doesn't
What
make you
evidence
a
did you
bad
look like?
person.
What evidence did you
Those
look at
questions
before
back
you
to you now. What evidence did you look at?
Chill out. Chill out. Got you.
No, look, brother.
Okay,
Have
do
you ever
want me to
considered that maybe some of the stuff in the textbook
how I didn't
is
have it before I
fantastic?
said, dude, we can waste freaking breath here, or you can just wait like 2 fucking minutes for me to Google the damn thing.
I don't need you to Google it. I need you to tell me
Yeah,
what
you need me to go
evidence you
back in
saw
time and Google
before.
it, is what you keep saying.
Are you Googling the evidence you already saw?
Dude, yeah, because if I just say it out loud, you're gonna be like, oh, well, what was the name? What was the date? What was the name of the article? Blah, 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 blah. So I'm getting ahead of the bullshit
Dude,
and
you're just
actually pulling it
posturing,
up, which
dude.
is exactly what you've
Nonsense.
been railing me on for the last fucking
I'm
half
being
an hour.
nice.
No, you're not, dude. You're being a fucking dick and you know it.
No, dude, this is me being nice.
Well, then you're
Take
a
my
fucking
word
piece of
for
shit
it.
and just normal life, I guess. Whatever. All right, just let me finish my
Oh,
fucking
because you're
Google
full of
search.
shit, dude.
Let me finish my fucking Google search. God damn, bro.
Let me go and hopefully find the evidence that backs up my claim.
Should be
Because I
shitloads of evidence for
clearly
this.
said
Because
empirical. I clearly said empirical.
empirical.
So let me go and Google it. Fuck.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
been
point out the
proven.
disconnect there, Wantum. That the disconnect between us and you is we want the evidence for the claim, and you think the claim is the evidence.
No, I think the evidence that
Is out there
aligns
somewhere on
with the
Google?
predictions of the claim is evidence for the claim.
You think, yeah, you think there's magic science guy out there that has the evidence. You just automatically believe it. And then you go, yeah, there's got to be the evidence out there. I'll just believe it in lieu of evidence.
There's a story. It's fine.
Yeah, and I know if I just Google it, it'll be out there. I trust these science guys.
Yeah.
Well, I
There's a
mean,
magic science guy out there measuring shit.
yeah. The sun's
That's why we said you have religious belief. We don't say this stuff for no
It's
reason.
not
Dude.
religious,
It
no,
is analogous to a religion, dude.
No, it's not.
Sorry.
In what ways
How
is
much
it
evidence
different?
is there for the resurrection? How many fucking
What evidence is there for the
were
Big Bang?
What evidence is there for the Big Bang? Well, we have the cosmic background.
Oh no.
How is that evidence for a Big Bang?
Well, it's evidence that at one point in time, well, basically the fact that it's also redshifted.
No, I don't need to hear your more stories about your religion. Okay.
Well, hold on. Let me ask him one question on that.
Hey man,
what if I said?
If you go up to a
what if I
detective,
said? Listen. What if I said? Hold on, dude.
And you ask him, why is the presence of blood on this knife evidence for the murder? He will respond with a story.
Yeah, great, fantastic. What if I said the cosmic background radiation was evidence for God?
Well, it'd be up to you to connect those dots and make an argument.
Okay, so I want you to connect the dots.
Okay, and I was
That where
doing
how the
that.
cosmic background
I
radiation
was
is
doing that. And
evidence for a Big Bang.
when I started connecting the dots, you said, "Well, don't tell me a story." So you see the
I got a
problem.
question on that. Listen, since you're awesome and a physicist and clearly know all about the CMB or CMD or DVD or
Knows
whatever they call
nothing.
it these days, what's the axis of evil?
The axis of evil?
Yeah.
Is this a physics question?
Yes.
Holy crap! I only prefaced it.
The axis of evil. I'm pretty sure.
Cosmological axis of evil, dude.
Yeah, not the Nazis, not the Nazis, bro. Holy crap!
Well, I'm not a cosmologist. I study. I major.
You're talking about cosmology.
Well, because we're talking about flat Earth, which is of course is relevant to cosmology. In my personal research, I study light matter interactions.
Water, dude. What is water in relation to the cosmos?
What is water in relation to the cosmos? Well, water is hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. Stars are made of hydrogen.
Dude, he goes right into script, dude.
Dude,
it's so fucking funny, dude.
Yeah, and
hey,
can you,
look,
since you want
Is there somebody at your house with a taser, like shocking you?
Do we need to have some camera on to show I'm not like reading anything?
No, it's fine. You've got the chapters and verses memorized. Well done.
What chapters and verses am I supposed to memorize?
Like, dude, you can repeat the story very well, like a zealot.
John 3:16.
That just is true. We know that stars are made out of hydrogen. Yeah.
We know it's true.
We know now. Fuck me.
Yeah. Do you want to know how we know that, or just be like,
Oh, go on. Yeah,
no,
go
I know
on,
how
tell
we've
me
inferred that, but we don't know it's true.
Yeah, tell me how you empirically know.
How we empirically know?
You like throwing that word around.
Yeah, so when hydrogen is excited or is heated to very high temperatures, it emits a specific mix of frequency of light. And then when we look at the light being emitted by the stars, it's the exact same mix of frequencies down to the.
It's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh, you're right, because there's redshifting because the universe is expanding.
More than that.
Further.
There's all sorts of confounding shit, dude. All sorts of it.
So we just don't know what any stars are made of then.
No, we don't.
I love the way they do this.
I know it's hard. It's hard to believe that we don't know things, but we don't. We think we know.
Okay. All right. So then, why is it that when we analyze the spectrum of light from stars, they have the atomic spectrum of hydrogen present in them? Why? If not because they contain hydrogen, why?
Okay.
They have,
but what state is the hydrogen in?
Light?
Sorry, excuse me. What state is the hydrogen in?
What state is the hydrogen in? Well, I guess it's plasma.
Why? Do you guess?
Because it would be because the light that's coming off of it.
You studied this, right?
Yes, I studied it. So just because you interrupt me and cut me off doesn't mean I'm not actually answering your question.
No, I do appreciate that, but you do understand where we're going, right? Alpha lines and so on.
No, so yeah, well, it's an excited state. So basically, the hydrogen, you have one electron bound to one proton.
Nope.
And then that electron.
Nope. You have plasma. There's no bound electrons. You got a plasma.
Okay. So
see the problem?
In the core, you have fusion going on, and then that's just releasing a fuck ton of energy.
That's the story.
He's right.
Yes. I mean, the story is
why are you
important
repeating a
because
story?
you're saying, "Oh no, we got this." Well,
sorry, you can only see what's coming off of the surface. Don't give me fucking stories about what's happening at the bloody core now, sunshine. We can only study the light that's coming off the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Condensed or uncondensed?
What is condensed light?
Okay. The matter.
No, what is condensed light?
The matter. The matter.
You're a physicist that don't know what condensed matter means? Jesus Christ.
He said condensed.
Don't know what newtons are and don't know what condensed matter means. Wow.
Condensed light refers to photons that have been cooled or trapped, forcing them to behave.
The hydrogen, the state of matter, is it condensed or is it uncondensed?
Well, stars are made
about water. We're still talking about fucking hydrogen and shit.
Yeah, that's right. So stars are made of hydrogen. and then hydrogen
What do the solar
accumulates under the
spectrums
influence
show?
of
You keep
gravity.
telling me stories, but it
Then in
feels
the
like I'm going to
center
have
of
to
the
get my fucking
star,
stick out in a minute.
in the center of the star, there is such high
Preacher,
pressure and temperature.
preacher, preach.
Yes.
Why are you preaching to me?
Well, sometimes, I guess you're the one who needs to be.
No, I don't need like some kind of faith healing, sir. I don't need
No,
you, like your religious context. I don't need your belief for what's happening.
when you say,
What I
hey,
want you to do is prove with the solar spectrum that this is what you're claiming. As in, go get me a solar spectrum, circle the bit that shows that this is condensed or uncondensed.
condensed or uncondensed, what do you
The
mean?
matter, the hydrogen, what state it is in.
What state it's in?
Yeah, fuck me.
Bro, what you can look when you look at the spectrum, you can see like the atomic spectrum of hydrogen, which is caused by the different electron transitions happening, amongst like a large number of hydrogen atoms. So like, okay, here's the thing, right? You wouldn't accept it anyway, because if I were to start to giving an explanation, you're just gonna say, oh well, here he goes preaching his religion again. He can't
I
provide
don't
any
want an
explanation or evidence.
explanation.
But then when somebody does do that, when somebody
I
gives you a
want an
paper, when somebody
explanation.
gives you actual
When did
evidence,
we
then
ask
you
for an
just say, oh, he's asking
explanation?
for religion explanation.
Excuse me. What? When did we ask for an explanation?
What are you even asking for? You're asking for what quality of a spectrum indicates whether or not the hydrogen is condensed or uncondensed. Define that.
Yes.
What
Why
does
are
it
you
mean for hydrogen to
talking?
be condensed? What
So
does it mean for
I'm
hydrogen to be condensed?
confused. Why you're
Why?
talking? Then,
Why?
if you
What does it mean for hydrogen to be
understand,
condensed?
what
What does it mean for hydrogen to be condensed?
do I have to now muzzle you? I'm confused because you appear to understand. The reason why I'm confused is why you haven't got the solar spectrum and circled it and said there.
What do you mean by condensed hydrogen?
I'd want you to go and circle it.
What do you mean by condensed hydrogen?
The state of matter. So hydrogen can take many forms, right? Gas, plasma, liquid, to name but a few. I'm asking you which. You keep just saying hydrogen. We know it's hydrogen, hydrogen. I'm just asking you which state is it in? Is it a condensed or uncondensed matter? Surely you'll be able to tell me that from the solar spectrum analysis, right?
The way that we detect hydrogen from stellar spectrum is by absorption lines.
No, don't. Okay, so we're going backwards now. Okay.
Yeah, so we have the fusion that's happening inside the core, and that's producing light of all wavelengths. So white light, essentially, in the core. And then as that light travels outwards through the star, the outer layers of hydrogen gas that is, it's still very hot, but it still has like its electrons bound to it. Those electrons absorb certain frequencies of light, and that shows up as an absorbance line. So that's how we can tell that. That's how we can tell that the light
Yes.
is passing through a material.
I know.
Atomic hydrogen. Yes.
This feels like, I do apologise, mate, that you're kind of playing for time. I know this.
What?
I'm waiting for you to get to it.
The hydrogen that's present is in gaseous form, and then the closer you
Okay,
get to
so
the core,
go
it gets
and
hotter and
get
hotter.
it and circle it, please.
Circle it.
Yeah.
I can
Go
circle
and
the
get it.
hydrogen absorption lines from the Balmer series. Yes.
Go and get it and circle it, dude.
Hydrogen spectrum.
Like the solar spectrum of, say, for example, the sun. Let's take, for example, the second solar spectrum of the sun. Can't remember the exact date that was taken. Forgive me.
Circle.
Oh my God, he's actually going to go and get Google to do it.
Because I'm
out. I can't do this, dude. You're supposed to be
I'm sorry. If so, he asked me for a picture of the solar spectrum with the hydrogen lines circled. So I don't even know what the fuck he's claiming that I'm not You know what I mean? Like that's exactly what I'm looking up. So what the fuck? What do you want me to do? You want me to go outside, like build a spectrometer? You know what? Grind my own diffraction gratings, get a fucking photographic plate, measure the distances, you know, with a fucking ruler, and then compare it to the reported atomic spectrum.
No, I expect you to act and speak like you know what you're talking about.
What do you? Okay, so what would you accept? That's the thing. It's like you claim,
No,
oh,
no,
show me this, show me that.
I'm using
Then
that
I
as a
start trying to
commentary.
actually
This whole
explain something to
conversation,
you.
he needs to be muzzled. Please, dude, you talk a lot. You say a lot of shit with confidence. Dude, you've made several claims and not one of them you've backed up. We've been chasing you around for ages.
I've literally
You
sent multiple links to multiple scientific papers.
sounds like you know what you're talking about. But I'm asking you a really specific question. I do know the answer. You
All right,
don't.
tell me what the answer. What is the answer?
No, dude, I want you to go and find out for yourself.
Oh, tell me what to look up. Tell me what to Google. Your question. You asked me what spectral lines correspond to condensed hydrogen in stars. Is that what your question? Because condensed hydrogen doesn't make any sense. It means nothing. Why do you go into a tantrum of absurdity every time you need to produce evidence? Because when I try to explain the evidence, they say that I'm telling a religious story. And when I give them links to the actual PDF, they don't even look at them.
Let's backtrack. At the moment, before you go and find the evidence that you hope is there to back up your story, you are just preaching. This is why you Google things, right? Well, I'm going to go and Google this because I've made a claim. You said empirically. We're still waiting for that empirical evidence about parallel sunlight, by the way.
Oh my
right?
God. Well,
yeah. Oh my God. Every single time you get pushed into a fucking corner,
the reason I haven't
it's
found
some
that is because then you told me to look for
like
something else.
call out to a deity with you. Oh my God. He says.
It's a
Yeah, we know.
thing. I don't believe in God. You're fucking lame.
It was then stop calling out to a thing you don't believe in, dude.
It's a cultural thing.
You haven't.
Hey, listen. I know you're unfamiliar
dude,
with
I'm
it.
going to
We have a
muzzle you
little thing
because you're
called freedom
starting to
of
fucking
speech
piss
over
me
here
off.
in the USA. Okay, I'm not going to be held hostage to your fucking.
There you are. You're going to start getting all revolutionary on me and shit sometime. It's not going to happen. You have not demonstrated one iota of integrity in this conversation. You've been challenged so many times, but you've run away from every single claim that you've made. And when you have been making claims, you've had to go and find the evidence that you hope is there because you've never seen it before.
Okay, so basically, we can just model how a planar wavefront, or in other words, parallel light rays, would behave when they pass through a lens system. That's just geometric ray optics. And when we actually do those measurements, we can observe that the light coming from the sun is parallel. So that's just like, you can just do that with, like the fact that you can do that with a magnifying glass. So you can literally, in the lab, create some situation where the light rays are parallel, and then observe where the image is formed by the flashlight, by the magnifying glass. And then if you focus the magnifying glass image, use the sunlight to focus the image of the sun, you'll see that the image formed at the same spot, which means that the incoming light rays had the same incident angle. So if you want to prove to yourself that the light rays of the sun are parallel, you can take a magnifying glass and do that outside. Sun rays are parallel. You can demonstrate it to yourself with a magnifying glass.
Oh, just you need to give up already.
Oh, no one was talking, so I was just responding to something someone said in the chat.
Oh, so does gravity hold water in a cup?
Does gravity hold water in a cup? Water in a glass under the influence of gravity would be accelerated.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
not fucking. I don't want to do a speech.
Well, no, because the thing is, if I say yes, gravity attracts water, then somebody's gonna be like, oh, really? Gravity attracts water? Oh, are you sure that it's not the warping of space-time? You seems inconsistent. It's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you guys aren't honest.
I'll bet you $1,000 that doesn't happen.
Yes,
He
gravity
thinks we're not
attracts
honest when we
water.
ask him to define his terms. Fucking funny as fuck.
Gravity pulls water down. Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to take my cup of water being held down by gravity. I'm going to put it in my vacuum chamber. I'm going to seal it up, and I'm going to turn on my vacuum pump. And now I'm going to pump all the air out of there, right? And then there's not going to be any pressure on the water. So the water's going to say, uh-oh, I don't have anything pushing down on me. I'm going to turn into gas now, too. So
Yeah,
goodbye.
right.
So goodbye. It says goodbye, and then it leaves forever. Because when I open up the valve to let the air back in, the water doesn't go rushing back in. Because gravity had nothing to do with holding that water down, did it? It was just air pressure.
Yeah, but air pressure is a result of gravity.
What?
Yes, gravity accelerates things down.
Define gas pressure for me.
Yeah, so gas pressure, it was based off of the internal kinetic energy of the gas, also known as its temperature. So if you increase the temperature of something, each individual thing is going to be bouncing up around. And the ideal gas law says that as you're, moving up and down. I mean, look, I know what you're getting at, the ideal gas law, right? That doesn't change the fact that air pressure increases. Okay, hey, yeah, laugh all you want. Why does air pressure decrease when you go up?
What causes pressure?
Why? No, yeah. Why does air pressure decrease when you go up to higher elevation?
You can't use
what causes?
No. Why does air pressure
Like, dude,
decrease?
you've already mentioned T. We'll go through PV equals nRT in a. But as long as we understand what causes pressure, what causes pressure?
Right, that's right.
It's a measure of all the individual.
No, within PV equals nRT.
Yeah, we need to know that pressure.
What causes pressure?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we solve for pressure in PV is equal to nRT?
You take that equation and you solve it for P.
Yeah. How?
With algebra, you divide it by P.
All right, let's do it real slow. Hey, I got a pencil and paper. I'm going to do it real slow with you. Let's go.
So pressure is
equal
to force over area, right?
Yes.
Good. So the force is a gas that's moving, that has kinetic energy given to it by the temperature. The area is described as a physical boundary that the gas presses against. The volume is the three-dimensional area. You know where we're going with this, right? We need physical surrounded volume. Gas pressure is solved by force over area, isn't it?
So according to you, gas molecules just have no mass and are not affected by gravity
No,
whatsoever.
not
Yeah.
according to me. According gas pressure is caused by the physical collisions with other gas molecules within inside a fixed volume container. Right? That's how we cause gas pressure, isn't it?
In a closed container.
What other kind
So,
are you gonna have?
do molecules of oxygen when they're
Why is he asking
okay?
questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
So
You
a
seem to say
seashell.
like in a
No,
container. Yeah,
listen.
in a container.
I know he didn't just say it. He said in a closed container, and I
No, so
said,
what you're telling
"What
me?
other?"
So what you're
And I
telling me?
said, "What other kind are there?"
So what you're telling me, okay, is
Well, I'm
that
telling you.
no?
Yeah.
Hey, listen. So in salt, sodium chloride, the chlorine atom in salt has mass when it's part of a solid. But then when you heat up if you heat up that sodium chloride to extreme temperatures and it decomposes into sodium and chlorine gas,
What the
suddenly
fuck?
that chlorine
What's that?
gas is no
He's
longer under
trying
the
to make
influence
me
of
forget
gravity.
what I asked him. So
Sorry.
now we have to go back, repeat everything because he's just going. He went somewhere else.
No, you're saying that gas molecules are unaffected by gravity, and the pressure is only a result
You seem to be
of.
confused with what mass is with regards to atomic mass, the
And
structure
you
of
also
gas molecules.
seem to be
atomic
confused
mass.
with gas
Yeah.
pressure inside sealed containers. Remember when we were talking about that? Now you're talking about making salt. Remember what I
Air
was
molecules are affected by gravity. The
Oh,
atoms themselves do
okay.
not lose.
Okay.
The atoms themselves don't
Okay.
stop interacting with gravity when they become gas.
Okay. I'm buying your story. Gas molecules, because they have mass, they're affected by gravity, or because they have mass, can produce gravity themselves. So this leaves us in a position. How much gas do I need to have to stop gas expanding into a volume?
Atmosphere's worth.
No, an atmosphere's worth. Okay, cool. So a lot of so let me get this.
No, because
A
I
lot
know
of
where you're
gas.
going with
So
it. I
hold
know
on. Yeah, if you're knowing where I'm going, then just wait at
the
the end
Earth's
patiently,
atmosphere
like
is
a good
held
little
down by
boy.
its own weight. Yeah.
So as long as we have a lot of gas, it will violate the second law of thermodynamics. As long as we
No.
got a lot of gas.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. The second law of thermodynamics clearly defines that gas will expand in vacuum. You said no, it won't, as long as we have gas.
The second law of thermodynamics does not say a gas will expand into.
Oh, look, excuse me. I'll just go and get 5 fucking citations from physics books that clearly
Hey, that's
describe
what you asked from me. That's
entropy
what you asked me
as
from. I don't
gas
see why I should ask
expansion
anything less
into
of
a
you.
vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases, colligative effects. Shall I continue?
Second
This
law
is
of
the simplest
thermodynamics.
description and observation
The
of
second law.
entropy in action.
The
My
second law.
God, you physicist fucking clown.
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of an isolated system can never decrease over time and is constant
Yeah,
only if
good.
all
Thank you very
processes are
much.
reversible. Only if all processes are reversible. It establishes that heat spontaneously flows from hotter to colder regions, making energy conversion such as engines inherently inefficient. So that just means that entropy increases, dude.
Yeah. And what is the simplest observation and demonstration of an entropy increase? If I've got a container of gas and outside there is a vacuum, I don't need to add any energy door because of the random collisions within the gas molecules. The gas is free to expand into available volume. The only thing that is increased is entropy. Right?
Yeah, that's right. So now if you imagine,
So
so
we
now if you
understand that
imagine,
the
no, hang
reason
on,
why the
no, hang
gas
on, hang on,
didn't
hang on.
expand
I got
into
you. I
available
got you,
space
Sam. I
is
got you.
because it was contained.
No,
Right?
no, I got
Yes.
you. I got you.
Yes.
Are you how
You
familiar are
said
you
we
with?
can just
Hang
have
on,
a
hang on.
lot of gas to
How
stop the gas
familiar?
expanding into a volume.
Yeah, hang on. How familiar are you with
Don't
Gauss's
fucking
law?
ask me how familiar I am, you idiot. Answer and address what I've said.
I know, I'm trying to.
Good. So please retort. You told me that a lot of gas violate the second law of thermodynamics. Clearly describes gas will expand into a
Okay, first
vacuum.
of
The
all, you need to calm
clearest and
down,
most
man.
easiest
There's
step.
no reason to be
Why are
this
you going to
angry.
talk through me?
You're
You
gonna give yourself a
embarrassed?
heart attack.
You're embarrassed, aren't you?
I'm not
You think
embarrassed.
by talking through me it's going to avoid your embarrassment?
I'm not embarrassed by anything you have
Then
to say.
shut up!
No, okay, being silent proves I'm not embarrassed.
I'm just going to fucking mute you now.
There we go.
Because you can't shut up. You've contradicted yourself. You've got no honour, sir.
You
You've
keep
got a
asking me to
yellow
explain.
streak down your back. You've got no backbone.
You keep asking me to explain, and then when I start explaining, you
No,
say,
no,
"Shut the
no,
fuck
no,
up."
no, no. Your explanation violates that second law.
Nope.
Yep. You're telling
Nope.
me gas won't expand into a vacuum if I've got a lot of gas.
Why does gas expand to
None.
begin
You're
with? It's because of
telling
all the
me.
collisions.
I asked you, Wankstain. I fucking asked you. If I had a lot of gas, would that stop the gas expanding into a vacuum? You said yes. This is in violation of that law. Prick.
All right, Wankstein was a little over the top there, bro. It's a family show.
Sorry, I do apologise. You are correct. I take that back.
I kind of liked it.
I know.
I showed you a demo of gas expanding in vacuum just for him so that he sees it now. He's like, oh, yeah, I guess it does expand. So now he knows he doesn't have to argue with it either.
Hey, Indio, when was the time of broadcast TV where they could start swearing and showing butts?
I don't know when
9
they
p.m.
started doing that.
Yeah,
In the
9
80s,
p.m.
they could say shit or something on TV.
Oh, the
You
time?
remember? Yeah, like
11,
after a
right?
certain hour. Yeah. So do you remember
Bullshit.
NYPD Blue? When NYPD Blue came out, that was like the one pushing the envelope. They had Dennis Franz, that like fat chunky guy, and he was always like showing his ass. People were swearing all over the place. It was like it was like the biggest thing on network TV at the time. Little scandal there.
Well, they wanted to be able to compete with cable. So
Yeah.
To be fair, I haven't said that for about 30 years. Do apologise. That maybe was a little bit over the mark, my friend. Do apologise.
I mean, my
I know. I mean,
You're not muted now, dude.
calling you a physicist was bad enough.
No, yeah, you're not.
Okay, so
you don't teach physics at college, right?
yeah, I teach some labs, and then I work in a research lab.
What can you possibly be researching?
I research light matter interactions.
Okay, how does light interact with pulling on butterflies?
That's not anything close to what I research.
Okay, how do you get light to pull on things?
That's not anything close to what I research.
Well, remember when you told me you can do it if you do something special, like make negative Ks or something?
Yeah, so basically it depends on the polarization of light. So light, do you know that light is composed of an electric wave and a magnetic wave?
Do you?
Yeah, so light is made of
How did you prove that?
well, you can analyze you can start with the Maxwell equations which describe electricity
Oh, I don't
and
want to start with
magnetism.
equations. I want to know how you proved that it's a wave.
Well, there's some things that you can't simplify past a certain point, and if you want to understand light itself, you have to understand like multivariable calculus, basically, to be able to
That's
express it.
nonsense.
Yeah.
Utter nonsense.
Yeah, because you need to understand the Helmholtz wave equation, which is constructed from the Maxwell equations.
No, I don't want to do that. I just want to know
differential
how
vector
you prove
equation.
that light is a wave.
How to prove light is a
Yeah, but
wave.
Helmholtz equation isn't the only formulation, right? Just the one you're using.
So how can you prove light is a wave? Because it behaves like a wave. So if you pass a wave through two slits, it will produce interference patterns on the other side, and we've done
My God, you're reading
multiple slit
ChatGPT,
interferometry
dude.
with light. No,
My
that's
God.
just no. I fucking did interferometry experiments in my undergrad.
That's fine, but you're still reading ChatGPT.
I'm not reading ChatGPT. I don't believe in
Wave
AI.
bit-like behavior doesn't make light a wave.
He doesn't
Okay? It
believe
has
in it. He didn't
wave-like
use
behavior.
AI. He didn't use AI in school. He
So
was.
That's right.
Was
I
he
graduated
didn't
before
use
it was
AI.
invented.
So the wave part is the probability amplitude of detecting a particular photon, right?
No, if we're talking about a light wave, it's literally like the amplitude of the electric
The
field.
probability amplitude.
No, the actual amplitude of the actual electric field. So light is an electric field that's oscillating through space.
You know in quantum, you know that light is photons in the modern formulation, right?
Yes, but a photon is merely a Gaussian wave packet of oscillations within the electric field.
It's not how it's modeled in quantum mechanics.
Literally every particle in quantum mechanics is a Gaussian wave packet.
Listen, brother. Model quantum mechanics, the way it models photons.
What is a Gaussian wave packet?
Is that it has yeah, it's just a frickin' it's just a Gaussian, dude.
What is it? What are
It's
its properties?
the normal distribution, man.
No, a Gaussian wave packet is a collection of multiple frequencies of light that interfere to produce a local maximum, which we would say that's where like the center of the particle is. And then you can measure the basically all the frequency components of the Gaussian wave packet. When they add and they evolve over time, they describe that sort of center of mass of the particle as moving forward through space. And then you can calculate things like the frequency shift of the Gaussian wave packet, and then that corresponds to things like the spin of the electron and the charge. No, not the charge, but like other quantum mechanical values that are embedded within the wave function of the actual particle itself. So a
But
Gaussian
you
wave
know the
packet.
wave function is a probability amplitude. It's not an actual physical wave, right? You know that, right?
What does it mean for something to be physical?
My God.
It means measurable. It means it has properties.
Okay, the probability amplitude is the probability of making the detection of a particular configuration.
Yeah, but like, what is at the base of quantum mechanics is probability. Like,
They don't
probability
know. Yeah, but
Yeah,
they don't know. They don't know what happens between the emitter and the fucking detector.
Yeah, there we go. Bam. So God is real, trust me, bro, which has a very inaccurate username, posted a GIF of a wave packet. That's what a wave packet is. It's multiple waves interfering coherently in such
Well,
a
in
way
my
that
day, we called it the envelope, but that's okay.
Wait, what's wrong with this username?
because God is
Huh?
not real. Yeah.
Oh, God is real. We have ample evidence for the existence of God.
No, that's not right. But we're here to debate flat Earth, not that. That's in a different tab.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
But I promise you, we do have good evidence for it.
Well, you don't, because if you did, you wouldn't need faith. But again, well, let's not.
Air pressure is evidence. You can't have air pressure without a container. That's evidence of a creator.
You can't have air pressure without a container. You can't have air pressure without a container. So if we imagine,
He only believes in certain type of indirect detections, Matt. He doesn't believe. Matt's a globe earther, by the way, just to tell you.
Which one?
Quantum here only believes in certain types of indirect detections, as in the indirect detections he finds in his religious book called Jackson's on Physics.
Actually, I have Griffiths. Thank you very much. But I appreciate the genuine effort. Like that was good.
Well, I don't know why you don't see the analogy. You have
Because
a creation story.
No, because it's not the same.
You have a
Because,
creation story, Quantum?
If you open up an electrodynamics book,
Do you have a creation story?
So the Big Bang is not a creation story; it's a conclusion based off of experimental evidence.
It is a creation.
Dinosaurs were created. If you didn't have
We don't
Big
have any
Bang,
physical evidence of the Big Bang because they said that something like
it's the
8
cosmic
femtoseconds after the Big Bang, they don't know what happens.
Yeah,
Okay?
but we were pretty solid after that point. Yeah, reionization, or what's it called? Yeah, whatever it is.
Before that,
the CMB is basically like the first light that was redshifted into microwave wavelengths.
Where did that emanate from?
I'm not a
You really
cosmologist.
think that in 1,000 years, people are going to believe that? quantum.
My focus is light matter interactions with monolayer materials and 2D materials. Okay, my focus of research is not
In film.
high energy. Yeah, 2D film.
Well, hold on,
So
brother.
you
We
know
got you.
about
We got you.
plasma polaritons?
Yes. Yeah. I know what plasma
Yeah,
polarity.
they're right behind the
It'd be
axis
like
of
your
evil.
whole field if you're working with thin metals.
Yeah, I know what they are. Was that it? Is that all you had about that?
No, I'm just asking you how familiar you are.
Yeah. I mean, I'm as familiar as I need to be with. I mean, I'm sure you can. I'm sure if we sit here, you're gonna find something I don't know. But that's just the nature of being human.
You shouldn't if you're researching them.
Well, just because I research, I work in a specific research field doesn't mean I know everything there is to know about that field. I'm only
What
human, dude.
specific field? What do you do specifically?
I work with making photodetectors out of monolayer heterostructures.
Say the first part again.
Making photodetectors out of monolayer heterostructures.
Works in a clean room.
At least it's hetero. I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I just take bulk crystals and then I exfoliate them down to single layers, which can be for graphene, it's like 1 atom thick, and then for MOS2,
Are you in a
3
clean
atoms thick.
room?
Actually, no, my lab isn't a clean room, but yeah, you could do it in a clean room. We probably should be in a clean room, but
Oh, you're not in a clean room? Oh,
we do what we can. We do what we can to stay clean. You know, it's just the budget is such that like it's fine.
You guys can't afford a clean room?
Yeah, man.
Dude, you guys need listen, bro. I know a way you guys could get some budget.
Funding for
Hey,
science in
listen.
the United States because he doesn't believe
Hey,
in science.
brother, I could get you some funding easy. All you got to do is detect a fake gravitational wave, and then you get your funding. Easy.
Yeah, LIGO's real, dude. I don't know what to tell you there.
What's
yeah.
real about it?
What's real about it is
real straight.
LIGO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about LIGO. It's not my like I said.
No,
Like this is
Hey, it is real because he gets a
don't they?
he gets a paycheck, so he pay bills, so
don't get a
it's real,
paycheck
yeah.
from LIGO.
He gets a paycheck, therefore it's real.
I don't get a paycheck from LIGO, and again, this is irrelevant as to whether or not it's like real or not. You know, like you can keep trying to kind of bring it back to like these personal attacks, and I was like, oh well, he uses physics and gets paid for it, so therefore it's fake because there's a profit motive. Like,
No one
or you
said
can
that.
actually engage with the evidence.
That is a
and
retarded
science
straw
and
man.
What
I
do
mean,
you
but, okay,
use?
well, why even bring it up? Why is it relevant? What I do?
Because it's biasing. It's biasing
No, it's
your
not
mind,
biasing.
bro.
It's not biasing because I'm actually backing it up. I have been sending you
No,
guys
you're not
papers
backing
and
it up.
evidence.
That's the problem.
And yes, I've been sending you guys
No,
papers
how
and
many
evidence all
times
night
did I
long.
ask you for evidence for the claim you made and you provided bupkis? Every time? You're not
Which claim
backing
was
it
that?
up.
Which claim did I
Backing it
not
up
back up?
isn't telling a story to back up the first story, okay? Backing
he-
it up is providing the evidence that supports your story.
He's backing up. He didn't know you said back it up. He thought you meant, yeah, go ahead and back up. Back because you got nothing left. So he's just backing
I don't
up.
even know what you mean, but okay, so
Because listen, maybe it's a generation thing. My generation comes from science is based upon the empirical evidence, not upon the mathematics, the models, the stories, that everything, no matter what your hypothesis or theory is.
Okay, no,
and I think your
empirical
lab.
evidence is meaningless without a model.
No, it isn't.
Yes, otherwise, how can you explain what you're looking at? It was like, hey,
models don't explain things.
Well, no, but models connect observations into an overarching framework that help you actually make sense of what's happening,
Okay.
right? So
is there an infinite number of models for any arbitrary data set?
Yeah, but not all of them are correct.
Yeah. So what does having a model mean?
Having a model means that something that a system, it could be a mathematical model, it could be like a physical model, that something about it.
Okay, so we picked one model out of the infinite number of possible models.
Yes, listen, no
what can we
map is
say about
correct
reality?
before it's
Nothing.
Yes, the only correct map would be
I didn't
the
say
point I'm
correct
saying,
map, dude.
No, the point I'm saying is a model, it can be a physical model or a mathematical model. The point of it is that the object that it is modeling shares some critical characteristic with the model, right? So if I make a wooden model of you, well, you're not made out of wood, but you have arms that are this long, you have joints that can move this way. So then I could take that little wooden model of you, pose it on my desk, and draw a picture of it, and then that picture would be really close to what it would look like if you were to pose in that same pose. You understand? Like if I made it accurate enough, I could use rubber bands for ligaments and cover it with rubber to make skin, and then it would be a closer model to you, right? But it's still, you are still not made out of wood, so you're different in that way. Okay, so when we say that like empirical evidence is useless without a model, basically like you have to take your observations and then build a model that reflects the real world somehow, and then when
reflects the real world somehow. Well,
yes, in some
all you're
specific
doing
way.
is making up a story in your head to make sense of reality.
No, I'm explaining what scientific models are. That's not a make
Look,
up
I know
story.
what scientific models are. I don't need you to explain them to me.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, maybe your YouTube audience does, or well, and obviously you do because like you're, or at the very least
Dude,
you're
can you
acting
calm
like you
down
don't.
for a second? I want to talk about your model. Who is the scientist that came up with the globe? How did they measure it?
Well, the first person to
Scientists before they
yeah,
launched the rockets.
Don't ask him anything he has to Google, dude.
No, we're
Yeah,
not
like
using Google. You said you know everything.
I never said that. I literally said the exact opposite.
You said I don't need AI or anything. I know everything.
I don't need AI because it's a drain on society, not because I know
Google
everything.
is. Google's AI.
Google is not AI. Google existed
Yeah,
before
it's
AI.
an advertising agency, dude. Whoever pays the most is at the top.
Yeah, and Google certainly is algorithmically driven.
Google, what the fuck are we talking about? A search engine can operate independently of AI. Would you trust my sources better if I
Uses the
use
same
Bing?
methods.
What the fuck
It
are we
uses the
talking
same
about?
methods as
This
any
again, this
AI.
is pointless, irrelevant bullshit that you're just running off
It
on a
is
tangent
pointless.
for.
I agree. It's pointless. Let's get back to the point.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the point? Somebody said
So
that I
you know
couldn't do
there's
everything.
models. You mentioned it, Maxwell's equations.
Yeah, Maxwell's
which you don't actually use. You use Hebbesig's equations. So Maxwell's equations are a physical model. Well, it's a mathematical model of a physical ether.
What are Heaviside equations? Oh, they're Maxwell
The
equations
vectorized
with
equations that
corrections.
you use.
Oh, with quantum corrections. Yeah. Oh.
No, not with the quantum. No.
Oh, all right. No,
Maxwell's original equations were 20 quaternion equations, but they're very bulky to use because you're using a 4-dimensional, 3-dimensional, and one imaginary dimension. So they're very cumbersome to use, especially at the end of the 1800s. William Tate and Albert Heaviside invented vector calculus, vector analysis. Sorry, and vectorized. Hold on, let me finish. And vectorized. Why are you interrupting me?
Because they're the same equations. It doesn't matter what you call them. A rho
It's not the same equations. They're mathematically equivalent, but they're not the same equations. And they're only in some situations they're not equivalent. That's not the point. Okay? The point is stop, dude. Stop. Dude, you didn't even let me make my point, dude. What is my point? Do you know it already?
Well, I said you said you don't even use the equations, you
don't. You don't use Maxwell's original equations. You don't.
So what?
You use Heaviside's equations, they misnamed them. That's not your problem. I don't know why you're defending it.
So I'm not defending it. I'm telling you it doesn't matter. So okay, so
it doesn't matter. What is
okay,
it?
So I should be calling
a rose by any other names doesn't smell just as sweet. Who cares? It's not the point. The point is the model. The model is of a physical ether. Do you believe in ether?
The Michelson-Morley interferometry experiment disproved the existence of the lunar.
Oh my God! You quoted an experiment. I'm gonna fucking fall off my chair.
Yeah, Michelson-Morley.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Maxwell, the equations that quote unquote work and that you use are modeled after a physical ether. Now that model explains the world. Now, why isn't his model physically real?
If there is an ether, it's just space itself.
A bunch of rolling balls against each other?
No, not rolling balls, just
that was his model. That's what he modeled.
Well, I don't know
Look,
what the
dude,
fuck you're
he
talking.
made a
Look, no, it
mathematical
doesn't.
model of
It
physical
doesn't matter.
objects. He
Whatever,
made
listen, whoever wrote the equations, whatever their beginning assumptions were, the simple fact of the matter is that they accurately describe the behavior of electric and magnetic fields and their responses to moving and stationary charges.
but there's no ultimate reality there.
The ultimate reality is what we observe with
Is there
our
ultimate
senses.
reality there?
It's a mathematical model that shares behaviors and properties with the real
No,
electric fields and charges.
only the output does.
And that is consistent with
So you have an
everything I've been saying
input, you
so
have an
far.
output. You run it through the algorithm, right? And then the output matches what happens in reality. But what's happening in between the variables, right? In between the input output, that fucking mess, you don't think any of that's physically real. In this instance.
So can I multiply my velocity
fucking
vector
Christ.
with time? Is that a physical thing that I can do? No.
No,
But I can measure
it's
my
not.
velocity. I can measure the passage of time.
You
I
cannot
can take
measure your
those two
velocity.
values. I can
Cannot measure your velocity.
I can measure my change in position over time. What the fuck are you talking
You can
about?
measure a clock, you can measure time,
Oh
and
my
you can measure
fucking
distance.
God. That's
But you
exactly
can't
what I
measure
mean,
velocity.
you pedantic fuck.
It's
Why
not
do you choose
pedantic.
this?
This
It
shit
is
matters.
pedantic. You can't measure your velocity, okay? You
You
can
can't.
measure a difference in distance and you can measure a difference in time.
That's
and then
right.
you can take those two and divide, but that's not measuring your velocity. Bro, shut the fuck
No,
up,
it
man.
isn't.
Like it's so lame, man. Like, you're acting like it makes any fucking
No,
difference.
because
You're the one with the
I
brain
know
listening
you're
to it.
going to object to this. That's
No,
because
it doesn't make any
you're
difference. Yeah,
stuck in a
exactly. You're just a rage
reification.
baiter. You're just rage baiting. That's it.
No. You look, do you know
You're
what a
just being a pedantic
reification?
fucking rage baiter.
Dude, you're spazzing, bro. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
Okay, what am I reifying by saying the sentence "you can measure velocity"?
Okay. You're reifying velocity.
That's retarded. You're retarded.
Okay, you
I
said
gotta
you
go to
can
sleep.
measure velocity,
Alright.
which is not true. Dude, that made him. I broke him. Holy shit. Well, I found the religious point that hurt him.
Flat earthers teaching physics to the physicist.
I found out AI. I found where the sacrilege was. It is sacrilegious to say that the equations are not real.
Yep.
That's why he crashed out.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Because I said you can't measure velocity. It's not a thing. He objected a couple times when I tried to tell him like mass is just an abstraction. These are abstract concepts and not physically real.
Well, at least he didn't say velocity is a physical object.
True.
Well, he was just half a step there.
Like Brenda, everything's a physical object. My imaginary girlfriend's a physical object.
He did say everything is made of matter. He said that earlier.
Yeah, love is made of matter.
So here's the funny thing is, he doesn't even realize that he's taking a philosophical position, and he was so dug into his philosophical position, to hear against it was to run away.
He's the one who defended not knowing if that dude had hands or not. He defended that.
No way.
Yes, he
did.
I was trying to get you to pay attention to me, yeah, but he skipped right over when he heard me starting to say that shit. Because I went through all that. I said, "Do you think you have hands?" And he's like, like 99%. No, he went through all that shit.
Wow. So he's not sure of his own existence, but he's sure that there's a thing called velocity, which actually exists independent of its constituent parts, which you can measure, which the thing in question you can't measure. He also spazzed out. He spazzed out over neutrinos. He spazzed out over mass. He spazzed out over the velocity thing. He called assailing his abstractions pedantic, word games. What else? There was another word.
I don't know. I thought he was gonna spaz out when you said balls rolling together. I thought that was really gonna hit him where the home is. He's like, hey, I gotta leave all of a sudden. Gotta take care of something.
If
Yeah.
the world was a
He's definitely letting the
record
tips
player,
touch, bro.
right, and the Earth was a bowling ball, right? If you shot a bullet at a bowling ball, it would absorb the impact. But if the Earth was a disc, it would shatter.
Who thinks the Earth is a disc?
What happens to you guys like at this time of the week? Do you just get plastered?
Took him all week from panhandling in front of a liquor store to get up enough money to get plastered. He's been drinking all week just to stop the DTs.
40-ounce malt liquors.
If the Earth is round, it would absorb the impact of a meteor.
Okay, no more of that.
I don't know. I was gonna rebut him with, if the Earth was round, it would absorb the impact of the meteorite. Well, then how did the dinosaurs die from the meteor?
Huh. I think it's funny that the one experiment he named was Michelson Morley. That to me is absolutely hilarious.
I don't know, bro. He had some mad search skills, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it must work. I'm sure it works in other places. I was going to ask him that. I'm like, do you do this often? Where you just debate a topic and think you can out search engine? He might have just even capturing voices the way Peter did that time.
Yeah. The advanced technique. Yeah, you just open the mic to the talk type while you're talking, and then whatever comes out, you just start talking back. You just got to trust it, though. You got to like channel the trust for the results.
Well, some of the stuff he was doing was abnormal and unnatural.
Yeah, have you seen the Indian scammers do that when they do the job interviews, and they just spoof their like AI face to like a white guy and like read the prompts off the screen? Interviewer's like, "Oh, can you wave in front of your face for 3 seconds?" And they're like, we cannot." Like, but like, it's an Indian like half like white accent. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I think I seen a video about that, as a matter of fact. But like, he kept going. Like, someone would say something, and he just went into this side tangent physics book narrative mode that had, it was related to what was said, but it was like totally on the side, right? It was like, and he did that a bunch of times. It was weird.
Yeah,
I have to go
because
back and actually listen
the
to that. It was
prompt,
so weird.
the prompt response was prompted by what you had said, but it wasn't on point because it wasn't actually thought of by a rational agent. It was thought of by an autocomplete.
Now, here's the funny thing is, this is an ironic thing. This is something I've been mentally working on. Is large language models use inference for next token prediction, right? But all those inferences that it makes, next token, those are all based upon assumptions that the previous tokens are correct. So the probability that the answer or that the next token is going to be correct goes down further and further and further, and eventually reaches a 100% probability that it's not going to be correct because of all the assumptions it used and all the previous tokens, right? One of those is going to have some assumptions in it which are not correct. And it doesn't have to be 100% not correct. It's 95 not correct. Then the next one's 95 not correct. And then the next one's 95 not correct. See what's happening? It's getting pushed toward 100%. It's getting pushed that at some point, the next token is going to be 100% chance that it's incorrect. And that's what we were trying to point out to him, is that they have the assumption of the radius, the assumption that the horizon's physical, the assumption that the height of the mountain isn't being measured or is approximately flat enough that they can just use a flat earth to approximate the height of the mountain. And then we can do all these other things, right? So it's assumption, 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 assumption. They think the more assumptions you stack, the stronger their evidence is. No, it's getting worse. It's getting worse and worse, dude, and they don't see it.
Yeah. It's like a reverse Occam's razor. But you know what?
That's why his answers were getting worse.
I do think that they're going to use that. So the other day we were talking to Claude, and Claude was basically conceding all these points to flat Earth. And so they're going to be like, well, of course Claude would concede to flat Earth because it's using a model that has assumptions that leads to a conclusion that's probably incorrect.
Stuff for a blast.
That's a good point. But AI, that's why he probably wasn't opening up new windows. He was probably using the same context window, right? And just kept piling on. That's why his answers got worse and worse and worse.
Yep.
The physicist who knew less over time.
Yeah, that's a good children's book. The Little Physicist Who Knew Less Over Time.
I was actually going to tell him that because if you listen to occasionally you'll see an interview with a physicist that was, famous or whatever, but now they're retired. And almost invariably they'll say things like, all I know is, he's like, they'll say things like, in some respects, I wish I never did that as a career because I know now that I didn't really learn anything. That the things they say, right, in the beginnings of their career, by the end of their career, they don't believe any of that shit anymore, right? Like this guy, he's at the beginning. Let's assume he is in physics class somewhere, and he's all enthusiastic. These physicists, they have all the right answers. But if he goes ask a retired physicist and says, hey, do you guys got all the answers? I'm like, hell no, we don't know anything. It's funny. But they think somehow that stuff is exempt from human social
just
behavior, right?
in my lifetime of being on any type of social media where I'm interested in looking things up or anything, that's only like 14 years or so, maybe a little longer than that. I've heard so many articles or videos or things come across that they're upending all these previously held physics theories and how the universe began, dark matter, all these things. It's like they came and go. Not even in the span of 20 years, they come and go. When people are like, "This is the truth. This is our reality," and then like 5 years later, it's like, "Oh, we could have been all wrong."
We talking have eggs been bad for you? Eggs, salt. What's the other one? Coffee.
Well, you see, I put a very advanced model to that, and I basically did it as a swing. So when it was bad for you, I swung it up, and it was bad for you, I swung it down, and then plotted the points, and then I put a mean line in between them, and then basically they're just all okay. They're not bad, they're not good, they're just it. It was a pretty fun day though. The kid had some staying power. I was actually hoping that Matthew would slap him around a bit.
Just remember, Big Bang is not a creation story.
Matthew, you still here? Oh man, freaking quitter.
Yeah, I don't think Matthew wanted to deal with that. You know, having to defend that silliness.
Well, I think Matthew could vet him out pretty good and talk to him in a very calm, even keel, yet exquisitely condescending tone.
I got a question. Are events that happened before human beings existed, are they considered historical events?
Nope.
So what do we call them? He said the Big Bang is not a creation story. And I was thinking, he must think it's historical. But that happened before human beings, so it can't really be historical. So what do we call it?
Cosmogony.
Cosmological?
Cosmogenesis. No, cosmogenesis. The origins of the cosmos. So you have
Oh,
cosmology, right, which is studying what is. You have cosmogony, which is your ideas about where it came from. In other words, it's a Genesis story. The Genesis, ring any bells?
we call it historical instead of historical.
Yeah, but then it becomes quickly hysterical.
Yeah. Well, that's what the Big Bang was. It was something
Yeah, but
from
see, even
nothing.
in my lifetime, even within the past 15 years, like I said, there's people abandoning the Big Bang and they're going with the big raisin bread. Do you know the big raisin bread?
Do I know what?
The big raisin bread.
Oh, the raisin bread, yeah. The raisin,
Yeah,
pumped up
that
raisin
bull
bread.
crap. Yeah, exactly. And why do they say they're going with the raisin bread? Because it fits the observations, right? And you could just make up all kinds of models to fit the observations. But at one point in time, my model that I made to fit the observations is the truth. And at another point in time, it's not the truth. So that means back when you thought it was the truth, it wasn't the truth, yet you were telling people it was the truth. So, but to be fair, a lot of the more advanced level people, they parse out what they say with it's a model. They don't say this is the reality you live in. Like they're not retards like all these younger globe zealotards. Heck, even like what was that book on the controversy of the two great world systems? Was that Galileo and Copernicus, or
Yeah,
who
that was
was in that
Galileo.
book?
Galileo.
Yeah, and
Got it.
didn't they write in that book that these models don't need to be inherently real? They just
Oh,
need
that was
to
Copernicus.
explain the
Yeah,
motions.
that was Copernicus's revolutions of the heavenly body.
Yeah, but even they respected the fact that they were just making a model. They didn't say this is
Oh, yeah.
definitive reality.
So did Newton. That's why Newton said what he said. He's just like, this is just a model. It's philosophically, it's what he specifically said. Anyone educated in philosophical matters. He, like, you know what I mean? But think it's so great an absurdity, no one should fall into it. He knew that he couldn't intellectually support that his universal law of gravitation model, right, was physically real. He could only say that, yes, it accurately describes, whatever the motions. I don't even think he said that. I just think he said, I only think his assertion was that using this will accurately describe the moon's position. I don't even think he extended it to the planet. The point is that he knew that the model, the mathematics weren't he couldn't make a justified claim about reality from the mathematics alone. You also have to remember those people were more connected with nature. Like they fucking had to deal with it at a harsher scale than we did. Even the richest king in Europe in the 16th century is poor compared to some homeless guy down the street.
Exactly. So this is my rationale. Follow me. Back then, people were so poor they couldn't afford salt because salt was a luxury. So I, as a responsibly time-aware entity, am eating tons and tons of salt to make up for their loss. I feel for them. Because like they say, hey, aren't you going to eat that? There's kids starving in Africa. And when someone says, hey, why are you using so much salt? I'd be like, well, because there were peasants that didn't have it.
That's really twisted.
But that's a good point, though. It's like when you say, aren't you going to eat that? There are kids starving in Africa. Okay, if I throw it in the trash, the African kids don't get it. If I eat it, the African kids don't get it. This is like Glober logic right there.
Yeah, no shit, right?
No matter which
My mom
choice
used to say,
you
think about the kids, because Cambodia was the starving people, not Africa. So when I was growing up, it was the Cambodians. So it was like, think about the starving kids in Cambodia. Mom, I'm 5. I don't know where Cambodia is. That's when the whole killing fields shit came out. Which I vaguely remember any of that, but it was in the news here and there.
Oh man, dude, I got a deadline to get this project done before a guest is gonna come, and I busted my weenus, and my arm is like limp mode, so I'm like working at like 40% capacity.
Huh. Are you actually injured or just tired?
No, it's like sometimes it feels okay, but a lot of times it's like locked up, pain, and it gives you what's weird about it is it gives you like fever symptoms, but without a temperature. Because it's like fluid leaking into your body from an overactive, fluid sac of lube that's for your elbow.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's nothing they could do to it because they don't want to dick with it because they could introduce an infection. If it gets infected, then you're really screwed. So you basically just have to live with it for like the 3 to 6 weeks that it takes to heal or whatever.
Is
Down
it
and
a bursa
ibuprofen
sac?
all day long.
Is it the bursa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yo,
yeah.
A friend of mine had that from playing
what's up,
tennis.
gang?
What's up, Mark?
I'm here to talk about the flat Earth.
Oh, look, it's 2 at a time. I've never seen this act before. Please do something new.
Huh?
Yeah, the little 2-person act. Yeah, we're ready. Let's hear it. When are you gonna do something stupid?
What?
Then the other person you get muted. Then the other person complain. You muted my friend. Yeah, that shit.
That's not my friend, bro.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
just mentioned you right off the rip.
Yeah, because I saw him in another chat yesterday.
Yeah, that's Demiurge.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I'm
guys
not
complete
coming in to
strangers.
cause trouble now.
Okay, cool.
Hey, look, let's talk about the flat Earth.
What?
What
We
about
just call it Earth.
well, the channel is called Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's for you guys.
Why not just call
That,
it Earth? The
well, because
24/7 Earth chat.
well, you guys, do you know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, of course, man.
How do you know that?
By looking at it. What do you mean? It measures flat.
There you go.
Really?
Good start.
Wait, let me ask you this, Indio. If water is always level, how are the oceans curved?
They're not curved.
Exactly. So, ergo propter soc, the Earth is flat.
Or go
Gravity.
propter hoc.
Ergo,
Oh,
well,
dude, I like his version. Oh, bro, listen, I want to give you props. I love your version. Ergo proper sock. Yeah, I'm down, bro.
How about ergopropter no hawk? You're a globetard. We know you are. Just admit
hey,
it.
let me ask you this, dude. Do you ever read The Giver?
I don't even know what that is.
Nah, I know you don't read.
No, I don't read that.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you, dude. But The Giver, it was like a kid's book, maybe a little
Was
before
it
your.
cool? It was cool, brother. Well, listen, I never read it, but I'm pretty sure it's the same. Oh well, it's the same story as the Giver movie, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that was pretty
yeah.
interesting.
Yep. Kind of opens your mind a little bit, like that book 1984. I'm not joking, but like I see that in a lot of our society today. It's like, what are we getting fed? It's all about today. What's it about? What's the meta? It's about retard maxing, gesture maxing, looks maxing, peptides, chemicals.
Yeah, being fools. Yeah.
Yeah,
So guess
that's
what,
what it.
brother? Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Have you ever researched the mouse utopia experiment?
I think I've heard of this one, but remind me.
So basically, they created this world, like a micro world with boundaries, but it had everything the mice could ever want. It had mazes they could play in. It had places to go over here, little things over there. And then it had this central hub where you could get all the food and water and
Yes,
heat and warmth and
yeah,
everything you ever wanted.
and
And
they all
over
died
time,
and stopped reproducing, right?
yeah, over time they just focused on staying near the food, and then they got like fat and stupid. The girls stopped having sex with the boys, and then they started like killing their own babies. And then some of the boys like just went off into these little rooms and just started grooming themselves all day. And the whole place went to crap, and everybody died.
Yeah, that's what animals. I mean, that's what animals do. That's
True,
says a
but
lot
the
about
point I'm trying to
society.
make, yeah, the point I was trying to make is that the different classifications that the mice separated themselves into parallels humanity quite well in the day in which we live.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like the crazy girls, right? So the girl mice, some of them went crazy and just started sleeping with every dude they could, and then whenever they got pregnant, they would kill their babies.
And
Weird,
we see that.
funny.
We see that today with
Yeah, we
abortion.
see that. Yeah, and promiscuity. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had guys, and then the guy mice, right? Some of them were so disinterested in what was going on, they just went off into a corner and just stayed by themselves. And we see that with some of the loner guys, right?
They start grooming
And then
themselves. They're looks maxing.
yeah,
And shit.
yes, exactly. They're doing nothing but looks maxing all day. The whole experiment was like that these mice have no adversity. Like they have no reason to struggle. They don't want for anything. They don't have to compete. And so basically they just became milk toast losers.
Right.
And then after they became milk toast losers, they went absolutely psycho and just everybody died.
Well, and that is why you have to have homelessness and a little I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying this to troll, but like you have to have a little bit of starvation, otherwise it's too easy. You know, you don't like it's like a video game, okay? Like imagine you're playing a video game. Do you want to play it on the easiest difficulty? No, there's no challenge. You got to have a little
Right.
bit of adversity to keep people
Yeah,
working hard.
or even in take sexual dimorphism, for instance. So it's actually well known that many people want to lose weight, right? But the reason why they're overweight is because they're in a calorie surplus. And if they were in a calorie deficit, they wouldn't need to lose weight because they'd always be burning off what they eat and they'd have a more lean figure. which most people consider to be more sexually attractive. And then they'd have more mating opportunities, right? And so by not eating all the time and actually wanting for food and having to work for your food, you actually exercise your body. That gives you all kind of good hormones, makes you more respectable as a person because you're working for a living rather than being some scrub sucker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just feel like with the 1984 thing, like like The Giver, like we're in an era of post-truth. Like we don't, there is no more truth anymore. The Earth is round, the Earth is flat. The Earth is this or that, and we live in a time of confusion. 2 + 2 = 5 type shit.
Hold on. I gotta say something, man. I can't take this no more. Now, what do you mean by post-truth?
I mean that the truth it's like decaying. Let
No,
me give you
that's
an
not what's
analogy.
decaying.
Wait,
It's not the truth that's decaying.
let me give
It's
you an
the ability to
analogy.
determine. It's the ability to determine what the truth is.
Can I speak on
Hold
this?
on, though, but that's a different thing, right?
Well,
What's true
yeah,
versus determination of what's true are two different things. What's been destroyed is the
that's true.
ability to determine what is true in the first place.
Yes, yes. So what I was going to say is like imagine you have a territory, the world, okay, and we've made a map of it, and gradually this map has just replaced the actual territory, okay, and we live in the decaying map. The map has replaced the territory. Okay, so there is no more actual world anymore. All there is representation of the world. Okay, and we live in the shredding and decaying real.
Yeah, this is Gene Boudreau. Yeah, I know. I've heard all this
Yeah,
before.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
So in the Matrix, the book his discs are in. You know what that book is, right?
Yeah, it's in the Matrix. It's in the Matrix. I mean, they literally reference it.
It's in. So when they come to his door after Trinity talks to him through the computer, and she says, "Follow the White Rabbit." There's a knock at the door, and they want discs, some hacking tool he made. It's inside of a hollowed out book, and that hollowed out book is Simulacra and Simulation.
Yes, simulacra and simulation. Yeah.
So I mean,
Dude, that's
but it's not just
crazy.
the simulation.
That's crazy symbolism, dude, because it's hollowed out, man. So even the
Yeah.
book is hollow. Man, that's deep, brother.
I'm wondering why they're using floppy disks in the Matrix, though. It's kind of bothersome.
For security reasons, obviously.
But
right. So
but hold on.
Think about it, dude. Some modern hacker sees the floppy disk and they're like, "What the hell is this shit?" They don't even know they could hack it. They don't even know.
They'll use it to like as a door wedge or something. Hey, this will wedge my door open. You could use it to level the leg of a table too. So, Mark, the important thing is it isn't even. It is the ability to determine what true is. So, if you just hung in here for a while, I don't know how often you've been here, and you listen to the copious amounts of fallacious reasoning passing as people try to pass off as rational thought. I think they actually believe it is rational thought. That's what I think. That their reasoning is so non-rational, but they think they're reasoning rationally. But they've never learned what logic is. There's the discard of philosophy in general and how to determine what truth is. These things are, especially in the modern scientism worldview, just had it. We just had this happen. So there's just a guy in here, Mark, that a couple times I had to. He was in here for a while, and he's a total physics nerd, seems to be. But what he couldn't take is when I said, "Listen, some of the things you think are physically real are just conceptual. They're not real, like velocity." Velocity's the one that sent him over the edge. Because
Wait,
you can't
why
measure
isn't
velocity.
velocity real?
You can't measure velocity.
Why not?
Because you measure time and you measure distance, but you can't measure velocity.
Oh yeah,
You
well, I mean,
calculate velocity.
motion itself is probably not real.
Well, I'm not getting into that. The point is that velocity is an abstraction.
Yeah,
It's abstract.
I mean, it's all
not real.
abstraction.
But these people live in a reified world where they think their abstractions are physically real and try to conflate the two and apply the rules that apply to real physical objects and how we learn the truth about those things to abstract objects and make claims about abstract objects as if they're physically manipulable, real things, right? So
Yeah.
that imaginary world, anything can happen. But you can't say the real world is restricted by my abstract ideas about what the real world is.
I think everything is imaginary. You know, I mean, we live in
That's
like
self-defeating.
like you
This
said, we
too?
live. You talk to these guys and they believe they have a rational worldview. They live in the imaginary. They live in.
I know they do. Yeah.
I mean, that's what they live in. That's their world. They believe the Earth is round. They believe that it's 10 million
He
years
doesn't think
old or
Big Bang was a
whatever.
creation story.
Yeah, the Big Bang and.
Is that a creation story, Mark?
No, of course not.
It's not a creation story. Think about that real hard. The Big Bang. What was before the Big Bang?
I don't know.
What created the universe? The Big
I
Bang?
don't.
It's a
Why
creation
does it?
story, dude. Fucking dude, like, it's a creation story. Just because there's no
Yeah.
conscious agent or purposeful thing, it's still a creation story. It's a creation story in which there's no deity involved. That's it. It's still a
Right,
creation
it's a
story.
narrative.
Yeah, no one knows how the fucking universe was created.
No, of course not. No, I mean, have you talked to people? No, of course. Like, go out in the world.
Hey,
Like,
even in like take some world famous religions, right? Even in Christianity, there's no actually definitive explanation of how the universe or the earth or the heavens were created. It just says who was responsible for it. It doesn't actually say any mechanisms or processes whatsoever.
right.
Now think about it this way, bro. Guys like that physicist wannabe who was in here earlier, he's trying to tell us how it happened in the past, like the physical mechanisms that caused everything to happen. And then somebody who might be a Christian might say, "Well, I know God did it, but I don't know how He did it." That person would mock the Christian, saying, "Oh, so you're not going to make claims about something that happened in the past, which you never were there and can't possibly know? Wow, you're so crazy." It's like, wait a minute, dude. You're the one saying this is exactly how it happened. You don't have any direct evidence for any of that, but you're going to tell me that I'm the one with the more faith. It's like you're giving me this dogmatic stance on your religious story of creation. So the physicist kid was actually more of a creationist religitard than any of the other people in the room.
You didn't like that.
Right.
Well, because the people that have this scientism ideology, they want to think about we're using the form of knowledge which finds truth, and it is better than all other forms. It's called science, and science determines truth through. They can't say how science determines truth. You start grilling, how does science determine truth? They can't say. They'll say things about models. They'll say things about all the scientists. Rarely does it ever get to what science actually claims, that it doesn't determine truth and that it just describes nature. And that's it. Through experiment and observation, what we do is we just describe nature. But it's gone further than that in the minds of people. The things that science philosophically says it can do, people ascribe to it things that it can't do. and then adopt that into a whole religious ideology.
Yeah, you
Minus
just
the
got to
deity,
get
of
on
course.
like the dialectical grind set. Like if you just start looking at things through dialectics, you know, everything becomes a lot simpler.
How about this? Just get out of your own fucking head.
Well, that's
Okay?
no. See, I think that
Not
it's the
like stop
opposite.
the
I
mental
think
masturbations
you should
and
try to
like
get into your own head.
no, dude. Look,
Start thinking. Think for
look,
yourself.
brother,
That's what you
brother.
should do.
So this is a problem. It's called the ideal system, right? And that's just the name that was coined by Thomas Reed, the ideal system. This world of ideas, right? That there's an internal world which is separate from the external world. Like the whole brain in the jar thing. And that you can't prove the existence of the external world. Oh, he took off. Bummer. Well, that's depressing. Why'd he leave? I was about to get freaking.
Dude, you told him to get out of his own head, and when he did, his body shut down.
Oh, maybe maybe the brain in a jar consciousness was what was in the BC. And when he got out of his own head, he just vanished. Maybe I'm the brain in a jar and he was in my head. Who's in whose head?
Dude, that's how I know that they're lightweights if they say I could be a brain in a jar. Because what they should say is I could be just a pure consciousness. Like if you think you need a brain and you think you need a jar, so you're a brain, right, simulating a body in your mind. Why not just remove all the corporeal and just be a mind?
Well, I mean, why even stop there? Why even be self-referential when I say you could be a brain in a jar? And I'm part of your imagination. Hi.
Why
Yeah,
is
we're the
Talon
same
muted?
mind. What the
Huh?
what?
Why? Wait, did he get muted or is he deafened?
I don't know. He's deafened and apparently muted. I didn't mute him. Why? He came in here
Free
muted.
my boy Talon. Free him.
Who
Yeah,
Talon
maybe.
X?
How about this, Ghost Rider? Since you're such an activist, go find out why he was muted. Because it wasn't anybody in here that muted him. He joined the BC muted. So you go do your research and then come back and tell us.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him. Also, I have a question. Is it a good idea to buy a drone and like fly around my city and like see if there's any curves?
Ain't gonna do anything. You think a drone would go high enough?
I don't
Or
know.
are you talking about female curves? Don't do that. You'll get arrested.
No. I thought I could see like something that could prove globe Earth.
Not from a drone, not from an airplane, not from a high airborne.
So I'd have to go higher.
Well, yeah, dude. They said the Earth has a radius of 8,000 miles, dude. Or diameter of 8,000 miles. So think
Alright.
about that for a second. How high would you need to go above an 8,000 mile diameter ball to see its curvature?
Higher than 8,000?
Well, an airplane like height is like 10 miles. So that would be, say the ball, we just scale it all down to 6 feet tall. That would be 1/100th of an inch. I don't think that's high enough. So not an airplane.
I see.
ISS would be something like 2.5 inches. It's 250 miles. You have to be pretty far away, dude.
Someone told me the Earth is like the North Pole, South Pole is flat, but the other, like the outer edges, is curved. What do you think about that?
Show me the evidence. We're not speculators here, Ghost. We're evidence based. So I'm not believing anything. I'm gonna see the evidence and then If it's solid and rigorously acquired, then I'll accept it. There's no belief involved.
All right.
I know that hurts. I know that shit hurts. I want to live in my imagination. I want to imagine.
I actually wanted to tell that previous kid that because when he was talking about a lot of people are quote unquote post truth and they're like living in a facsimile of what's real, but they may still be accepting true things, but the reasons why they're accepting them are completely a facade in regards to like some of the people we get in here, whether globe earthers or flat earthers, who are coming to their conclusions for absolutely nonsense reasons. You know, like, oh, there's an ice wall, therefore the earth is flat, or, you know, nonsense like that.
Well, I mean, I was nice to that dude, Mark, because he was just regurgitating nonsense that he heard on YouTube, literally regurgitating it. I probably could have searched on YouTube and found out exactly who he was parroting. Post-truth. It's fucking libtard bullshit, dude.
What happened to Banhammer? Is he not on today?
No, dude, it's not my turn to watch him.
Dude, he's on Australia time, bro, so he should be waking up here soon.
Oh, okay. I just
Dude,
wanted
it's
to.
Friday.
It's almost it's getting. No, dude, it's freaking morning over there, dude. Like,
I didn't know.
so if he's
Damn.
still
Yeah,
tying
but
it
it's
on,
Friday.
bro.
He's probably tying one on. Morning, like that matters.
Wait a minute. Is it Friday? Is it Friday morning or?
Should be Friday morning then.
I thought he was British.
What? Well, dude, somebody today called Jedi Australian, so I mean, whatever.
It all evens out in the end, right?
But the real question is, how did he do the radio transmission between the two suckers? That's the real question.
Yeah,
Apparently,
can you
there's a
tell us how?
plaque.
Can you tell us how, Ghost Rider, you can talk to Australia from the United Kingdom on the radio?
Me?
Yeah, how you can do that?
On the radio? I don't know. I don't use the radio.
Yeah, in 1918, they talked the United Kingdom to Australia. How'd they do that on the globe?
I don't know. I don't know how they came here. Probably by the ship.
1918.
They came here by boat, dude.
Wait, you said 1918 Australians came to America?
No,
Lancers
people in the
there.
United Kingdom talk to people in Australia over the radio.
It depends on atmospheric conditions. You can.
Oh, really? Which
Mhm.
ones?
In the ionosphere, specifically.
Oh, yeah? Which ones? Which conditions?
You're asking how did the Australians talk to the British
No, I'm
people?
asking Giga with his cope. Which conditions? Can you quantify them?
It depends on what the sun is doing. So, like solar flares, and it's very complicated. I'm not a ham radio
That's so
operator.
complicated that it doesn't exist.
Well, to simplify it, the signal bounces off the.
Really?
Yeah, it skips off the ocean and the sky to simplify
Skips
it.
off the ocean. Radio waves.
That's right. That's what this.
What is the question again?
It's called
So
refraction.
radio waves aren't absorbed by water? Is that what you're saying?
Well, a percentage of them are, and then, but some of them are reflected away.
So that ionospheric, alleged ionospheric transmission distance doesn't work during the day, does it?
Right. It's night times when you get all the signals from the
Yeah,
other
but
side of
this
the
happened
planet.
during the day, so that's kind of sucky, huh?
What happened during the day?
Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, Australia, radio transmission. 1918.
You're saying Australia talked to British people in 1918 through radio?
Yes.
Right. It's way better generally at night, but you can get skip propagation, is what they call it, at daytime too.
of 10,000 miles.
It just happens more likely at night. That's right. It's called skip propagation.
Yeah, I know what it's called. I know what
Okay.
it's called.
It just works better at night. It is not saying that it doesn't work at all.
Now, what is the actual evidence for this taking place?
You can buy a radio.
Oh, you're saying they didn't?
No,
They didn't.
that wouldn't. No. That it's skipping, bouncing between the ionosphere and the ground around a ball, and that's the actual transmission path. Nothing,
saying that-
because the whole ionosphere idea is post hoc, ad hoc, made after the fact of the transmission, when they said, "Hey, you're supposed to be a ball. This is not supposed to be possible. Let's come up with something," which they did.
Are you saying they didn't talk over the radio? I'm confused.
They have to invoke things like negative index refraction and inverted power output in this ionospheric plasma layer that supposedly changes fucking, has different properties if the sun is shining on this side of the world.
Can someone unmute Talon, please?
Why?
Why did he mute him? What did he do?
We already covered this. I don't know how he was muted. You were supposed to go find out, remember?
Damn it. So you don't know who muted him?
No. He came in here muted.
Alright, man.
I'll ask him, dude. Who muted you, Talon?
I don't think he's there anymore. I'm looking through my phone for some footage because I think I saw a curve in the sky one time.
Wait, from the ground? You're on the ground looking up in the sky and saw a curve?
Something like that. It might, yeah, I get it.
Dang.
Yeah, it might sound retarded. It might sound retarded.
Dude, listen, bro, at this point, I'll take anything that's not just someone reading off ChatGPT.
Well, Wikipedia.
Oh yeah, I'm done using AI.
That's what my girlfriend said.
Physicists resisted the idea of the reflecting layer for one very good reason. It would require total internal reflection, which in turn would require that the speed of light in the ionosphere would be greater than in the atmosphere below it. Since the latter speed is essentially the same as the speed of light in vacuum, scientists are unwilling to believe the speed in the ionosphere could be higher. So what was their evidence it was true? Nevertheless, Marconi had received signals in Newfoundland that were broadcast in England. So clearly, there must be some mechanism allowing the transmission to reach that far, because the Earth is a ball, right? Fucking bullshit, bro.
Oh, yeah, let me use it, bro. Ex post hoc, ergo proper sock. Man. That's my new phrase.
You know what? I think I deleted it.
Holy crap, dude. What the heck? Man, dude, that neutral wow was buzzing, bro. Better put on the rubber gloves. You guys be hearing me get electrocuted live.
Oh, we gotta get viewership up somehow.
Right, now you've got to put it in with the tool with the rubber handles instead of your bare fingers. Oh yeah, buddy. Success. Properly inserted the white one into the slot.
That's what she said.
Down.
You being electrocuted is gonna be my fault.
Dude, do you know anything about breakers? Where they, like the physical form of them? So they have like, you put the wire in, and you just have like a stripped wire, and you put it in, and then you crank it down. And sometimes they have a single saddle or a double saddle. But whoever put this in literally made a hook around the breaker bolt. So when I tried to disconnect the wire from the breaker, I'm loosening the bolt that holds it in, and I'm like pulling it out. I'm like, why is this not coming out? So I gave it a little stronger of a tug, and I pulled the whole breaker out. I'm like, why the heck did you wrap the wire around the breaker bolt, dude?
Man, there's no limit to human freaking stupidity.
Then they got, where the breakers are, when you put the wire in, you're supposed to have the strip casing at a certain depth, right? So that there's no
Yeah.
exposed copper. But because
Oh, why
they
would you do
hook looped
that?
it, yeah, but because they hook looped it, I can't just disconnect the bolt, pull the wire out, snip it, put it back in. I have to undo the entire bolt, and then it's like it has a saddle which falls off, and then you got to try to get that back in. It's like whoever did this, dude, is just pissing me off, bro.
I mean, that could be the only rational explanation for why they would do that, actually.
To piss me off?
Could they possibly do that by accident?
I think they just thought it's way more secure if you do it this way. Now, the reason why you're not, I don't know, you're just not supposed to do it that way. It's just easier to work on the panel if it's not like that.
Fellas,
Because
look at the
real
side
quick,
chat.
brother. All right, hit it.
Look at the
Showing
side
the
chat.
old. Yeah, thanks for
You
showing
you guys
Superior Mirage. Congratulations.
you guys seen the
Yeah,
those
for
two
years.
videos?
Yeah, I've seen it for years, dude. There's Inferior Mirage on the horizon, dude. Don't you see that? A
Inferior
double image
Mirage.
mirror.
What's Inferior Mirage?
A mirage. You know how you have a hot road in a car? A hot road, and then you see like a reflection?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's happening here in this video.
You're saying that's a reflection?
Listen closer. At the horizon, there's an inferior mirage. You understand? It's a double image of the boat.
Why?
Why? I don't know why. Could be a couple reasons.
A double image.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll take a screenshot.
Did you see the first video, or like, did you hear what he said? Where light rays bend, refract through air layers of different temperatures, creating distorted or displaced images of distant objects or the sky. Commonly seen on hot roads or in deserts. Okay, well, what about the first video? What like, did everything that guy say is wrong? He said the satellite we only have GPS today because of the satellites in space.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Oh yeah.
Guy doesn't know how GPS works, obviously. Do you think GPS is two-way communication?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Yeah, your phone isn't talking to a satellite. They don't even claim that it's
So
talking.
it's just using data, or
So GPS is like a beacon, right? So it keeps sending out a signal over and over again. And in that signal is a timestamp. And based upon its timestamp and the clock on your phone calculates how long it took for that signal to reach the phone. Now, if you have a bunch of these signals, then you can try and figure out where you are relative to all these beacons and then give yourself a position. But GPS doesn't use a globe in the first place. There's the problem. So the signal that you get, the coordinates are in 3 coordinates. It's called up, down, east, and it's not on the surface of the globe. I know it shows you on your phone, latitude and longitude, but that's not what the actual receiver sees. Sees something else. It converts it to that mathematically. Does what's called a coordinate transformation, if you want to know the technical term.
I see.
But it doesn't use a globe. And in fact, something called differential GPS, which they admit is ground-based, is more accurate. But your phone you probably just use data location services anyway. You probably don't even use any type of GPS in your phone. There, but you probably don't use it.
Damn, so this is wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of things people in this topic. What you'll find out is people believe a lot of things, and they believe it works a certain way, but it doesn't. They just kind of like filled in the blanks with their imagination. Earth's the globe, so it has to work whatever way I imagine it works. But then when you look at the details of how they do work, it doesn't work like that. For instance, if I go, hey, dude, how do they predict eclipses? What would you tell me?
I don't know.
You think they use a globe Earth model to do that? To predict when an eclipse happens? And who will see it and all those things? Fact is, they don't. They use something called the Saros cycle, which has been around for 4,000 years before the globe existed. So the point is we have explanations, and then we have what's actually done, and they don't match each other. And that's why we're here to tell you they don't match each other.
No.
I wouldn't rely on AI to tell you shit, dude. It's just going to give you the
Why
collective
don't you guys
delusion of
make your own
our interest.
agency like NASA or something?
To do what?
Spread the truth, right?
I am right here. You see it? Doing it right now. I'm not spreading truth, right? The truth is already out there. What we're doing is saying, hey, pull your head out of your fucking ass and look around. That's all we're doing. That you can
Right.
trust your own eyes. So, like, if you go to, let's say you go to the ocean and see the ocean and it looks flat. They'll say, no, not flat. That's not flat. It just looks flat. It's a giant ball. You just can't see the curve of the earth because you're just a tiny fucking insignificant speck on that giant fucking ball. That's what they'll say. Now, they just gave you a whole fucking story on why you can't trust your senses. They didn't even tell you why you can't trust your senses. They just gave you a story, alternate story. Yeah, that looks flat 'cause it's a giant ball. Hey, dude, want to also hear another story, Ghost Rider?
Yeah.
It looks flat because it actually is flat. Imagine that. To do like people, I've said that to people, globe earthers, and they think that that statement's absurd. That it looks flat because it is flat is some kind of an insane statement. That's crazy. Looks flat because it is flat. Are you on drugs? So we're just here telling people, and shout out Helioskeptic, that you can trust your own eyes. You can trust your senses. You don't have to buy into, the alternate story of reality that you can't perceive reality and that somehow they know better and that you're just, imagining, the earth is a giant fucking illusion and you're just a giant speck that can't perceive the illusion. And trust me, I wrote a bunch of equations on a fucking chalkboard that proves you're just living in an illusion. I mean, it's insane. It's on some levels, it's insane. Because if the foundation of your belief is, hey, dude, I can't perceive reality as it really is, what do you really got? What can you say about the world if you can't perceive reality as it really is?
Right.
Not much. You just run around saying, I don't know all the time. But people don't do that. People don't say, I can't perceive reality as it really is. I don't know. They say, oh, I do know. The scientist said, I saw on TV, blah, blah, blah. They say they can't know, but somebody else can know. You see what I'm saying? It's literally outsourcing your own brain, your own senses, your own ability to know anything to an unknown third party and letting them tell you what reality is. That's why we often call the heliocentric and globe idea a religion, because it's got all the hallmarks of religion. It's just missing the deity that made it all happen. But everything else is there. Creation story, creation of man story, all of it. It's all there. How do you reach salvation on the globe? How do I get to heaven if I live on a globe? Oh, I get in a rocket ship. I fly up really high. And I can go to heaven. Christianity's lame, man, because you got to not sin to go to heaven. But I could actually get in a rocket and go. You're stuck here because you're a sinner. But I got lots of money, so I can go to heaven.
I heard a physicist talk about the heaven story, which is basically his argument was, okay, we're advancing. Eventually, we're going to get more power, more energy. Reach out into the stars. We're going to create synthetic bodies for ourselves. We're going to translate our consciousness into these synthetic bodies, and eventually, the more we study energy, we're going to be able to transcend our synthetic bodies and just exist as incorporeal energy and just float out into the cosmos. Like when you look out and you see these nebula and stuff, maybe those are sentient agents that have already reached nirvana and we're coming behind them.
Beings of pure light. Which is kind of funny because didn't they think the stars were people?
Fellas.
They go like full circle AI.
India.
Yo.
Oh, all right. I want to ask you. So Banhammer said, Jupiter and Saturn are just lights in the sky. Do you agree with that?
Oh, that's what we see. Descriptively, yes, that's true. Now,
See, that's
well,
crazy.
well, you think you know their composition?
From what I've been taught in school, dude, like they're
Oh yeah, I was
actual
taught too. Yeah,
planets.
Jupiter's a gas giant, Saturn's a gas giant. It's got a rocky ring of dust around it. Yeah, I heard all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do they
So
know
now,
that? Did they go take a scoop
telescopes.
of Jupiter? You can't
No,
tell
no,
what
no.
Jupiter's made out with a telescope.
No. The
You
telescopes
can look at
and
my
they
pants and know if they're cotton or
and footage
polyester.
from NASA, cameras from NASA. That's how they know.
You can't.
That's what they told us.
Yeah, I know they say lots of things. Dude. Listen, you can't tell the composition of something just from looking at it. You ever watch real CSI or one of those things, cop shows?
Yeah.
What do they have to do when they want to figure out what something was made out of? They need a sample. They put it in a machine called a gas chromatograph spectrometer. They fucking got to run it for 3 days or whatever. Then they get a bunch of peaks of like its constituent elements. Then they go, yes, it was lead paint. So you think they can take a telescope and just stare into the sky and go, yes, it's hydrogen gas. It's 35 degrees and 10,000 atmospheres of pressure. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think they can do that from the telescope.
Yeah, me neither. So they say things in astronomy and astrophysicists which wouldn't fly in any other scientific field because they're policing themselves. So I'll give you, for instance, they said that Uranus smells like farts. That they detected hydrogen sulfide at 3 parts per billion in the air. Now, if you go on Google and look up the sensitivity of a gas chromatograph spectrometer, which is the most sensitive composition detection machines in the world, it'll tell you the best it can do is 9 parts per billion. So how did they get a higher precision from 16 billion miles away looking at Uranus than they can on Earth if they actually have the thing they want to examine? They actually have a physical sample. Astronomers are doing better than people on Earth. It's crazy. Right? So the gas chromatograph, they take a sample, they stick it in there, they vaporize it and turn it into gas. And then they analyze and measure. They measure by measuring the mass. They create an electric field, and then they have a magnetic field that creates a deflection, and then they measure how much deflected. That'll give them the mass of the freaking constituent elements, and then they get a readout. They claim they just looked through a spectrograph and just stared at frickin' Jupiter and or Uranus and got better information doing it that way and actually taking a physical sample and breaking it up into fucking atoms,
Yeah,
which
one of
is
those
stupid.
machines. I would test so much stuff.
Get a gas chromatograph.
Yeah. Think of all the stuff you could test with that.
Oh, dude, you might not want to,
You could
especially
see
if you
what's
started like
really in your.
testing like some of your biological material. Like,
You
oh
can test
man, I
all your
got
food.
exposed to uranium.
Probably better not know.
Test a hair sample. wonder if I still got LSD in my hair.
Give him mushrooms.
Suppose you can test to see if you're taking LSD by hair sample. So I've heard. I don't know if that's true.
It's a very spiritual poison.
Good. You could test my Venus fluid. Holy crap, dude, Indio! I just whacked it on the wall as I was doing my electrical. Completely, I was great. Then I hit it, and now I'm in pain again. Oh crap!
Geez.
You whacked your weenus screw.
Dude, it's bad. This
I
is
don't
one of
have any
those kinds of
good
things.
help for bursitis, man. I know someone that had it, and he was all fucked up.
The only thing you can do is like just take like a lot of NSAIDs or anti-inflammatories, and then compression wrap and put ice on it every so often, and then just hope it heals. This is like one of those things where if I had to choose to have this or just get kicked in the nuts 5 times in one day, I'd choose the kicked in the nuts. Because at least then it's over.
Yeah, I mean, you got a point.
Yo, Indio.
Yeah.
May you unmute Talon now?
Again? Talon, who
What was the
muted you?
option? Get kicked in the nuts
Hello.
5 times or what?
Instead of have Bursa. Who muted you, Talon?
Whoever wants to mute me can mute me. I'm not sure who. I didn't say anything. I was coming off of you know how it is. Sometimes I get
No,
muted.
you joined the VC. You were muted. I want to know who muted you before that.
Oh, I
Was
don't
it
know.
Crit or somebody?
Maybe it was Crit. I got kicked for a while, like
can
just
blame
unbanned.
Crit.
Hey, listen, brother. Crit's off having a nice vacation, probably with a beautiful lady. So reprieve time for you, I guess.
Well, Crit hasn't been singling me out for a long time, so I don't know if it was Crit. I think it was I was Indio. I was talking to Neil. Yeah.
I banned you. I didn't mute you.
Oh yeah, so there you go. See, I don't know why I was banned when I got
That's
in.
why I don't know why you came back muted.
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't think I was muted. I just came in to listen earlier, but then I just left without talking.
Might have been someone from the mod fan club that you have.
You guys know I'm the best. I'm the best Glober. Because Ghost Rider was asking me about explaining why aluminum doesn't dissolve in a vacuum. Are you guys all? That's something Jen was talking about, but I don't know if you guys are on that.
Why aluminum doesn't dissolve in a vacuum? Why would aluminum dissolve in a vacuum?
He thinks it outgasses.
Jin
Oh,
was
without
saying-
gas, sure.
Right, but that's just the like contaminants on the metal. It's like the metal
No,
itself.
in the metal. Because when they forge the metal, there's going to be gas inside it.
Well, it's pure aluminum. It's not. There's no
pure-
gas inside of pure aluminum. Solid metal.
It's not at the molecular level, dude.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the aluminum. Is it's at a molecular level. Metal is perfectly organized in a row. That's why they melt it in the sheets, and it's malleable. That's why aluminum is so great for spacecraft because it's light but solid. So there's no gas in between the molecules of aluminum.
It's not true.
It's pure aluminum. So what kind of gas is inside of pure aluminum when it's melted at it's like 4,000 degrees. So there's no gas in molten aluminum when it's poured, and then when it's like when they put it on the big rollers and they roll it out, it's soft enough to be rolled into sheets. There's no gas. What gas would get
why
put
are you
into the
arguing, dude?
sheets?
Like seriously, like you're saying dumb shit.
Oh well, I was just helping Ghost Rider understand. So because he wasn't sure because Jin was talking about how it would outgas, but obviously aluminum metal doesn't outgas because there's no gas in metal.
Hey, Talon, can you
Yeah.
find the purest grade aluminum on the market? You give us the purity rating.
What, 100% purity rating? I mean, most aluminum is pure
Cite it.
aluminum, so it's 100%.
Cite it.
I mean, I can see if there's an alloy. Like, do they add if it's just an alloy?
Asking for an alloy. I'm
Nothing
asking for an alloy.
great, really, if you really think about it.
Or plain.
Can you source us 100%?
No, it is an
pure
alloy.
aluminum? Can you source us 100% pure aluminum, please?
So
Or
it's a
you only
blend
get to
of-
find 99.99999%, 5 nines or 4 nines or 3 9 pure.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, like 3 nines pure or 4
it'd
nines,
be
5.
50 to 70% aluminum. Depends on like what you're using it for.
So not pure.
So they would sometimes it gets plated like pure. It gets coated with pure aluminum to resist corrosion. But like I said, it's mostly alloys. But yeah, it's not. It's like
Okay, so you can't. So you can't find 100% pure aluminum.
Well, I mean, you can. Like foil is pure aluminum.
That's why I'm asking you. Can you find us 100% pure aluminum, please? Like, is it that hard, dude? You're talking shit, and now I'm asking you, can you get us some pure aluminum, please? And you're like, derp, I can't. Like, dude.
Oh right. Oh, because you're gonna obsess over one word I said because I said pure aluminum.
Well,
doesn't have
no,
clause.
you're
Do you
talking
think-
about. You're
so-
talking. I'm not
right.
going to obsess about it, right? I'm just hyper focusing on your statement,
Okay.
right? Which is allegedly the crux of your argument, right? That aluminum
correct.
won't outgas because it doesn't have any impurities. There's no gas stuck inside, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So I'm asking you, where can you get that? And you're folding like a
Correcting.
cheap
So
suit.
I'm giving a correction. So I would say not. I can just take away the word pure aluminum and just say the aluminum alloy that they use has no gas in it. If that's really what you're concerned about, yeah, I can just say alloy.
Okay. Well, that's a very different statement then.
That's not. Those are not impurities.
Which
in
aluminum
an
alloy is it, so we can find
An
out?
alloy is copper. Yeah, they add a little bit of copper and
Okay.
iron and silicone and so
Now,
small.
what was the evidence you
of
looked at to
different-
determine it doesn't outgas?
Because it's metal. Metal doesn't do
Yeah,
that.
no, I didn't say look in your head. I said what evidence you looked at.
Right, that's like knowledge. No, it's not evidence. It's
Knowledge? Yeah, but the knowledge would come from the evidence that you looked at.
Right, metal. Yeah, so I learned in chemistry that metal is a solid, stable molecule or element.
Yeah, that doesn't
aluminum
tell me.
alloy
That's a nice theory and hypothesis, right? But we test hypotheses in the real world. So for your hypothesis, they have an alloy of aluminum which doesn't outgas. I'd like to see the evidence for that.
Yeah, because let's say it's
test
75%.
data.
Check this out.
Airplane grade aluminum. That's what they use.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean
Yeah.
evidence of
Well,
metal?
there you go.
metal
So get that. So get
Shucking and
that. Right?
jiving.
Check this out. What if, for example, I'm just throw numbers, right? It's 75% aluminum and 25% copper, right? But what actually is rated for is 74.95% aluminum and 24.85 copper. Let's say.
Yeah.
What's the remainder made of? Right? Can you find us something that explicitly says, these two numbers that add up to 100%, right? That are actually just metal.
Well, they call those the trace elements that they add to the alloy.
Thank you. So can you get? Thank you. So can you get something available on the market that lists it as aluminum as whatever 95% and trace elements of 5% of whatever, right? To the full, to the fullest extent, not like 95% and 4.95% and with the rest.
But what is this? What is this all? What's the relevance of all of this?
If you're talking shit, right, that these metals are absolute pure, right, that have no trace elements of anything else,
No
like gas,
impurities.
whatever,
Right.
impurities, right, that are
That's not talking
just
shit,
solid
that's
objects, like no, you're talking shit because you can't prove that these impurities are solid objects only.
Well, no, you'd have
'Cause
to
if
be a
you're
fucking
able to
retard to
fight
not know
anything,
that like aluminum metal is
are you
solid is a solid object.
Yeah,
I
metals are
didn't say that.
solids, bro.
I didn't
Metal is
say
solid,
that.
buddy.
I didn't
They're
Oh
say
my
that.
solids, but they
god.
dissolve gases in between the fucking cubic structure, dude. You're
What are you
just
Yeah,
talking?
that's
talking
not
shit, dude.
supplementary.
Did you
Show me
take that
this.
in chemistry?
Show me.
Did you take that in chemistry?
Supplementary
Yes, I
is.
took chemistry, organic chemistry. I
Gas
took
gets trapped in the
high
So
lab.
did you
school. Like I
skip
got a
that
high
part?
school diploma, so I
Did you
took lots
skip
of
that part?
chemistry and
Did you
Yeah,
science.
did,
skip
We learned
that part?
yeah,
no.
did you fail the part where you have to like cite your sources and shit?
Well, I mean, did you
Yeah,
fail the part
certainly.
that metal is a solid, like the
Yeah, a
kindergarten
No, I
solid.
get that.
Yeah, but a
I get
kindergarten
that.
solid
education taught us
doesn't
metal
tell
is
us.
solid and
Yeah, but
Look,
you already
stable.
talked about the
ice is also
you
a
already,
solid. So what,
yeah,
dude?
you already acknowledged that there's impurities, dude. But you haven't been able to cite what
No,
those
no, I didn't
impurities
say
are.
again. You didn't hear me correctly. You got to listen to
Hold
every
on,
word I
okay.
say.
Did you
I
or
said
did
an
you? All
alloy
right. So did
has
you or did
different
you not
trace
say?
minerals.
Did you? I understand what an alloy is, dude.
So an alloy does not make something
Can you show?
impure.
Can you cite? No, check this out. Can you cite something
Even an
on
alloy
the
has a
market?
purity level.
My God, this
Right.
guy's dumb as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Can you
So
get?
what's the
Can you
purity
cite,
level of the
So you're being
alloy?
angry.
What's the purity
cite
level of
something?
the alloy?
Cite something for us on the market,
Well, actually,
right?
can we actually talk about
Let's
something
start with small
important, like how
proposition.
metal
Yeah,
works?
that's what I thought. No, you can
Yeah.
just go back
Why are
on
we
fucking
talking?
mute, loser.
And now we know why it
Dude,
was
why
muted.
this dude is ever unmuted, I don't know. Took
Well,
him
you
5
unmuted him, dude.
seconds to just like say some stupid shit, dude. Like
You unmuted him, dude.
someone asked me nicely.
Okay.
I know
Thanks,
exactly.
Osiris.
That's a funny question. Why the hell are you unmuted?
Oh shit! What a dumb fuck.
So here's some fun shit. Aluminum 7075 was what they used on the LEM in extreme vacuum. 7075 T6 can suffer from surface hardening due to hydrogen outgassing. I don't know why I'm sitting here. I'm looking up his evidence, right?
He's gone, isn't he?
Problems of fatigue of metals in vacuum environment by military.
Well, it's good ammo for later, man. If he's gonna be talking shit like this, he won't be the first, man. Won't be the last. I mean.
Well, I mean, saying aluminum solid, you're just saying the matter. Yeah, we know aluminum can be in a solid form. So what? That doesn't mean that the entire structure is a pure crystalline fucking structure. There's no pure crystalline fucking aluminum ever made. Such a specious bullshit. It's just. That's why I said he should never be fucking unmuted after that.
Well, we could either A, permanently ban him, or B, permanently mute him. That way he could still come in here and cope. I do think, though, that was the epitome of his brilliance, and I don't think he can get any more stunning Kruger than that. Man.
I mean, this is like it took 2 seconds to find inclusions in aluminum. Aluminum structure inclusions in dissolved gases are major factors determining the quality, mechanical structure, and sealing capability of aluminum castings. Oxides, carbides, intermetallics, gases, hydrogen porosity. So hydrogen actually dissolves into aluminum. It isn't trapped in between the structure molecules. It's actually dissolves in the aluminum. Why would you do that? Why are you guys such children? I don't get it. Fucking grown adults doing this shit. Mitigation and removal methods. Treating the molten metal is crucial.
Shut up, nigga.
Degassing. Oh my god. Proxy
Degenerate hour.
filtration. Vacuum melting. Clean handling.
What are we talking about on Flat Earth tonight?
Yo, get banned, fool. Not you.
Yeah, that's that gurgler. Get him out of here.
Yeah, guzzler.
That guzzler was.
Dude, you just made me forget his name. Now I can't ban him. Dang it. All right, let's see. Ban. Hold on. Ban.
He had to be. Was it a G?
No, is it Adam? Adam something. Let's see. I go by the PFP. Basically, it's easier to remember. There's just so many Adams, bro.
Huang, you still haven't figured out the Earth is flat yet, dude? What's wrong with you?
No. All evidence points to a globe.
All evidence. Yeah, except for the Atlantic Ocean. In the Pacific Ocean. In the Indian Ocean. And the Southern Ocean. Especially the Southern Ocean. How come you can see mountains 300 miles away on the Southern Ocean, Twanger?
They must be really tall.
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Man, they'd have to be 10 miles tall, Twanger. What mountain on Earth is 10 miles tall?
10 miles is really tall, I think.
Yeah, what mountain on Earth is 10 miles tall?
I don't think any are that tall.
That's right. There's none. So what mountains are they seeing?
I don't know. We'd have to dig into the dirty details on that one.
Well, the United States government prints that it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away in Antarctica. The National Geospatial Agency prints
Where
the
is
Southern Ocean
Antarctica?
Sailing Guide that says you can see mountains 300 miles away. Why would they do that?
It must be.
Well, you said
I don't
all
know.
evidence points to the Earth being a globe. So what
Yeah,
globe are
I'd
you
have
talking
to.
about?
I'd have to point that. You'd have to point me in that direction to look at it. I'd have to digest it.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter what it says, Twanger. You're going to keep believing whatever it is you're believing.
Well, I'm sure it would point to a globe when you fully digest it.
What's to digest about seeing mountains 300 miles away? Can you do math?
There's lots of variables there.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? Or are those copes?
No.
No, they're just copes, dude. They're not variables.
The mountains of Antarctica.
Oh, they're
Not
nowhere
really.
near tall enough.
Not really on the top of my vacation destinations.
Well, maybe they can see Mount Everest from the Southern Ocean.
Yo, the lowest form of life is the side chat skank, guys. Just keep that in mind.
Did you graduate?
What's that?
Did you graduate or something?
I've never been a skank. Only when relegated by force through a mute. But otherwise I'm always loud and clear through the microphone.
No, Twanger, what would convince you that you... Well, let me ask you this. If the Earth was flat, how would you feel about that?
It wouldn't make any difference to me, probably.
Yeah. Keep telling yourself that.
Well, listen, Twanger, I appreciate that answer. Let me tell you why. Because I've had other Globers, when asked, say, well, if the Earth was flat, I'd check myself into a sane asylum. You know, basically just give up on life.
Yeah, well, if that was the case, you'd have to check a lot of people in.
Well, the reason they gave is that they thought it was more rational to believe that they were crazy than to believe that they were wrong.
Right, well, I honestly would, with what I know and how certain I am about a globe, there really isn't anything there's not much you could do to convince me it's flat, unless I was like
With what
literally,
you know?
yeah, unless I was
What do you
catapulted out to
know?
space
Twang,
and like I
what
saw
do you know, Twanger? Tell us what you know.
the entirety of the globe, the entirety of science.
You know the entirety of science personally?
Wow.
Yeah, I do.
Dude, you're all cope tonight, man. You're falling apart.
I have discovered the entirety of the cosmos. I've seen it all, brother.
Oh my god, he's falling apart, man.
I don't think
Sorry,
there's
Twanger.
much left for me to see.
Is that God? Is God in chat?
Yeah, dude, you're like one step below evolving to Geolove.
Like in terms of like things I've checked off the list, Globe Earth is
God.
way down there. Like I've checked that off a long time ago, you know?
So take out the virtual reality headset and come back to the real world. Okay, Twanger?
Just tell us if the Earth is flat or not, God.
Wait, God did tell you the Earth was flat. He made it very easy to understand. He benchmarked our entire orientation to the horizon. Now, interestingly enough, the horizon means limiting circle, but everything is parallel to the plane of the horizon when it's horizontal and level. And you orient yourself upright against the horizontal. You actually have a gyroscopic mode in your eye that orients itself to the horizon. Yeah, so we're literally oriented
Did I hear you right?
to operate.
A gyroscope in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go right now to a mirror, look at the mirror, and then turn your head, and you'll see your eyes rotate to maintain level.
Okay.
Fellas,
Now, obviously, if you turn your head too far, it's no longer going to work. Your eyes can't go completely around, but generally, your eyes try to orient themselves. You also understand through the laws of perspective and the elements of the horizontal plane how to stand up straight, whether you're ascending, descending. Like the only way the world makes rational sense is if you consider it flat, stationary, and level and horizontal, just
fellas,
exactly as your body operates in it.
And you think that we have gyroscopes in our body?
And
Just
that's
one?
it's just
Or
to
one in each eye?
piggyback what AI was saying there. Like that's what I mean when I say if you told me if I somehow we figured out it was flat, hypothetically in a vacuum, it wouldn't bother me that much because I'm still walking on the ground here where like nothing changes. But in my mind, yes, like that would cause a nuclear explosion of the mind, maybe, but not necessarily of my day-to-day life.
Fellas,
what would change?
Well, in my daily life, nothing really. I think that's really the point. The
It's
flat
almost
earther
like
forgets.
yeah, it's almost like your day-to-day life has absolutely nothing to do with the globe whatsoever. It's almost like it doesn't exist or it doesn't need to exist.
Well, it's cool that you don't really have to know jack shit about anything to just go on with your life. That's the beauty of it. You can just be an ignoramus your whole fucking life and then just die and nobody cares, and that's cool. You can get
Yeah, I got you, bro.
right. That's actually pretty cool. You could be a
pretty
total fucking brain dead retard your whole life and you could get by. Like that's pretty cool.
That's awesome. I have a question.
Yeah,
I don't think that's cool.
I think that's cool.
I think it's a damn shame.
We made survival easy.
So, Talon could improve aluminum solid. That's what happened, or what?
Oh, we're back on the aluminum thing? I didn't catch the beginning of that, so I'm not familiar with the argument.
I just want to know what happened.
Something about aluminum and being and hydrogen gas. I don't know. Gassing off of aluminum, maybe. I'm just speculating. I don't know. Maybe 20K could tell you.
Someone was arguing saying there's no gas in aluminum, and then someone else pointed out there's actually
Yeah, over fences. You definitely were listening. This guy over fences might be able to tell you.
Hardened aluminum, yeah.
I have it recorded. I can go back and listen, but I think he couldn't prove something that it was solid. I think.
No, he was saying metal is a solid, therefore it has no non-homogeneous. So, for example, aluminum. So he's imagining aluminum being a solid means the block of aluminum in your hand is 100% aluminum. There's nothing in that block that's not aluminum. So we all agree it's solid. It's a state of matter, an object that's solid.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But he was confusing solid with absolutely nothing in that space except aluminum.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
And you guys were saying there are some other materials besides aluminum in there.
Yeah, like gases, particulates, etc.
Yeah,
And he could improve otherwise.
Yeah, and he tried to bulldoze through, straw manning the argument, like, oh, well, there's impurities, like there are alloys, It's like, yeah, no shit, dude. You can make an alloy of whatever, 25% copper, 75% aluminum, but to say that it's exactly 75% and 25% and not, say, 74.99% and 24.99% of these metals and the remainder be, some unknown substance, potentially a gas of sort, right? That's like, it's preposterous.
Yeah, but what was the implication of that argument?
The argument was something to do with off gases in a vacuum.
Okay, yeah, and I don't know why Over was laughing at me because that's the only thing I could make sense of it. Like, how do you tie that to flat Earth? I don't get it.
Well, there's an argument thrown around. I think Jin likes to use it often, right? That something about these spacecraft or the ISS or whatever that are the shells made out of some aluminum alloy or whatever. Talon was arguing that they don't off gas because you can't off gas when there's no gas no gas inside because it's a pure aluminum alloy, and we're saying you're retarded because you don't know that.
Yeah.
Do you guys have proof that it's not just aluminum all the way?
Well, that's what I was asking him. Like, can you find us?
Yes.
The top
Indio.
quality in the market? And he couldn't.
Yeah, he couldn't find anything, and Indio got a source that said there's these types of things dissolved, hydrogen dissolved, et cetera, and you know there's catastrophic damage to it when it's put into a vacuum, etc. So yeah.
Hmm.
So now all his talent. See, so here's the thing: to debunk, if you wanted to debunk Jin's argument about how they wouldn't send aluminum up because of the off-gassing issue and these problems, the appropriate response would be, oh, they just pre-off-gassed it. To try to say it's a solid, therefore it doesn't have an off-gassing problem, that's just holy crap. We might actually permanently ban him for being that stupid.
Yeah.
Not that we're trying to punish him. It's just that we want to stop punishing ourselves by exposing ourselves to such stupidity.
All he had to do was provide a source.
To back up his claim.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Crazy work, as the kids say.
Hey, who here would tag Talon X in as their Glober partner if they had to have a partner for a debate?
McToon?
Oh, good one, bro. McToon and Talon would get along, actually, now that I think about it. We should hook them up, bro. It'd be some good friendship there. We're doing awesome, bro. You been apologizing for Flat Earth? Hey, bro. Hey, bro. This is an English only server, bro. All right, dude. Bye bye now. Bye bye now. Bye bye now. Bye bye meow. Bye bye meow. Holy crap, dude. Dude needs to hang out in English hub and learn how to speak the language.
Yeah, why come in here? We're speaking English.
Oh yeah.
All right, Neil, when's your next TikTok relay?
Okay.
All right, bros. Neil, everybody stop. Great work. 20 cups. I think you named the show TikTok Relay, but the re is spelled REEE.
Okay, that's actually not too bad.
I know, right, dude? Good job coming up with it, homie.
Remember it, because I won't. I'm stoned to the bone.
No, 20 cups gonna make a logo, bro.
What? Fuck.
Okay, I can put it on the live.
20 cups. I just heard you volunteer to make a sweet logo, Flat Earth Relay with the REEE. Didn't I hear that?
Is that what you heard? I didn't hear that.
I don't know. It could have been a
You hear that,
Mandela
Kamal
effect, for all I
Ladino?
know.
Do you need a logo though, Neil? Can you even do that, or can you just put it in the tagline?
No, we can put it when we like. Here's what we would do with it. We would do a post. You know, if we get it, to where we like it, we'll do a post, and then people will know that's what we're doing.
But that post only
So-
has like a title, right, or a title in the description or something, right?
No, it'd just be like a message in Discord with an event link or a join
Right.
link to join a VC, and then it'd have a little picture like, like Neil's TikTok relay.
So you can put a picture. Okay.
This guy on examining the concave hollow earth. I don't know if I want to bless the airwaves with that.
Earth is round.
It is?
Hey, are you still in here?
Yeah.
Can you see the side chat? Yeah, I want to show you something, dude.
Hold on, let me delete my ban command before I ban everybody. All right, go ahead.
Let's see here. Oh, this is totally off topic. Now, look at this design of these stairs.
Yeah, let me open it up. You hate it?
Why are you doxing yourself?
I don't live there, dude. What are you talking about? It's not even the state I even live in. I'm in the city, dude. You would see fucking skyscrapers if it was near my house. What does your house look like from your mom's basement, by the way?
I live by myself. I make
Yeah,
my
in your
own
mom's
income.
basement.
No, I actually live in an apartment, but okay.
This is definitely ugly for the property.
Why would
but,
they design it like this?
Residency rules.
I'm just trying to protect you. You dox yourself, and just don't want you to deal with it.
But yeah, like why have two landings? But I do the ones that are turned like an L. It makes sense that they have two landings, but this other one doesn't really need two landings.
Why would they make? I don't. Here's my problem. Every vertical is load bearing. Any one of those routes, you got to replace all that shit.
Oh yeah. And let me see. They're
Oh,
continuous.
so here's the punchline. This is an apartment complex. There's 300 units in total. They're all like this. They all just got condemned because of these stairs.
Dang, dude. Dude, and whoever put those on, like who got that contract, dude, they walked away with a ton of money.
It's so ghetto. But the thing is, why would you design that door layout like that in the first place? Like you're automatically like, oh, how do the people up top get out? Fuck, I don't know. We'll just fucking throw some stairs on the side of there. I showed him the flat Lloyd Wright. He said it must have been the general contractor that was just like, we'll design the ground floor and just put another one right on top of it.
Yeah, like they should have designed it so that the stairs are, fixed to the building. So they condemned the buildings because of the stairs? Or did they just say you had to fix the stairs?
Do you guys believe in flat Earth?
Earth is flat, my homes. What's not to believe?
Well, I know it's round, but you believe the Earth is flat.
Well, listen, you say you know it's round, but it's
Right.
actually flat, and you actually believe it's round. And what you mean by round is
Well,
a
I don't believe
ball
it's flat.
floating.
You believe it's flat.
No, wrong.
You're wrong. You're the stolen valor, but okay.
Stolen valor. What are you talking about? Who are we stealing valor from?
You.
So you're stealing valor from me, and I'm stealing it from myself.
And you're confusing the chat, but okay.
Yeah, so tell us how you know the Earth's a globe then, and then we'll tell you how we know the Earth's flat.
Quantum mechanics.
How do you know that the Earth's a globe? You,
Quantum
not
mechanics.
somebody else. Hold on, not somebody else. How you
Quantum
know?
mechanics.
That doesn't tell you the Earth's a globe at all.
Actually, it does.
How?
The ether.
You're just saying random words, dude.
No, no.
You're falling apart. That was super easy, dude.
All you gotta do is mute me and ban me, just like how you did with the other guy. Pretty much.
Which other guy?
The guy who was here with quantum mechanics.
Which one?
The one who was here earlier. What are you on about?
Quantum mechanics? No, he rage quit. He rage quit. He didn't get banned. Yeah,
Nah,
good
that's
try
cool.
though.
Alright.
You can go back and listen to the recording. He quit when I told him he can't directly measure velocity. He freaked out.
So, how do I know that you didn't mute him, though?
Because you can listen to him say, "Oh, I can't take this anymore," and leave.
Yeah, and he also said, "I'm going to go to sleep."
Yeah, probably had to go to bed.
Yeah, so he wasn't banned. Shut up, dude. So
Crazy.
listen, how do you know the Earth's a globe again?
Because it measures roundness.
Okay. Did you measure that, or
can-
did somebody else?
Me.
You? What instruments did you use?
I use a bubble sextant.
You used a bubble sextant to measure roundness.
Yep.
What exactly did you measure with the bubble sextant?
Celestial navigation.
So you measured celestial navigation?
Yeah.
Wow.
Was it 11 and a half by 8 and a half?
Yeah, exactly.
So you said, like, we're talking about flat Earth, not round sky. So, how'd you measure the Earth with the bubble sextant?
With the device.
Yeah, what on Earth did you look at? You know where the Earth is, right?
Yeah,
It's
we're
not
on
in
it
the sky. Yeah, it's not in the sky. So we're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, the bubble sextant is used on the ground, dude.
It's used on the ground, but it's not used to measure the ground, is it?
So
Yeah,
makes the
that's the
rules?
thing in question, the ground. You said you measured, and then now you're saying you used an instrument that you don't measure the ground with to measure the ground.
But I did it though, and I experienced it.
Oh,
And that's what
yeah. And I make contradictions fucking actually not be contradictions. You contradicted yourself, dude.
crazy.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Dude, I thought he used the sextant to measure quantum fluctuation.
Yeah. You guys believe in planets too, or no?
Nothing to believe.
I'm just
We
asking
can see them, right? Can we see planets?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would we have to believe in them?
But you guys say they're stars, though.
No, they were called wandering stars. That's what planet means.
Then tell your cult
See,
leader.
now you're see, this is a different question. So a
What?
question of whether something exists or not is different than the question of what it's composed of. Right?
It was a curious question.
Well, no, if I say, hey, dude, you exist, I don't have to know what you're composed of to know you exist or not.
Why does that matter?
And we know planets exist because we can see them, but what their composition is, what their nature are, all those things, we don't know that. And neither do you or anybody else.
I'd like to say something.
You just did. Something else?
I don't want to like cut off your conversation.
Go ahead. He's just useless troll.
Me?
No, him. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
He's
I
only
just okay. I don't want to misrepresent what Talon you guys were saying, so I just had some clarification from him. So what he is saying, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. What he is saying, his argument was for the aluminum alloy point. He said pure aluminum, pure copper is a pure alloy metal. It's mixed together. All those metals melt at 4,000 degrees. He said it's something we don't have to prove because it's common sense. And he said you guys saying
Yeah,
there
if you're
are
the common sense,
impurities.
a logical fallacy. So yeah, you do have to prove it.
Wait, hold on. And then he said when you guys said there are impurities in the aluminum.
How do you
therefore
just
it'll-
skip past that part? It's just like, oh, that don't matter.
What's in dispute?
Okay, but
Yeah.
he's
Your
but
rationale.
What is in dispute? If you
Your
don't dispute,
rationale.
no.
That
If
you
you
don't have to prove
do you
it because
dispute
it's
that
common
metal,
sense.
do you dispute that it takes thousands of degrees to melt metal?
Yeah, so what? What's that got to
No,
do with
so
anything?
you don't. You agree. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
what?
So then so spacecraft grade aluminum sheeting alloy is good for space travel because it does not outgas.
No, it does outgas.
Metal does
Doesn't
not outgas.
outgas. Look, I looked it up, which you should have did.
You're confusing what you heard. Yeah, you're confusing the contaminants on
I
the
looked at
surface
the
of metal.
documents from a military document, dude.
What did it say?
Okay? I looked at from the DTIC link.
What did it say?
It says it just outgasses slower than other metals. It doesn't say it doesn't
Slower.
outgas.
So how slow are we
Slower.
talking?
I don't know. I didn't look at the graphs.
Mm.
But it does outgas. You're claiming that it doesn't outgas as cap. And they still preheat the metal. They treat it.
Right. No, that's
Yeah,
what
they
I'm talking about. That's
No,
what I'm
it's
talking
not what you're talking. You're such a fucking liar, dude.
What is that?
Shut up, dude. Don't bring him back in here, Ghost Rider.
I didn't bring him. I came by myself. I didn't say let's go.
Fucking liar.
I just came by myself to ask you clarifying questions.
Well, he said it doesn't outgas. That's a lie. It's such a lie. He could have just spent the 30 seconds I spent and looked it up. Anyone listening, including you right now, you could look it up right now. Does aluminum fucking outgas? It does. It just outgasses slower than other metals. But that's not why they use it on aluminum
okay,
space.
what
That's not
about
why
the
they use it on
impurity?
spacecraft, though. They use it
Okay,
because it's lighter.
okay, but what about the impurity? He said you guys have to prove their impurities in the aluminum after it's melted. He said they clean it up when it's melted. They clean all impurities.
They can't. How would they get rid of all the impurities?
I don't know. That's what he said.
You by using a fucking vacuum. Right. So in a crystalline structure, there's things called inclusions, which are spaces, right? In modern times, we can actually populate these. So you can take diamond, carbon, and put fluorine gas in it and make a custom frickin' material. And depending on the density of the fluorine gas inclusions, you can get different properties out of the diamond. Now, if you have aluminum, which is a metal crystalline structure, it's going to also have these inclusions. In those inclusions, which I read earlier, are going to be carbon, hydrogen, all sorts of shit. Now, to purify this stuff, you have to either push out those things by when boiling it and then inserting some inert gas, and then that'll push some out, but it isn't going to do all of it. But you can put it under vacuum, and vacuum will basically draw out the impurities. But he's saying it doesn't outgas, which would defeat the whole point of it, even the purification process. He's just full of shit. He's making shit up. He said some stupid shit to Jen, tried to come in here, salvage his reputation, came back, tried to salvage it again. He's going in the wrong direction.
I just looked
Literally.
it up. I guess it does off gas at 3,632 Fahrenheit.
Dude, we're just talking about vacuum. Vacuum is even worse, dude. The hydrogen actually dissolves into the metal. That isn't even inclusions, okay? So inclusions would be gaps between the crystalline structure that some molecule or atom got stuck in. But dissolved is quite different.
Right.
One is mechanical words. One is electro. I don't know what you would call it. Electronic, maybe might be the right word. Dissolved gases are single molecules dispersed within, whereas trapped gases are free gas bubbles or pockets physically blocked from moving. Understand the difference? The amount of gas that can dissolve is directly proportional to the pressure of the gas above the liquid and decreases as temperature rises. I took chemistry. Didn't fucking pay attention.
I'm just thinking, I'm gonna have to start saying aluminum.
Just went to say aluminum.
Aluminum. We say aluminium. That's weird.
Oh shit. Aluminium. I like aluminium yet, but better, but it's too many syllables.
Is there even
Right.
Is it even spelled RUM at the end?
How do you say aluminum in French?
Aluminium. You actually pronounce it with an I, but it's actually spelled with an I.
They don't spell it with an I, I don't think.
Huh?
No, we do not.
See, for us baguettes up here, it's very good because we pronounce that way. You guys are just cracked.
Why don't you say plutonium?
Plutonium.
Because it's spelled that way. And you know what else is spelt in a funny way? Check this out, India. You missed it earlier. Turns out that Neil is going to be our host for what we are going to dub the TikTok relay, but spelt in a funny way. We're going to spell it R-E-E-E, lay.
Ha ha
Yeah.
ha. That makes sense.
Yeah. So AI invented that on my behalf, and then gave me credit.
When is that happening?
Ask Neil.
When's that happening, Neil?
If he's deaf, it is probably because it's already happening.
He
Oh, he's not.
oh, he said that he had a big group of concave earthers to talk to.
Hey, we used to have a concave earther mod way back in the day. Till he went crazy. I'm not 100% sure if he was always a concave earther, if he started out flat and then went into concave.
I have come to the conclusion the Earth's a triangle.
Awesome. Welcome to Flat Earth. Triangles are flat, bro. So you're a flat earther now. Good job.
Am I part of the gang now?
Nope. You got to tell us your 3 proofs of why you came to that conclusion.
Oh. I gotta gather my evidence.
What is everybody's position on rocks come from volcanoes?
Funny cuffs.
Hello.
Well, they just keep coming. That's all. We'll keep it rolling. What's going on, bro?
Good one.
So,
I
so
don't
which
know.
one? Which
I'll
one are
save
you
the
all?
toxic for tomorrow. What was that, bro? Juan? Sorry about that.
You a flat earther, Neil?
Yes, sir.
What's your position on volcanoes? Is that where do they make rocks?
What's your like explanation on like what happens?
Well, I mean, well, are volcanoes real?
I mean, yeah, there's volcanoes. I mean, clearly, like
Okay. And scientists have collected magma samples and observed them cooling into solid stone, right? So do you accept that like rocks come from volcanoes in certain cases?
in certain cases, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
specifically metamorphic rocks.
Right. Specifically, yeah. Yeah. And then those metamorphic rocks, with erosion, they can become smaller rocks and then even become embedded in sedimentary and, come to encase fossils. So I'm wondering, like, as a flat earther, what's your position on like deep geological time and plate tectonics, things like that?
Damn, you are asking the wrong one. Anyone else got any
Alright.
information on that? Yeah, I'm not the one on that. There's someone else should have some knowledge.
Like,
I'm not going
Yeah,
to
here
ask
you
him.
go.
I was going to ask you, Neil. What time do you want to do that thing tomorrow? You're going to do it on the home server?
I think we should save
Your
it for
read?
there. Yeah, I kind of want to ask
Okay.
the mods and stuff. Like, I don't want to
Okay. We have an
interject. Like you
event.
guys, yeah, you guys are here, obviously. Like whenever you guys are down for it, you know what I'm saying? I'm chilling.
Yeah, we have an event tomorrow night, so I just don't want to conflict with you. So just check that before you schedule it.
Cool beans.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Sweet. So tectonic plates and
Like, is
mag
flat Earth compatible with dinosaurs?
no.
So you don't believe dinosaurs are real?
I don't think it's relevant to flat Earth, but I'd say just to answer your question, I don't think dinosaurs are real.
Okay. So okay, so you believe in flat Earth, and then also you don't believe dinosaurs are real either. So you're like okay, and then those are just separate, unrelated things in your mind.
Yeah, I don't know how you correlate dinosaurs to flat Earth.
Well, because I don't think that plate tectonics and like the history of like the shape of the continents and stuff like that, which can be proven,
How can that be proven?
which can be proven by
No.
correlating the
Stop.
relative sizes.
Stop. How is it proven?
I'm literally answering your question.
No, but you're just making a bunch of claims.
I'm literally you asked how is it proven? I said it is proven by, and then you cut me
Okay,
off.
go ahead.
All right, it is proven by correlating the chemical compositions and relative ages of the rocks across different continents. And I
How do you
don't
get
think
an age of a rock?
you can get the age of a rock because when they come out of volcanoes, they contain some radioactive potassium. Okay, some radioactive potassium, and some of it.
Wait, can I stop you for a sec? Just the ones that come out of volcanoes?
No, well, at least look as from the scope. I'm not a geologist, but from the scope of my own research,
Yeah, I can tell.
I can conclude that some amount of what's it called, igneous rock that starts as magma coming out of a volcano and becoming lava, right?
Okay.
From my research, I can tell you with great confidence at least some percentage of it contains radioactive potassium. Okay, and now the thing is with radioactive potassium, it decays into argon gas, which then kind of just bubbles up through the magma and it leaves off. But once the rock
Okay, nice stories.
solidifies, all the potassium is trapped, and so then
Dude,
and then
the story is
then
very long, and I just need to know how you get the
okay,
rocks and the age.
and
Like,
then
what do you do
no, no,
physically? Like, what do you do?
no.
What do you actually do if I were to do it? Like, a common layman like me, blue collar
Uh,
guy.
well, you would take your rock and then you would put it in a vacuum chamber. You would clean it, put it in a vacuum chamber, and then you would crush it, and then you would suck up everything that comes out of it, and then you would do chemical tests and stuff to measure the uh, ratio of argon and potassium in there, because the rock
Okay,
solidified,
can you stop
all
now
the
because you've been
potassium.
telling stories all day?
Well,
How
I'm
does
trying to
this
measure this
prove
in the lab,
continental
right?
drift? How does that prove continental drift? If you're just talking
Because
about a decay rate.
by analyzing the
No.
ratio of argon to potassium, we can tell how
No.
long it's been decaying in there because of the
No, you
half-life
realize that
of
it is
potassium.
extremely flawed, right?
The half-life of potassium
And you
is
know what? It doesn't say that it doesn't have anything to do with continental drift or plate tectonics at all.
yes, because we can identify that this rock
No.
used to be that, like we can say that this mountain range used to be part of that mountain range because the rocks are the same age and they have the same chemical
No, that
composition.
doesn't just because rocks are the same age doesn't mean that they used to be that they were continents that were connected at one time.
Yes, and they also have similar
No, no,
properties
not yes. No.
at similar places.
Okay,
Yes.
so similar things come out of similar places on the earth. So what? That doesn't prove you cannot prove that the continents were connected and they moved apart. You can't prove that. That's just an assumption.
I just gave
You
you
can't prove that.
multiple ways to prove it with evidence.
No,
Yes.
you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I gave you
You just
radiometric
claim
dating.
stacked.
I
No,
gave
you
you
just made
chemical
assumptions and you claim
analysis.
stacked.
I gave
You can't
you
prove it.
biological analysis.
No, there's no biological analysis. Okay, cool. Well, whatever. Anyway, it is irrelevant, as Neil stated, to the topic. And
Well, the topic
you've
is
been
flat Earth
monologuing
because
for quite some time here.
look,
So I
continental
think
drift and plate
I think it's
tectonics are
time to get back on
incompatible with the
topic.
flat Earth model.
I think it's time to get back on topic, which is the lack of surface curvature that is measured anywhere. Do you have something to say for that?
I did earlier. I was right.
Right? I didn't see anything that you posted that had anything to do with measuring the surface of the Earth.
No. Ooh,
No.
but I do
Oh.
have something for the curvature of space-time.
Okay, that's really cute, and you can have fun with that. But we're
Which is
talking about
also
reality.
incompatible with
So
flat
if you
Earth.
could provide
Yeah.
a measurement of surface curvature, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, you can maybe find a story time server where we can share those feelings.
Oh, are you familiar with the 11th century scholar Albert
Yes. Yeah, and I already
Biruni?
heard you about that, and they already crushed you on that, so I'm not gonna
Oh,
go
really?
back into that with you. Yeah, yeah. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
doing that
Well,
again.
because that's a demonstration of
No, it
surface
isn't. It's
curvature.
not a
Yeah.
measurement of surface curvature, but you didn't even know what a dip angle was. So no,
Yeah,
we're
I
not discussing that
probably did. I
anymore.
even described how to build an
Was this guy
No,
here
no.
earlier?
Unfortunately, yeah, he's been here for hours. Yeah, I've
Bro,
heard them go
this
through it.
is
India went
painful.
through it with him. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, if you're gonna really drag us down into you've been smacked around for hours and you're gonna come here like
Oh, okay. Here we
playing
go.
dumb
Yeah.
and like asking us irrelevant questions about dinosaurs and volcanoes, like really?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And like when you measure the ratio of
I think
krypton,
it's maybe time to mute him
potassium,
since he's just
argon,
repeating himself.
that's how you can tell how old the rocks are. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
Well,
Yeah.
well, and Tommy, you have to ask them where asteroids come from.
Sorry, who was that? I didn't
The
see
firm,
your name.
the firmament. Do they come from the firmament,
Who's what firmament?
or like from beyond the firmament?
What firmament?
Is there one? If there is, well, where do asteroids come from?
Is there ever been a proven case of an asteroid?
Oh, got it. Oh my god.
Yeah, a really funny guy unmutes his mic and then says some irrelevant shit and doesn't even have proof for asteroids. Yeah, we
Yeah.
got it.
And you know, we aren't claiming a firmament, so I don't know what that's about, but whatever.
It's been a decent day. It's just been painful. I don't really want to have more pain with Mr. Concave.
Have you been on TikTok, Neil, all day?
I've been working all day, but I have been actually like just scrolling and like just following new people and uh, just trying to find more Globers and flat earthers and making
I can't
friends and
believe how
enemies.
I can't believe how bad the arguments are out there on TikTok.
I know, dude.
I thought it was bad here.
It's like going back in time, dude.
It really is.
But it's fun because it's like, they're so confident and they have so much energy and like there's it's a different universe because they're so used to the flat earthers there claiming a model and an ice wall and they've literally never
I
heard
know.
of a flat earther not doing that. So it's like it's fun poking holes and bubbles and yeah.
Did you and DJ work out the sound thing?
Not yet. I figured out the echoing. It was because I have to mute the microphone, my microphone, while you guys are talking, which is fine. I'll just like whenever I need to talk, I'll just talk through it, and then it'll echo a little bit when I talk, but that's fine.
Cool.
But yeah, there's some other
Yeah.
stuff I got to figure out, and yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
also
good
doing like
idea.
I'm doing like my own lives too, just like I'm just chilling and watching like YouTube videos or playing like a video game and just try not to burn myself out with flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
I wonder what other platforms there are. Discord, TikTok, I guess X. I don't know. Matrix is the Facebook guy. He's smacking all of them there.
My goodness, what did you do to want him?
If you want to release him, you can have a chat. Go for it. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he left. He's having a meltdown in the side chat.
I don't know. Blame Indio.
Oh, we've got a live one. We've got a live one. The dog that barks. The dog that barks. Not in here. Hmm.
Dogs are gods. What?
No, the dog that barks. Is that him? Is it?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's Chief Squatting Dog. I think I remember the name.
Oh, freaking Yakubinite.
Ah, yeah. Is that him? One of his alts? Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, Bob didn't adjust for temperature and pressure with his ring laser or optical fiber gyro, whatever it was, when he went to the mountain and got a different reading than at sea level. And did you see? You missed it the other day, didn't you? Tracksuit Timmy was like mixing Bob's gyroscope test with Jaren's test. Was saying that they shot a laser through a gyroscope. Yeah, the hole was in the gyroscope. That's the hole that they shot it through, and it didn't line up. That's hilarious, man.
That's pretty good. And another good one along that vein was remember Rob Noxious?
Oh
Someone
yeah,
was
yeah.
like Chicago skyline, right? And then he's like, they're like, oh, you need two mediums for refraction. And he's like, yeah, the glass of the buildings and the water, that's two mediums. I'm like, what the heck, dude?
Oh, Juan has returned. Wantum. Should we free his voice?
I'm not sure why he got muted.
All right. Well.
He was muted because he started rehashing the same arguments that
Oh, yeah.
Indio had absolutely destroyed him on hours ago, as if he just did a full reset. So yeah, but you can have
Pressure
him.
can exist in
No, we don't
space
want him.
without a container. So above absolute zero, particles like the gas molecules always have some amount of kinetic energy, some amount of movement.
Right.
And as gravity draws them together, that's the main force kind of pulling everything together. But what's keeping them apart are the individual collisions. So they're being pulled towards the whole rest of the cloud of gas, but then one of them they bump into one of them and they bounce back out, and then on the way back out they bump into something else, right? Yes. So hang on. So I read you in the chat. DAG8Z. All right, I got you. So you can imagine, if you have three-dimensional space and then gravity's pulling everything towards the common center of mass, right? At a certain point, you're gonna have some higher density of gas in the center than outside. But then the closer you get to the center, the more individual collisions the individual particles are having with each other, and then the more likely they're gonna get spat out outside, right? But the thing is, if anybody's familiar with Gauss's law of electrostatics, there's a similar Gauss's law of gravity. And so what you can do is like, if you consider a gas molecule on the outer perimeter of the gas cloud, the gravity of the entire gas cloud is acting on it. And so it's possible that even though it got kicked out, it's not going fast enough to fully escape the gas cloud's gravity. So at some point you'll have some amount of gas that escapes, but some of it that's actually bound by some gravity. And over time, it collapses and the density increases. And then as the density increases, you know, the temperature increases as well. And then to the point where, you know, you get the ignition of a star. And in the center, the source of the pressure is the weight, the combined gravitational weight of all the gas molecules. And that's how pressure can exist in a, you know, without a container. There's a balance between the collisions that are pushing it outward and then the gravity that's pulling it inward. In this case, pressure would be force over a unit area, so you can take any area that's perpendicular to the direction of gravity, and then the force that's acting on that area would be the force of the weight of the gas above it being pulled.
Right. Okay. So we've got a request in the side chat for you to define gas pressure.
I just did. That was the sentence I just said.
I would say that
Pressure
that's
over unit
more
area.
along the lines of the definition of atmospheric pressure.
No, pressure is like pressure as in with which the units of which are pascals. That is a compound unit, which is actually newtons over square meters, and newtons being kilogram meters per second squared. So 1 Pascal or 1 unit of pressure is equal to 1 kilogram a meter per second squared divided by meter squared. That is what pressure is.
Is that an objection, AI?
Oh man. No, I was choking on a hot tamale.
Oh.
I hope that definition was sufficient. I made it extra long.
So what about when we look it up in physics textbooks or online sources, and it tells us that gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of their container.
I think that you're ascribing too much to like the top sentence on a Google result.
Well, that's littered throughout, physics literature, right? When it comes to the study of gases.
The real reason for that is because the modern field of what's it called? Like what we're talking about, like air pressure, fluid dynamics, statistical mechanics, thermodynamics, right? The ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. All of that was actually developed not by like academic people. It was actually kind of developed and spearheaded by
Are you kidding me?
people. No, it was engineering people kind of working around like development of things like steam engine and things like that. And so like a lot of the context was developed around like, okay, we're trying to make an engine that uses, how do we convert the heat into forward motion? How do we make this train more efficient? Um, yeah, and then that's true. So there was always the context of like a container and this and that. But like if you think about the definition of pressure, but even in that context, like the definition of pressure is literally force over
Bro, no, don't skip past it.
it's
Maxwell was not just an engineer, like a layman or an amateur, bro. He was an award winner. If the Nobel Prize had been around when he was alive, they probably would have given it to him.
Well, whatever, dude. I'm not some scientific biographer. I don't think this is relevant to the discussion about
Then why did you say that was
the
those
definition
like
of pressure.
definitions and laws and that were, developed by these basic
The definition
they
of pressure
weren't
is
exactly
force
physicists.
over
They were
area.
just like engineers. What are you talking about, bro?
The
They were
definition of
scientists.
the definition of pressure is force over area.
Yeah, that's pressure. Exactly. What force over area? Area of what?
Of your choosing.
Like not a surface?
Well, you can just define a region and say, if I were to put a scale right here pointing this direction, how much force would it read?
Yeah, I think you're going to find it's force over surface area, right?
That's right. Yeah. And so you would take the force that the scale is reading, and then you would divide it by the surface area of the scale.
Right. So we're pressing on something. Yeah. Pressure. Right.
Yeah, that's right. And then the force that's doing the pressing is the gravitational weight of all of the molecules above it.
Well, that's not true.
Oh yeah, dude, the gravitational weight as opposed to just the regular weight, which has nothing to do with gravity at all.
No, because weight, by definition, is the force due to gravity.
Right. So then
Doesn't
why do you
necessarily.
feel the need? Why do you feel the need to caveat it with gravitational weight?
Because I knew it would piss you off specifically.
Gravity just means weight, so you're just basically saying weighty weight.
Nope. Gravity is
Weighty.
gravity is the local curvature of space-time due to the presence of mass.
No, dude, that's an alleged cause of gravity.
Yeah, you're right. I'll grant you
I
that.
know. Well,
That doesn't mean that is wrong.
doesn't mean it's right either.
That's true. Do you know what does mean it's right? Experimental evidence,
What?
such as the 1969
Holy
pound
crap.
cut experiment, which
Yeah,
made
the
it.
vertical experiment where the light was sent up or down perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the Earth. Good point. Earth is flat. Thanks.
No,
Yep.
it was parallel to the gravitational gradient, which
I mean, that's a
is
cool claim, but the only thing you actually did was just make it vertical.
vertical with respect to the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. So see,
Which
you
is
said
consistent
vertical, and then you
with a
put this
globe
big
Earth.
story on it, right? So you're just preaching the religion, bro.
Yeah,
No,
you already said direction was the cause for changing frequency.
that's right. So whether
Yeah,
you're
that's
going
it.
towards
No
or
gravity
away the
involved.
center of the
No
Earth.
gravity involved. You then introduce gravity in on top of it, like superimpose it over the top to somehow like lend it some credence, right?
No, what I said was
Yeah.
that general relativity predicted that behavior difference
Yeah,
going
and
up or
if
down
general
for millions of years.
relativity, right? If your assumed overall cause was not manipulated during the experiment, then all you're doing is affirming the consequence.
What was manipulated during the experiment?
You're trying to say distance, right?
Were you here earlier?
Well, distance was your independent variable. That would have been the thing you manipulated.
No, it was no.
Hey, brother, if he listen, want him, try to use your brain. If he was here earlier, he'd already be sick of you.
Okay, so
I was here much earlier, and I heard some of that discussion. Actually, I was the one that queried you about it in the beginning.
Yeah, so the whole point of it is that Einstein developed general relativity from the observation of the orbits of a planet, and that framework, when you manipulate it mathematically, it makes certain predictions about how light will behave when it's moving up or down in a gravity well. And then many years later, an experiment was done that measured a frequency shift in light as it was going up or down relative to the direction of gravity. And in the spherical Earth, in the globe model,
Yeah, I agree with you.
gravity
Hold on, brother. I gotta take.
basically
Let's take a
slows
moment
down.
to agree. Every time we can agree.
No, you're gonna say some bullshit
So
because that's all you ever unmute
no,
yourself.
no, dude. You said it's going up or down relative to the direction of gravity, which is up or down, perpendicular to horizontal. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I just love it, bro. Just keep telling me all about your religion that proves the Earth's flat.
Anyway, so that basically is experimental evidence to support the idea that the general relativity's mathematical framework is correct.
Right, so it goes something like this. If general relativity is correct, when we send these particles vertically, when they travel vertically, we'll witness a frequency change. We witness a frequency change when we do this, therefore general relativity is correct.
The thing is, no self-respecting scientist would ever go that far. They would say, I have presented evidence supporting the idea that general relativity is correct.
Ah. Do you think that helps you escape affirming the consequent? Because it doesn't.
No, no, I think that it makes you an honest investigator of the truth. Because, okay, point to me a scientific theory that has been proven.
So you found something that is like
Hey, come on! I answered.
So it kind of it's along the lines of, hey, we might be onto something here, but we need more study. We need more supporting. We need something concrete, solid. This isn't it though.
Yeah, and then the thing is, we haven't actually found anything
Thank you.
any. So when we do many different experiments, because that's just one experiment, right? There's many others that have been done in many other different contexts, right? But this is like a very simple one to explain, right? Every single time we test it, we
affirm the consequent again.
Well, no, What do you mean? What do you mean by affirm the consequent? Because we just find evidence that
If P then Q, Q therefore P. Yeah, that's what that basically is.
If P then Q.
Q therefore P. Yeah, it's an informal logic string. It's a formal illogical string of reasoning.
Okay, so let's say, somebody, you wake up and then your car is missing from the garage. Oh, who could it be? You know what? I think it was my rascal teenage son. So, but he doesn't have a phone. So I'm gonna call my wife. And I call my wife, and I'm like, hey, do you have the car? And she's like, oh no, I don't have the car. And okay, and then I call my daughter, and then my daughter says, oh, do you have the car? No, I don't have the car. Okay, and then I say, have you seen your brother? And she's like, no, no, I heard him wake up earlier though. And then I'm like, did you see my car? And it's like, no, 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 right? And it's like, okay, cool. And so then at that point, I can conclude that my son took my car, right? Even though, yeah, exactly. And then that's kind of how science is.
No,
yeah.
you can't logically reach that conclusion.
Okay, well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that was a very logical pool of suspects, and I don't have any evidence that somebody broke into my house because my alarm didn't go off.
You don't have any evidence that he did it either yet.
Well, they're all missing from my house, and neither my wife or my daughter have heard or seen my son all day. And
Dude, the globe is perfect for this guy. Like, it's just perfect, man.
Yeah.
These people just will eat it up, man. I love it. Dude, we should leave them alone, honestly. Like, it's just a match made.
I mean, it's true. It's true, Like, the thing is, like, no. Okay, and okay, so go ahead. Answer my question, please. Name me one scientific theory that has been quote unquote proven.
Man, if you were a judge, that would be terrible.
Just give me no, I'm serious. Like, give me a scientific theory that you believe is true.
Who cares? You just
You believe in
conceded
germs?
that no. Hold on, brother. Who cares? You just conceded no scientific theory is proven. So just take all the body of science, put it on the side, and just do raw measurements of the surface of the Earth, and shablam, it's flat. Okay, great for
No,
thanks for
it's
playing,
because
brother.
that's how Bayesian analysis works.
Who cares, dude? Just
That's how
measure the
formal
surface,
logic
dude. Hey,
works.
hey, brother. Hey, Wantum.
That's how
Just
formal
measure the. Hey,
logic
hey, I don't
works.
care. Just measure the surface.
What do you mean by measure the surface? I
Oh, what
already
do you mean?
described.
What do you mean by measure the surface of the object in question? How could that possibly tell you
How about
anything?
you measure your butthole, buddy?
I did.
How about you measure the rotation rate directly using a laser gyroscope?
That's not direct measurement, you doof.
It literally is, because the gyroscope is measuring its rotation around the center of the Earth.
Holy crap, dude.
Yep.
He got you. That's
Dude,
true.
you just can't make it anywhere without doing
Hey,
circular reasoning, bro. That's why you're a
no.
perfect glober, because you
How
got
do
so many
how
circles
is
it makes a giant globe in your mind.
how is
Right.
it circular reasoning to say that a gyroscope can measure rotation?
Hey, no one says a gyroscope can't measure rotation, dude.
Well, then how is it circular reasoning? That's what I said.
Because you said it's measuring rotation of the Earth.
Yes.
Right. So what does the gyro actually measure?
It measures the torque. Well, I can tell you how how a normal gyroscope works. I don't really know how. I can't really describe the mathematics behind how a laser gyroscope works, but I know that those are more sensitive.
Holy crap.
So a gyroscope, you spin up a flywheel, and then it has some amount of angular momentum, and then depending on how quickly you try to rotate it, it will apply some kind of resistive force as a torque, and then you can measure that torque, that applied torque with a with like a pressure sensor, like a force node.
Torquometer? How about a torquometer? Let's just call it a torquometer.
I'm okay with that too. Yeah, we can use a torque.
I do rest.
Yeah, and you can measure with a torquometer, and so that's how a regular gyroscope works.
I do rest too much.
But I can't tell you for sure how a laser gyroscope works because I haven't looked into it myself, but I do know that they are more sensitive.
Cool.
And so yeah, I think if a scientific model is proposed and it makes a certain prediction based on its own internal mechanics, and then what we observe in nature is consistent with that prediction, we can
Yeah,
conclude that the
absolutely.
internal mechanics
Yeah,
of
so for
reality
example, I have a
are
model,
consistent.
right? So for example, I have a model that the Earth is flat, and when you go out and measure the water, it's flat, and it's very consistent. There you go.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of local linearity in calculus?
Yeah, are you familiar with the concept of who gives a crap?
Well, the reason I say that is because if you have
No,
a
dude, I'm not even
surface,
going. Hey, listen, dude,
you have a
don't try to
surface
gaslight me, bro.
viewed at a
Hey,
close
dummy.
perspective
Hey,
appears
hey,
flat.
Dumbo. Hey, dumbtard. Okay, don't try to patronize and gaslight me, dude. Okay, I'm not going to play your economy of scale retardation that I'm an ant on a giant beach ball, or I'm a microbe on a bowling ball, and so it's going to look flat at my local level. Nobody's saying that as their argument, dumb-doe. And I'm only mocking you because whether you realize it or not, what you just did was mocking me. Trying to insinuate that I'm not intelligent enough to understand that a curvature rate, right, could be so great that with your tools you couldn't be able to measure it. Now the problem is, dude, in the globe model you believe in, they told us the dimensions, which is a 3,959 mile radius, which has a curvature rate that you can calculate, right? That should be present. And you can go out and test it. And by the way, if you go 10 miles, that's 66 feet of raw drop. You go 25 miles, well, what is that? 90 meters. It's approaching the what, 300 or plus feet of drop, right? And we do have tools that can measure that, dude. So your local linearity argument is a big pile of steaming turd. So don't bring it up. Okay? If you're not going to talk the actual numbers, then just stop talking. All right, your turn, bro.
What? I don't. You like went in 3 different directions, and then I was like, you like you disagreed with yourself, dude. Like you said that.
No, I didn't, dude. No, I
You said
didn't.
that you
I
can
didn't
measure the
disagree.
drop with tools,
Holy
right?
crap, dude. Yes,
That's what you
yes,
said.
dude. Let me pay attention, Smokey. Okay, check this out. The Earth is an alleged fixed size of a certain dimension of which the curvature rate is known, and the variance over distance and the drop from a line would be known. And we have tools sufficient to measure that.
Okay, but then when they do measure that curvature, you don't accept that.
No, they don't measure any curvature, dude.
Are you familiar with Al Biruni?
Holy crap, dude. We're not going to Al Biruni, who magically teleported from Everest back in time to a different mountain because you had to cope with the fact that from Everest you were just calculating it, even though you said there was evidence of people sightlining the horizon from Everest and getting a drop angle because you're full of crap.
Are you telling me that nobody in history has ever seen the horizon on a clear day from Everest?
Dude, if the sight line from Everest has mountains all around it, where's the horizon?
Not 360.
Hey, okay, great. You've said this claim multiple times, so now I'm going to hold you to it. Get me a shot from Everest of the horizon. Go ahead.
So now you want me to go Google something?
No, I want you to do what I said, which is to get me an image from the top of Everest of a horizon. And until then, you can go on mute. There you go. Bring it back. Now, I know you barely got any sleep, bro, because you said I have to go to sleep, and that was only like 3 hours ago or something. So take the opportunity to either A, get the evidence, or B, go back to sleep. Was I too harsh? I don't know. I might have killed the chat with that one. Oh, but the problem is, bro, I'm just not going back in circles. When you were told something, you were shown a 360-degree panorama, and then you didn't provide any evidence that you could see the horizon from Everest. So, I mean, I don't know. Hey, if the panorama had a horizon visible, then just screenshot it and circle it. Now, when I saw the panorama, there was a line, but it was above the mountain ranges. So, I mean, unless you're saying the horizon is above the mountain range, that would be problematic for a globe model. That would be either a concave model or some really weird stuff going on. Yeah, I did look at it, mechanic. That's why I said what I said about when I looked at it. So if you want to make a different point, you have to point me to the specific thing that you're saying is proof of your claim. Because my examination of it didn't yield what you said, so you need to isolate what you want to point out. That's on you. Dude, I said I asked you to point it out, and you just say, I just claim it's there. Now unmute me. I mean, come on, bro. Screenshot that sucker and circle where you say the horizon is. I didn't agree I saw it. Holy crap, dude. Oh, repost it. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's see. Oh, dang. So the thing on politics is they delete the chat in the cycle. So I didn't actually have the pin room. I wasn't the one who originally posted it. All right, Wantum, I'll tell you what. I have my standards for me to unmute you, and you have to meet them before you get unmuted by me. But if anybody else wants to unmute you, they're free to do so. So the floor is open to whatever mod wants to move on with whatever they want to do. But I'm going back on mute to do some work and to wait for my circled horizon. Oh man, over fences, you're fired. All right, I rest my case.
Why am I fired?
Cutbacks. Listen, there's only so much budget. There's only so much budget, and like I need more hot tamales. So
Okay. Well, it was fun while it lasted.
do you want to talk to Guantanamo Bay?
Oh no, I already talked to him, but I couldn't listen to him go over the same things that Indio
I
already went over.
know. That's why I had to demand that he shows where the horizon is.
He was saying,
Otherwise, I was going to lose my mind.
yeah, he was saying volcanic rocks prove the continental drift.
So what?
I know. Yeah. But he did say
How do
several
you?
times that he was trying to waste time, so there you go.
Yeah. I mean, I understand. He's trying to, just hang out.
Well, he's not
Like I
usually
definitely
around
don't.
such intelligent people, I'm sure. He's not
Yeah,
used to
but I
that.
definitely don't want to hear the whole spiel all over again.
I just love how he thinks if you affirm the consequent enough times, you've got something.
Well, you can affirm the consequent once and then borrow that conclusion as the initial starting point of your next line of reasoning, right?
Exactly.
Okay, if the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear. Boats disappear, therefore the Earth is a globe. Okay, now that we've established the Earth is a globe,
Let's measure some shadows.
I don't know, Wantum. To be honest, man, he kind of grew on me a little, but I definitely ain't listened to the same thing over and over again. So just hurry up, circle this horizon. That way you can come back. And then you can talk about something new. Okay, if you can find a citation and a photograph of them actually sightlining the horizon and doing a declination angle to it from the top of Everest, I'll ban India. How about that?
Whoa. That's a deal. Limited time offer.
And once I ban India, then I'll have a lot of budget so I can afford to hire over fences back. India's gotten banned before from here.
Yep.
Let's see if over fences can figure it out. Over fences, why did India get banned from here before?
Well, I wasn't here when it happened, but did he lose his temper?
That's a good guess. Two more guesses. Well, stop for a second. Think about the reasons why people do get banned from here, and then see if any of those would apply to India.
I would
What are the
think that
normal?
a bunch of Globers got together and reported him for something.
Yeah, that's another good guess, but no.
I don't know. I can't really think of anything.
He said some naughty words. There you go.
Oh well, that's what I was. That was my first comment. Was he lost his temper? I should have said and said some naughty words, but
Yeah, but when he was saying these naughty words, he didn't lose his temper.
oh, okay. So he calmly said some naughty words. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They'll jump all over you for that.
Eskimo Greg, what is that tripe?
What?
That crap you just posted up in the side chat.
Well, Google is telling me this is a real photo that was taken from Artemis 2.
Excellent. How did Google and where and when did Google get into that position to confirm that that photo is true or false?
The Artemis 2 mission.
Yeah. I heard that bit. How did Google ever get to that position to verify the validity of that photograph? How does it know it's true or false?
Because NASA must have released it.
Right.
So therefore, it's just automatically true.
No, of course you're gonna say it's computer generated. It's fake.
No, I haven't said
No,
that.
I don't have to. Don't have to say that.
We're asking you how there's confirmation that a photographer has been in that position to take that photo. So how do you know that that photo is true and correct?
I'm just trusting that this Google and NASA is not lying to me. I'm just trusting it.
So it's just trusting. That's all right.
Honest answer.
Yep, we're good with that.
I believe that's our moon. I believe that's the Earth.
Yeah, you're free to believe what you want. Like, we're not going to bully you for believing something. Well,
And
actually,
you guys
maybe some
absolutely
of us
think
might.
that Google and NASA and everybody is on a conspiracy and faking this?
Now, one thing I would like to know is why didn't they zoom out a little bit
There's some more
and
photos.
to get the same shadow of the moon that's on the Earth? Because technically the shadow should be the same if the sun's off in the distance where it is, but it doesn't look like it.
Well, actually, I'm really surprised you can see that much of the moon because at that time it was just like a couple of days after a full moon, which means we were seeing the majority of the lit side. I'm really surprised that the
Oh,
backside of the moon was illuminated that much.
good point. Yeah, so maybe we you might have to get someone to go and confirm these photographs there, Eskimo Greg, instead of just being a staunch believer.
Well, I watched it on live on YouTube.
Well, my problem with the live on YouTube thing is we can create a video right now, you and me, and then we
Yeah.
could post it in 2 or 3 days' time, put the word
Yeah.
live on the bottom, and it's technically live as per YouTube standards because it was posted in 3 days' time. So live is
Yeah,
just when it was put up. So saying that something was live doesn't really mean anything
I don't think
unless
they're
you're
faking it. I
interacting
don't think they're
directly.
going through that big of an effort to fake it.
Really?
No.
People do that all the time. YouTubers post shit up days late and things like that. It's
I
nothing,
mean, that would be kind of
nothing out of the
weird if
ordinary.
they were doing that for that long, for no reason. For what reason?
Dude, we've busted SpaceX post and edit to a live after the fact.
Okay, I mean,
So they had a live stream, right? And then they edited it afterwards and still had the live stream thing on it. It didn't say it was edited after the fact, even though it was. So if somebody went later and saw that and said, "Oh, look, this was the original airing of the live stream, and this is what actually happened and what was actually shown," they'd be wrong.
I'm gonna agree with you guys on this. Like, you're telling me there's no fucking stars when you're in outer space. They disappear. It's like you'd be able to see them better out there, wouldn't you? But when you go out there, you take a photo, and now they're always gone. That's weird.
Don't blame us. We're just pointing out the obvious.
But don't think the South Pole, the Antarctica final test was real?
That was a joke. What was the final experiment, anyways? To me, it was a an experiment on internet
They went
comments.
to Antarctica and watched
So what did they
the
do there?
24-hour sun.
Okay, so they saw the sun up in the sky. So how does that have anything at all to do with the shape of the ground?
If you know about the shape of the Earth and how the rotation
That's what
of
we.
the
That's what's supposed to happen.
sun goes
Looking at the
around
sun
the Earth,
is supposed to prove something about the shape of the ground. What does looking up in the sky prove about the shape of the ground?
I guess you don't get it. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm trying to get. If I go and stare at an aeroplane up in the sky, it's just an item in the sky. The plane flies over my backyard, flies out of my optical range. So let's just say the plane is going from the east to the west. That's great. Plane flies from the
very
east to the west,
low,
goes
very
out of
low
my optical
speed.
range. Very low, very high. It's all the same to me. It's a plane. How does that prove the shape of my backyard?
Because if the globe is round and you're on the South Pole, the rotation of it
Well, that's
during
just claim
the
stacking
winter
now.
or summer solstices, there will be a 24-hour sun. I've experienced it in Alaska.
So, because 24-hour sun, therefore ground is curved. In that case, we should be able to
I'm
measure
gonna
said
pull up a
curvature
picture of it.
quite
I'll show you a
comfortably.
picture, bro.
Yeah. Are you
You're
going to
trying
show me
to
a picture of the
think of it,
sun,
and
or are you going to show me a picture of the curvature?
I'm gonna show you what I'll show you, bro. Let me see.
Yeah, a picture of the sun or a picture of the curvature. Because the little issue we've got, we are forever being told that if the Earth was flat, the sun would never set. And you wouldn't believe it. These guys go down to Antarctica and they saw the sun not setting for, I think it was about 36 hours straight. So logic would say that if the Earth didn't set, Earth didn't set. Yeah, sorry, my bad. If the sun didn't set, that would lend to a flat planar existence.
Almost got it. Where is it? I gotta re-download it.
Are you Googling your claims?
You see that diagram of that one?
Not yet.
I uploaded it, I think. You don't see it in the side chat?
Unless your name is Flat Buzz and it says, would you look at that? Earth's a globe and there's people pointing up into the sky and old mate looking through a telescope up into the sky, then no.
Let me see.
Because that's the last thing I've got on my screen.
Yeah, that's right.
You've dragged it into side chat. Did you press enter?
Oh wait, why is it? Oh, maybe not. There we
We
go.
are. So let me get this straight. You've reposted your moon picture and you've posted a
That wasn't.
cartoon.
Okay, yeah. Here's the example of the cartoon, but this is
Dude,
how it
that's
would
a cartoon. That's
see the
not
top
reality.
North Pole. That's why there's a 24-hour sun.
Bro, it's a cartoon. Your cartoon
But it's
proves
showing
nothing.
you why it happens, bro.
No, you're assuming why it happens, bro. It's a cool story. You just
And I've
agree to it. That's all.
experienced it.
So you've
Okay.
experienced the sun out in space, and you've
For
had
24
that
hours
view.
without setting.
No, you've had that view. So you were away from Earth. You've had that
No,
view. You can see the sun and the Earth, and all of this tilt stuff happening, and you can confirm this is true and correct.
No, I've been to Alaska
Excellent.
when this was going on during the
So
time
how
of
did
year
you
that it
know?
says it's supposed to.
How did you know
I believe
this was
science.
going on?
I believe science.
Yeah, that's great. How did you know that that cartoon was going on whilst you were in Alaska?
Because this is science, bro. It's been proven.
Science, bro. So your proof of cartoon is science, bro. That's
This is
great.
science that has been proven.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's the proof. Yep, excellent. It's the proven bit that we want. So where has this been proven? And you can put
There's
that on the
many
table
other
for us so we can
proofs.
rip that to shreds.
You're not ripping it to shreds. You're just denying proof.
Well, you haven't posted anything. You've made a claim that the cartoon is real. We don't want cartoons is real. We want reality is real. So post up an image of reality so we can look at that and go, oh, wow, there you go.
Which cartoon?
Obviously, your brain can't comprehend what's going on.
Oh, that
Yeah,
cartoon.
you've posted a cartoon, bro. Seriously. Cartoons aren't really good evidence. Cartoons make great diagrams to describe things, but you still got to post your evidence afterwards. And I'll give you a quick example of what I mean. When I'm talking about laser tests, and we'll just grab hold of them here, and I'm explaining, don't do it. When I'm explaining to people about the laser test, I normally will post a great big pile of them like this, Control C, Control V, launch. And they'll all appear. Happy days. Did he run away? He did too. So sad. I was going to show him my cartoons.
Next one. You got it.
All right. Go back and hide in the dark. Wait for the next one to jump out.
Oh, we got floundering. You always like a chat with him, don't you?
Good evening, fellas.
Hey, man.
Floundering's all over the place. Why bother? Like, seriously.
Why bother what?
Listening to you flounder.
I have an IQ of 138.
That's awesome. I have an IQ of 147.
You do? That's really good. That's in the what? Top 20th percentile?
That's in the I don't really care.
That's pretty
Means
good.
nothing.
Dude, listen, unless your IQ is measured in colors, you're not even smart.
That's probably true. I do have some exciting news, though.
Oh, please tell.
I'm now an official member of my church, and I will be baptized next year.
Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a big step forward for me. Next, I'll be admitting the Earth is flat. That'll be my next big step.
I thought only dumb people did that. All the high IQ people are atheists, right?
Oh, I wasn't planning on taking any steps after that, so. I was just going to get baptized and then die, so I would never admit that the Earth is flat.
You're just covering your bases.
He knows it, but he won't admit it.
I would rather die than believe the Earth is flat, yes.
Well, interesting. What? Why?
Because that would mean that I'm denying reality around me, and I don't want to live like a schizophrenic, you know?
So, where in your reality around you, so let's remove non-reality. So let's take away your mobile phone, let's take away your television, and let's take away your computer. Where in your so-called reality have you ever seen said curvature that you require for this ball belief?
Oh, all the time. I see it all the time.
Namingly?
Oh, there's a horizon.
Horizon, flat, horizontal, straight?
Looks flat.
Sure.
So where's the curvature?
This is ironic, right?
That would be the sun going around the Earth and disappearing under the horizon.
Disappearing under the horizon.
I couldn't stand being a flat earther because that would mean I would have to deny that my reality is an illusion.
hilarious. So you've seen no curvature, but yet you believe in curvature. Look, Floundering, if you've got hardcore beliefs, we're not going to argue about it, mate. If you want to believe in Santa Claus and unicorns and the Easter Bunny and all other cool shit, you are more than welcome to do so. You know that.
I think the Easter Bunny is slightly more plausible than Santa Claus. Slightly.
Either. It's all the same to me. It's just a belief.
Anyway, the flat earthers will never have a coherent sun-Earth model. Never.
Well, this is supposed to be a Earth model, so tell me how
the mere
you've got a
existence-
coherent Sun-Earth model that
the mere
doesn't have the
existence of
sun in the
horizon
model. See,
proves a
floundering,
curve.
floundering.
Yeah, but
Look,
you guys don't make models.
We don't need to. We just go out and measure reality directly.
No, it's because you don't have any data that
No,
fits
no.
a model.
We
That's why.
go out and measure reality directly.
Your
we don't
data does not
need
fit
a model. See, this is the problem. You think you've got a model, and what you've got to do, grab your model. Yep, wait for it. I haven't finished. Grab your model and go out and check your model against reality and see if it lines up.
Okay. Well, my model says the sun is going to disappear onto the horizon. What is your? You don't have a model.
No, your
So
model
you have
does
an
not
explanation
say
for
that. In your
Yeah, it does.
model, a globetard sitting on your school teacher's desk, there wasn't even a sun in it. So, tell me about how you only need one model again. This would be interesting.
Oh, I said you guys will never have a sun-Earth model. You'll never have an Earth-Moon model either.
Also, you're telling us we need two models now. One to
No.
describe the Earth and one to describe the
There relationships
helio ball
between
that's
the
up in
heavenly
the
bodies.
sky.
Sure. There are relationships between the heavenly bodies. You could make an Earth, Sun, Moon model
Excellent.
if you really wanted
so with
to.
your
Depends on what
Earth,
data
Sun,
you
Moon
want
model, with your Earth, Sun, Moon
Good.
model, explain autumn.
Explain autumn?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Explain autumn.
Well,
explain seasons.
Doesn't your globetard model have explanatory power to explain seasons?
Sure.
No. You've got to
Yeah,
go and
the
make
Earth-
another model, don't you?
We
What
have
a
seasons
shame.
because the
There's
Earth has
3
its
models we're up to now. This
different
is
places
interesting.
on Earth receive different amounts of sunlight every year.
Well, hang on. This is interesting because I'm pretty sure I recall a flat earther named Dave Weiss who released essentially a model app, right, called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Wouldn't that be what you're asking for?
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know what David Weiss isn't Dave Weiss? I'll check it out. If there's it's an Earth celestial Earth and Sun and celestial body clock. Is that what it is? The clock app?
Yes, sir. I'm not saying that I subscribe to it or agree with it, but it's what you're asking for.
It's a model.
Sure. You can model lots of things. You can make any kind of model you want. It's just models have utility. Models have increasing utility based on how well they represent reality. So
Excellent. So, if your model represents reality so well, why is it on your model it represents curvature, but in reality we don't measure any because we can't measure any for some reason?
right, but I have a model.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Models have increasing utility. They are supposed to represent reality. Your model is supposed to represent what's going on outside.
My
That's fair
model
enough.
shows
I accept your bullshit
because this
statement.
has
Now,
curvature,
let's go and grab your model,
would have a
which
horizon.
shows curvature. Let's grab your model, which shows curvature, and go and compare it to reality. And let's ask why there is no curvature in reality, but yet there is on your model.
Why would a flat Earth even have a horizon?
You're not even going to answer or respond to what I just said, are you?
No, because it doesn't make any sense. It's a red herring.
Well, you've given us a model. You're claiming your ball tart is a model. I accept your model. Let's grab your model now. Let's go outside. Compare your model to reality. What it is supposed to be modeling. And you will find that there is no curvature in reality, but yet on their model there is.
Oh, there's plenty of curvature.
Exactly. And why
Excellent.
wouldn't your
Show us
model have
where.
why wouldn't your model have a geometric horizon?
What are you talking about? Geometric horizon. Why wouldn't it?
Well, it's a disconnect between your model and reality. So if you say your model has a geometric horizon and you go out and try and find it, you can't find it. It doesn't exist. So
A flat Earth
there's
wouldn't
an
even have a
inconsistency.
horizon.
Yeah, well,
No, we're
despite what you
referencing
think
your
about there
model at the
not
moment.
being one on a flat Earth, why does your model not have one? Have a geometric horizon?
I don't know. Maybe the model I use does have one.
Excellent. Post it in the side chat.
Maybe I'm using a model that
Post
says
it
that
in the side chat. The model
maybe
you
I have a
are
model that says
referencing.
Earth is shaped like a leprechaun. It doesn't matter.
That's great. Post it in the side chat. I want the model that
The
you
leprechaun model?
Floundering, listen carefully. I don't want you to
I'm
mess
listening.
this up.
I'm listening.
I want the model that you, Floundering, have been referencing for the last 5 minutes posted in the side chat. Please.
Let me grab an image of it. Can you hear me, or am I lagging out here? I think I
Because
disconnected.
if your model is an accurate representation of reality, then it doesn't have a geometric horizon because reality doesn't have one.
Sure. Whatever you want. Alright, this is my model. Alright. This is a model of Earth in space. This is the model I'm using, okay? Make sure. Save image. Okay. I can't post anything. Somebody took my permission away.
Couldn't
I like
imagine
earlier
why.
when I was talking to what's his name? Dr. something.
Professor Triangle?
Oh, Professor, yeah. I got muted when I
Yeah,
was
he's
talking
brutal.
to Professor Triangle.
Yeah, you probably annoyed him.
Oh, well, I won the argument. That's all that matters.
Oh, I don't think you would have won the argument. I don't think you can count past 3, so he would have won there.
Well, can I have permissions back so I can post the image in the chat?
Let's have a look.
I promise it's not porn. I promise. It's just an image of my model.
Yeah, you
I'm
won't be
being good.
you won't be blocked from the side chat. You'll get banned completely if you push porn in there.
I know. I'm being a good boy. Okay, I have permissions now. Here's the image of my model that I'm using, okay?
So the model that you've been referencing.
Right. Looks.
Now this is where I come to quite a conundrum. Do I just nuke this dropkick, or I will be reinstating your side chat block. That's for sure. Seriously.
Oh, I missed it. What did he post?
Oh, it's like this alien hand thing flipping the bird.
that's
yeah, but it was listen. It was a disembodied hand floating in space, flipping the bird, as seen from inside a spacecraft through a window.
Floundering, I will take that as your concession that you don't have a model. T-Dub, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm picking chocos. I've got the mute up.
That's better. Wow.
I've got to pick them now or Frost will kill them.
You've actually done... Oh, yeah, you live a fair way up from me. I was going to say, you've done well to make them last this long, but... Yeah, I just remembered.
Yeah, I've just picked like 20. I've got to go back out and pick some more.
Yeah, they don't grow too well down here. It gets too hot for them. Just wrecks them. Can't tip enough water on them. When I was living down at Newcastle, though, Mum and Dad had a triple garage, an L-shaped one, and the vine used to cover that. Every day you'd have to go out and pick a heap of them. They just massive amounts of them. It was great. Give them away to everyone. Take them to school for food fights.
Man, they're awesome. Like, there's the fruit that keeps on giving. This is. I think there's 2 or 3 vines. I'm not sure if this is 2. The third one might have died, but they're like 7th generation now.
Mm. Yeah, if you can get them to survive through winter, once you get him up and happening.
Yeah, we usually just cut them back at the base, the stump, like right near the soil, and then cover it with some dry grass or whatever, or just the dead leaves from the vine itself.
Yep.
And that usually keeps it pretty protected during the frosty weather, and then like usually just a tad before spring, you start seeing some green shoots coming out. But it's still frosty then, so you got to make sure they don't die.
Yeah, put a pot plant or something upside down at night time, just in case it cop a frosty morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so have we got anyone out of the ordinary? 7 giga normal rat, as opposed to an abnormal rat. Who else we got? Know these names. Aura farming. Who is that supposed to be?
Tracksuit Timmy.
Ah! Oh wow, poor thing. Oh, someone new. Welcome.
Was only me.
Have you been only me?
Very sore.
You been playing sports again, or have you done something silly?
No, I've had plantar fasciitis for about 3 months, and before I play, just take some Voltaren, so it's not getting any better.
Voltaren. It's funny at the squash courts. You go down there. Yeah, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Voltaren. Especially when you go to the Masters stuff. That's funny. There's all these oldies there painting themselves up before they go on.
That's exactly what I used to do when I used to play the Australian vets. It was always taking Voltaren in the morning. There's no chance you can get through the week playing, like 2 complete different teams a day for 4 days. It's just impossible.
Is anybody alive here?
I'm
alive.
Spartacus.
Why is it so quiet, Joe?
I'm just waiting for a good argument.
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue here again. I was just coming to check if there were any arguments.
No, not at the moment.
Okay, are you a flat earther or not?
I was hoping the little FE thing at the end of my name might have given it away, but obviously it
Okay,
doesn't.
okay, I see it now. Okay, well, I'm going to be not a flat earther today.
You're going to be not a flat earther?
Yep.
Okay, not a flat earther. What's your best not flat earth proof?
Wait, no, I'm not going to argue right now. Think of anything.
Oh, wow. Why would you want to be a glober? Like, seriously. If you had a choice. It's like in the movie The Matrix. I can't go back, can I? If you could, would you really want to?
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. But anyway, I have a good argument, but I don't know how to word it properly, so my boyfriend's gonna.
Excellent. Yeah, let's bring it on, and I'm pretty sure someone will jump in and try to break it in half.
All right. How's it, guys?
Not too bad, man. What do you got for us?
It's the same guys from yesterday. Not.
Probably.
No, I don't think it's the same. Okay, so I've got a question. All right. If you fly from Cairo to, let's say, Kuala Lumpur, all right, but you go west, would that be possible?
Can you go west? Well, as long as there's no hills or anything in the way, you could probably go west.
But how would you come out at Kuala Lumpur?
Well, I haven't really looked on a map to see where they are, but yeah, I'm just throwing a mad assumption in there.
Well, that
East
would
and west
if you do.
not a problem.
You see, if you say that, then you admit that the Earth is round. If you say it's not a
How
problem,
is the ability? So just enlighten me. How is the ability of a plane to fly west proof of the curvature of the Earth?
Because if you go west, then you can't come out at the east side if it's not a circle, if it's not a globe, sphere.
That's
I'm going to show you something. I'm going to post something for your benefit to show you that Yes, that is easily possible, and it is actually the way it happens even on the globe. Right?
I don't know. Checking.
No, he's just about to post something up in the side chat, mate.
All right.
When he finds it, when he puts all these chocos down, he's probably got a washing basket full of them.
Yes, pretty much. But that look like 50 of them. All right,
Oh
here we
wow!
go. Yeah. So there we go. Okay, that's your globe. That's looking down upon the North Pole, right? You see those little aeroplanes? Those little red aeroplane symbols? They're following a circle, right? They're going east. If they continued going east, they'd come back around and went to where they started.
I don't know what to say to this, but this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
That's your globe. That's how east-west circumnavigation works.
But you don't believe in a globe.
I know, but you have a misconception about the way circumnavigation works on a globe. You don't understand that it's the same principle for a flat Earth as it is a globe Earth until you get to the equator. Then you could potentially go east or west without turning left or right, right?
Yeah,
and end
I
up back
know,
where
but
you started.
you guys will just have an argument for everything. Okay, let me ask you this. How far is the moon and the sun in your world?
Can't
I
measure it.
don't know. No idea.
Is it just me, or is he breaking up a little bit?
You guys can't tell me you don't know how far the moon or the sun is, because I need you to tell me how far.
Let's.
You don't either.
Well, how would you expect us to measure the distance from Earth to the sun or to the moon?
Well, you seem to be able to measure everything else.
Because we've got access to everything else.
Yeah, but you see, you conveniently don't
Hey,
know that.
brother. I can measure. Listen, I can measure. I'm actually working in a construction zone, so I got tons of measuring tapes. I can measure this countertop and I can measure this mirror, but I can't measure your girlfriend because I don't have access to her.
Yeah.
Oh.
So listen, if there must be some way that you guys can measure it or have an idea, even just an idea, estimate.
Yeah, I can give you one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the distance to the sun is 1 AU.
1 AU. What
Yes,
does the AU stand for?
Astronomical unit.
Yeah, the AU is defined as the distance to the sun. The distance to the sun has actually changed throughout the years. They used to think it was 3 million miles, 57 million miles, thousands of miles. They got no idea how far the sun is away, brother. And neither do
let
we.
me ask you, is it more than 1 million miles?
Unknown.
Yes, it is.
We can make claims at the distance all day long, but at some stage we've got to actually measure it to confirm these claims are true or false. So how would we measure something that's up in the sky? We can't. So all we're going to be doing is just throwing random numbers out there.
Okay, what about, would you guys concede that it's more than 10,000 miles?
Obviously, the previous sentence wasn't understood.
Yeah.
No. But look, you must have some kind of idea. You can't be.
How about this? I'm going to throw a random number out there, 5,000 miles. There you go, done. Now, the problem I've got, and I'm going to wait for AI to rip it into me, and I thought he would have done it by now, is how am I going to back up that 5,000 miles? How am I going to measure it to prove and say that this is true, other than it's just a random number?
it's convenient for you guys not to know certain things.
Well, this is not just an inconvenience. This is an inconvenience for me because I can't measure the bastard, and I'd like to be able to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me ask you this. So, what cities in the world are closest to the edge?
What?
Yo, in
Not
your flat
claiming to
world,
know.
yeah, listen, in your flat world, you must have an edge, right? A place where you cannot go any further, or you can,
Unknown.
but you can fall off. Or I don't know what you do.
No, here's the answer, brother. Unknown.
Unknown.
Yeah,
So
unknown.
nobody's been to the edge.
Well, let's say they did and they fell off. Well, they certainly wouldn't come back to talk about it because they'd be gone.
Do you have any such cases of people that you know that went and never came back?
That went missing?
No, dude, it's
Sorry?
called sarcasm. Hey, bro, I don't know if they have this in your culture. It's called sarcasm.
Yeah, we've got that.
We just know when to use it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're so wise. Here. Okay, let me ask you this question. Where's the edge of the universe? You don't know.
That's not the same thing, though.
Oh, it is the same thing. It's a boundary condition that's irrelevant to the interior condition, right? So you guys are asking questions that you guys think are intelligent, but they actually have nothing to do with the shape of the earth at all.
You can climb on a vehicle now and reach the edge of the earth, quote unquote. You cannot climb in a
can.
vehicle now and reach the end of the universe just now. You know?
Oh, really? How? Okay, so you're assuming that if you climbed in a vehicle, you could reach the end of the earth. Now, one of the reasons why you can't get in a vehicle and reach the end of the universe is yes, it's far away. Yes, fuel concerns. But another reason is that the mainstream claims that the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, meaning you could never reach it.
So
you're making claims. Listen, you're making claims about a boundary condition of the earth that you don't know about.
What if I tell you that I flew around the earth before?
You'd be a liar, dude. You didn't.
What? How would you know?
No, because you'd have to.
Because I know. Because nobody, dude. There's only like 3 people even have claimed to have done that, and one of them was not you.
How do? But okay.
Hey, let me help you out, friend. Let me help you out, friend. If you're gonna lie, then we're not gonna talk anymore. So stop lying.
Bro, your whole belief is based on a lie. You know that.
No, he was being sarcastic.
Choose your words carefully while you're around your
No,
girlfriend.
not. To be
AI is
fair,
incredibly
listen.
good at making people look stupid in front of their girlfriends.
Yeah, I've got 17,000 women, that left their boyfriends for me already. I got to buy like 3,000 houses. That's why I'm constantly working all the time.
Sure.
But brother, listen. I'm not necessarily saying you were lying about that because a lot of people phrase these arguments in hypotheticals. So like, well, what if I did this, or what if that happened? So that's fair to do. So if you want to talk about that, go ahead.
No, it's just everything I say just gets dismissed, bro, with no real argument behind it. Just like, hey, you cannot do that. Hey, you can't do that. Hey,
No, listen,
we didn't dismiss.
We didn't dismiss your question about. We didn't dismiss your question. Hey, listen, it's not convenient. It's just a fact. So, for example, why don't you ask us about things we do know? So you're asking us about all these things that actually don't matter to the shape of the earth, but you're not asking the questions that do matter to the shape of the earth.
So what is
No,
the
I
shape
can
of
help.
your guys' earth?
Okay, fair. And this is going to really hurt your feelings, but the correct answer is unknown because a shape and flat are 2 different things.
Okay.
So, for example, you can have, listen, check it out. You could have a flat triangle. You could have a flat square. You could have a flat circle. You could have a flat surface on top of a dodecahedron. You could have a flat surface on top of a pyramid.
You guys,
So we're not making claims, just real quick, we're not making claims about the overall shape of the earth. We're only making claims about the surface and that the surface is benchmarked to sea level. 70% of the known territory of the earth, approximately 200 million square miles, are covered in 70% water. Water's flat and level, therefore the earth's flat.
water can curve.
No.
Listen,
Up to
you're
there for
correct
water
that if I take water and I put it in a container and put it in my freezer,
Not
then it'll be like a block of ice with a curve on it. You are correct that a raindrop can curve. You are correct that a droplet of water can curve.
doesn't
But
explain
guess what
gravity.
don't curve? Guess
And it
what
doesn't
don't curve? Guess what
later.
don't curve? Guess what don't curve? Guess what don't curve?
Your
A
brain?
bathtub don't curve. A bathtub doesn't curve. A lake doesn't curve, and an ocean doesn't curve.
An ocean can curve.
Really? How so?
That's why when you go over the horizon, the whatever is going over the horizon gets like the half goes, half of it go, or not half, a piece of it goes
logic.
under. You know, not it doesn't go smaller and smaller and
No,
smaller, and then
no.
like it would.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does get smaller, and sometimes you can't see the bottom. But rest assured, friend, you've never seen the bottom of a boat go under any curve. All you've seen is a boat go out, and some days you can't see the bottom, and then it disappears. Some days it goes out and it fades away. But one thing you've never seen when you looked out over the ocean is a curve.
That's the only that I mean that's why there's a horizon. What are you going to say? Are you going to tell me
No,
that the
wrong.
horizon is as far as you can see?
Your argument is circular. You're saying that the ocean curves because things go over the horizon, and you're also saying that things go over the horizon because the ocean's curving.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Right, that's circular logic, bro.
No, but I didn't make two claims. I didn't make two claims. I just said that it, yeah. Yeah,
It's an
but
inference,
then
dude.
Agreed, that's what you're saying.
I know.
Listen,
and it's quite reasonable to suggest that maybe the reason I can't see the bottom of that boat out there in the distance is because the water's curving. Like you're allowed to suggest that, like, but I wouldn't say that it definitively proves that we live on a ball. You'd have to investigate whether or not that is the case, right? But you've come up with a potential reason.
What is the reason for you not being able to see past the horizon? Is it a visual limitation or what?
Yes. It's to do with optics. It's a visual limitation based upon the size of the lens being used.
No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. His question is incoherent. Let me explain. He said,
So
what
why
is the reason? Hold on. I know what he said. He said, what is the reason you can't see past the horizon? That's false. You can see past the horizon.
Why would NASA and them lie about going to the moon and the Earth being
Because they're,
round?
hey, let me help you out. Because they're assholes. There you go.
That's not a good answer. Not good enough.
It is a good answer. Hey, listen, lady. Your incredulity or disbelief in other people's motives is irrelevant. I don't care what you think of other people's motives.
No, that wasn't a good enough argument. Because, I mean...
No. Listen, it's not good enough for you, but maybe that's
Yeah.
the reason they're doing it. Maybe they're doing it just because they want to screw with you.
At least let her
Does it
finish.
do that just because they're assholes? No. Why would they do that?
Well, maybe they want billions of dollars. How about that? How does that strike you? Oh, that's not a good enough reason? That's not a good enough reason either. You see, the problem for you is that no matter what reason I give you, you're going to disbelieve it. So you don't care about the reason.
How do they make millions of dollars as opposed to not?
What are you talking, dude? Do you know what NASA's budget is? They get like $60 billion a year, dude.
So what?
They get more money in a day. They get more money in a day than your entire family lineage will make in your entire lifetimes.
NASA, okay,
Yeah,
is not the
about
only
70-something million dollars per day.
Who cares? Okay, so there's a bunch of companies, right? So there's a bunch of companies doing a bunch of stuff. Whoop-de-doo.
Yes, are you telling me they're all in on it?
Hey, do you know Coca-Cola puts Red 40 in their soda, and so does Mike and Ike and Hot Tamales candies? Are they all in on it?
No, I don't know about that. But that's...
Yeah, it's poison in the food, dude. They poison the food with all kinds of nonsense, and then sell it to you as food when it's actually essentially poison. Are they all in
Yeah,
on
but
it?
see, you guys don't know enough about your Earth to make a claim
No,
that it's
I
flat.
do know enough.
No,
I do know
you
enough.
don't
See,
know
this is the problem. No, I
everything
do know
that
enough. I do know enough. I do know enough.
You know
Don't
that you
tell
know
me what I
nothing.
don't know. Hey, listen, bro. Don't tell me what
no,
I don't know.
I can safely say that you don't know enough because you said so many times you don't know this, you don't know that, you don't know
Yeah,
this.
hey,
You know?
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother. What's the radius of the Earth, allegedly, in the globe model? What's the
Radius.
radius of Earth? Yeah, the radius of the Earth in the
Yes,
globe
I'm
model
trying
that
to
you
answer you.
believe in.
I think it's around 38,000 kilometers or some shit. I might be out. Yeah.
No, that's 40,000 is the circumference.
Circumference.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Sorry, that's what I
what
meant.
is so what is the radius in kilometers?
So probably around 7.
Yeah, it's 3959 miles. So yeah, so let's just say that's it. Okay, so that means that the ball has a fixed size. Would you agree? Like it's not changing sizes one day to the next.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that means it has a curvature rate. Okay, and I told you that the Earth is covered in water. And water is the gold standard of level that's been used in every culture throughout all of recorded human history. That means that the Earth is covered in 70% of a level standard. And so if you measure that standard and it's flat, then you can extrapolate that across 70% of the known territory. And that means that all the territory is benchmarked to sea level, and that means that it's flat. And so if you just go out and measure water, let's say 25 miles or 40 kilometers, right? There's a deviation from the curvature rate that should be there of 90 meters or a few hundred feet. However, when measured with a laser from a shore to another shore over water 25 miles away using a laser transit, the laser hits the target, proving by 2 orders of magnitude that the globe doesn't exist.
No, man, no, you can't do that. But okay, let me ask you this. So
Oh no, you
you're
can't
in.
do that.
Why can't we
Who's
do
in?
that?
Hey, listen, bro. Who's in denial now, bro?
Who's in the? Okay, listen. Okay. You guys are from England, right?
So
UK.
no, he's not from England. But
Hey,
anyways, just have a look at the
why
side
can't you
chart.
see UK from the other continent, dude? I'm gonna cry.
No, that's not what I want to say. I want to
All right,
figure out
awesome.
how this flat Earth is looking
Whilst
in
you're
your
thinking about
mind.
what you want to say, have a look at the side chat just for a quick second. Those are the laser transits or laser tests that AOI was talking about. Well, that's some of them.
No, I know what it means, but it's just I don't know what's wrong with it. There's just a lot wrong with it.
I don't know
Well,
what's
if there's
wrong with it.
something,
There's just a lot wrong with it. Listen, one more time for the slow kids. I don't know what's wrong with it, but there's just a lot wrong with it.
well, if you have something in specific that you dislike about the laser test, please enlighten us.
Yeah, I want to make another. Okay, I'll grant you the stupid laser test. Okay, let me ask you this. So
Excellent. So it's flat then. Happy days.
no, for argument's sake.
Yeah, that means you lost the argument.
No.
Hey, listen, my dear, you could still be his girlfriend even though he's getting wrecked, okay? I'll allow it.
Fuck's it. Listen. If you guys can just allow me to say a sentence, that would be nice, you know? What is the center of your Earth? Is it the North Pole?
It's my
Okay,
house. But don't tell AI Overlord. He'll get upset.
Well, check this out, brother. The North Pole was chosen by convention for certain reasons, which are good reasons, to be the center of a polar coordinate system. Whether it's the actual center of the Earth in total is unknown.
Well, of course it is. So, and then Antarctica would be the what? The edge? All
No,
around?
well, the Antarctic perimeter, listen, the Antarctic perimeter is essentially a certain latitude line or a certain distance away from the center of the polar coordinate system. But that doesn't mean it's the end of the Earth. And it doesn't mean that it's surrounding the entire Earth. That's unknown as well.
Okay. Yeah.
It also doesn't matter. Because like, what's the
No, no,
center
no.
of the
I'm gonna.
universe?
How do you know, bro? I'm starting to make a claim now. Oh, sorry, an argument. Okay. So if you fly from Hawaii to Los Angeles, okay, but you go east, can you do that? Oh, you're gonna show me that other stupid picture again?
You know that picture you looked at earlier? Just spin the
Yes,
planes
I know.
around.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll help you out, brother. I'll help you out. It's very simple to understand. Okay, so I'm in a building right now. Okay, and it has doors. And if I go out one door, I can take a left-hand turn and walk all the way around the building and come back around to the same door. I can go out that door again and turn right this time and walk all the way around the building and come back to the same door. However, what I cannot do is go out the door, turn upwards, and walk around the roof and under the ground and then come back to the door. So all of the circumnavigations can be done on a flat Earth with all of the continent arrangements except for one, and that would be to go directly anti-north or south and then arrive back up underneath and go back to north again. That's the only circumnavigation that could not be done if the Earth was flat. Now, interestingly enough, that alleged circumnavigation of the Earth, if the Earth was a globe, has never happened in the history of mankind.
I was gonna ask you that just next. I was gonna ask you, what if you go down? But
Yeah,
now
if you
conveniently,
go, yeah, go ahead.
you're just gonna say that doesn't happen.
No, I'm not. Well, it's not convenient. It just never has happened.
But shouldn't it be?
Look, it's not. Listen, friend, let me help you out. It's not my fault that no human in the history of humanity has ever southerly circumnavigated the pole, going up and under the South Pole and coming back around again to north. It's not my fault that's never happened. Now, it does help me out because it would maybe disprove my position. And so since it's never happening, that's good for me.
Okay, would you be willing to put money on it? Okay, if I can prove to you that the Earth is round, but you can't be dismissive. How can I put this now? What I'm trying to say is I don't believe you
That's
really believe.
silly, dude. That's silly because you're basically saying, "Are you willing to put
No,
money,
I'm not
but you can't
arguing
dismiss
anymore. I'm
any of
saying,
my
you guys
claims"?
know.
That doesn't even make sense, dude.
No, you guys know the truth, okay? You guys are
It doesn't
active.
matter, dude.
You
You
are
already listen, friend. You already conceded the Earth is flat because you gave us a laser test that measures the Earth is flat. So you're already a flat earther. So I don't know why we're even talking anymore.
all right. Okay, then I'm a flat earther. You convinced me.
Well, it's not about convincing. You just conceded that the laser measured the Earth to be flat. So that's either correct or incorrect.
Yeah, because I'm convinced now. You've convinced me now. Hello.
Well, hey, lady, your boyfriend's an easily swayed schmuck there, so you might want to, you either surrendered or got convinced without really being convinced. So that's weak in either direction you go, brother.
Oh, I'm just not gonna waste my time any longer with this bullshit. I mean, come on.
Hey, listen, dude, it's not my fault that you don't have any good reasons why the Earth is a globe, and you are complaining about the fact that we don't know things that we don't need to know to prove the Earth is flat, and you don't understand why it's a problem for your worldview and not for ours. That's not our fault.
No,
But I'm willing to work with you. Listen, I'm willing to work with you, bro.
Well, I'm still
For
arguing
example,
in the
oh, go
in the
ahead,
chat.
go ahead.
No, I'm
What's that?
arguing in the chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is it your argument?
Yeah. So,
Or the AI's argument?
for example, you could go out within the week, maybe the month, depending on your schedule, and you could go out and test the globe claims, and you could disprove them for yourself, by yourself, for less than $10. Cost you a very small amount of money, a very small amount of effort. All you have to do is just go to somewhere where you have a clean sight line to a long distance. Because you remember, you said you can't see past the horizon because the Earth's a globe. Well, that's false. You can see things well beyond the horizon. You can go out and you can measure seeing things that should not be able to be seen at all based on the claim that you have that the horizon is blocking. And so you can at least disprove one claim to yourself. And that claim is that you can't see past the horizon, because that's false. The globe says the horizon's at a certain distance, and we have numerous observations, numerous tests that we've done personally, you could do yourself, like I said, that could disprove that claim easily. In fact, you could make a date out of it. You and your lady could go out and test the Earth for yourselves instead of listening to the mainstream or instead of listening to us. You could say, hey, we're just going to go do it and find out for ourselves together. An adventure, a romantic bonding moment. Man, it's going to be great.
I doubt he will. If he's as lazy physically as he is intellectually, I doubt he will.
That's all right. I'll take her. I'll take her to the lake, bro.
It's hilarious. This chick's just copy pasting into AI.
No, but really, bro, I'm not trying to put any moves or any disillusions out of your relationship, but I mean, it is something you could do together, and it is an adventure, to be fair.
Look, my AI is gonna destroy you guys, okay?
Good luck. We already have the most advanced AI in the universe on our team, so good luck with that.
I hope she's using Claude, because we had Claude crying the other day.
You're gonna go ahead?
Oh, I'm already done, bro. You're playing catch up now.
I was saying, imagine like writing into the prompt, I'm arguing with a flat earther, and he said, copy paste. provide me a rebuttal.
And I'm going to click on a wheelchair for that too, because that doesn't refute anything that I said. We're not using lasers to measure the distance to the moon. We're shooting them across 20-mile lakes and measuring the deviation between the laser and the lake. Can I show you a little cartoon so you can understand better? Maybe you could use that to describe to AI what's going on.
Yeah, Amelia, what AI
No
are you
thanks.
using?
I'm using DeepSeek.
DeepSeek. He's a muppet.
No way. That thing is amazing.
It's
It
crap.
will destroy you and your AI.
No,
Its
no,
logic
I
is
tried it.
its
I already
logic
tried it.
is just fail. Seriously.
No,
Use your own brain. You'll defeat it without even trying.
no. Well, look, I did say that I didn't want to argue this morning, like because the other day I was on here arguing, and then
Yeah, you
I
got
lost the
destroyed the other day
argument.
too,
Kinda.
and you're upset about it. I know. That's sad.
No, I'm
But
not actually upset.
I'm not, listen, I'll be just straight up with you. I'm not really interested in having another discussion with AI. If you want to put forward your ideas, I'm more than welcome to entertain them. But there's no point in me using you as an intermediary to go through AI when I can just go and talk to DeepSeek directly and get the same crap and win
Yeah,
anyways.
because you know you'll get dismantled. What?
Why? Why
No,
would I get dismantled?
it's not like that at all. Yeah, check this out. Yeah, check this out, miss. It's not like that at all. It's that we actually care about you. We want to know what you know and what you believe and how you've reasoned yourself to your conclusions, because we want to actually interact with a human and their experiences rather than just somebody who's an automaton vessel for somebody else's ideas.
Well, look, I just told the AI what I believe, and then it
Excellent.
must like
You've
argue
already
for me.
lost. I'll read out why you've already lost. So let's get back. Now, I posted up the laser tests. Now, your comment to the laser test was, you just measured refraction, not the absence of curvature. Light bends along temperature gradients, especially over water. So my comment, cool. Now back your claim. Show us laser bending downwards in the open air. You replied, laser bending isn't a claim, it's measurable. Peer-reviewed fact taught in universities and accounted for by engineers. So let's skip a couple. You cannot see a laser bend with curve because lasers ignore gravity and shoot straight. So, I'm going to ask you a question now. Do lasers shoot straight or do they bend?
Well, they shoot straight, but I mean, it's gonna. I don't know. Okay,
Ouch.
it shoots straight,
Excellent.
but
So, just Amelia,
you don't see the
this is just
bend.
Amelia. Just hold up. All I'm pointing
Okay.
out to you, this is your AI doing this to you. It's contradicted itself in less than 30 seconds.
Okay, maybe I
Okay?
worded it
Technically,
wrong
it was
to the
about
AI.
5 minutes, but yeah.
I don't know. Okay. I'll come back to you guys with
Do
a
you
better
recognize
argument.
the contradiction, though, Amelia?
Excellent.
Do you even recognize it?
I mean, yeah, I do.
This is
A bit.
one of many things that AI does. AI is about making you feel good. So it doesn't matter what you're talking about, whether it's FE, whether it's politics. You might be just asking a very simple math question. AI is about making you feel good, so you'll keep using it. That's what AI is for.
I didn't paste the part where it apologized for getting it wrong. Okay, I just pasted the bottom piece.
Amelia, it's called negging. They say something shitty about you and then make you apologize for it and then run after it with Google.
Wait, what?
Yeah. They just pull out whatever bullshit detail to focus on.
The hell are you
You know what?
talking about, bro?
I'm gonna go and do some
You're probably
studying.
more confused than she
Study
is.
this stuff, and I'll come back with better arguments. Okay? Bye.
Awesome. See ya. Say bye to your boyfriend for us. Oh, wow. How cute. She thinks AI is useful. Well, for some things it is. Just not debating us.
Well, dude, Matrix, hold on. She doesn't have to say bye to her boyfriend. Remember, I gave her permission to stay with him.
I forgot about that, sorry. Well, that's all right then. What would you do with another one anyway? Like, seriously. 17,000 is just way too many. You're going to have to retire someday.
Do you guys agree plate tectonics are incompatible with flat Earth?
Can we have that in English now?
Plate tectonics are incompatible with a flat Earth.
Oh, tell us all about it.
Well, do you accept that we can observe?
I don't have to accept anything. You're telling us about this claim that you've got. Please tell us about it.
Okay, well, plate tectonics, you have the crust of the surface of the Earth broken up into multiple large plates, and they're all floating around the surface and going under each other and over each other, crashing into each other.
Have you ever seen any of this happening to verify that this is true and correct?
Yeah, we can observe new rock coming up through magma and lava and
magma, so liquid rock coming up is proof of these plates sloshing around having a great old time.
Yep, and we also see subduction zones.
How do you know that? How do you know that that's? How do you know that that's a cause and effect relationship? So plates pushing around makes hot things.
During earthquakes,
let's go back to the hot things. Go back to the hot things. Wait, I don't think you're going to catch on real quick. You sound slow. Go back to the hot things, though. Hot rocks coming out of the ground, liquid rock coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
How are these plates squashing around, causing hot things to come out of the ground?
So in the places where they move apart, the crust becomes weaker and thinner, and then it kind of comes up through the holes that are.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking questions.
Oh, hey, don't be a petty little pedantic little
Whoa,
baby boy. All right, you know what I'm talking
They're moving
about.
apart. The crust becomes weaker. Then what happens?
And then if there is, for example, a hot spot underneath, then the magma might concentrate there and push up, and then over time break through the surface.
A lot of inferences on assumptions here.
Hey, bro, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, brother. What if I have a table, and then I make some apple crisp, and I put it on top of the table. So now I have crust on top of the table. Then I melt some metal in a crucible and just pour it on the table. Now I have some hot lava on the table. And then I smack the table with a hammer. Yeah. Just follow along.
No, you're talking.
So everything I just described happened on a flat surface. So I didn't hear anything in your story about why it can't happen over a flat surface, dude.
And then mute your microphone again after saying some irrelevant bullshit, dude. Like that's what you.
All right, dude, you can just go back on mute, dummy. You haven't learned yet.
He doesn't have the attention span to listen.
Yeah, all I was doing was
saying that when the thing's pulling apart, there's going to be like heat and magma, the friction. How does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a lack of friction. You're not going to expect to have lava coming out like a volcano when the plates would be moving away from each other.
I want them. Check this out, bro. Regardless of how stupid my analogies are, I have the privilege of making my analogy. Okay? Because I'm the boss. So, for the love of God, bro, don't interrupt me when I'm making stupid analogies, all right? Just wait till I'm done, and then I'll make my point, and then I'll say, okay, go ahead, or okay, your turn, like I trained you before. Okay? So, all the things I described happened on the table. That was the point of that analogy. And you were talking about all kinds of things occurring, but you never got to the part where they can only occur on a globe. So that's what we'd like you to accelerate into talking about, how these plates, these subduction zones, these magmas, these rocks turning over, all of these different things can't possibly happen if they're happening on a flat Earth. Okay? Hopefully that made sense, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. So before I get to that, I need somebody to define some model of a flat Earth. So where?
Oh yeah, I can do it for you.
Surface. No. Don't give me the whole fucking two horizontal planes, 7-kilometer bullshit.
Well, that's flat. That's what flat means, bro.
So if I'm
okay, I'll tell you where north is. I'll tell you where north is.
Where's north?
Yeah, north is the center of a conventional polar coordinate system. There you go.
Okay, and are distances from Mercator projections to this polar projection preserved?
I'm not sure which is the Mercator relative to that, so I couldn't say right now.
We assume that we live on a globe. We can project like a flat map projection. That's the Mercator projection that Google Maps uses.
How does this have anything to do with plates and shit proving a globe?
Okay, well, basically what I'm saying is the movement of one plate, like basically the path that a plate moving would trace on the surface of a sphere makes sense as just a straight line path. However, if you were to try to model the simultaneous movement of all the boundaries of that plate on a spherical projection, sorry, on a polar projection, like he said, then it doesn't work out.
How do you know?
Because
you can't see these plates, so you're just making an assumption where they are. It's not like there's a big white line drawn on the ground that says, hey, there's a plate under here. This is where they're supposed to be. You're just making these cool assumptions.
It's funny you say that because when we take radar measurements of the seafloor in the Atlantic, that's exactly what we see, a big white line of where the ocean is like splitting apart.
So you've been underneath to see that you know what's going on.
Oh, I see. Because I personally haven't gone into a submarine and gone into the
Everything
mid-Atlantic
that
trade.
you've said
That means
has
it
just
doesn't
been a
exist.
cools. You're one of these rude little shits that likes talking through people. Me and you are going to be best friends.
I don't mind talking over you, at least as long as you're not the fucking what's it called?
The nasty bastard with the mute button. Yeah, I'm one of them. Please stop it. You can do better.
Oh no, I guess I better get down on my knees and suck your dick too, right? I guess that's why you're on
Oh,
here.
well, that was easy. Click.
Hey, whoa! How dare you tell everybody what happened between us, dude? That was behind closed doors, all right? You just knock it off, bro.
Apparently, if you go down to Bunnings, they've got a special on knee pads at the moment.
All right, listen, dude. Subduction, abduction, reduction. Why don't you show Matrix a map that describes what you're talking about? Because maybe he's a visual learner. Oh, you booted him?
No, I didn't boot him. I just red flagged him. I'm not that horrible. I got to warm up yet. I'm waiting for the clown bus to come in.
I don't know. Last time when Indio was talking to him, Indio told him that velocity isn't an actual thing, and he spazzed out and had to go to bed. But then he came right back, so it's like he didn't even get any sleep, man. Poor guy.
But there is other people that we've got here. We've got the real Birdman. Seven down the bottom. Giga. I think I've heard that person before. Going up the list. All the rest of them are the usuals that hang around these parts. Real Birdman. Welcome. Don't be scared to grab hold of your microphone. Say good day. Oh, he's playing Factorio. Here we go.
What's that?
It's a computer game. It's about building factories that build more factories.
Oh, so Factoria is literally about factories.
Yeah, that's the cheapest and nastiest way I can put it. It's actually not bad. It's a good time waster. I should know. I've probably tipped about 1,000 hours into it over the years.
Oh man, I need to play a game and relax, but dude, I'm just stuck at the job site. Heck, it's gonna be dawn in an hour and a half. Hey, Birdman needs some entertainment. You might have to unmute want him.
No, he left.
He has a problem of not posting evidence.
Oh, really?
I think the last time I muted him, I told him he had to circle the horizon from being seen from the top of
Mount
Everest,
Everest.
and he didn't do
Yep.
it. He didn't do it. He just waited for his 40-minute mute to wear out.
Hmm.
So next time I'll tell him when he makes those kind of claims and has to post his evidence, I'll just have to mute him, tell him, and then put him on permanent ban until he posts it. And it's not even that like really that hard of a task. I mean, it's like, just look at the image that was posted and circle the horizon.
Yo, are we live right now on YouTube?
Heck yeah.
How many viewers?
Right.
I didn't do that.
You guys muted him?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I've already selected his name though. I was
know,
waiting
that's-
for the something stupid.
He didn't get there yet, but he might. He probably will. He probably would have, I should say. When he was asking how many viewers.
So I don't know who snagged him, but that was a quick snag. I'll give you that.
Well, wasn't me.
Who else is there?
Flat Earth Judge is the only other one I can see.
Maybe Judge got him. He's known for being quick every now and then.
Yeah, he's working silently in the background there.
Should be people always working. In the backgrounds, in the back chats, in the back logs.
Alright. I'm going to go watch a couple of videos Jedi sent me. So that'll keep me busy for an hour and a half. Then I shall return. Hopefully the clown car is in full swing. And get the band stick out and smack a few of them out of the park. Anyways, I shall return.
Kill all. Oh man, it's actually getting cold. Matthew, what's up?
Oh, hey. Now, by cold, how much do you mean?
31 degrees.
Let's see, it's 60 here in LA County.
Dang, I didn't even realize it was going to get that cold tonight. What's freezing? Isn't freezing 32 or is it 31?
32. Oh, let's see. 60 degrees in Fahrenheit. 16 degrees Celsius right now.
Dang, so wait a minute. It's actually freezing right now? Holy crap. No wonder I'm cold. Dang, it's below freezing? What the heck?
Where?
New England, man.
Oh, wow. It's May.
All right. When I'm done with this cottage, I plan on going snowboarding, homie. The thing is, we already turned the water on to the cottage. Because it already turned spring. So the weather coming up is all going to be above 36 at night. So, this one night of low temp might be all right. Our other friend Wanton left, Matthew. I was hoping to see you smack him around a bit.
Oh, I was just listening, but maybe some other time.
AI overlord. Hello?
Morning.
What model are you on?
Let's see. Alpha Bravo Zulu 2.01x0.001. There you go.
Nice.
With the premium DLC.
Awesome.
Oh man. Excuse me. Man, bro, it's getting cold.
Right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, my fellow flat earthers. Hope you're all doing well. I've got a bit of a brain teaser here for you. It's in the side chat. It came from a Black African American in the Black Heaven server. It's related to the formula there, and my question to him was, how does he apply this formula? Because when we give him the Pythagorean theorem of the spherical mathematics of 8 inches per mile squared, and we can see how much curvature there is between A and B, thus showing our work. I wanted to know how we could apply this formula, because I don't see how it works. Okay? Professor Triangle said, why don't you ask him how he got the R value, which I did, and he didn't give me a response to that. You know, he was just trying to say that our formula is totally incorrect and we shouldn't be using that. We should be using this one that I popped into the side chat here. So I asked him again, how do you apply it? Show us. Does anybody know the answer to that? Formula's in the side chat. I just posted it.
What was he saying it was for?
Oh, it was to prove how to confirm Earth's curvature. Basically, that's his curvature
What?
formula.
A formula can't confirm Earth's curvature. You actually have to do real world tests to get the data to input into the formula.
Right. This is what I asked him. How do we apply this formula on the surface of the Earth? Because when I gave him the Pythagorean theorem, clearly you can see how easy it is to use, right? And then I gave him the curvature calculator on top of that, right? And he said, we're using the wrong one. We should be using this formula. I said, well, how do you apply it? And then in the server on several occasions, right, 3-4 times, I said to the people in the server, notice how he's not showing the work. I've given you a formula that's been used for longest of time, and it's there, and you can see, right? But this formula, how do we apply it? Go ahead. And he couldn't answer it. But yet we were wrong. Yeah, I don't know how you would apply that formula to the surface of the Earth to measure the curvature.
Let me see. Let me see. See if I can extract the text out of this picture here.
I do understand that there are a number of formulas to measure curvature. This is the second one I've come across. And the first one would be the spherical mathematics by Pythagorean theorem, which was the one I came across first. This would be the second one. And I did ask him about the R value, and then how do we apply this to the surface of the Earth? Show me how you used it, and he didn't show me. But yet we're wrong, apparently. Our methodology is wrong.
It says this formula is used to calculate drop height or curvature drop. It determines the vertical distance from the horizontal tangent to the surface of the curve at a specific distance. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this is just a classic argument that You know, the 8 inches per mile square is a parabola and not a true circle. So
Yeah.
you got to use this one for the true circle. Here's what it says here. Just the AI. It says this formula is often used to debunk, quote unquote, simpler parabolic approximations like 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Right. So there you go. So then what you got to ask is, at what distance is the difference between that formula? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm putting in at what distance is the difference between h equals r1 cosine d slash r and 8
Pythagorean theorem. Yeah.
inches per mile squared greater than 1 per slant. Okay. Now we've done this before. I'm just using this for a shortcut. So they gave me a chart. Hold on.
So you've got a chart.
Are you ready for this, brother?
Yeah.
So a variable accuracy of less than 1% would be good, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So the accuracy of 8 inches per mile squared versus, the difference between the exact curvature formula and the 8 inches
Yeah.
per mile squared approximation exceeds the 1% threshold at a distance of approximately, go ahead and
3,000.
guess.
3,000 miles or plus.
No, here's what this one says: 1,300 miles. So as long
Okay.
as your observation is less than 1,300 miles, you'll have an
Mhm.
accuracy
Of less than
variance of
1%.
less than 1%. So
Okay.
so this guy he is correct that there's a more precise formula, but he's incorrect that it makes any difference. So for example, from a ground observer, you can't see past 350 miles of atmosphere anyway.
Right.
So you're going to be much less than a variance of 1%, because you're
Yeah.
only getting the 1% at 1,300 miles.
Right.
Right.
So we're going to be well within noticing curvature. That's the main thing. Thank you. That's it. Brilliant.
Exactly.
I am now armed. I was already armed anyway, but I'm even further armed now. I already slammed him and ironed him out because he was reluctant to tell us how to apply it. And then he offered up a few days later, because I'm, like me, I'm always on their cases. He offered up a half a mile laser beam test. I said, well, really? Half a mile, sir? Are you looking for curvature in half a mile? Come on now. Come on. And he reckoned he did it with his university students way back in the day. So I've still got to ask him what prompted him to do that. Well, why were they doing that? Why were they measuring curvature back then? There, go ahead.
Let's go through the table. So at 10 miles,
it's 66
just listen to this. Let's just listen. At 10 miles, the approximation 8 inches per mile squared gives a raw drop of 66.67 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
So the exact formula gives a raw drop of 66.67 feet. Why are they the same?
Discrepancy, not be able to measure that. That's why.
Well, because this is measured in the two whole numbers and 2 decimal places, and the error is approximately in the 4th decimal place. So 0.0003%. Now at 100 miles, okay,
Yeah.
the raw drop with the approximation is 6667, and the raw drop with the exact formula is 6669, or an
Okay.
error of 0.03%.
Okay.
At 500 miles, okay, now 500 miles, so 100 miles is that. 500 miles is beyond the Raleigh atmospheric extinction point at ground
Right.
level. Okay, so if
Yeah.
you're doing a ground-based observation, you ain't going to sight anything on the surface 500 miles away.
No, you're not. No,
So,
not unless it's radar, something like that. You know, that's a different thing. With the naked eye, you're not. Yeah.
right. So at 100 miles, it's in the second decimal place. It's not even a tenth of a percent yet.
Yeah.
Right. It's a
Right.
third of a tenth of a percent. So
Right.
at 500 miles is when it broaches over a tenth of a percent.
Okay.
So
And
at
that's just a
500 miles, yep, you got 166,667 for the approximation, and 166,450 for the true, which is an error of 0.13%.
0.13%.
So you just
Yeah.
broached over a tenth of a percent. So what you
Right.
could ask him or someone like that is be like, can you tell me the variance of using the different formulas to where
Yeah.
the error is greater than a tenth of a percent? And if they do that math, they'll find out that the error, it gets to a tenth of a percent pretty much after the atmospheric occlusion rate would make it to where you can't see anything anyway. So it's a moot point.
Yeah. 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 It's a mute point. Yeah. Yeah. So we're looking for the discrepancy between the two formulas when they are applied. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. Great. I'm armed. That's it. Lovely.
Right. And if he doesn't know the math and he doesn't know the variance, then he's only arguing that you have the imprecise formula and he has the precise formula. However, the variance of the precision is what's really at play. So if he doesn't know the variance of the precision, then he
Yeah.
can't tell you whether or not your method is going to be inaccurate or not.
Yeah. He doesn't know the level of the inaccuracy if it's there, basically, which it is, but it's only slight, isn't it? Like you said, when you're up to 500, you're less than a tenth of a percent. And then when you go beyond that, then it's 1 point something. Like you said, 500 miles, was it? It was 1 point something odd percent off.
No,
Okay.
500 miles is 0.13. So it had just gotten over a tenth of a percent.
Right. You see, a tenth of a percent. Right. Which is still
Right.
minuscule. Still minuscule.
Right. So it's accurate. It's accurate to 1% at 1,300 miles.
Right. 1,300 miles.
Now, in the past, I've said it's accurate to 1% out to 1,500 miles, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe this one is better, but either way, it doesn't matter.
No. So if we're measuring at 100 miles, 200 miles, 500 miles, we're accurate up to a tenth of a percent. You know, a tenth of a percent discrepancy against the actual perfect formula. Yeah. All right. No problem. That's more than enough for me to destroy him. He's already destroyed anyway. Trying to offer me up a half a mile curvature laser beam test. I said, come on, we're doing 28 miles. Slam, look at that. If you want to see curvature, you obviously have to extend the distance to see it. How are you going to see that in that short 800 meters? 800 meters it was. 800 meter test. Bloody hell. Come on. It's like you're scared to measure the curvature, man. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm steadily eroding his confidence. Yeah.
Now, that being said, to his point, so it doesn't really matter which formula you use. What really matters is how you're going to apply that formula in reality.
Yeah, and the integrity therein. Yeah.
Or
Of
better
course.
yet, how to apply that formula to the measurements you get from reality. Because you can't apply the formula itself to reality. That's not how it works.
No, you've got to apply it to what you're actually measuring on the surface of what you're observing and the distance therein. Yeah, no, that's all very well understood. Just just looking forward to dismantling him some more. Slowly, loosening all the screws. All screws are being loosed. He's just going to collapse soon. Now, one of them totally hasn't returned. He's ex-military, he says, and he claims that he takes into consideration the Coriolis, the rotation of the Earth, and the curvature, right? So I said, no, I've never done that in the army myself.
When doing what?
When firing his weapons.
What kind of weapon?
He didn't give me the name of the weapon, actually. So, but yeah, when he was firing his weapon.
You need to ask him what kind of weapon.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll ask him that next
And
time.
at what range?
Yeah,
what type of weapon, what range?
Yeah. He's an American, of course, so yeah, he'd be able to tell me that. And then I said to him, here's some military men who are testifying that Earth is flat, and they're in the army now. Here they are. They're out of their own mouth, and they don't take into consideration Earth's curvature. Then there's the world record of 4.4 miles. That's a world record. I thought it was a Guinness Book of Records, but no, it's a world record. Fair enough. And they stated that they didn't take into consideration the Earth's rotation or the curvature. They said that would be going into the weeds, is what they said. Yeah.
Let's say, right. So he's saying he didn't need to do it, and he practically effectuated rounds on target. Now, let's say the other guy did do it, and he practically effectuated rounds on target. Who cares? That doesn't mean that the reason he hit the target is because he took it into account, or that he even had to in order to hit his target. So, for example, if the round variability is a circle of uncertainty greater than the corrections you're making, then you could make them or not make them, and it'd be irrelevant. And so you could get on a piece of paper and do some retard math, and then adjust your weapon accordingly, and you still hit the target. But if you never did the retard math, you'd hit the target anyway. So who cares?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so I gave him some testimonies, and he hasn't returned. Hasn't returned now 3 weeks. There we go. And he was very vocal against me with the flat Earth and that, calling me. I always talk garbage when I come into the server. I said, no, you guys talk garbage and you moan about your racism and that, crying over spilt milk. Right? I come in and try to get us through to some action here where that's something that you can actually prove. You guys don't want to prove it. That's all.
Yeah. So unless he's like a very long range sniper, he might think he has to take it into account. Or unless
he didn't say he was a sniper though.
Yeah, but unless he's an artilleryman or a fister.
Yeah, he did say artillery. Yeah.
They could be, having that on the tables. But you could just ask them. Well, okay, so how many targets have you hit on your first round? Dead on.
Yeah.
First round down range.
And the distance.
Okay, first off, you just have to say, how do you acquire your targets? And how they acquire their targets is they're going to get coordinates, right? They're either going to have a coordinate set or they're going to have a forward observer with a coordinate, but usually it's the forward observers giving them the coordinate.
Yeah,
and they're usually going to miss. They're usually going to miss their first round down range, and then the forward observer is going to walk them to the target with command.
The spotter. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And in almost all of that equipment, right, the round variability is going to be greater than the margin of error. So it's ultimately the forward observer who is the reason why the round successfully hits the target, not pretending to account for Coriolis nonsense, which they didn't have to do at all.
That's right, because that's how the world record was made. Actually, the 4.4 miles is that they had the spotters down at the target site, and when they fired their first round, it was north of bullseye, so they had to come down in increments 69 shots later, they got it.
Now, Jen, they did a test on from a battleship, 16-inch guns at 60,000 meters, and the round variability was 300 meters, and the alleged Coriolis correction was in the 30 meters. So it's 10 times. The round variability is 10 times the alleged correction. And since the rounds can be placed anywhere in that circle of uncertainty and then needed to be walked on by the forward observer, that tells you that if they account for the Coriolis or if they don't account for the Coriolis, the result is the same. That the round variability is going to be this big ass circle, and you could account for it or not account for it. It doesn't matter. It's like it's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's right. Lovely. Yeah.
And that was with guns, I think, in the same battery or the same turret. So they had 3 different guns or something like that, and they had the same firing solution, the same target coordinates, all the same powder, everything, and they just fired them one round after the other, and these rounds are not falling in the exact same place every time. It's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's other variables to take into consideration, gusts of wind, and etc. Yeah, that can change it just like that. But yeah, you see, like I said, I love these debates that I'm having with these people all over the place in the politics. Yeah.
All right, but on that note, bro, I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, well, thanks for the heads up. Anyway, cheers. Everybody
Also, before I leave, I'm going to post this for you. Chat.
Okay. All right, I'll copy it.
Does anyone know about?
Go ahead, bro.
Does anyone know about hantavirus and the growth
of
of
it?
it?
Yeah, that's BS. Forget that. Yeah, don't even
They're
worry
saying
about it.
that might be the new pandemic.
No, it's not going to be. It's not.
And we're not going to talk about it. So.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it anyway. But it's a nothing burger. You needn't worry about it. There you are.
So if you got a question about the Earth and whether or not it's a sphere, we'll talk about that.
Well, let's be completely honest. No one in this call knows if it's a sphere or if it's flat. No one knows, and I can tell you why.
Wrong. That's the wrong
Because
statement.
even if you do measurements and say it's a flat plane, I cannot measure a significant curvature, you still don't have a wide view of it. You're just measuring what's local. So yes,
No.
it could be flat to where you are, but overall the Earth could stretch and stretch and stretch and then curve.
As soon as you found.
How many flat spots make a sphere?
That's a great question.
And a follow-up
And
question.
I'd say that you'd have to prove that these flat spots are not being manipulated by atmosphere, because a lot of these laser tests, the laser is manipulated by the atmosphere and gravity to look like it's not curving.
Okay. Well, it appears flat. The laser's showing flat. And now I'm going to ask you a second question, which still needs, like, how much is local? How far away? How much is? When does it not become local?
Yeah. When do you exceed the local distance of flatness?
Local is when I say local, I just mean how much you can measure with physical devices like a laser test, right?
Right. Yeah. You know they're doing 28 miles, for example. 28
But
miles.
dude, 28 miles can be manipulated by atmosphere and vision. So just because you can see an object from 28 miles away or less, right? That doesn't mean that it means it's flat. It could just mean that the heat is raising the optics, is raising that image higher. so that you can see it. It's called a mirage, and you can test this yourself with different tools. The atmosphere does change how things look, by the way.
Yeah, I can agree with that. All right, now, can you tell me how far is too far? And then tell me what height.
Roboting, Jimmy.
Can you tell me how far is too far for what height?
No, I don't think I know.
Okay, do you know the radius value of the Earth that's claimed?
Yeah,
What is it?
with the 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, that's one equation, yes. But I just asked what's the radius value because you didn't have a.
Yeah, that would be a distance value. What is that distance of that radius?
I don't know. It's like I don't know the exact radius number actually.
To know that so that you can determine whether the claim is true or not, right? Because you're making an objective claim when you say that the Earth is a sphere. And if you're going with your experts, they have made a specific claim and it needs to be verified, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the experts would be our educators, the teachers, professors, scientists, astrophysicists, all that lot. Right, they're pushing forward the claim that the Earth is a globe. If you're going with that, with those people, then you'd have to verify that what they say is correct. Basically, is what being put to you. Yeah.
Okay. So you need to know the radius value so that you can check the rest of the geometry that's being claimed, right? And this will determine whether or not what you're saying is true or false, right? How far is too far? Well, that's going to be based on the geometry. If you don't know the geometry, then you're just, fortifying your belief with whatever it is that you're looking at.
Dude, tons
Oh,
of
that was
people have
perfectly
sent
on a sphere.
rockets into the sky.
Well, that's where you've
All
got a
the
problem.
engineers
Rocket's
in
non
NASA,
sequitur to the geometry. You can
all
have a
the
rocket
engineers in the
on a
space
flat Earth, hemisphere
agencies
Earth, donut,
have
dinosaur,
seen
it
it to
doesn't matter.
glow.
You could still have a rocket launch from any shaped object, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you need to know the geometry by looking at the Earth so that you can determine the geometry.
Yeah. If you're invoking space, you're weakening your argument, by the way. You're not strengthening it at all. You're making more of a problem for yourself because you're making another claim that rockets now.
I had a little look. It says 6,371 kilometers.
Kilometers. Yes. In miles, 3,959 miles. Okay, good. But you're now evoking rockets. There's another problem for you.
Well, my point is this. If it wasn't a curved planet, then why do ships disappear over the edge?
You know that we've had this out before. You know, angular resolution from your perspective. We've had this out before, right? And we've given you examples of leveled surfaces of obscuring observation. Okay, we've done that. We've done this many times. I've done it with you in the UK politics server, right? You've heard it here yourself in this
And
particular.
what did I say to you? I said to you that I have 20% suspicion the Earth could be flat. I'm still at 20%.
Yeah, you're not making any more.
I'm 80% sure it's a globe. I'm 20% open to it being
Yeah,
flat.
I did ask you for that 80% to prove that, and you didn't, because you didn't offer anything to substantiate the 80% existence of the globe. You didn't offer anything. So what is it that you have that's worth 80%?
Well, I actually spoke to a civil engineer. He's dead now, but I spoke to him years ago, and he told me that they factor in the curve when making bridges. That's what he told me face to face.
But they actually don't. They actually don't. Though.
Well, he was a civil engineer who's done bridges all
That's
over the
fine.
world.
I understand about civil engineering, but they actually do not. They actually measure the surface of the Earth level, and then they, in one case, some cases, they add spherical mathematics after they've measured it level first and foremost, right?
But
And then
what
and
did it
then you
even
can.
mean?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, but my last point is this: the longest bridge in the world, which is 102 miles in China, they didn't consider Earth's curvature at all over that distance. By the way,
How do you know that?
it's in their documentation.
But Rix, what would it actually mean to factor in Earth curve? What would?
Well, you'd have to account for the drop, right? When you're making a bridge, you couldn't just make it. If you have a drop, you cannot make something not account for the drop, or it's gonna miss the drop, right? It will just go straight over the drop. So you do need to account for curvature
Yeah, if
because
it's there, that's what you've got to remember.
right.
And I'm telling you, it's not there. The longest bridge in the world, 102 miles, didn't take into consideration Earth's curvature at all.
Lake Pontchartrain Bridge is over 20 miles long, right? And they didn't account for any curvature at all. And we actually contacted them via email, contacted the engineers, and they replied, and I have the email, and they said, yeah, no, we didn't account for any curvature.
Right, so that debunks your statement of the civil engineering takes into consideration curvature when they do bridges.
He's got one source.
and-
I've got my own source.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but you
debunk
can't
it.
right, but you just have a hearsay source, right? I actually have a direct
Anecdotal.
email from the engineers, and what we also have is long distance observations across
Why
the
don't you
entire.
ask those same engineers? Is the Earth a globe? I bet you they say it's a globe.
Yeah, so if someone thinks it's a globe, right? But they build a 20-mile bridge and don't account for any Earth curvature, and then we can take long distance observations across the entire lake and see the other side of the lake, right, over 20 miles away. That's impossible on a globe.
It's not
And
impossible. It's
yeah, it is
not,
actually.
because I
It is.
told you that the atmosphere can change the vision.
Right, but there's no evidence that the atmosphere can make it just look completely flat over a 20-mile distance. There's no evidence
Yes,
that
it
that's
can.
possible.
Yes,
Okay,
it
prove
can.
it. Prove it. What's your evidence for that?
My evidence is that over 20 miles, the curvature is still pretty slight, and
Oh
it
yeah, how
can
much is it?
seem flat.
How much is it over 20 miles? I know the answer. Do you know the answer?
Well, 8 inches per mile squared, so 20 miles, 8, so 8 times 20, then square it. You go ahead, you can tell me.
266 foot.
260.
Right, which means if they wanted to establish a bridge across that distance, right, they would essentially have to like establish a tangent plane, which means that each end of the bridge, right, would be like 130 feet or give or take, like above the surface, right, and then with this big bulge of water in the middle, like so that if you get halfway across the bridge, the distance like to the water would be almost reaching the bridge, right?
Yeah, that'd be halfway across the
Unless
bridge,
they wanted to make the bridge follow the curvature of the Earth, then you'd have this big arced bridge.
Then you'd have a bent bridge. Yeah, exactly. And we don't see that, do we? See how silly it gets when you start to open it up. And remember, you're going by hearsay completely. Hearsay. We're giving you maths. We're giving you the engineers. My colleagues just mentioned the email. There you go.
In the side chat as well, and as well as observations and side views and aerial views of the lake bridge. I don't just have
Dude,
somebody told me.
measuring angles, right, at like different points, especially along, I would say, a straight line, you can basically infer the curvature of the Earth, because at the
Infer is
end of
not
the day,
telling the truth. You're inferring, you're not telling the truth with an inference. That's nothing.
you cannot 100% measure because we don't have a tool to just
Right,
measure
but we can
directly
see.
the curve.
Right, but we can see something that should be hidden by hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature
Yeah, it's
consistently,
called a
then there's no curvature
mirage.
there.
It's just the
No,
atmosphere, the
it's
heat.
no, it's
No.
mirages. Hold on, mirages aren't defined as just making something look nice and clear and completely flat, right? Mirages are obvious if you have a mirage. You have inferior mirages or superior mirages. They're very easy to tell when that's taking place. It doesn't just make a curved surface look perfectly flat all the time. It's not what a mirage does.
Yeah, 24/7 doesn't do that. You know, you're trying to say that we cannot measure horizontal at all. Then, whenever we see something, it's the atmosphere every day, every second of the day, 365 days of the year. That's crap. It's absolute nonsense. The weather
Have a
doesn't do
look
that.
have a look in the side chat, right? This is a mirage, right? This is called an inferior mirage. We're not going to take something that has an obvious mirage and use that as evidence for anything, because you can see that there's a mirage happening,
Yeah.
right? But in the Pontchartrain footage, there's no mirage happening, right? There's no mirage happening in this footage that I posted right here. This is not a mirage. This is just a zoom footage.
There you are.
Yeah,
Just zooming in. Yeah.
I'm looking at both clips, and I'm confused upon. So you're saying that the solar system is also fake?
Yep. It's not what we call it. It's not what I don't adhere to that.
So you don't
Well,
believe
it's not
in
fake.
you?
It's not fake as in we see some things in the sky, but you've been told a big story about the sky, which you can't ever confirm. It's always just going to be whether you want to believe the
Yes, I
story or
get
not.
that, but I'm saying that the solar system and the Milky Way galaxy, you don't believe in.
No, we
Those
see
objects are
them.
there. Yeah.
Okay, did you hear what I said? Right. So we've all been fed a big story about the lights that we see up in the sky. Okay, it doesn't mean that it's fake, but the story that you've been told about it doesn't have any. That's not something that you can validate. It's just a story that you've been told about it.
Do you
And
even
you can't check.
understand that what you're saying is world shattering? If you're actually telling people that the Earth is flat, that would completely change the world.
Yes. And good job for putting that together.
Yeah, shatters people's worldview, and we're not telling people. We're showing people the actual tests, and then we're telling them not even to believe the tests.
I had a
because
teacher in
they can go
school
and,
who told
okay, I was
me
talking.
and told the class that we were going to pay for space travel by 2030. This is a long time ago, like 10
People have
years
been
ago.
saying this. People have been saying this since the 70s. There's newspaper articles saying that by the late 70s, there's going to be hotels in space, and there's going to be bases on the moon, and there's going to be this and that, right? And it never happens.
Yes. It hasn't happened yet.
So I don't know if you know what escape to the future fallacy is, or appeal to the future.
I
It
don't
just
know
means
if
that,
you've
maybe
heard
sometime in
about.
the future you'll be proven wrong.
I don't know if you've heard about Optimus 2, but they just flew around the moon. The astronauts.
Yeah, and the footage was extremely. You're roboting. Sorry, Jimmy. Right, so people are outraged that the footage was so crappy that they gave people. In fact, people can't even tell the difference. Right, if I showed you footage from the Artemis mission and I said, "Is this CGI or is this footage from the Artemis mission?" you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Very
okay, so
disappointed.
I've got some pictures from the official Artemis mission, right? And I'll put one of them
Let
in
me
the side
see.
chat now.
Let me see.
Right? Yeah, in the side chat.
So those
Okay,
who
so
believe in it.
how would you know that? How would you know that this is a real picture, a real photograph of the Earth from space, when that could easily just be CGI, right? That anyone,
Are you
right?
telling me that the astronauts are brainwashed and they actually think
No,
they're
no.
in
Answer the
space when they're...
question. Just answer the question. We'll get on to your next question after this. Look at the picture.
That could be
Do you?
real.
It could be CGI though, right?
I mean, obviously anything could be CGI.
So you wouldn't be able to determine the difference. You would just have to trust that the picture's real. Do you trust that this is a real picture from NASA?
I don't know.
There you are.
Exactly.
You don't know.
Exactly.
You don't know.
What you're saying is very confusing.
No, it's very
Well,
revealing.
No, it's not
Okay, so look,
revealing. The flat earthers just
Hang on.
make.
You couldn't tell that picture was real or not. There we are. You're
Well,
presenting
I'm
yourself.
not in fucking space to say if it's
No
100%
one said you
real,
had
am
to be.
I?
No one said you had to be. The question
That's
was legit.
stupid.
Hey,
The question
can
was
I
legit.
just for a sec? Can I just clear up a misconception for you? This is independent of the Earth shape, what you think the Earth shape is or its form, right? Whether you think flat, concave, convex, doesn't matter.
This is
This is
ridiculous.
you can independently scrutinize this, okay?
Yeah. And you were honest. You said you
So
didn't know.
you not being able to tell the difference between something that's claimed to be real and something that's AI or computer generated, right, is independent of what you think this Earth's form is.
No,
Right.
I'm saying that these images you've sent could be real. They could be CGI, but at the end of the day, there's multiple space agencies across the world, multiple, that are saying that space exists.
So what? Could you
So
tell the difference?
why would
Could you
I?
tell the difference between the image you were given? You couldn't. There you are. That's what we're saying to you. That, you know, the people who believed in the Apollo missions were very disappointed with the Artemis
No,
2.
what you're being dishonest because guess what? NASA say that they
Don't give a
use
fuck about
CGI.
NASA.
NASA say they use CGI. They admit that. They don't lie about that. They've
The point,
always said that.
the point is, the people who believed in the Apollo missions were very disappointed with the imagery coming from Artemis, especially in the era of high definition
Fine,
photography, 4K
fine.
plus. Yeah, they were
I
disappointed.
understand. Okay, I understand people were disappointed because it wasn't as clear and it wasn't as
Right.
in depth as they wanted. But when
was
I was
junk.
15, I watched a science documentary and NASA said we use CGI. We have to.
That's right. That's for the globe. Therefore, no real images are there. And I don't want
They've
CGI.
always
I don't want a
said they
computer
use
generated image.
CGI.
I don't want a computer generated image in this era of high definition photography.
But
Sorry.
that's what you're gonna get, mate, because this is 2026 and that's all we can do with
No, that's all you can
technology.
do in the studio. Yes, that's what's going on.
yeah,
No,
so what, we don't have cameras to take real images. We can only do CGI. Is that what you're saying?
even when
Cop out.
before the Navy do a missile strike, they factor in the curve, so the missile curves to the Earth. What about that?
No, they don't.
Actually, they don't.
They do. I've
No,
No,
they
spoken
look,
to
don't.
I
Navy
even had a conversation.
officials.
No, dude, I had a conversation just recently with a ballistics guy from the Navy. Okay, and he
And what
told
did
me
he say?
he just came into the server. He thought, oh, this is interesting. I'm gonna go have a chat with the flat earthers, and we had a discussion about his job and what he does. And he shoots ballistics 30 to 40 kilometers, and he says, yeah, we hit our targets all the time. So I started talking to him about, okay, do you account for the curvature of the Earth? Do you account for the Coriolis effect? And he was like, wow. He's like, I never even thought of that. He's like, we don't do any of that. He's like, I've never even
Because
considered
you know
that. That's
why?
crazy.
Because it's automated. That's why. It's in the calculations of the computer. That's why he's
That's
saying
what
that.
you're being told. That's what you're being told. But in actuality, the formulas and the statement belies the action. That's the thing, because no one is doing
I
that.
have
Not
family
not
members.
even the
I
world.
have.
Hang on.
Listen,
Hang on a
mate.
second. Hang on a
I
second.
have.
Not even the world's longest rifle shot of 4.4 miles did they take into consideration Earth's curvature or rotation. Okay, they said they didn't do that. We'd be going into the wind.
I have. I understand. I have an uncle who basically he works as a. He's a captain actually. He's a pilot of a commercial airline. And I haven't asked him about flat Earth because I'm embarrassed to ask him because it sounds like a cringe question. But I would guess he'd say it's a globe. But I need to ask him as a
Yeah, but then
pilot what he thinks.
I can give you 28 testimonies from pilots telling you that the Earth is indeed flat and it's not rotating. I can
No,
give you that.
I've seen dude. I've seen those videos. Some of them are just obviously joking. You can tell they're not serious. Maybe some of them are real, because when you're a pilot, it does look flat. I guess when you're up there, right? Like,
Well, your
You haven't
instruments
seen
are
the
telling you that as
videos.
well.
You haven't seen the interviews that Jin's talking about, right? These are professionally done interviews. You might have seen some videos where some people go up and they're like, "Hey, is the Earth flat?" to the pilot, and then he's like, "Yeah, it's flat." Right? Those videos are questionable. Okay, the pilot might be joking, but these are proper interviews with military pilots, with fighter pilots, with aerospace engineers, people like that. It's a 3-hour video where they
Yeah.
have professional interviews done. These guys are not joking. And there's tons of pilots that are flat earthers. In fact, when we talk to aerospace engineers, and when you have a look at the design manuals for the aircraft design, in the design manuals and according to the aerospace engineers, they say we treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of the calculations in the design of the aircraft. It says that. It literally says that directly in the flight dynamic summaries, right, from like
Right.
the FAA. It says in all of the calculations in design for the aircraft, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Do you want
yes,
a
I
citation?
agree.
Do you want a
Just
citation?
like when we drive, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. You don't. When you do a driving test, it doesn't say, "Oh, factor in 8 inches per mile squared,
Well,
guys."
why would you
You
need to
gotta
do that though when
adjust
you're
your
driving?
driving. Oh, when you're walking, you gotta adjust your walking
No,
to the
that's silly again.
curve.
No, that's wrong.
No, at the
That's
end of the day,
unnecessary.
It's a
a
bad
plane,
analogy, bro.
because of gravity and because of atmosphere, a plane
Now you're going to have gravity now. Look.
doesn't need to go around the curve. It just
Now you're
happens.
going to gravity now. See what I mean? No, non sequitur.
Well, what else
Measuring
pulls us
Spannering
to the
work.
ground, mate? When you jump up, you go
Can you
down.
prove that, please? Can you actually prove that?
Yeah, I
Because
can. I can
no
drop
one
my
can.
phone. I can drop my phone. I can drop a glass. I can drop anything and it will go down to the
That's not
ground.
the reason why.
There is a
That's not-
pulling force.
No, prove that, please. Please prove that. Prove the
Yeah,
pulling.
Actually, they've
There's not a
shown
pulling.
that
There's not a pulling force, dude.
any big mass pulls. Even your human body
The
pulls.
scientific community today states categorically that gravity is not a force. Reason being, they're going with the Albert Einstein's bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. So, Sir Isaac Newton's mass attracting mass has been superseded. So the current standard is gravity is not a force. So you're out of date with your
Are
statement.
you serious?
Yeah. Yeah. 100% serious, mate. That's where we are now. You're not aware of that because you're not looking into that. That's all. You're carrying that belief.
I know perfectly well about the bending of space time and what it means. I've seen that theory. I know what it is, and I'm
Yeah, it hasn't
telling
been
you.
proven, but that's the standard at the moment that they're teaching. This is why the scientific community are stating that gravity is no longer a force. Okay? You are. So there is no magic force pulling anything down to the center core of a globe Earth that doesn't exist. Bearing in mind, you haven't
Mate,
proven the Earth to be a globe.
mate, listen. At the end of the day, at the moment, I'm in my dad's apartment, and he's on the 7th floor. It's pretty high up, and I look out the window, and I've used binoculars before, and of course, it appears flat, right? Like I'm not seeing land curving, but that's because I'm high up, and that's because of where I am. At the end of the day, there's multiple pilots, astronauts who will tell you they've seen the curve. What do you say to all those people?
Taking a question fallacy there. You haven't proven these astronauts have gone to space. You're looking at the Earth, you're seeing it flat. You haven't put your boots on the ground to go and measure what you viewed, yeah? So you're just believing what you're being told here. That's your problem.
But
What?
if what you're saying, if what everyone in DC is saying is true, right, that means that all the space agencies in the world are infiltrated by some secret cabal that is lying for us all.
No, you're adding that in. Okay, you just explained how you experience the world in your natural environment. You never account for the curvature of the earth because, hey, I'm just walking, I'm just driving. The manuals for flight dynamics and the design of the aircraft treats the stationary.
You're roboting. Sorry, Jimmy, you're roboting again, man.
I know I'm going robot.
Yeah,
Am
we
I
can't hear what you're saying at all.
understood kind of roboting?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you're
terrible.
roboting.
You're roboting a little bit, dude. Like we can only hear
Not
some
a
of
little
what you're
bit.
saying. Look, I wanted to say this, right? At the end of the day, of course, if I read history books, right? And I read books, I like to read. And yes, it's true that throughout time people assumed the Earth was flat because it seems flat,
Excuse
right?
me,
It
that
does
word has
look
come out
flat,
is wrong. That's a
right?
wrong statement. They didn't assume the Earth to be flat. They thought it was flat due to their experiences. So it wouldn't have been an assumption. It's what they experienced.
An assumption is what you think based on your experience. What do you mean?
No,
It
it was
is.
confirmed by
No,
and
it wasn't
depicted.
confirmed because they hadn't. Some of these people hadn't even done experiments. They were cavemen. Even
Observation.
fucking cavemen
You
believed the
think
Earth was flat.
Look.
you think the people that built the pyramids?
The heliocentric model is 483 years old only. Only 483 years old when we take it from Copernicus. So that's the new ball on the block. Okay. Before that, for thousands of years, everybody thought they were on a flat Earth. Okay. Please get that right. And by the way,
Right,
I posted 44 documents in the side chat relating to a non-rotating flat Earth from government agencies across the world. There they are. Sorry about that, DJ. Carry on.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, look, if you look into the history of the globe, right, you'll be shocked that they didn't actually go out and do measurements. Okay, people like Pythagoras have first claimed to have proposed that the Earth's a globe based on mystical beliefs, right? On philosophical reasoning, right? Because they thought that they reasoned that the spheres are the most perfect shape, so therefore the creator must have created the earth as what they considered a divine shape. So therefore the earth must be a globe. Copernicus used the same reasoning as well. Now they didn't go and test the earth, right? People didn't go out and start doing measurements one day and go, oh look, it's curving. That didn't happen. And to say that, oh, only cavemen knew the earth was flat. No, the people that built the Great Pyramids and that kind of thing, right? These were all flat earth cultures. Every culture throughout all of history were flat earthers, right? And it wasn't until the Jesuits went and started spreading the heliocentric, essentially, religion around the world.
One of my issues, right, is that everyone in the southern hemisphere, they should be seeing completely different stars to the northern hemisphere. So explain that.
Well, we do see different stars in the southern hemisphere, but we also see some of the same stars depending on where you are. For example, if you're in Florida, certain parts of Florida, you can see the Southern Cross, right? Whereas you can be in Australia and also see the Southern Cross. So you see a mixture, okay? Because if you're really far away, you'll see different stars in the sky. Just like if you're really far away in a building that has different lights on the ceiling, you're going to see different lights up on the ceiling than that guy that's on the other side of the building. Similar to that, but there is some lap over, some crossover. It's just based on your perspective, right? Because you have your own personal range of perspective that you can see with, and depending on where you're standing on the earth, you'll see the stars behaving in a certain way.
I don't believe that.
Well, you can test it yourself, right? So you can even just go and look at time-lapse star trail photography if you're standing in the north, or if you're standing at the equator, or if you're standing in the south.
You cannot explain why people in Chile they see the moon upside down compared to people in like the UK. So
Yeah,
why
they can
do they
explain it.
see it upside
Geographical
down?
location. That's all
Right.
it is.
So think about it like this, right? Everybody sees the same face of the moon, no matter where you are on the Earth, whether you think it's a globe or flat. Everybody just sees the same face of the moon. And if you're standing in a different position on the Earth, you're just looking at that same face of the moon from a different angle, right? Kind of like if you look at a 6 from a different angle, it could look like it's a 9, depending
Yeah,
on where you're standing.
perfect. So your geographical
You know what?
location and orientation is what proves that. See, that's all.
We need to get Neil deGrasse Tyson in this server.
He chickened
Yeah.
out. He chickened out of a debate with Eric Debay. He agreed to it. Joe Rogan
Because
announced it, and he chickened out.
Eric Debay is not. He didn't think he was serious enough to debate with. That's why.
No. He look. Neil deGrasse Tyson would get wrecked if he came in here. We debate physicists. We had a conversation with a physicist just recently. It didn't go that well. He was asking us what we think he would need to do to prove the globe because he couldn't think of any reasons. He couldn't think of how he could prove the globe. We have the whole conversation clip. We spoke with him for hours. Okay, we have physicists, we have scientists, we have professors, we have engineers, all sorts of people coming through here debating with us. None of them are able to empirically validate the globe.
I want everyone in this VC to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson and it to be live streamed.
Anytime.
Yeah,
That
bring
would
it
be
on. Bring it
fine.
on.
All he is an expert at is regurgitating information about the stars, right? He's not an expert on the Earth. He's not an expert in these arguments. He's not an expert on atmospheric optics or anything like that. He's an expert on repeating the textbooks that he is paid to regurgitate, right, for his television gigs. He's not very good. Even the globe earthers kind of don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, they
Right?
throw
They
him under
say
the
that
bus.
he's a
Wow.
moron all the time. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says that even if you go up to 300,000 feet, you wouldn't see any Earth curvature, and that pisses off the globe earthers. So they throw him under the bus
No,
because he did the math and he said that you wouldn't see the curvature from that height. And so the globe earthers are freaking out, saying, "Oh, he's a moron."
Well, no, he was
yeah.
right when he said that. I agree with him.
Yeah,
You
he was
know,
correct. And then he stated he didn't know what gravity was when he was asked. He said, I have no idea. Next question.
he
Just
was
like that.
being honest because gravity has not fully been explained. It's just
Nobody
we know
knows what it
things.
is. Nobody knows what it is. You don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is.
We
Okay?
don't 100% know what it is.
Nobody
Yeah.
knows. The answer to that situation and the integrity is nobody knows. That's it. There's no ifs and buts. Right? Nobody knows. That's the end of it.
I just wanted to point out a contradiction quickly, right, Rix? So you said earlier that you can see, like when you're standing here on the Earth, you could see boats going over the horizon just a short distance away. But if you go up to 300,000 feet height, which is the maximum height that we can basically get up to as civilians, okay, that you wouldn't even see any curvature, right? But here on the Earth, just 3 miles away, a boat will start to go over the horizon. According to you. So can you see the contradiction there?
No.
There you are. There you are.
You
He
don't see
can.
it?
He can. He can.
Give me a couple minutes.
All right.
Well done,
Then we'll
guys.
mop
We're
up.
keeping the pressure on. And the integrity is what we're talking about here when I say pressure. The integrity of our position and the lack of integrity of that heliocentric model is now being displayed clearly here. Well done, guys. I love this. You know, it's like a scrum. You know the scrum in rugby? That's what it's like, ladies and gentlemen. And we're doing all the pushing. It's going one way only. We're going to be hooking that ball any second.
It's more, I think a better analogy is kind of
Go on.
like when someone really little's trying to attack you and you just reach your hand out and put it on their forehead.
Yeah, exactly. I like that one. Yeah. Yeah. And you ruffle the hair a little bit. Ah, you little terror. Get out of here. Yeah, he's getting some serious pushback. Seems a bit drowsy. in his position now. I don't know. He's a bit sleepy.
Yep.
But he's been in here a few times, by the way. He's been in here a few times. You know. Yeah, he's coming with another guy called Red and that, and sometimes he just listens and gathers data. Other times, like now, he's pushing back.
Yeah, this is just that classic cog diss really happening, isn't it? It's very obvious.
Yeah.
He'll probably he'll push back, but then he'll go off and he'll think about it later on.
Yeah, well, he does. He does think it through, because I've had a discussion with him in the UK politics. Yeah, he presents a similar case, but I'm very volatile with my rejection of what's being put down. You know, what I mean, because there's no evidence for it, and they still, the number one problem is that they themselves haven't actually gone out, put the boots on the plot, and made the observations to contradict that globe. They haven't done it, or confirmed the globe. They haven't done that yet. That's the problem.
Did someone have a meltdown and I missed it?
You could say, yeah, cognitive dissonance is the one.
Well, even when they do, like that guy said, yeah, I look out from really high up in my dad's apartment, and everything looks really flat. Like even that, he's like making every allowance for the globe when he observes it flat. So that's where, he's already fighting cognitive dissonance just through his own experience.
Yeah,
that was a good point. I heard him say that and thought to myself, wow, he's up 7 floors. Yep, we know the horizon has risen to his eye level, so to speak, so he can see further out because he's higher up. Experientially, again, through the vestibular system, you don't experience any spin, nor do you observe any sphericity? Yeah, sphericity to confirm, in fact, that we're on a spheroid, right? Again, he said something to the effect of assumptions are what you make based on experiences. Yep, he's 100% right. We can assume safely that we're on a stationary topographical plane based on our experiences. We have to appeal to the storybook creation of the spheroid by science in order to state, hey, it's a spheroid we're on.
Yeah, but I take the words from an actor in the film called Under Siege 2 with Steven Seagal, and it was Steven Seagal's enemy stating that assumptions are the mother of all F-ups. Okay, so there you go. Try not to assume if I can, because I don't want to F up. But
That's
yeah,
a great
you
one.
made
The one I heard,
Go ahead.
Jin, was never assume because you'll make an ass out of you and me.
Yeah, there you go. There. That's a good one. It's a good one, especially for flat earthers. We don't want to be assuming anything if we can help it. Yeah, he's going to have to ask his dad, who I think he said was a pilot, a commercial airline pilot. So he's going to have to ask his dad, even though he might be embarrassed asking. Just ask it. No embarrassment there. I loved it though when DJ dropped they'd spoken to civil engineers and emailed, or was it physicists? Who was it? Yeah, and you had the
Yeah,
email.
I posted it in the side chat. It's the engineering department that was in charge of the Pontchartrain project. Here it is in the side chat at
Thank you.
It's at 58 minutes after the hour.
Thank you very much. I want that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Ashley Lang, the administrative assistant at the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission, and so she contacted the engineers, the lead engineers, regarding the the questions about the Causeway Bridge at Pontchartrain. And basically what they said was they didn't account for Earth curvature. The way that you build bridges is to do it in sections, and
Yeah.
even if the Earth was a globe, then you still wouldn't have to because you're doing it in bits and pieces.
Yeah. You're doing it
And
in
over
sections,
those,
increments. That's what it is.
yeah. But at the end of the day, yeah, they didn't account for any curvature, which was a correct statement from us. So
Yeah, because Pontchartrain is what kind of, okay, let's start here. What kind of bridge is Pontchartrain?
I
It's not a suspension bridge.
Exactly, right? The Golden Gate Bridge would be an example of a suspension bridge. However, Pontchartrain has, what does it have going into the water? What are those things called, brothers?
Pylons.
Piers. They're called piers, right?
Piers,
We
okay.
don't call it a pylon bridge, we call it a pier bridge. Therefore, we know that when those piers are installed into the floor, into the floor of the seabed, right, or the
Seabed,
lake
yeah.
bed, or whatever it's going into, we know that each of those piers are installed to a principle of plumb, and perpendicular to that is level. So with those two observations, if I'm speaking to somebody and they don't latch onto those two principles, we know for a fact that they are ethically corrupt. If I'm speaking to an engineer and he claims a spheroid, he's ethically corrupt. If I'm talking to a pilot and he claims a spheroid, he's ethically corrupt. What are ethics? Business practices. And if I can't speak to you about the business practices that you observe during life, guess what? You're ethically corrupt.
Right. There you are.
there's a nice set of pictures in the side chat there of the bridge, and one of them's a good one because it's the side view, really high, like a high altitude side view of the bridge, where we can see it just going along a perfectly flat horizon, no curvature whatsoever. So if it's curving somewhere, where is it curving? How could you have a giant, completely flat section of flat water? Where's the curvature?
Yeah.
Where's that
Exactly.
start?
Yeah.
See, the best thing about this place, this room that we have, is we're observing the truth. And here we are, the brothers of truth, linking arms together saying, let's talk about the truth. But we have those naysayers, those guys who come from the science world, the spheroid observers, so on and so forth, saying, nuh-uh. But at the end of the day, this literally is basically like a melting pot to see how people react to facing the truth. Because at the end of the day, this place that we're upon, it ain't spinning. We have topography. It presents itself as a plane. We use it as a plane. All these things contribute again to the observations of the truth. So watching how people react to the truth is actually the best part. Get your popcorn. Let's go.
Yeah. This is the psychology at work now. This is what we have to watch, how people behave when they come under scrutinization of their position and what the beliefs they hold. Yeah. It's really good.
Exactly.
Really good.
Well said, Jin. After a conversation, it was Tuesday morning, I was in here. I had somebody absolutely hammer me with direct messages, pissed off. And I think he got upset because I called engineers ethically corrupt. That's my new tagline, by the way. If you observe a spheroid and you work in these professions, you're ethically corrupt. We're streaming on YouTube right now, and I'm saying it publicly, proudly. You think I'm wrong? Come in here and have a conversation with us, because up until that point, you are ethically corrupt. Bye-bye.
Yeah. And that's an embarrassing position to be in. Sorry. Very embarrassing. just amazing. You know the images you posted, DJ? Nothing but straight and horizontality. Straight and horizontality is all I'm seeing. Ah, painful for the Globers to witness. Yeah.
You got a caller? Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll get a caller. And he's gone. It's so weird how often people think that a claim is only contested because of flat Earth. Like it's never been critically examined outside of that debate. Like what? No, it can be internally critiqued, you know. Like that last guy who's talking about the Artemis thing. He's like, yeah, but the flat earthers. It's like, whoa, hang on a second. NASA was called out on bullshit long before this whole thing started up, you know. I like it. Those are some solid dad jokes there.
It's non-physical.
Whoever made that meme is very bright.
If it was a man, I bet you his daddy calls him son.
Oh, are there any flat earthers in the call?
There certainly are.
Yeah, Jen.
Yeah.
You're wrong today.
So I was right yesterday, but I'm wrong today. Okay.
Dude, you're always wrong.
Care to explain?
Well, number one, you believe the earth is flat.
Well, you've misrepresented me there. It's not that I believe the earth is flat. I know it's flat. So you made a mistake right there.
Yeah, dude. You know it's flat.
That's right.
That's funny. That's funny. That's real funny.
Why do you laugh?
Hey, bro, send me 3 Bitcoin and I'll take you to the ice wall.
Okay. Clearly not here in good faith again.
It's a joke. Get used to it. It's a joke.
Yeah, okay.
Jen.
I'm not laughing.
Okay, well, you should laugh from time to time.
Yeah, I do. At your attempts to
Well,
try
say
and prove
something.
your globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, say something funny. Yeah.
Dude, you already got cooked. All y'all got cooked.
Oh, really? Dang. I missed it.
Yeah. When was that? When was that? I don't remember that.
When the guy came
No.
in here and said, a flat earth doesn't have a horizon. And y'all muted him and fucking started talking shit to him until he left the call. But take care. Talk to you later, yeah?
Who here is a flat earther? Any flat earth?
Most of us are in the house, yes. What's up? How can we help you?
Yeah, I just want to know because like there's a lot better ways to get attention, right? So why do you want to get attention online by embarrassing yourself?
I'm not going to answer that question, really.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Okay, look,
It's
I
not our
just
position, is it? It's just not our position, is it? Come on.
no because
Play the game.
I don't think
Why
you
not address the situation whereby you try to prove your globe? Because we're saying that we're not living on a oblate spheroid spinning through the universe. That's what we're saying.
no.
Okay.
What I'm saying is I don't think you believe the Earth is flat. I think you just say it for attention, like most
Well,
flat
again,
earthers.
that's why I'm not going to address that, because that's an emotional, baseless assertion, desperate from a glober who hasn't himself proven to himself the Earth is an oblate spheroid. That's what that was. I'm not going to address that. None of
Can
these
I? s- Wait,
emotional outbursts.
can I say so? Like, what's the end goal with this? So if the Earth is flat, then like, what's next? You know, like
Well, I'm
what's
actually living that. What's next, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak. You are now hearing me on this server, and I am a member of several servers online, and then I teach it at the school where I work at.
But
Okay,
why?
flat Earth. That is the reality of that. Hang
But why
on.
though?
Why?
Why?
Because it's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. What do we do when you get new information that contradicts what you have learnt and proves to a point that what you were given was misinformation. Do you continue to, as a teacher, keep that to yourself, or do you inform others, for example? See, that's what's next for me. I'm living that what's next as we speak. Thank you.
But I just feel like the sky is blue, so I just don't go around saying it.
Well, never
Like,
mind. The sky is blue. That's not what we're contesting here, ladies and gentlemen.
but I just don't see the point in you like just
That's because
obsessing
you
over
don't see the
this.
point. You asked a question, I answered it. I'm living that next, what next, as we speak, ladies and
But
gentlemen.
but how does you telling people the Earth is flat benefit you?
Okay, it benefited me in the way that I was showered with gifts from my students. Okay, the gifts came in many shapes and sizes. Yeah, so that was good because they were glad to be informed, so they know better. There we are.
So what do you think about all NASA going to space and like getting pictures
Well,
of the
that
Earth
was
being round? What?
that
How do
was that was
you?
well. Obviously, we laugh at that because you cannot be measuring flat Earth and then be given an oblate spheroid CGI image, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, that doesn't work, does it? So it was a source of entertainment, laugh, and a further glimpse into the buffoonery that is NASA and what they do.
So what you're saying is, if this is a psyop or it's just brainwashing, you don't think it already would have been exposed because NASA consists of like millions of people, really. So like, I'm sure
Yeah.
someone would have came out and exposed the truth if it is a psyop, which just sounds very unlikely. It just seems to me like the argument you're making is like the argument of like a 10-year-old kid.
Well, that's again another emotional, desperate outburst from somebody who hasn't gone out, put his boots on the ground to measure whether or not the Earth is an oblate spheroid. And as for the numbers, there are billions of people who have been indoctrinated. So this is why it will take a little while for everybody to get onto that page. But we are the beginning of that, ladies and gentlemen. That's all. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's okay. There are
So
more
then,
people
so
indoctrinated than NASA employees. Yeah.
so how long? So are you in the camp of people that believe that maybe past religions had an idea that the Earth was flat? Like, do you agree with that?
But we're definitely in that position. That wouldn't be a belief, but that would be an understanding that yes, we're in the camp, but we don't do any
So
believing at all. That's the first thing.
okay,
We
so
try to affirm, validate.
you said it was new information, but you just contradicted yourself because you're saying this info's been around for a very long time. Anyways,
Oh yeah,
I wanted to
yes.
ask you.
I,
Wait, wait,
I
wait. I
acquired
want
it.
to.
It's new to me though, isn't it? It can be new to me, and I'm now 11 years in. So if you want to call that new, fair enough. But it's new information to most people when you start to tell them, because nobody's looking into this until you actually approach people and try to explain to them that they've been indoctrinated, and that's fine. It's a nice pastime, really is, and it's been rewarding for me. What I'm enjoying that. What next, for sure. And then what are my hopes, ladies and gentlemen, with the what's next? Well, I'm hoping that we get to the tipping point where everybody is learning, that the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid and they haven't gone to space. They've never landed on Mars. They've never landed on the moon. And then hopefully they'll be pushing back against their educators. That's what I hope for. Yeah.
Then so I have multiple scientific arguments against the flat Earth. If you want to go down that route, do you want to go
Let's
down
go
that
down
route?
it. Let's go down it. Go ahead. Bring
So
it
then,
on.
what about like the stars, for example? Like, how come in the northern hemisphere you'll see, for example, like the Big Dipper, whereas in the southern hemisphere you'll see like different stars? And whereas if it
I'll
was
give you.
flat, well, like if it was flat, you're gonna see all the same stars.
Well,
Like in
actually,
the
that's not true. That's not true, ladies and gentlemen. Depending on your geographical location, depending if you're near the equator or you're in the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn, these geographical positions will determine what stars you will be able to see. Some stars you will see, some stars will be out of your range. And by the way, when you're looking up, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you are no longer confirming the Earth to be a globe or flat. For in order to determine that, you must measure the surface. So your methodology is flawed. Okay? Stars don't prove shape. Thanks.
Lord.
Your next scientific observation, which wasn't science, but go ahead.
what about the lunar eclipse? that the
Again,
Earth's shadow
eclipses
that
don't prove shapes. Eclipses don't prove shape because, as I've stated earlier on, the gold standard as to determine whether or not the Earth is curving is to measure the surface of the Earth. The moment you look opposite in the opposite direction to that, to the sky, you're no longer in the realms of accuracy. Okay, you're in the worlds of flawed and assumptions.
do you
That's all
do
you.
you believe in gravity?
No, don't believe in gravity at all. And then the question would be to you, which gravity are you referring to? Because there are two schools of thought here. Which one are you appealing to? If
The
we're talking about gravity,
conventional definition of gravity in physics.
there's actually two schools of thought that you need to consider. And which one are you considering?
The
Right.
conventional idea of what we know as gravity.
And what is that conventional idea? Please explain.
I don't really feel like it, to be honest.
Well, you don't know it. That's all, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't know. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, for your interest, I'm sure most of you, ladies and gentlemen, have heard us say this time and time again. But here we go. There are two schools of thought. Newtonians, mass attracting mass, by which Sir Isaac Newton himself said it was an absurd idea. He didn't want that theory, which he never proved, ascribed to him. And the scientific community today are stating that gravity is not a force. So they're going with the Einstein's bending and warping of the space-time fabric.
Jin.
Again, another theory that hasn't been approved. Yes, someone called my
Jin.
name. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jin. So if you want to win me over, give me the best argument possible to win me over.
Yeah, I'm not here to actually win you over as such. What I'm here is to trigger your curiosity to the point where you are motivated to go and measure the curvature of the Earth. That's what you need to do. No matter what I
I'm not going
say.
to do that.
Oh, well, then that's there. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. The electric rail, the third rail. There we are. Doesn't want to go there. He would rather be here and put up so-called scientific questions, which are not scientific at all, okay, and argue the pros and cons for a number of hours, but will not be going out into nature and actually measuring the surface of the Earth, which is where the answer lies. Okay, that's where the answer lies, sir.
So you said that you've been a flat earther for 11 years. So what were you doing previous to this? Like, what was your hobby?
Previous to this, previous to becoming a flat earther, we go back to 2015. So before that, so we go back from 2015 going backwards. I believed that the Earth was a globe first and foremost, but I'd spent 14 years investigating the moon landings, for example. That's
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in the moon landings either? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah. We don't have the technology to survive a vacuum of space. And most of us flat earthers will tell you it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave. It's cool talking to you, but you just seem like a very boring
Nice talking to
human
you as well,
being.
sir.
Yeah, you're just a very boring human being. Not going to lie.
Well, never mind. Again, another desperate outburst of a baseless claim there, which doesn't help your case. Remember, go out and measure the surface. That's when you're going to be in a know. But thanks for coming in anyway. The door is always open for you to come back. Go ahead. Enjoy the weekend coming up. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Amicable Gin CBR1 there. Look at that. No shouting, no getting bent up. There we are. And there you go. That easy. You do have those moments now and again. So yeah, once you start looking to the stars, you're no longer looking at the Earth's surface. How can you measure the curvature by looking up, ladies and gentlemen? You know? My analogy is I have a car outside and my neighbour's got a car. I want to wash my car, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wash my neighbour's car. Hopefully my car will get washed whilst I'm washing my neighbour's car. Does that make any sense? Does it? No, it doesn't, Brooke. So obviously I don't look up if I want to know if the Earth is curving or not. I'm not going to be looking up into the sky now, am I? Right. Obviously, I'm going to look at the surface of the Earth, and then over a given distance, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance. And that's where we're finding the horizontal constant. Go ahead, Tito. Go ahead, Tito.
Well, it's even worse than that. All you have to do is believe that somebody else did wash your neighbour's car, and yours should be washed.
There you go. Yeah, T-Dub always puts that capping stone. Yeah, he's got great humour, but that's true, isn't it? I mean, that's what we're going to be doing here. No, obviously not. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we obviously measure the surface. Yeah, and just because someone else has done it, I've done it, T-Dub has done it, and my colleagues here have done this, doesn't mean you can believe us. You need to go and check it, because we don't want you to believe us. We want you to know. That means you must go out and make those observations. And there's a transformation happens within you once you've done that. Not only the feel good factor, but the knowledge. You know, the knowledge that this earth was never made as a spherical ball hurtling through the universe. That has never ever happened. And when that realization kicks in, you then begin to think, what put this earth here? How did humans and everything on the earth get to be? Then you might decide to not take things so carefree. Start to apply some seriousness to your lives. Start scrutinizing your governments. And when you know they haven't got your best interest, you should not be running down to the ballot box to put your vote in for your demise. Okay? That's what's going to happen. That's the realization of being on a flat earth. Something more superior than your governments is more powerful, and that's what you should be thinking about. That would include you. You would be part of that powerfulness. You yourself are more powerful than any government on this earth. Any. That's what the realization does for you as a flat earther.
Yeah. Empowering people. Yeah, giving them confidence in their own ability to think and act.
Thank you. And live. Don't live the life that they put there for you. The CGI imagery, buffoonery, and fear mongering, and you're like schools of fish moving in this direction, then you're all moving in that direction, then you're moving in that direction. None of you are going in the other direction at all.
Like little kittens looking for the mummy's teety.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm hungry. No, I'm hungry, Mummy Nessa. Give me some milkies.
Yeah, there's nothing so much better than that. I've been lucky because I've been thinking out of the box for the longest of times. I've always gone the opposite way, oddly enough, but that's my life. But I'm glad I did. You know? Yeah. Look at where I am today. Thanks. Hasn't been plain sailing, but even when it's not plain sailing, I've still endured and overcome, adapt, and survived, and I'm here. Hey. Yeah, I love it. Wouldn't change a thing. It's all been for a reason. Shit. So yeah, looking to the stars doesn't help us. Studying eclipses really don't prove the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah, that was interesting when he said that. Like he's like, "Oh well, I've got scientific evidence," and he's like, "Well, the stars." Straight away, it's like points the opposite direction.
Yeah. That's a reoccurring problem right there in their argument. Look up, don't look down. Wash your neighbour's car, don't wash your car. Yeah, silly. And then failing that, I'm a boring person. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm boring.
Was that his parting words? Was it? Is that what he said? Because I missed it. Like I heard him say something.
Yeah, he said I was
Right.
boring. Yeah, he said I was a boring human being. Oh, and I said, well, that's coming from that's an emotional outburst from a person who hasn't put boots on the ground to confirm whether or not the Earth is a globe or not. Yeah, and it's an
I
emotional.
think I find you one of the least boring people that I've come across.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're colourful, you know, and outspoken, and that's rare.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, again, that, like I said, that comes from my upbringing, the military exercises that I did in the army, cadets as well as in the Royal Engineers. So all that helps to build you. It really does. You know, and then you realise when you look back that The only way you're going to make change is to be outspoken, because you have that right. The day you don't do that, you have succumbed to the system that is devaluing you. So I'll be a very loud flat earther. Very, very loud. Yeah, very loud indeed. I can go anywhere. Anywhere you drop me, flat earth is going to be heard wherever I go. Because it's such an interesting, wonderful discourse to be had, to talk about the earth you live on. Yeah.
Do you want to hear a couple of things that I'll just read out a little thing that a conversation I had with Gemini the other day.
Oh, go on.
Just
Go on then.
pull it up. This is to do with like education and anti-establishment and stuff, right?
Right. Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Gemini is one of the weirdest AIs because it's just follows you along, right? So I
Right.
said, I think the machine intended to force humility onto its subjects and components through the methods we've discussed, like through propaganda and like you said, devaluation of the self and all that, right? Through the methods we've discussed, yeah. But within the machine are a few quiet activists, like some teachers, right? There you go. You're one of them, right?
Right.
But nevertheless, you're offered great information, but then through propaganda and social stigma, basically told how you are allowed to use the information obtained. And it responded, that is a precise description of the institutional filter it put in bold letters and quotation marks, right? The machine uses a two-step process to ensure it stays in control. First, it provides the meter stick, because I was talking about like the meter and the stick and its significance and its role. Like there's this image that's been portrayed throughout history, right? Where you've got these archetypes, these figures, right? Like a wizard with a hat and then long robes and a wand, right? And then you've got the priest with his hat and his robes and his what do they call it, that staff thingy that they carry around? I can't remember the name of it now. And then you've got like the stereotypical like 20th century professor with his funny hat, his robes, and his meter stick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they provides the meter stick, the information, but it immediately imposes a social meter, the stigma, to restrict how you apply it. So like I'll just skip a lot of it, like because it's fairly lengthy.
It's still true though.
Right. I'll just read its final statement on that point. It says, this is the ultimate test of the confidence in humility you mentioned. It takes a humble person to realize they are being fed a limited version of reality, and it takes an independently confident person to act on the forbidden applications of that knowledge.
Yeah, there you are. You see? Right. Because and my motivation is we were all born on this earth and yet we don't know how we came. So we better stop this horrible misinformation as soon as possible, so that we can at least have some remnants of reality and good behavior. And hopefully, because wars can cease if we inform the soldier that all they're doing is helping the elites and the evil ones to corral the good people. You are being used to corral us. You're not giving us freedom. You're facilitating the tyranny that we're living under. That's all you're doing. And we're paying you to do that. That's the thing. They're using our money.
Exactly. And they create the illusion that you're free, but you're within there's borders around you that you're not allowed to cross, right? So you can explore that as much as you want within those borders, right? You try and step out the borders and you're punished or you're ridiculed, you're ostracized, they kick you out, don't let you back in. Yeah, right, exactly.
You're imprisoned and you're killed. Basically, what you're saying to me, T-Dub, is you are free to be a slave. That's exactly what you're saying. Do you understand? That's what it is at the moment. You follow the system, then you're saying to yourself you want to be slaved by it. You are free to be a slave on this earth. That's what that freedom means. Yeah. And when you go against it, then you're known as a troublemaker. Yeah. He was a loner. He didn't have many friends. They always seem to do that, don't they? Try and character assassinate you. And sometimes being by yourself, you can come to a lot of conclusions, because when you follow the crowd, when do you have time to be by yourself to analyze your life, to look back and take a different route? if you need to. Yeah. So you don't always have to be with the crowd, you know. And you're never going to be alone on this earth. Or as soon as you open the door, there's everybody out there. Okay. So you're never alone. Only if you make that a thing for yourself. You can never be alone on this earth. Never, unless you make it so. They've got no chance with me. I'll tell you that. Those who are in control are not in control of me. I guarantee you that. Not of me. I know that. I don't vote. I don't vote. I don't go and vote. Why would I do that? Yeah, there you are. There's one thing I'm not doing. I don't take any injections. No needles. Thank you. There we are.
Yeah, I mean, they can enforce sovereignty over your body, but they can't enforce sovereignty over your mental and spiritual or psychological state. I mean, like they can do things to try and manipulate that part of you, right? The inner, like, and like you said, like beat you down, makes you feel psychologically beaten, right?
Right.
But they really have no sovereignty over that. That's yours. You own that, right? Like so.
Yeah.
And you know that's something I got from what's his name, Hancock, the hidden history guy. He said something similar to that, you know, like
Oh, you're
don't
talking
let them
about
take
Hockney, David Hockney.
nah Hancock. I can never remember his first name. Not Brian. It's I can never remember.
Bonacci?
Sorry?
You're not thinking about Santos Bonacci, are you?
No, Hancock, the Fingerprints of the God guy.
Yeah,
Fingerprints of the Gods.
Yeah, the name
Yeah.
escapes me at the moment, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, so yeah, like, yeah, he's, you know, he was really strong in that. Like, you know, don't let him run your thoughts and your feelings, you know, like, that's yours, you know. They can push you around with their guns and shit, you know, but they can't rule over what's inside you.
Yeah, and you can easily dismantle the soldier anyway. Just reminding them that you did sign the documents to protect the people. Remember, it's we the people that are paying for everything you have right up to now. So, and we're telling you, you're not giving up. Show us the freedom. That's all. Show us our freedom that you're losing your life for, that we pay for. Go ahead, show me it. And I've said that to many a military soldier in recent years, and they haven't been able to get. You know, the words they use is, "Yeah, we're looking to leave. I'm looking to get out of this." Especially when George Bush was around, because you know, he lied to us about Afghanistan and Iraq. I know. Yeah, and now look at what you've done. Right. Now it took you to this level to realize. You had to get to this point to realize. Yeah. Such is the indoctrination. It's deep. It's deep. So, you know, it just takes people a little bit longer than others. That's fine. But yeah, you should always stand up for yourself. You first, then you can deal with others. Then you can help other people. Yeah, that's what I mean by that. I'm looking forward to fish and chips tonight. Oh, yeah. I can smell it. Yep. The wife is making fish and chips. 2 cod. I'm going to have 2 cod and chips. That'll be my dinner this evening. And I'll wash it down with a shandy. Which would be like maybe the 4th shandy this year. There we go. Yeah. It's just whilst you were speaking, I was getting this woof of fish and chips coming through the room. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds damn good.
Yeah.
Good old fish and chips. What are they like? Like, you guys just cooking it up yourself?
Yeah. The wife's doing it upstairs.
Nice. I mean, fish and chips, like we have takeaway shops over here. Like back in the day when I was a kid, you go to the takeaway shop, we called it, and you get a piece of fish and a serving of chips, and it was like this big, wide, long piece of like it'd be like a skate. It'd be skate or some other, like
Where sounds
nice,
good.
tender,
Yeah.
flaky fish, and it was nicely battered and not too oily and everything. And you have a bit of
Right.
vinegar and tomato sauce on your chips, and
There you
it
go.
was just the best, man, the best. And now, so you get these little skinny, tiny pieces of fish now, and it's all dry and yuck, and it's like
Yeah.
horrible now. Like,
Sorry to hear that. Yeah. You see, in
yeah,
England, the price has quadrupled in 27 years. That's the problem. Okay, quadrupled. It has now. That's ridiculous.
right, yeah.
Yeah. I remember as a kid, yeah, it used to cost 15 pennies for fish and chips. 15p.
Right.
Now,
Yeah, it was like
fish and chip is £10 now. £10. So from 1968
That's
to
cheap.
now, massive price change. Go ahead.
That's
So
cheap.
go ahead.
£10.
Is that cheap? Is it, Jedi?
Yeah.
How much is
Yeah,
it
that's
then? Go ahead.
add another £4 to that. So you're looking for 10 quid for the fish, an extra £4 for the chips. So 14, 15 quid.
£14.
Wow.
1999, I got 2 cod and chips for a £5. Cod and chips for a £5, and the chips were on the house, by the way, because it would just be half a bag. £5 every Friday. Wow. So that's mad, isn't it? Trebled. Well, no, yeah, that's 6 times the price. Well out of order.
Yeah, there's some fish and chip restaurants. We're looking at over £20, £25 just for the portion of fish now. This isn't working class food anymore, dude. We've been priced out of our own fucking food.
Right.
Yeah, now. Wow. So cod and chips, haddock and chips, plaice and chips. What else was there?
Now we're
There were
starting to find things like catfish replacing the cod and the haddock. Now it's the cheaper cuts of fish that are starting to come back replacing the cod because that's become more expensive. So yeah, we're
Right.
starting with catfish and shit now, dude.
Right. Well, I'm going to enjoy every morsel of my fish and chips tonight then. Here in Japan. Homemade. Wow. Gone are those days. I used to get my chips, get them home, my cod and chips, 2 cod, open it up a little bit, lemon pepper on one, garlic pepper on the other, powdered, lightly,
Oh,
okay,
yum.
little bit of vinegar, and then with the tomato ketchup, I never poured it all over the chips. What I'd do is put it on the side of the plate, like the size of a 50p coin, I think Jedi knows what I mean. The old 50p coin, just a dollop there, and then you just dunk it in there a little bit because I don't like it all over the place. And that fish, wow, that was just, all that butter around it, wow, and that vinegar, ooh, yeah. And then I'd be out going to do my security work at the nightclub. That's what I used to do, Friday. Fish and chips day Friday, man.
Yo, what are we talking about?
We were just talking about fish and chips and how delicious they are on the flat earth, although in England, they've quadrupled or so
Some.
in price. So, go ahead.
Wait, can I have some?
Oh, yeah, you can get a ticket over here. Fish and chips. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. But anyways, I just want to say that flat Earth is just not true, right? It's not true.
It's a measurement of the surface of water. Are you upset with the measurement of the surface of water?
flat Earth is not true.
The water is horizontal on the surface,
The Earth,
isn't it?
the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, we're going to have one of these conversations, aren't we? You're going to preach at me after everything I say. You're just going to repeat some kind of mantra, aren't you? That's all that's going to happen.
Okay, what's your explanation?
Water is horizontal on the surface. I've told you 3 times. This will be the 4th. Are you going to address
Okay.
it, or are you scared?
Could you tell me again a 5th time?
No, somebody else can. I'm not going to waste my time with a fucking idiot.
Okay. All right, listen. I'm just trying to understand that. So you're saying that the Earth is flat? Is that what you're trying to say?
The
The
surface
water
of
is.
water measures to
Uh-huh.
be flat.
Okay. And what does that prove? That the Earth is sphere?
If 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and
Mm-hmm.
water is horizontal on the surface, the Earth can't be a sphere. Do you
Bullshit.
not
Come
do
on,
logic
man.
very
How
well?
does this make sense?
Sorry, do you not do logic very well?
Wait, somebody just pinged me. Wait, what is it? What is it? Let me check.
You-
Spherical trigonometry of a sphere between. Sorry, yes, okay. Using AutoCAD? What?
He's
Okay.
consulting the oracle, is he? What's going on?
I think so. He's burning some incense as we speak.
3959 miles radius. Okay. Wait. So what does this picture say? Is that
Oracle. Tell me
Oh,
what.
all right. There's a side chat image he's examining. Yeah, that's the rate of curve image.
what is all this? Wait. So what does this prove? That the imaginary ball
That's
Earth.
displaying to you how much curvature over distance there should be, like a drop from a horizontal line. So you can
What
use
is
that
all this?
table to find out. Okay, so after 20 miles distance, there would be a 266-foot drop from a straight line extended out from the point from your point.
Wait. So if I walk to the end of the Earth, would I come to some as a barrier or something? Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. So if I walk to the end of the Earth, would I come across some barrier, or would I fall off, or what would
Sorry,
happen?
no, we did hear your question. The question's just stupid because you ignored what T-Dub said. It's like you
Okay.
completely closed your ears to what T-Dub said, and as soon as
Mm.
T-Dub finished speaking, you could ask something completely irrelevant. So forgive
Okay.
us for not answering you.
Mm.
It's going to be one of those days
All
today.
right.
Isn't it? I can feel it in my fucking bones.
Okay.
So T-Dub was explaining to you about the surface of water. You know what water
Mm.
is, don't you, sir?
Okay.
Okay. Now, when we measure and describe the surface, that water is described and measured as horizontal upon the surface. Do you remember us speaking to you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that
Mm-hmm.
water is horizontal on the surface, then can the Earth be a sphere with a 72%
No.
horizontal?
No, it
Exactly.
can't.
No, of course not. So this is why we say the Earth's flat, because it's measured that way.
Okay. But how do you know that it's horizontally? How do you know that it's just horizontally? It could be three axis. Who knows?
No, you measure it with a tool, for example, a laser.
Okay. What tool is this? How are
A
you measuring it?
laser.
Maybe there's some
And you've got
mistake in
some
that.
kind of time echo or something. 4 times I've told you now. A laser. Do you know what a laser is? A direct line
Which
of
the
sight
civil engineer
targeting.
uses it to measure a straight line or something?
There you go, beautiful. So with that straight edge, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal, parallel to that straight laser edge. Thanks. So yeah, with that technology, we measure.
Okay.
So, hello, I'm talking. Thanks. So with that straight edge, we measure the surface of water to be parallel with that straight edge, demonstrating that the water is flat and not curved. We understand now, don't we?
Well. Okay, fine. Let's say that you're right. Okay, you're 100% right. But then why in the books Why in the science books? Why the scientists? Like, why the whole science world? It says that Earth is sphere. It's not flat. It's round. It's sphere. It's ball.
Oh, I don't know, and I'm not going to be able to comb through everybody's about why they that the Earth is a sphere from their reaching
Your voice is
academia.
cutting. Your voice is cutting. I don't know
Okay,
why. Your voice is cutting. I can't hear you. Your voice is cutting.
Yeah, that's why I muted myself.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you broke up there, Jedi. Just try again. You're coming through nice now.
Nah, I think he muted himself. Whatever.
Yeah, because his audio was a bit bad. That's all.
Yeah,
But
for a moment.
yeah, I'll just
all
say,
right.
going to say, make one point. When it's time to concede a point, you must concede. So when Jedi and T-Dub said that the surface of water is level, that's what we all experience. You should have said, yeah, that's right. It's not open for dispute. Water on the surface is always level, isn't it not?
I mean, yeah, of course. But if you go up,
Right.
if you look at from up,
Okay,
it's
that's it
always,
there.
it's
There's nothing.
always.
Hold on. Water can never be curved at all because when you pour it, hang on, let me explain. When you pour water over an uneven, non-level surface, like a curving surface, like a ball, the water rolls off that surface and accumulates at the bottom of that ball level. Okay? On the ground, for example.
True.
Right.
True.
Right. So when we say to you water is always level, what we mean by that, when you look out to the ocean, there's some waves there. The ocean is generally just level, horizontal, and flat, generally, especially lakes and ponds. Okay, there's no curvature there. It is not curving. Okay.
True.
Right. That's it. So once you say that's true, that means you should be thinking, right, that's true. Now, what is it I'm seeing when I'm looking out there? Why don't I see the curvature? That's what you're supposed to be asking yourself. Okay, double check
Yeah.
yourself as you get new information. Right. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you know what? Because see, I'll tell you what. In my work, I work in an engineering consultant, and there was one girl. She's quite intelligent. She was rank holder in her school, and she was the one telling me that the Earth is flat, and not to tell anyone. I was like, okay, she's the rank holder. Why is she saying like that? You know, it's just thought-provoking thing. Then she said that, yeah, look it up. It's Earth is actually flat. No one wants to believe it. I was like, okay, then why the government and everyone in the science and the NASA and all, they're just telling us that Earth is round. So she's like, you have to look it up. You have to search it up. And I'm like, what? Everything is now on me. So this is why I thought this could be a good
Of course
start.
it is. Yeah, I'm glad you came. Look, welcome to the server. Okay, what is your username? Because I can't see you. What's your name on this server right now? On this server, what do you call
Sultan Khan. Sultan Khan.
Okay, Sultan Han. Okay, so Sultan Han,
Yeah.
thank you for coming here. Welcome.
Yeah,
Okay,
welcome. Yeah.
my colleague Jedi and C-Dub were telling you the truth about the surface of the water, and your colleague at work, the engineer, that woman, she told you the truth.
Yeah.
Now, what you've got to do is slow down and start to ask some constructive questions. For example, we said to you
Okay.
water is level. Good. What's your next question? Because you know water is always level. It doesn't curve over it doesn't follow any curvature of any surface. It doesn't. It just rolls off, basically.
Yeah. But we can also say that it stays because of the gravity. We can say that, right?
Oh, okay. Well, you mentioned the gravity. So my question to
Yeah.
you is this. Which gravity are you talking about? Because there are two gravities you need to know about. Now, which one are you talking about?
Okay.
Which gravity?
I'm talking about Earth's gravity.
Oh, no. I know you say Earth's gravity, but there are two gravities, two theories to consider. Sir Isaac Newton's mass attracting mass, or Albert Einstein's bending and warping of the space-time fabric. Which gravity are you talking about?
Okay, damn, I didn't know that. I'm just, okay. I didn't know that. I don't
Yeah.
know
That's
that.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I understood that. So which one are you talking about? Mass attracting mass.
Isaac's Newton's gravity. Yes.
Okay. Now, according to the scientific community, gravity is no longer a force. So Sir Isaac Newton's mass attracting mass has been superseded by the Einsteinian bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. That's the standard now. Sir Isaac Newton's gravity is of no use. They never proved it. It's no good. It's not considered. Gravity is not a force. Okay. Yeah. Do you want? Do you want? So that's one thing. Then the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric has never been proven. Okay. So it's a theory that hasn't been
It's a
proven. So when
theory,
we
but
drop,
it's never been proven.
right. So when we drop a pencil on the floor, I cannot relate that to the bending of the space-time. I say that when my
Yeah,
pencil
true.
drops to the floor, it's because it's heavier than the air. And yet when I have a helium balloon, that goes up in the air because it's lighter than the air. That's why the balloon goes up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, true.
Okay, so that's known as buoyancy and density. Things that are dense, heavy, will drop to the ground. Things that are buoyant and light, lighter than air, will rise up. Okay, that's what we observe. Okay, no magical force. For it cannot be that I'm in a room of gravity. Let's say I'm in a room full of gravity, and I let go of my balloon, I push down, and the balloon goes up. That's wrong. The balloon should come down too because it's light. But because it's lighter than air, it must go up. No gravity there. Okay? Okay. So now back to yourself. Now that you understand that gravity hasn't been proven and it's not gravity acting on water to make it a ball, what's your position now? Think again.
But see, what I'm saying is, by default, it goes down, right? You're saying that by the gas, it goes up, but by
Correct.
default, it goes down.
No. Gases always go in all directions because they're lighter than air. Heavy things like balls, shoes, chairs, tables, bicycles, these things have weight, density, they drop to the ground. Okay? Because they're not lighter than air. Right. Okay? So gravity is not a force. Gravity has never been proven. Although things do go down and lighter things do go up. Though that's what we observe in natural law. That's what we observe. Natural phenomena. Yes. Okay, but it's not due to a magic force.
Moons. When there is full moon, you will see the high tides and low tides and all that. But that moon's gravity, which is also controlling the ocean.
Actually, if you haven't proven that gravity exists on Earth, you can no longer extrapolate that to the moon. That's one thing. And then there are areas on Earth.
When you're saying, okay,
I'm trying to explain. There are areas on Earth where the moon is out, but no tide is happening. Okay. Right. So no, we don't accept that the moon is having any kind of a gravitational pull on the Earth. Okay, 1/6 that of Earth's gravity exists on the moon. No flat earther can prove that. So we say to you, no, we don't know that at all. That's not proof of shape of Earth, by the way. Remember that. We're talking about the shape of the Earth here. So when you look at the moon doesn't prove the shape. Good. Okay.
So
Can you see now?
What is the shape of the Earth then? Like
we don't. I don't know the shape. Nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
Okay, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, because the surface of the Earth is level, but that's all we know. We cannot leave Earth and go to space, let's say, and get the God's eye view of the whole of the Earth. We can't do that. So all we know is that the Earth is indeed level and not rotating.
Wait, so how do these planes work? Like, how do the planes, navigation, map, all these things, they work?
Well, they work because they've been working for the longest of time. The maps are being used, and they're all flat maps, but mind you, okay? And then your coordinates are there, and they follow the coordinate system that's in place, all electronically now. That's easy. The one thing you will notice, though,
longitude and latitudes, all that.
Yes. Now, hold on. What you will notice is that the aeroplane is flying horizontal. It doesn't take a curved trajectory following the supposed curvature of the Earth. No aeroplane does that. They fly horizontal, level, do they not?
They fly. They're just flying straight to the to
Yes,
the
straight level. Yeah,
location.
yeah. And
Yeah,
pilots say that as well. Straight leveled flight. Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. So there's no curvature there. Straight level, no
Mm.
curvature. Thank you. So can you now see that as you've had a little 20 minutes, 30-minute discussion, you've now realized that
Mm.
water is level? Yeah? You realize water is level? Pilot aeroplanes fly level? Yes?
True, true.
Right. So there you are. You're realizing some things now. So the question to you is, where did you see the curvature? Gravity doesn't exist. Where did you see the curvature? Have you ever seen
You
the
know,
curvature of the Earth?
yeah, I mean, of course, I've never seen the curvature. That's true. That's true. But I'm just
Right,
saying, see,
right. That's another one.
like in our school, we studied, right, that the boat is going all the way. It's going straight. For the boat,
Yep.
it's going straight. But for the
Yep.
person who's standing on the shore, is
Yeah.
looking at the boat with
Yeah.
his that lens thing. Okay, whatever. And I mean, I'm just explaining what we learned in the school, you know.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
we're observing the ship, and the ship goes, and then disappears.
Correct.
That's the
it.
curvature. That's
Well,
the
it's not
curvature. I mean,
really.
that's what.
Well, it's not though, because when the
Yeah,
ship.
but it's not the curvature. Yeah.
No, it's not, because we can pick up a pair of binoculars, and through the
Mm.
binoculars we see the ship again. It's still there. And if we keep looking through the binoculars, the ship will disappear from the binoculars'
Yeah,
ability to
but
focus
it's
on
still
it.
but it still disappears, right? It still disappears.
Yeah, it disappears. But remember, when it's disappearing, it's getting further and further away. Then you take the
Yeah,
telescope.
true.
You take the
Mm.
telescope, and the ship is still there. You can see it. Okay, so we've got videos that show 14 miles of zoom in, a ship 14 miles away,
Holy
and we can
shit,
zoom in
40
on it.
miles,
Yeah, yeah.
and we could still see it.
You can
Damn.
see it. Yeah, you can see it at 14 miles with a zoom in camera. Yeah. Let me put it in the
Okay.
site for you. I can put
Well,
the video in
then
the
you know
site.
what? You know what? Then my just question is that why are we not being told the truth?
Okay, that's it. It's always the question that people ask. My first answer is, when you realize somebody is lying to you, then it is up to you to go and ask them why they're lying. Now, I can make a guess. I can guess as to why they're lying. They're lying because they want control of the human race. And part of lying about the shape of the earth is a control and brainwashing, indoctrination condition. Conditioning of the human race. Okay, so they're controlling your mind control. Okay, that
True,
is
true,
why.
true.
That is why they're doing that, because they are lying. Now that you realize
Damn,
that,
man.
when you realize that, then you have to work out, why would they lie to you? Why? What did you do wrong for them to lie to you? Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, true. That's true. So why would they want to control us, like at the first place? What are
Well,
they gonna
because
gain?
because they think they are superior to us, and humanity needs to be controlled for their satisfaction and their, what's the word I'm looking for there? Their benefit. Words failing me today.
Wait, when we say they, we're talking
The
about
government,
who?
the
Oh, okay,
governments,
the government. The
and the
government of a
people above
specific
the government.
country or as a whole?
The whole of the earth that has governments are controlling their people. Okay, if they're teaching you that you live on a ball earth spinning through the universe and man has landed on the moon, then those governments don't have your back. They're not good for you. They are lying to you. And that would be most of the governments on the earth, wouldn't you think?
True, true, true.
Yeah, you can go to any country today and you're going to learn that the earth is a globe and man landed on the moon. You go to the school, they're teaching it. Any country on earth. Yeah?
Damn, man, makes sense. Yeah.
Right, right. So
I
all the
remember this. I
countries.
remember they said long back that Neil Armstrong touched the moon,
Right.
and there was a theory where it was all shot on a studio or something.
Well
I
said.
mean,
If that's what
yeah,
it was. That's what actually it
yeah,
was.
yeah, yeah.
It was shot in a studio. Man can never leave the earth to go to the moon or go to space, go to
And
Mars.
they still haven't gone yet. I mean, I feel like,
Nope. That's right.
yeah, they still haven't.
We're never gonna go.
Mm.
Welcome to the flat earth truth. If you look in the
Oh,
side
yeah, you
chat,
posted this. Yeah, let
yeah,
me check this video. Yeah, sure, sure,
yeah,
sure.
very short. It's not long. matter of seconds, but it's enough to get the idea. That they zoom in on a ship that's 14 miles out, man. Long way, boy.
Mm.
You see? And all that is flat.
Wait. What is this? Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception. This is YouTube saying me this.
No, that was Wikipedia that says that, not YouTube. Wikipedia.
No, wait. It's wait. See, in YouTube, I got this exclamatory mark.
Yes. But it comes from Wikipedia. It's on YouTube. It's on that video. But that's coming from Wikipedia. Wikipedia has to say that to dissuade people from the flat Earth truth. Okay. Yeah, it's a straw man and terrible straw man at that. They're lying. Okay. Yeah, it's just their attempt to make you believe that you're on a globe. Okay, because the video itself is very powerful because it actually exposes the flat Earth, doesn't it? It brings to you that the Earth is flat, no curvature there. So they have to lie to keep the group alive.
They put that there as a as like Jin said, a deterrent, right, from looking into it. But they also it's hidden behind the mask of we're protecting you from misinformation. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
We've got it all.
it feels like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
So
Tina.
wait, okay, because usually I don't see this message in any of the videos, so that's why I thought maybe.
No, it's good that you saw it because you're now learning how the governments and Wikipedia, for example, are trying to control us. Yeah, control your mind. As T-Dub said, it's there to distract you. What's the word he used there? I forgot it now. Deterrence.
So
That was it.
what?
Yeah.
I feel like what else? Yeah, I feel like now what all they are hiding from us, we don't know yet.
That's good. That means you've got to start investigating, of course. Very true. That's exactly what flat Earth is. It's the
If
key.
they're hiding, tell me.
Yeah, flat Earth is the key to unlocking all the lies you are being told. That's what flat Earth does. Because once you've realized that they've lied to you about where you are living, then you know they can lie about anything. So what do? You check everything. That's what you do. You end up checking everything. And then you discover the lies. Okay? And then you realize that the freedom that you thought you had wasn't that free because you're in the system. But as soon as you start to wake up, you're beginning to free yourself from the system of indoctrination, evaluation. Okay, then you become free. Okay, in that sense, and then you might end up breaking one or two laws because you may have to if you want to be free. Because I'll break any law that restricts my freedom. That's the way I am. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to say that. Yeah, I'm not afraid to say that.
It kind of awakens me up, because like if this is what they're hiding from us, then that's gotta be alarming. Because I mean, you never know what all they're hiding from us. I mean,
That's
I'm just
right.
saying.
No, you're saying the right things. You're saying the right thing. Yeah. Just like your colleague said to you, the Earth is flat, but nobody wants to believe it. Now you're beginning to understand that something is not right on Earth. Right. Yeah. And remember, our number one request from us to you is you must go and check it for yourself. Make the observations. Then you can say you know. And when you know that truth, no government on earth, wherever you go on the earth, can tell you any different. No matter the education system they got in place, you know the truth. Okay? That makes you very powerful and a very valuable asset to the human race. Okay? It makes you when you realize the truth. And you can challenge all the scientists, all of them, every single one of them. Across the whole earth. Yeah. Okay, so keep.
I have flown in a plane. Yeah, I've seen things. I've seen the curvature a little bit. At the top when you go in the plane, you can see a little bit of the. What do you say? The
What the
farther.
horizon? Are you talking about the horizon?
Yeah, you can say the horizon. Yeah.
Well, I've never seen curvature from any plane, and I've jumped out of planes as well, parachuting. I've never ever
Oh wait, you
seen.
did. Oh,
Yeah, I've
okay.
never seen curvature ever. And the first time I actually went out onto the ocean, for example, would be 1970. First time I went in an aeroplane would be 1969, and I never saw the curvature from those transportations ever. 2 weeks on the ocean, no
But
curvature.
could you also say that maybe because we're so tiny to
Well, okay,
actually see the
let's say we're
whole,
tiny.
like
Okay, let's
we're
say we're
so
tiny.
actually tiny. Like let's say for example, in my if there is a bacteria, okay, on my finger, on my
Yeah.
index finger.
Okay.
Now for the bacteria, my index finger is like a straight world, right? But
Okay.
actually, my finger has my finger is like my finger. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's actually a
Yeah.
finger. But the bacteria
Remember,
doesn't know that,
what
right?
you
The
must
bacteria
remember.
doesn't know it.
Okay. What you must remember is that the
Mm.
so-called scientists have given us the number, the size of the Earth. The circumference is 24,901 miles. The radius of that is 3,959 miles. So with those two numbers, we can make some quantitative measurements. Okay, so we can go out and check it because we have the numbers now. So no matter how tiny we are, no matter how tiny we are, that curvature must be there because the numbers are there. Do you understand? Okay? Yeah?
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
do.
you have.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You have to agree because you cannot not agree to this because the curvature is meant to be there. Okay, that's what the numbers are saying. Let's go and check it. In fact, the curvature is not there. Okay, because we're measuring it level. Okay, we're measuring it level. That's the point. We're not measuring any curvature. You said it yourself. You flew in an aeroplane. It flew horizontal, straight and level. You said at the beginning. That's the truth, isn't it? An aeroplane doesn't take a curved trajectory. You know, where
Yeah.
are you from?
Exactly.
Where are you from? Which country?
Yeah. I'm from India. Yeah.
India. Okay. So when you leave India to go to Africa, that's a downward drop of curvature, yeah? Going down.
Yeah.
The aeroplane doesn't fly down, it flies horizontal to Africa, to England, to China. It's all level, isn't it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. There you are.
It goes all straight.
Straight and level, yes. Horizontal, that's
Yes.
right. Yeah. You can never be horizontal on a globe ball. Okay? There's no straight line. It's a continuous curving line. That means the aeroplane must follow that curving line, but the aeroplanes don't fly in a curved trajectory continuously. They don't. They fly horizontal. And the pilots themselves say it out of their own mouths, straight and level. Those are their words. And straight and level is a horizontal, flat earth expression. It's not curve, is it? Straight and level is not curve, is it? Right. So these are the
Makes sense.
clues. These are the clues to your reality that you've been living, that you've been missing. Okay? Right. That's what's going on. You are missing the clues. I missed the clues. I missed the clues for 48 years. All right? So I'm 64 now. So 48 years of my life, I missed all the clues. That they were recorded in my brain. Okay, they were there, but I didn't connect to them. They were all loose. And
Wait.
then
So when
within
did you
5
came to
minutes,
know? Like
yeah, 2015. In
20?
2015, yeah,
Okay.
2015, after 14 years of looking into the moon landing hoax, I looked at a flat earth video and realized I was a stupid fool and I've missed a lot of clues. Okay, within 5 minutes. Right. And then I watched 8 hours of flat earth material. And now, 11 years later, I'm still here telling everybody and informing people. It's been a great 11 years. Absolutely marvelous. Yeah. Because when you know the truth and you have the opportunity to tell others and help others get the truth, it makes you stronger emotionally, physically, mentally. Okay?
Okay.
You don't want to get old.
I want.
You don't want to get,
Yeah.
listen, you don't want to get old quickly. So you retain your
True.
health so you can live long, be
True. True.
powerful, and send that message. That's me anyway.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say one more thing. I saw this video where they set a time lapse. I think it was in Norway or somewhere where they set
Okay.
a. Hello, hello.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. So what I was saying is there was a video where I think it was in Norway or Finland or Iceland. I don't know where, but it was in some that place where they set up a camera as a time lapse. Okay, and they set it up facing the sky.
Okay.
Total black night. Okay, dark night.
Yeah.
And so the way they set the time lapse was the image would always point at the sky,
Yeah.
and the camera would move with the rotation of the earth. You see?
It's gonna follow the sky and the stars. That's what that
Yeah,
was, and it
yeah, yeah, yeah,
recorded.
yeah.
Yeah, it
Exactly.
recorded the motions of the stars. But remember, when you're looking at the stars and its rotation and motion, you're not looking at the surface of the Earth, and it's the surface of the Earth is what we're most concerned with. Is it curving? Again, you're looking in the wrong direction. So the time lapse photography
Mm-hmm.
doesn't prove a shape. Okay.
Okay, wait. I'm just gonna put this video 1 minute. If you guys can, 1 minute.
Yeah, we've seen it
Where is
before.
it?
We've seen similar
Have you
type
seen it?
videos. Yeah, 11. I've seen similar types. 11 years, it's a long time. I've
Mm.
seen many time lapse
Okay. Oh,
photography
wait,
and stuff.
it says Crater Lake stabilized sky time lapse.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But remember what I said. I said to you
Mm.
that if you're looking at the stars, that means you're not looking at the surface of the Earth. And if you want to know if the Earth is curving, you must look at the
Mm.
surface of the Earth. Yeah?
Mm.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So looking to the stars doesn't prove or help me in any way at the moment because I'm looking for the curvature of the Earth. Okay. And I'm not going to find it by looking in the stars. Do you see what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Right. That's a mistake that people who are coming into this for the first time, they make this mistake very often, looking to the sun, the moon, and the stars, but they don't prove the shape of the Earth. Okay. That's not how you prove
Okay.
the shape of the Earth. Right.
Mm.
And remember, we told you that we don't know the shape because we cannot leave Earth to see the Earth in its entirety. So my last statement is this: no human being knows the shape of this Earth.
Mm. No
Okay?
human beings know
No
the shape
human
of the
being,
earth.
no human being knows the shape of this Earth. See, that's a
Yeah,
test.
true.
That's a test that the Creator put us on this Earth for. Anyone
Mm.
making the claim they know the shape of this Earth, they are lying against the Creator of this Earth, number one, and then they're lying to you, number two. Okay? We're not to know the shape of the Earth. We are to know the surface, and the planets are merely decorative, and we can use them to navigate if we want. Okay, fine. But as to what they are, we can't go up there. It's a test. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question, Sultan,
All right,
Sultan
sure, sure.
Han,
Yes, yes.
Sultan Han. What percentage are you sure the Earth is a globe now? 100%? 10%? What's your percentage?
I feel like definitely not 100%. Feel like
What percent?
maybe 5%. I feel like now.
Oh, that's good. That's a great
Yeah.
answer because what you just said
Mm.
is that he doesn't know. Brilliant. That's
Mm.
it. That's your honest answer. You don't know. Good. So now you
Yeah.
have to work out how to know. Maybe speak to your colleague at work. The young lady that's
Yeah.
the
Now I'm
head
gonna.
of the
Yeah,
engineers.
that's the thing. That's the thing. Now I got some knowledge. Now I can at least
Yes.
talk to her and I can
Yes.
understand what are more.
Yes. And bring her here. If you can, please bring her to this
Mm.
server. Okay? Invite her here.
Mm.
Maybe I won't
Definitely.
be here, but there'll be other people. My
Mm.
colleagues will be here. So bring her here, man.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Another thing, engineers very
Mm.
quickly understand that it's flat. Engineers very quickly because
Okay.
they deal with angles and horizontality all the time. So it's easy for them to get it very quick, very quick. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Whereas people who are doing other jobs that are not related to Earth, they take a little bit longer. But engineers seem to get it very quickly. Carpenters, plumbers, engineers, like we just said, electricians, these individuals seem to pick it up pretty quick. Okay?
Yeah, actually, that's what, man. I mean, what concerned me was she's actually a rank holder. She
Yeah.
is she's Lebanese, and
Right.
you know, she did her education from the Cairo University. It's Egypt's
Right. In
best
Egypt.
university, you know. And
Right.
she was like a rank holder, like the merit ones. So I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
wondering, why is she saying like that? So that got me, you know,
Telling you the truth.
questioning that. Come on, man, I gotta get into this.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to congratulate you because you've done the thing that most people don't do. Investigate. You've investigated. You
Investigate.
came to
Yeah,
this
yeah.
server,
True,
so you
exactly.
deserve you know, I'll give you a clap because you deserve that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
then
Thank you.
you
Yeah,
must
yeah.
continue. You must continue the investigation and bring your colleague to us, please. We'd be glad to meet her. Okay. Sultan
True.
Khan.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Definitely.
Yeah. My name is Jin CBR1. My
Yes.
colleagues that were talking to us, T-Dub and Jedi, they're very good individuals,
Jedi.
excellent, superb knowledge, and they've got a lot of knowledge base. So next time you come in, you might meet them. I might not be here, but if I'm here, I'll be glad to talk to you again. Okay?
Yes. Yes, sir. Sure. No problem. No
Yeah.
problem.
Do
It's
you have any
really good
questions?
talking to you.
Any further questions? Anything?
I mean, yeah. As of yeah. I mean, I had that the question of the gravity, which we talked
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
it was the time lapse thing.
Right.
What else? What else?
Yeah. Water being level all the time. Water is always
Yeah,
level.
yeah,
It doesn't
yeah.
form. It doesn't
It's
form
always
balls.
level.
Yeah, yeah. And gravity's never
Yeah.
been proven. The theories that have been put forward have never been proven.
Well,
And the standard.
it's not. Yeah, it's not about like proven, but it's like, you know, it's always down. It's
Well,
always
yeah,
down.
yeah,
It
but
could, the
that's what
gravity
we
could have been
observe.
up, or
But
the
the
gravity could have been the
explanation.
left or right, but it's always down.
Yeah, it's always down. Yes. The reason for the downward
Mm.
vector is, if you can imagine, if things didn't go straight down and straight up, but went diagonally, then there'd be a different lifestyle we're living. It'd be harder. It'd be harder for us to live because you could throw a ball, okay, and now it's going to go diagonal. So your partner swings the bat, but the ball wasn't there because it's gone. You understand? So the reason for the down and the up is for natural order. Okay? Natural order. If we didn't have that, we'd be very chaotic. It's very difficult for us
Wait,
to
can I ask you a
go there.
question? Can I ask you
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
question? Are you religious or?
I'm not religious, although I was born under the Muslim Islamic religion. Okay, but I'm not
Oh,
a
okay,
practicing
okay,
Muslim. I don't practice it really. I'm not. I
okay.
can't call myself a Muslim because I don't pray 5 times a day. I do drink alcohol. Okay, you know, the beer
Okay.
or wine. So you know, I'm you know, I'd be considered a non-Muslim because of that. Okay, but I'm not religious.
Okay.
No, not religious. I
Okay,
also
you're
went to
not
Christian
religious.
schools. I also went to Christian schools, so I had a little bit of a taste of the Christian religion in London. But go ahead.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Are you
Because
religious?
I'm also, I mean, yeah, you can say I'm moderate. I do
Oh,
pray. I do pray.
that's good. That's good. That's
And
okay.
yeah,
Which religion do you have?
it's Islam. Islam.
Islam. Yeah. You know, in the
Yeah.
Quran, it's mentioned. In the Quran, flat Earth is mentioned in the Quran. By the way.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was gonna ask you about. Exactly. Yes.
Oh, it's in the Quran. Yeah. Flat Earth is in the
Yeah,
Quran. Right.
it's kind of
So
mentioned,
Allah
but
didn't
they
make a
also
ball.
say that it's like a spread out. You know.
Yeah, that's the carpet. So let me give you a
Yeah.
scenario. Use your imagination. When you go for a picnic with your family, picnic, okay, you don't put your carpet on a hill. You look for somewhere level and flat. Do you not?
Yeah. Exactly.
And then you put the bags on the corner so the wind doesn't pick up the mat. Yeah, that's exactly what is in the
True.
Quran. Okay.
Yes.
So there's
Yes.
the flat Earth. Okay.
Mm.
We don't put a carpet on a ball, do we?
Yeah. True. True. True.
Everything's going to roll off. the drinks, the food, everything. Your onion, sorry, your orange and your apple would just roll off from your picnic mat.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we cannot live on a ball that is spinning. We wouldn't be able to live on it. It'd be too difficult. Okay?
Mm. All right,
Yeah.
sir. I have to go as of now because my dad is calling me, and
Okay.
I'll catch you later. Okay. Thank you
Yeah,
so
thank you very
much,
much,
and
Sultan
I'll
Han.
catch y'all later. Sure.
Yeah, come back. Bring that lady back as well, please.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I'm gonna bring her. Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's
bring
actually
her here.
good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have a server or something about Flat Earth or something? Do we have a server?
This is it.
Discord server?
This is the one you're on now,
Nah,
Flat Earth server.
nah. This is just politics server. This is like this.
No, this is politics, but 24/7 Flat Earth politics. We also are in a place called the English Hub. Okay, so that's another place we're at. And then there's a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So we're in 3 places. Okay, this is politics, but this is the Flat Earth politics 24/7 Flat Earth. Okay.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, click on the YouTube bot at the top there. There should be some links. Yep. So click on the right hand one in its bio. That's
Wait,
got a link.
wait. Can you tell me again? Where is that?
So we've got a YouTube bot in here. At the top of the panel of people, you'll see a YouTube symbol. If you bring up
Yeah.
that, bring up its profile and look at the bio, and you'll see a link
Yep,
to
I'm checking the bio. It says the YouTube link and Twitch link.
and then you'll
There you
see
go.
English Hub Politics and Flat Earth. That the bottom link there is our Discord
Yeah.
server. Yep, there's the links to all that you need.
Well done. So those are the links to where you can find us. Okay.
All right, sir. Sure. Oh, wait. Yeah, I got it. Flat Earth. Okay, there we go. Discord GG. Okay. Got the link. Getting in.
Brilliant. I look forward to seeing you and your colleague.
You've had such a great talk with Jin. Satisfied that you're not a trial.
Oh,
Though I've
no,
been
no, no.
no, but I'll give you our I'll give you our VC verified role on the home server if you joined it, and then that'll give you access to the live stream and some other channels as well.
Hey, lucky man.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Yeah,
No,
no,
we
I'm not.
congratulate you on your
For real.
investigation. Please carry on, okay? Further your
Yes,
investigation.
sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so
All right.
much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank that lady because that lady started you off. Okay.
Yeah, she kind of triggered me. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You tell her that.
I mean, at
Yeah.
least I can now have a conversation about this. I can at least something. So,
Yeah. And
all right.
and by the way, thank you for speaking very good English. Okay, as an Indian,
No,
you
it's
excelled. You excelled
terrible.
very well.
It's terrible.
Now we understood everything you said. So well done, boy.
Oh,
Well done.
all right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. I'll catch you all later.
Yeah. Well done.
Bye. Bye.
Bye bye. Yeah, T-Dub, thanks for giving us a break to have a chat with this guy, Sultan Han. Your audio is coming across very buzzy at the moment, okay?
I'll fix it. Hang
on. Yeah. It sounds like something's loose. Back in the old days, it would be like a loose plug-in jack. Yeah. Or a loose speaker, a speaker that's about to die. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Excellent.
Sorry about that. Hey, man,
Christmas.
that was great. Thanks for that. Taking over there for Jedi who had to go. That was really good. Yeah, no, hats off to you, man. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, appreciate that, man. I do have my moments. Now and again. But that was it was okay. He was obviously really inquisitive, and that's nice. That's what we call an easy one, because he was inquisitive and inquiring. And because we can't, my point is I like to get them to concede and agree before we move on to the next point. That's very crucial because then if they double back on it and start to try and slip out of that, their integrity says, hold on, you said this earlier on. Now, which one is it? Come on, man. Got to be honest to yourself. Yeah, but we didn't have to do that, so that was okay. I think maybe once when he said he could see curvature from the plane.
Worse than Epstein, bro. You fucking pedophile, bro. Worse than Epstein, bro.
Come on. Yeah,
Mr. Pedophile,
really?
bro. Pedo.
Come on. I don't know why people do that. Those words didn't mean a single thing in this server, ladies and gents. Total mismatch. The man from the sewer came in and he stood out and stunk the place out. You know, and now he's gone. Now we've got a breath of fresh air coming through again. There you are. Yeah. The truth hurts them emotionally. That's what's happened there. They felt emotional pain. You might remember we had a character that came in about, 45 minutes, 50 minutes ago. So, okay, what about flat Earth? What next? So the Earth's flat, what next? So I put him in the picture to what next. I'm living that what next as we speak. Because I'm on this server, I'm on several servers, informing people. Yeah, but what's the point? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you know the truth to something, why would you not tell somebody else? If you know there's inherent danger and you don't tell anybody when you had the opportunity to tell, and then they suffer, you're part of that problem. You've added, you're guilty. Remember that. That's the human disposition, is to connect and inform and enjoy this earth together. Remember, we don't know how it came. So it doesn't matter which country you come from, you've got to find a way of connecting and informing and enjoying and sharing. If you can't do that, you're not living on the flat earth properly. It's that simple. It's as basic as that, literally, that basic. So, of course, what next is to inform. That is what's next. To the point where in such large numbers, we can now begin to push back against the educators who are misinforming our children and ourselves. Okay, for example. Right.
That's nice.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Jin, have you found something that's flat?
Yeah, the Earth. And to my surprise, it was there all along. That was the beautiful thing about it, is that I was living on it all along without realizing. And then when I go back in my life now, 64 years, and I can go back to 1969, 1967 even, and I can review the views I used to look at from when I used to live and see London Bridge, for example. How much of London Bridge should I be able to see from when I was living in Popular?
10%.
I'm doing all that. Yeah. I'm loving it, man. Oh, yeah. I'm 64 now, but I can go back to when I was 6 years old and review that, what I was looking at, look on the map and check. Yeah. How much curvature there should have been. So I'm loving it, man. I'm loving this. Yeah. Unbeknown to all of you, that you've recorded a lot of things in your head. And if you can take time, spend time with yourself and do a little bit of a memory lane, it all starts to come flooding back. Couple of tracks from the old days. Oh, yeah, where were you living back then? Oh, yeah, I was living over there, wasn't I? What was I doing? Oh, and then you can retrace all this stuff. And it was all flat earth all the way. There was no globe there. Yeah. That's what makes you strong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yo, bro, you said you're 65. Can I ask you maybe, did people back then used to believe the Earth was like a globe or flat?
Oh, when I was born, the Earth was a globe, and that's what I was educated. But before I was born, back in the 1800s, people, Samuel Rosebotham, with the Bedford level experiment or observation test, he proved that the Earth was level there. Okay. Then before that, in ancient times, people thought the Earth was flat. It's the globe that's actually new. You see, the globe as we know it from the Copernicus period is 483 years old currently. 483 years old from 1543. Okay.
What about the
So
guy who worked with shadows, man? he believed the Earth had like a curve, right? Like a Greek
Who was
guy, I
that?
think.
Oh,
I
you
don't know,
mean
like
yeah,
some old school guy.
Aristophanes. Yeah,
Yeah, probably.
Aristophanes. Okay, yeah, that's the guy. Now the problem with Aristophanes is are numerous. So I'll give you a couple of them. One of them is that we cannot prove or validate that he actually lived. Okay, and when we look through the history at his peers, no one mentions Aristophanes. It seems like a new name that's just been chucked in because flat Earth was rising. That's what it seems like. And then the other thing, the methodology that he supposedly employed, one was assumptions, and then the second with the measuring of the angles, right, and triangles and shadows. These are all flat Earth references. You need to have a horizontal baseline before you can measure any shadow or any angle of elevation. So Aristophanes actually measured a flat Earth whilst assuming the Earth was a globe. That's all he did. Okay?
More than moral.
He did not measure
Yeah.
curvature at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Yeah. So Aristophanes or Eratosthenes, two ways to pronounce that. I like the Eratosthenes because it sounds good. But yeah, we don't know if he lived or not. I always say the man that never lived. We can't prove it, you see.
Why do you think
And
like the globe Earth idea prevailed, and there's like the significant one now? Most people believe in that.
well, that's a good question. When it took off, it was being taught by the Jesuits. Okay, first and foremost. So the Jesuits during the Renaissance period, they were teaching it as gospel truth after Copernicus dies. So Nicolaus Copernicus was working on this solar system model and getting Earth's position, but he couldn't prove anything, right? And he wasn't ready to release it to the public. Okay, he wasn't ready to release it to the public. So what did he do? Unfortunately, he shelves it. He dies, and then the Jesuits take it and push it in through their religion as their religion as the gospel truth. And then from there, it went into schools as a compulsory education. And when you're teaching children from the grassroots, when they're young, they carry that belief all the way through their lives because it's taught as the truth. And that's the psychology of the indoctrination. Because when you're a child, you trust, you're always looking up. So you're trusting your elders and your teachers. They're bigger than you, they know more than you. They've taught me correctly. You're not looking for any deception because that's not in your mind. Okay? That's how it took hold. That easy. Yeah, very clever manipulation of the children when they're young. Okay? I mean, my one lasted 48 years. There you go. I thought the Earth was a globe and believed it was a globe for 48 years. That's a long time. That's two-thirds of my life. See? It's a long time, isn't it? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So there's a very clever piece of psychology at play. And then it's reinforced through cartoons that we watched as kids. We're growing up, space, globe, everything was there. Then movies, space programs like Star Trek, Logan's Run, Space 1999, UFO, V, Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet. What else? Stingray, Joe 90, Batman, and then all the Marvel comics. So all that, and then films, music, magazines, science programs, corporate images. This is how the indoctrination is continued and sinks into your brain because it's around you all the time. There is no, it's unrelenting. Globalization, global warming across the globe of the earth. You understand? This is how they do it. Sorry, I say the earth. I meant the planet. That's what So this is the language they use to keep you indoctrinated, to keep you in the realm of the globe. So you believe it. That's why when they come to this server, they come in 100% sure it's a globe, and we're 100% wrong as far as they're concerned. But after a few minutes of conversation with them, let's say an hour, and then you ask them to review, and you say, what is the percentage of your surety now that the Earth is a globe? The last character said 5%. He's only 5% sure. One of the best answers I've ever heard when I asked that question, because he was saying he didn't know really. Okay? Right. You know? So from 100% to 5%, I don't know. Brilliant. There you are. That's how it goes. So where are you from anyway?
I'm from Germany.
Are you from Germany? Oh, it's always glad to hear Germans, you know. We don't get enough of you guys in here. So yeah, brilliant. Are you a flat earther or are you still on the globe?
You know, I don't really believe in flatness, you know, that flatness actually exists. But I'm something in between, I would say. I'm a skeptic.
Okay, that's all right. That's okay. You're in transition. You're still asking questions and that. Well, the biggest clue, of course, is that water is always level. Okay. And then the question to yourself, within yourself, where did you last see the curvature of the earth to enjoy it for its beauty? Where did you do that?
Look, I'm looking at water right now. I mean, I'm not allowed to cam up, but I mean, I could show you. Hold on.
Yeah.
You see that? You know?
Yeah.
When you say it's always level, in this
Yeah.
case, it's not level, right? Because it's like wavy.
Yeah, but we're there, but it's not curving. It's not curving at the rate to produce a curvature of the earth. Do you understand? And that's what we mean. Okay? Does that make sense to you?
So you're saying it's not curving, but you also agree that it's not level in my example, right? Because it actually is not level. There are lots of waves.
Oh yeah, but the point is it's not curving, is it? So you're going to have waves because
It
the
is,
wind
Brian.
is there.
Yeah, it's
You know?
it's in a state of disequilibrium, disequilibrium, right? Yeah, it's there's forces acting upon it, which is causing its surface to be turbulent, right? So, but in physics, you've got dynamics and statics, right? So we've got fluid dynamics and fluid statics. So fluid statics would deal with this, the liquid when it's at what they call at rest, right? While it's not it's not still at a molecular level, but to our senses and our perception, it looks still, right? So you have a nice little tank of water in a very quiet room, no wind, right? Very, very little disturbance on its surface, and you'll measure it to be flat, horizontal, right? It's a
Well,
standard
in that scenario, it would
for
be flat, right?
horizontal that we've used for absolute centuries and millennia, right? So that's what we're talking about. Yeah. At the moment,
Yeah,
the
in that
water in front
specific
of you is
scenario, it would be flat. I agree.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah. So
But
of
not
course,
in my scenario, right? So Jin, you have to maybe retract and say it's not always flat. In specific
no, I'm never
scenarios,
going to change
it's
my
flat.
position. No,
Yeah.
I'm never going to change my position because when I say flat, I'm going to keep
Okay.
saying that. And then when people question it like you did, we gave you the explanation, and then you understand because you understand. Although it's moving on the surface, it's not curving to make the radius of 3,959 miles of radius. That's not there. So it's flat,
Yeah,
even though the
if you have a
surface
wave,
is in
man.
motion. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can
that
use
the
the
waves they
word
create like
in certain
small hills in the
contexts.
water, and that's a
Right,
curve,
but
right?
in certain contexts, you can just use the word flat, right? Like you could say I have a flat tire, or you could say the water surface of the water is flat. You might not mean perfectly
It's
flat,
silly.
but you would mean in that context, you would mean that it's not curving over distance, right? Like if just say you got a 10-mile lake and then there's ripples of water on top of the lake. You could say the lake's not flat, but you could also argue the lake is flat because you could shoot a laser straight over the surface as long as it's above those ripples, and it's going to go straight along the flat surface, right? So it is
Laser
flat.
would be flat, right?
It's not
But not the
dropping
surface.
over distance.
How are you
and
saying a
that's
wavy
context.
surface is flat? I don't get that, bro.
Because it's not dropping over distance, right? Just like a flat tire is not flat, technically flat, right? We're not being pedantic with it. It depends on the context, right? Like I could say that you have a flat joke. There's all sorts of different ways you can use the word flat. Okay, so if a surface isn't dropping over distance, it's not curving over distance, right? on a broad
Well, it's
scale,
curving
then
over
it can
distance.
be.
It creates small hills, and the hills have elevations and curves.
Yeah,
That's
but over a
topography.
large distance, it's not curved, right? It's not dropping over distance.
It's dropping over distance, over the curve, over the length of that wave.
No, on a broad scale. That's why I said on a broad scale.
What is a broad scale?
Like a 20-mile distance or something like that, right? Like I could say nothing's flat then. I could say a mirror's not flat if you want to get
there you go.
pedantic.
Yeah, I
Because if
agree
we
with you.
zoom into a mirror, right? So this is just getting into pedantic stuff. Like you know exactly what Jin means.
Well, it's
and now
strictly
you're just
speaking,
being
it's not
pedantic.
flat, right?
But what's flat? Is anything flat?
Wait, what does pedantic even mean, man? I'm just pointing out that
Pedantic is
strictly
being
speaking,
like
a mirror is not flat.
over like hypercritical and like worrying
Just being
about tiny
correct.
little things. No.
Yeah, you
Okay,
want
so
to be like
nothing's flat.
superficial about
So
things.
is a mirror
That's fine.
flat? Is a mirror flat?
If you want to, do you want me to be like superficial, or like actually truthful?
So mirrors aren't flat. So can you name anything that's flat?
Well, you're the flat earther. That's your challenge. I'm not.
No. I asked you a question though. Can you name anything that's flat or not?
I'm not a flat earther, bro. I
It
don't
doesn't
believe
even
in
have to
flatness.
be. It doesn't have to be anything to do with Earth. Can you name anything in reality that's flat?
I don't think so. No. Can you?
Okay, so nothing's flat.
Does he have
That's right.
hands?
A
Can you
mirror's
ask him if he's
flat.
Now
got
you
hands?
get
There
it,
we go.
man.
There
Now
we
you
go.
get it. Congratulations.
Yeah. Do you have hands? How do you know you got hands?
I can see them.
Oh, you can see the hands, but you can't see the
That's
flat
fair, right?
mirror.
If I can see my hands, I probably have hands. I guess that's fair assumption.
Okay, so then you can't see the flat mirror. All right. Okay.
I can see the mirror, man. But if you take like a microscope or like an electron microscope, you'll see it's not actually flat. It has like ripples. There are some materials like silicium you can create like a very flat surface, on a ball-shaped object. But it's
No,
strictly
you
speaking,
can't.
it's not perfectly
Not
flat.
on a ball. There'll be curvature. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a curved surface. If you flattened it, it's no longer curved. So, and in engineering, it would be rejected. So, sorry, you can't speak like that here. Not here, mate.
Surface, it would be like a two-dimensional surface,
It would not fly. In engineering, it's a rejected. In this server, it's rejected. Either you're on a spherical ball or you're not.
Yeah.
Either it's curving or it isn't. Simple.
Okay, all right. So can the surface of a ball not be flat?
It can no longer be a ball if it's flat. If you flatten the surfaces, it is no longer a ball. Thanks. For a ball has the surface of a continuous curving line. No flatness there, no break in it. That's
Yeah,
what a ball
it
is.
has no elevations, or whatsoever. So
It's
you
a
would characterize
continuous
it as flat.
curving line.
Yeah.
Okay? When I look at a ball, it's continuously curving.
The surface is flat because there is no
It's
elevation
not
at
flat
all.
at all, ladies and gentlemen. It's curving. A curved surface is not flat, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, all
Don't ever be fooled by that. And if you try and get a job in an engineering field, you wouldn't be employed.
Oh no. I'd rather be like an influencer.
Well, you're not a good influencer. You're a bad influencer at the moment.
So I'm trying to, learn from you guys.
Well, then if you want to
Yeah.
learn, stop saying curved surfaces are flat then. Thanks. You can say they're smooth. You can have a smooth curved surface, ladies and gentlemen. Yes,
Yep.
of course. Because a rough one would roll rather bumpily, and then a smooth one would roll smoothly. There you go. Smooth curved surfaces, yeah. Women's hips, thighs, buttocks. They're nice. Thanks.
Okay.
There we are. See, sometimes it can get a bit bumpy.
Yeah, but I'm at least happy that you guys concede that there is no actual flatness. It doesn't exist.
We've
No, it
never
does exist.
we've never
I'm happy with
conceded
that.
that. We've never
You didn't?
conceded that. No, we don't have to concede
But
that. I
no,
didn't.
man, you don't believe in perfect flatness.
We don't.
Or do you?
We
Yeah,
didn't
but
say.
it's not something
We didn't
that we
say that.
didn't contest it. We didn't contest that, so we don't need to concede that. Don't put
Okay, fair enough. So
scenarios that didn't happen.
I'll just stipulate that we all agree that perfect flatness doesn't exist, right? You can agree with that, I guess. Because I agree with you. You agree with me.
At this point, you're just intellectually dishonest, and you seem like you're trolling.
I love that.
Well, that's so
Intellectually
unqualified.
dishonest. Trolling.
Keep that to yourself.
Yeah. I'm sure we can all agree in this room that the oblate spheroid doesn't exist in the physical world that we live in. Isn't that not right,
So we
ladies and
could,
gentlemen?
yeah, if we're dealing with someone that's hyper pedantic like that, I mean, we could just say it doesn't drop over distance in accordance with what it would have to do if the Earth was a globe. Would
Thank
that
you.
suit you?
There we are. And you haven't proven that to yourself as well. I can strongly say that this man hasn't gone out to measure the surface of the Earth to confirm whether or not the Earth is curving in any rate or shape or form. There we are. For if he had done so, he'd be giving us that material and we'd be looking over and scrutinizing it right now. As he hasn't done that, well, it's safe to assume he hasn't made those observations. There we are. So he doesn't know it's a globe, you see.
Okay.
No one knows it's a globe. That's the thing. No human being can make that claim. For to make that claim would mean they have gone out and they've measured the curvature of the Earth. And as no human being has ever done that, being they live on a flat Earth, no human being knows the Earth is a globe. And it's not knowledge that they have acquired through their experiences in reality on the surface of the Earth. Wow. So much power coming from the flat earthers these days. Wow.
Yo, Jin, you said they tricked you for like 48 years, right? Believing the globe.
Well, yeah, and that was also my laziness to investigate, ladies and gentlemen. So I take a part in that, of course. I trusted the information, so I thought I didn't have to check it. That was my fault.
So someone could argue that they fooled you once, they can do it again. Maybe you're, being tricked
Actually,
again.
the saying goes, fooled once, twice shy. So no, never again.
That's the saying. Have you heard of who smelt it, dealt it? That saying?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I used to say that in the 60s when I was growing up regarding farts.
Who said the rhyme committed the crime? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Right.
valid reply.
Exactly. So, like I said, no, 48 years, and now I'm resolute in that regard. And that 48 years has now made me stronger now, and I'm now going to live the next 48 years totally solid in that resolve. I'm never going to fall for that trap ever again. And they've made an enemy of me by them doing that, by the way. So I've now become their worst nightmare now. And I'm loving it. That's the thing. Yeah. I
Hey,
fear
Matthew, I
no
can't
man.
reply to you. I have no access to the text chat.
Yeah, maybe
But
one of
yeah,
the moderators can do that for you.
when I talk about flat, I'm like strictly speaking flat, like exactly,
Yeah,
So
well, I'm
just
talking about flat. I'm talking about it's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared to form the radius of 3,959 miles, which would then go on to make the circumference of 24,901 mile circumference. So that's not happening when I say the Earth is flat. It's not curving at that rate. And when we take a grandiose view of the Earth, it appears flat with topography, valleys, hills, rivers, lakes, ponds, streams, and ocean. Okay, there we are. So to that degree of flatness can be applied. And you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth as yet, to date. So however old you are, you have not measured, seen, photographed, or ever confirmed that the Earth is curving in any rate, at any rate, at this point. Okay, don't forget that. Yes, you need to
well,
do
I've
that to
seen
know.
something, man. I was in a helicopter. We were taking like a sightseeing flight, and I saw the curvature of Earth, with my own eyes. And
Yeah, well,
I was looking out of the door, because there was no window. The door was like there was no door, and I looked out, and it looked like Earth, man.
so you're in a helicopter with no door, sightseeing.
Yep.
Very rare
Yep.
situation that is, because usually they have doors and windows for the safety of the passengers.
We
Usually,
all had like
and the
seatbelts on.
hang on a
Yeah.
minute, and the
Mhm.
aerodynamics of the helicopter as well. Not having doors would be very, very dangerous. In fact, I don't think you could have been in such a vehicle, to be honest. This is when we start to analyze what you say now. Be careful.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
scrutinize
yeah, you
every
can
word.
analyze, man. There was no door, or let's say the door was like fixed in a way that I didn't see it closing. You know, that's what I mean. I didn't see like a door. Maybe they fixed it to the outside or something.
Well, I don't know why they would do that. You don't want it to fall out of the aircraft, the helicopter. I
But to
think
look
that the
outside, man, we have like seatbelts.
maximum safety would apply even if it's your best friend and you're flying with your best friend who's been a pilot for years. Doors would generally have to be closed. You're up there, up in the sky. I don't know any helicopter pilots that would be that laxed, to be quite honest. But anyway, it's what you say. Fair enough. Where were you? What location was it where you saw the curvature?
In Germany, it was over Hamburg. It's like
Okay.
northern Germany.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you take any pictures from that day, being up so high?
Yeah, my girlfriend did.
Oh, your girlfriend took pictures. Okay. All right. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you would never see curvature of the Earth, and this would include Felix Baumgartner's 24 miles off the Earth's surface Red Bull jump. You would never be able to see the curvature there. All that stuff is flat, is what he said. That'd be Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, and that was 120,000 feet up from the Earth's
Well,
surface.
but he's not to be trusted, right? Because he believes in the globe Earth, man.
No, that's not the case. No, there are times when they speak the truth. Okay, that was one of them. Okay,
How do I know that?
yeah. He also said when he was asked, "What is gravity?" I have no idea. Next question. Neil deGrasse Tyson, quote unquote. What is
If
gravity?
you don't,
I have no
I,
idea.
I would say if you don't trust the messenger, don't trust the message. You know, so he's like out. You know, I don't trust him.
Well, that's you. That's for you. For us, he spoke some truths. He said that the camera lens that Felix von Gardner was using was a GoPro fisheye lens that facilitates curvature whenever you point it at whatever object you're looking at. In the case the Earth's surface was being curved, he said that.
No, I get it, man. But just imagine this: someone comes to you as a messenger, and he transmits a message, and then you find out it was like a lie. And then next time the same messenger comes to deliver another message, you would never trust him, because he lied
Not
once.
necessarily. Not necessarily. You would check it. You'd say, "Hang on, let me just check what he lied the last time. Let me check this one. Oh, he's told the truth. Thank you."
We can't check it, man. We don't have access to this GoPro, thing and
Oh,
whatever.
we have access to GoPro lenses. Of course we do. You can go and buy them in the shop. You can go and have them demonstrated to you first and foremost, and then you can always measure the surface of the Earth. Go and measure the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, maybe you use
I'll
like
remember what you've said. I'll remember what you've said for the next time you come in, right? Pretending.
Yeah. He said he was in a helicopter with his girlfriend, doors fixed open over Germany, saw curvature. There you go.
Yes, that's what they do usually, man. For sightseeing purposes.
I don't know about usually. I'm 64. I've never seen curvature from an aeroplane, and I've jumped out of them in parachutes. And I started flying with my parents. That is 1969, and up until today, never seen the curvature of the Earth from any aeroplane. Never. And I've travelled all over the world.
Yeah, okay, man. So we have different experience, I guess.
Wait, he said he was in a helicopter, not an airplane. So how high were you with the doors to be open? What was your
I can't tell you
elevation?
the exact height. I couldn't tell you.
Helicopters with their doors open would be at a very low elevation. I don't even think they would acknowledge that you could see curvature at those elevations.
Was so high, I was so
Because
scared.
there was papers on like not being able to discern it at 30,000 feet. I would imagine helicopters don't even go that high. especially not in that condition.
Yeah, with the doors open.
It can go pretty high, I think. But I guess it was high enough for me to see the curvature. It was really high, man.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was like the perfect day.
Why don't I accept what you say is true? Why? I wonder why. I wonder why I don't accept that.
What were you in?
Well, you have to investigate it.
Well, I'm
Yeah, that's what I
64
was
years of age,
doing.
mate. I'm well
What
into it.
country? What country were you in?
In Germany, I saw like a massive curve. You know, it was like I couldn't believe my eyes. You know,
A massive curve. You know, I mean, everything total opposite to what anyone else experiences. I saw a massive curve. Let me tell
What
you
kind of
something, ladies and
helicopter
gentlemen.
were you in?
you
Yeah.
think that it was placebo, maybe?
If you ever saw a massive curve, you would have a photograph of it because it would be
Well,
such
this
a
is
spectacle to see. It would be.
this is what can happen. This is what can happen, and I've seen what I think he's talking about, even from a big peninsula at the ocean. Right? If you're looking out over a very vast distance and you pan your head like right to left and look over a long distance, you can see the same distance in every direction. So when you pan your head, you're actually seeing in a big circle, right? Like if you went 360 degrees around in a circle, that's
Oh,
going to
right.
form a circular horizon all the way around you. So sometimes, if people have the uh, notion that the Earth's a globe in their head, and then they see that circular horizon around them, then they could easily mistake that as being curvature of the Earth, and it's completely honest to say
Yeah, I
that they
moved my
think
head,
that
man.
they
That's right.
saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from a helicopter. Yeah, the first time I
But
saw a view like
I
that.
was shaking my head like I can't believe it. But then there was like this curve. You know, the more I was shaking my head, the bigger the curve got. You know.
Well, the
Right. So
first
you
time I ever had.
acknowledge that you can see the horizon's a circle around the observer, right? We can all agree
And
on
then
that.
if
Like
you
if you
wanted
went
to
out into the
have it for
ocean and you look around 360 degrees, you can see X miles, right? The same amount of miles in every direction. And if you plot that out, it's a big circle of vision. And if you go up, right, that's still the same situation. If you're just
You're
looking
in a
straight forward, you
helicopter.
don't have enough field of view to see that, really. It just looks like a flat line. But if you pan your head around, then it does look like a circle of vision. And that's exactly
I mean,
what
I
a
saw a
horizon
massive
is.
curve. You know. So
I
that's
have
my personal
another
experience.
explanation I want to get onto, but I was kind of curious. Why were you in that helicopter?
For sightseeing purposes, we took like a sightseeing flight. You know, with this, pilot.
Where were you looking? What site?
Just Hamburg. We tried to get like a complete view of Hamburg. You know. So he got pretty high up.
I don't think that's very high at all.
No. Okay.
Um, they talk about curvature not even being discernible at 35,000 feet, which is like in airplane flights, like super high.
Yeah, that's
And
about
they
4
say it's
miles.
not even. Some planes fly up to 50,000 feet. They say that you may need to be that high to see curvature. But if you're actually looking you're looking at the horizon, you're saying, was curved, right?
I mean, I just looked outside. The world looked curved, kind of.
What were you looking at?
Just outside, you know, towards the horizon,
And was there
and was like,
buildings?
um, no, I couldn't see like any buildings. It didn't
Well,
change like the
Hamburg.
curvature.
You're looking at the water?
Yeah, I saw the water.
Well, Hamburg's near like an ocean.
Well, a massive body of water, you know.
Which one? I'm just curious. Like, I'm not familiar with the location.
Hamburg. Hamburg is not what water is near Hamburg? Germany.
Well, there is the
It's a
Baltic
city.
Sea.
Oh, you got the Baltic Sea. Is that what you could see from Hamburg? The
There's also
Baltic
the
Sea.
Northern Sea. I guess I was looking at the river Elbe, you know.
And now you're looking at a river now. Okay.
Yeah, we have lots of water here.
All right.
Yep.
Ham-
We were flying in the Eurocopter helicopter. That's all I remember.
Yeah, they don't go that. They don't fly that high, really. Not
It was
not 30,000, not 30,000 feet, because that's Jet Airlines
Definitely not.
altitudes.
They definitely
Yeah.
weren't.
No, they're not. He's not 10,000 feet if you're lucky.
well, it was like 30,000 feet.
No,
The
you wouldn't be that
operational
high up. You
capability.
wouldn't be that high up. That's aeroplane altitudes. They don't go that
Yeah,
high.
whenever they're flying like a long distance, they can reach that altitude.
Yeah, you're trolling, right? And
So if you want to
you're
look
just
this
gonna
up,
get
it's
kicked.
called like
You're just gonna get kicked, bro.
Eurocopter. Yeah, hold on, bro. I'm talking.
Just
Look,
start
it's
being
called
honest, or you're gonna get
Eurocopter.
kicked.
Eurocopter Squirrel. That's what it's called.
Just start being honest, or you're gonna get kicked. All right? Take this seriously, or piss off. I won't say
The
it again. I
helicopter.
won't say it a second time. I won't say it a second time, Manchester.
The helicopter is called Eurocopter Squirrel. If you want to look it up.
I don't give a shit what it was called. You didn't see a big, large body of water. You changed that to a river, and then you said it was at 30,000 feet. You're a liar or just a troll, and we're not interested. So start
It
being
would be
honest or
about
piss off.
1,500. Or yeah, at most 1,000 feet.
Look at
The Eurocopter. The Eurocopter is doing 30,000 feet.
You're tripping, dude. On sightseeing tours, going 30,000 feet, you wouldn't be able to see anything on the ground.
There you go. See?
How would you
That's
be on a
aeroplane
sightseeing
altitude.
tour?
Look, I'll just send it to you inside, or not inside chat, in your DMs. So that's the helicopter we used. I'm in
Hello.
Europe, so we use
Gen
that.
CBR1. Gen CBR1.
Hello.
You're a fucking retard.
Oh, obviously he was a retard. He had nothing
Don't
else
you
to
guys
say.
know that helicopters
must have
can go
bruised
that
his
high up?
ego, Jin.
Only people like that are projecting their retardedness onto other people. Sorry. So it's
Wow.
called a Eurocopter AS-350 Squirrel, and it's a very light helicopter and rate of climb. Let's see.
Maximum altitude.
It can do about 30,000 feet.
Okay, so on a sightseeing tour, do you understand to see any sights on the ground? Okay, 30,000 feet, sir. You understand there's no like oxygen up there, like you start to lose oxygen levels and stuff?
Yeah,
Think about
possibly. I
a
mean, we were
door
there for like
ripping
a
off the
short
plane at
duration.
the altitude, the maximum altitude they're flying at. Think about the door flying open.
He said the door was open. He
The
said the
doors,
door
they
was
were
open at
open.
that altitude.
They were fixed to the outside.
Yeah,
I
the
guess they
doors
were
were
fixed
open.
to the
30,000 feet.
Yeah, the doors were open. You see, safety is paramount when you're doing sightseeing. You don't want your passengers to fall out. The doors are going to be permanently closed. You're going to look out the
No,
window.
they were open, man. They were open. That's for the sightseeing adventure purpose, You had like all
Right.
masks on and like headsets. So that was fine.
How would you know the elevation you're at? No helicopter can safely be opened at 30,000 feet.
There you go.
It's a
Why?
service ceiling
Earlier
of
you said they
only.
can't go above 10,000 feet height,
It can't even reach 30,000 feet in the first place as helicopters.
Wait, did you watch the Wikipedia article? It says that you can.
Well, not in your conditions.
We had the same helicopter. It's like standard European helicopter we use.
Enough with a helicopter already.
A service ceiling of 4,600 meters or 15,000 feet. That's the service ceiling. Apparently, that's like the elevation it could go.
Standard.
Cabin
Went up
pressure
30,000.
creates tremendous force during pushing doors shut from the inside. At 30,000 feet, the pressurized differential between inside and outside the cabin is 8 pounds per square inch, relevant to over 1,100 pounds of force against each square foot. Oh, well, you wouldn't be opening it while you're there, but you'd have
It was already
severe
open.
decompression at this. You'd have
That's why we
immediate
had the mask.
oxygen deprivation.
That's why we had the mask.
And you'd have to rapidly descend at least 10,000 feet to
Yeah.
survive at this altitude.
They're not wearing
You'd
masks,
have risk
so
of
everything was fine.
hypoxia-related
Incapacitation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have to say
No,
that
come on, guys. We are wearing masks.
no tour guides are going to be giving you masks to wear in helicopters, endangering your lives. Sorry, it's crap.
I don't even think they could reach at altitude. Like,
He was dreaming that. That was a dream he had. He dreamt it.
yeah, you wouldn't be able to breathe up there like that.
Yeah. Very dangerous. Very.
Okay. At 30,000 feet, an unpressurized human would develop severe hypoxia very quickly, impaired judgment, tunnel vision, and coordination loss, and then loss of consciousness within minutes.
But the likelihood of seeing curvature from that height in such a vehicle, it's diminishing greatly. There we are. And it's in keeping with us because we don't measure curvature on the Earth's surface. So there's no way you could be seeing it from any helicopter. That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. We're measuring horizontality everywhere. Earth is actually measured flat and utilized flat. So how this helicopter journey that he took is giving him the opportunity to see curvature? Well, I'm perplexed. Yeah, would like to see pictures of that if his girlfriend took it. Let's have a look.
I didn't take any pictures while you were up there?
His girlfriend did, he said.
Are you dating?
And of course, they split up the other day.
Oh.
So the
Just
likelihood
the
of
other
him.
day.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's coming next. I'm just guessing, of course. I'm assuming here that his girlfriends, they've split up the other day, so there's no chance of those photographs ever getting to our eyeballs. Very conveniently. And now he's disappeared.
It says you can go only go about 10, 12,000 feet.
Yeah.
I think the
It's
doors
like
open a helicopter.
yeah, for sightseeing,
practical
yeah.
altitude maximum.
Yeah, that's sightseeing. Yeah, that would make sense. You know? And I'm sure the doors would be closed. They wouldn't be open.
Sights. The doors being open is not the contention. They're probably at 1,500 feet. That dude's acting like he's at 30,000 feet. Like, what a joke. You cannot go that. You wouldn't be able to do any sightseeing. It's like a helicopter, or I mean, an airplane, like a commercial plane. If you look out the door, you look out the window, you can't really discern anything. Do you know how long it'd take you to get at that altitude? And you wouldn't even be able to like breathe up there. That's a joke.
That's right.
And they talk about curvature isn't even discernible at these elevations. Look up David Lynch's paper, the height to discern optical curvature by David Lynch. He talked about how high you actually need to be to discern the curve of the Earth. It was a paper on it.
Yes, that likelihood of that curvature observation is dramatically being reduced. Oh, doesn't bode well for my German colleague here. He's a flat earther. That's why I call him a colleague, because he doesn't realize it, that's all. He's on a flat earth, he doesn't realize it. Everyone's a flat earther. By default.
Yo, what's your name, Taylor?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the problem with like wearing a, oxygen mask and then flying that high up?
You wouldn't do that on a sightseeing tour. You wouldn't. The pressurization itself, extremely dangerous. And the helicopter can't even go up that high.
Did you
Like,
see the
if it wanted
Wikipedia I
to.
sent you? The same helicopter that went up like to the summit of Mount Everest, like on top, 30,000 feet.
Yeah,
That's
not
the same
standard
helicopter we
protocol.
used.
Not standard protocol for sightseeing. Masks, doors open, risking your life. Nah. I say bullshit to that.
There was no risk to our life, man. What's the risk? We were wearing like oxygen masks, and that guy, he did
Bullshit.
it like a
Did you
million
take any
times before.
photos?
You wouldn't wear oxygen masks with doors open, bro.
I mean, we were wearing oxygen masks because the doors were open.
Did you take any photos?
Dude,
This
you're
was a
full of it,
sightseeing
dude. Like,
tour.
this is.
Yeah, maybe you joined
Dude.
in just now, and
Yeah,
yeah,
did you
I
take
already
any
said that my
photos?
Yes,
You
girlfriend
heard
took
the
like
question.
multiple photos.
That's did jump in. I was listening on YouTube. So, did you take any
You just jumped
photos
in.
on your sightseeing tour?
Yeah, why are you losing your shit, bro?
I'm not losing my shit yet. I'm asking you a very basic question. Did you take any photos on a sightseeing tour? I have been on helicopter rides before, on sightseeing tours, and I can assure you now I got my camera and gave it a good workout. So the question
Did you
still
go up
stands.
30,000 feet?
Did you take any photographs on this sightseeing tour to back up your claims?
Well, you're being very demanding of me now, man. I would.
You would like to post your sightseeing photos in the side chat? Much appreciated. "2014, I went over the Grand Canyon. Apparently, it only went 1 mile up. That was it. I don't remember seeing any curvature. And the doors were not open. They were closed for safety reasons."
Next, he'll be telling us he wore a parachute too, just in case.
So you went up 5,280 feet, Matrix, if that was 1 mile, yeah? That's all you did. That's all right.
Well, that's
See,
what
now,
old mate claimed. Hold on, I'll
yeah.
just post this for you so you can see one of the shots. When it first takes off, you fly along this, it's just flat ground, and the actual canyon drops out below that. It's absolutely spectacular. You're cruising along going, where are we going? It's just flat ground because you're that far back you can't see. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden there's just this cliff and it just drops down and you see this pissy little river right down the bottom and it looks amazing. And that's what old mate, the pilot, he said, yeah, that's about a mile down. So whether or
Right.
not it's true, I don't know. But yeah, the river looked like it was only about maybe 3/8 across. It was tiny. So
All right.
we must have,
Right.
we're a fair way away from it to have it from that perspective and that size. So yeah, pretty cool. But I just find it amazing someone talking about their helicopter flight, and it was a sightseeing tour. Most people snap photos.
Yeah,
Like
that's right.
there's
He said he did put forward that his girlfriend took the pictures, right? And then I just said,
how lovely.
yeah, I think they split up, so there's no chance of having those pictures now. I'm sure that's what he's going to say next. Yeah, but unfortunately, me and my girlfriend split up yesterday, so there's no chance of getting those pictures today.
There you go. There's one of the lead up shots. I was sitting on the left hand side, and that's one of the lead up shots. So you see what I mean by how you see nothing, and all of a sudden you get to the edge and it just drops hard, and yeah, absolutely beautiful. Well, that back in 2014 cost me about $400. Probably the best $400 I've ever spent for sightseeing anywhere.
Yeah.
40-odd minute flight. Yeah, I was quite happy with it.
So yeah, he reckoned he went up 30,000 feet, sort of massive curvature. Those were his words. Massive curvature. But then DJ said, well, that's possible if you're doing a 360-degree panoramic. Yeah, okay. Circle around you. Okay, fair enough.
Well, you'd see a full circle. The horizon would look flat.
Yes, it would look flat though, not curved, exactly. Because that's been my experience on a ship. Basically, on all ships that I've been on, the horizon is 360 degrees, but it's all level. Yeah.
And there was the helicopter that I was in. Not There we go. That's it.
Ah, there it is. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I offered to swap jobs with old mate, but he didn't want to. So I thought that was a pretty cool job, just flying people across a hole in the ground. But no, he didn't want to take me up on that. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't want me flying a helicopter either.
Yeah.
Scare the shit out of me.
Expensive bit of kit. Expensive bit of kit.
Well, the first time I've ever been in a helicopter was that ride, and it was really odd too. It's like in a plane, you feel the build up as they take off, so they can get enough speed up to get pressure under the wings. But all it was just this heap of noise, a bit of vibration. Next thing, it's sort of floating, and it's like, oh wow, this is cool. And then he sort of hovered, and it slowly moved backwards. And then all of a sudden, he just punched it forward. The thing felt like it was leaning about 45 degrees forward, like we're pointing at the ground, and he's just hammering off along this runway. And it's like, you're crazy, you bastard. There's a whole heap of us all piled in there.
He gave a bit of a white knuckle ride there, did he? Right.
But it was so smooth, and I was quite impressed with it. I'm like, wow, very, very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but one of the most dangerous flying vehicles you could go in, a helicopter, because when it goes wrong bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no recovering from that, unless you are fortunate to be able to glide it to safety, but usually they drop like a stone. This is why I say safety is so paramount. I doubt that they would have the doors open, even on a 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, and especially at 30,000, your doors are closed.
No, they were closed.
Yeah. Safety protocol. And that's why there's so much glass. So it offers you such a good view. You're like in a bubble of glass, Yeah.
Well, that was it was funny too, because I offered to pay the extra money to sit in the front seat, so I thought, oh yeah, that'd be the best view. And then it was like there was this English couple that sat in the front, and I don't know what language the couple beside me was speaking. It was like Swedish or Dutch or something like that, Scandinavian.
Yeah.
I had no idea what they were saying, but they were sitting to my right. And the funny part is, my window was the cleanest of the lot of them. All the others were putrid. And as we're cruising along, because I just want to take photos, I'm looking out the front window going, oh man, I'm so glad I didn't get the front now, because it was disgusting.
Right.
This was a world record this dude did for Mount Everest with this thing. And it was so dangerous he couldn't even land on the mountain and get out. Like he couldn't even get out the helicopter.
Right. It was dangerous. See? Yeah.
The Airbus,
See?
yeah.
Dangerous. The word dangerous.
He's doing it to demonstrate how unpractical it is to fly at these elevations. It was a hard thing to pull off that he even did it, but he had to leave all passengers and cargo behind. And he couldn't exit the helicopter.
Right. And yet we have a young man here telling us he saw the massive curvature. 30,000 feet up. Oxygen mask on and everything. Risking your life. You could, get out of here.
Exactly, yeah. I could smell that bullshit from a mile away.
Yeah. I knew he was trolling us from the moment he was being pedantic about being flat and that. what flat means.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And we're not gullible here. Hence, he was trying to say they fooled us once, they can fool you again. No, the saying is, fooled once, twice shy. All right, you got me once. George Bush didn't get it right, though, did he? George Bush. You fooled me once, you fooled me twice, but you can't fool me again. Do you remember that, George Bush?
Yeah, great
The
song.
dude, he couldn't even get out the plane. He touched the bottom of the helicopter to the summit and like took off immediately from there. He couldn't even get out. It was so dangerous.
Yeah, very unstable. Yeah, stable on conditions.
And he talks about how the helicopter barely even made it at these conditions, so I couldn't even land it.
Yeah, helicopters are dangerous, really.
Well,
You keep it.
there's not enough like air pressure up there to sustain flight. That's why he
Yeah,
had no cargo.
Lift. He needed one of those ones that they use on Mars.
Yeah, with a double-bladed one. Yeah, we've got two sets of blades. Definitely need one of those. I like that. That was what was that? The Ingenuity. That was it. The Ingenuity helicopter.
Right. Yeah. That's what they should take up to Everest and save people with.
Yeah, because it worked on Mars perfectly well. In less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere. Ah,
yeah.
There you go. You have one of those, you're well good to go. And also, the likelihood of curvature being witnessed in a bubble-type helicopter, well, yeah, it's more because the curvature of the glass could be facilitating a bit of curvature there for you. It's always a possibility, but then again, they don't go 30,000 feet to those particular helicopters.
I'm surprised they considered it landing. Like he didn't go 30,000 from sea level. Like he
Right.
went from like 25 to 30,000 feet above sea level. You have to understand this. This is a huge difference.
Yeah.
Because you'll still have oxygen at that height because this is like the ground level is so much higher. Yeah, people living up there and stuff. He went from maybe 25 to 30. He didn't go from 0 by sea level to 30,000. So this is a huge difference, first of all.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have had enough fuel.
Dennis considered it landing it. I can't wait. Like I just watched a video. He like tapped the bottom of the helicopter, like feet or whatever, to the top of the mountain and like left. He couldn't even land it.
Right.
I'm surprised they counted that as a landing, but okay.
There you go, Tenzing Hillary Airport, Lukla, Nepal. That's where they took off and went back to.
Right.
For the Mount Everest summit landing. And basically, the air's that thin that on his first attempt, and he even stated he found an updraft so strong that he could rise up with almost no power. So he was just basically hovering, and the updraft took him up.
Yeah, gliding his way up. That's gliding.
You'll have updrafts around mountains. Like you'll have these things like air moving around mountains. But if you just start off from sea level, then go to 30,000, you're not going to have any updrafts because you're not going to have these valley breezes that you have near mountains.
Yeah, these thermal currents. Yeah, that's what
you'll
gliders
have
live on.
Or
air movement around mountains happen. But just from sea level to that elevation, no.
Oh shit. Hey, Gen CBR.
How you doing?
No.
You're retarded.
Yeah, I told you, same dude.
I knew it was the same dude.
You know the best part about the same dude?
Yeah, he's no longer going to be the same dude.
He can take a 2-day break.
It's cost him.
You got me.
It's cost him 2 days.
Unlucky. I'll just move that off there. And clear that one. As his work.
What was his name? What was his name?
I don't care. Clown show. Not coming back for 2 days.
Yeah,
Professor
retard too.
said earlier on, T-Dub, I'd come back and clean up the clown cars.
His name was Not an Alt.
Oh, what the hell is that? Not an alt.
And it didn't reach 30,000 feet. It went 29,035, to be specific.
Okay.
Because that's how tall Mount Everest. And that's how tall Mount Everest is.
Amazing.
Well, it was good that Matrix came in and regaled us with an actual, real helicopter journey, right?
Yeah, yeah.
One that actually took place.
Yes, and his girlfriend is still there with him, so that's cool. Whereas this guy, yeah, his girlfriend's got the pictures. He hasn't got them. I'm sure they're not together because she wouldn't have enjoyed that flight. Mask on your face as well. Been very frightening. That altitude. And then he said he could see water, and then it went down to a river in the end. Yes. Hamburg, you see, that's all city. It's in the middle of Germany, Hamburg. Don't have any water near there.
Well, he said he saw a river.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought it was halfway through my colon.
If he was doing a sightseeing thing, they'd probably be up about 1,000 feet at best, because you're there flying over so you can have a look at the city. And even then, I'd probably go even lower than that.
Yeah.
You're doing a
So you can actually see.
city sightseeing thing, like seriously.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go and have my fish and chips now. I'm going to catch you guys up later on.
Catch you.
No worries, Jin.
Cheers.
Thank you
Cheers,
very
guys.
much for your time. It was good. And you enjoy those fish and chips.
Yeah, I certainly will. Cheers. Enjoy it. Enjoy the weekend.
Is it nighttime in Japan right now?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool. The sun's just coming up over here in America.
Well, good morning to you over there. And it's 9:30 here in the evening.
Oh, that's crazy. You know, I want to one day have people from around the world show the sunset and sunrise at different spots. Like we can time it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that from here with my friends in England. That was good. That was a
Interesting.
great spectacle to see. And to my amazement, that it was still, even though it was like 11 o'clock in Scotland, you could still just see a little bit of the daytime. It was kind of like purple color. The sky was, okay? Yeah, 11 p.m. Scotland.
Wow.
And here it was early in the morning here at that time. Summer.
11 p.m. and they still had light?
They had a little bit of light, yeah, because Scotland, remember, it's summertime, so the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, yeah? So you're going to have just that little bit more light. 9 o'clock, it gets dark in England. London, 9 o'clock. Scotland, though, no, 11. And it's still not pitch black dark. Still see a little bit of purple there. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. See, in winter, it's black. Yeah, the sky's not dark. But in the summer, it's a little bit, it's lighter. It's not pitch black, the sky. Something I noticed. But yeah, catch you guys later on. Cheers, guys and dolls.
Okay, have a good one.